While Begin Lady was speaking, it plucked 3 strands of its silky hair and handed them to Lin Yuan. When I'm sleeping, my soul will enter a state of stillness. Until my soul is done transforming, I can be awoken 3 times. If you ever need me, set a strand of hair alight using spiritual energy and I will awake. Before my soul is done transforming, it will be a burden to me to use my soul to sustain my body. I would like to find a place on you to rest. While Begin Lady was speaking, it changed into a pink and gold crystal and gently landed on the corner of Lin Yuan's eye as though it was nothing more than a shining teardrop. Lin Yuan did not expect Begin Lady to choose to go through its transformation on his face. In its crystal form on the corner of his eye, all Lin Yuan felt was refreshing coolness. He was not uncomfortable in the slightest. Lin Yuan just took it as there was a pink and gold crystal adorning his eye and did not think much of it. However, when Ding Chengshua saw Lin Yuan's face, he was shocked by beauty in a way that he had never experienced before. Ding Chengshua was a pinnacle king-class expert and had lived for a long time. When he was young, he had entered the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, gunning for a brighter future. Eventually, he entered the Yu family and remained there for almost 40 years. It could be said that he had seen countless handsome faces in his time. Moreover, he had seen Lin Yuan's true appearance long ago and had not yet gotten over his amazement at Lin Yuan's features and aura. But when Ding Chengshua first saw Lin Yuan's true appearance, he had not felt this sense of marvel so deep that it rattled his soul. He was so amazed that he found it difficult to tear his eyes away from Lin Yuan's face. Ding Chengshua took a closer look and noticed that the pink and gold crystal that Begin Lady had transformed into complemented Lin Yuan's aura extremely well. Moreover, the aura from the pink and gold crystal was somewhat similar to Lin Yuan's innate aura. Soon after Ding Chengshua entered the sacred wood mystic realm, Lin Yuan had stored him in the jeweled cave Golden Toad. As such, Ding Chengshua did not know who Begin Lady was. Nonetheless, he was certain that Begin Lady came from inside the sacred wood mystic realm. Soon after Ding Chengshua was released, he could feel that the Holy Lady had inexplicable respect for Begin Lady. This discovery shocked Ding Chengshua. But ever since becoming Lin Yuan's subordinate, Ding Chengshua learned it was better not to ask too many questions. All he needed to do was play his own role. This was because more knowledge did not always bring more benefits. On the way back to the tree castle, Lin Yuan could clearly sense the people around him staring. However, he did not pay too much mind to it. Once Lin Yuan returned to the tree castle, the faction members keeping watch by the entrance were all astonished. To their memory, Lin Yuan had not left the tree castle ever since 2 days ago when he returned from having a meal. So how did he appear outside of the tree castle without them noticing? If this was the case, who was the person who had returned to the tree castle? The faction members present knew of what had transpired in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, because the imperial court had not tried to hide the Su family, and by family's assault on the Yang family at all. After the many events that took place in the Divine Wood Federation, the faction members who were stationed to keep watch became aware that sky creation was extremely important. Hence, none of them dared to be careless. Lin Yuan found out long ago that many factions from the Divine Wood Federation had stationed their members outside the tree castle to keep watch over him. This was why he instructed the death demon concubine beast to change into a clone of him to distract these prying eyes. But now that he had achieved what he wanted and his goal of entering the sacred wood mystic realm, there was no need for Lin Yuan to hide anything. From what Begin Lady had told him, it meant that Yang Sijia had already realized who he was and that the Yang family was about to take action. Lin Yuan turned to Ding Chengshua and said, "City Lord Ding, it's likely that the Yang family knows that I entered the sacred wood mystic realm. If you go back to staying where you usually reside, you'll probably be in danger. Why don't you spend the next few days in the tree castle? Once the matter is settled, I will send you back to Oak City. You performed very well this time. When you return to Oak City, I will evolve the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle to creation breed and you to Thearch class." Lin Yuan handed a brocade pouch to Ding Chengshua. There were 10 Earth-type and 10 Water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls inside the brocade pouch. Ding Chengshua excitedly received the brocade pouch. Ding Qingxua had been thinking about what he would do if the Yang family discovered Lin Yuan's identity. He was the one who had brought Lin Yuan into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. The faction members who made it out of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm alive could prove this. Thus, he was likely to become a target for the Yang family. Once he became a target for the Yang family, his crime of taking an outsider into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm would be enough for him to be served the death sentence. At first, Ding Qingxua wanted to wait until they arrived at the entrance of the tree castle to bring this up to Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan extended an invitation to him first. Ding Qingxua had realized early on that Lin Yuan did not only see his subordinates as tools. If he did, he would not reward Ding Qingxua so handsomely after he had lost all of his value. The way that Lin Yuan treated his subordinates made Ding Qingxua aware that Lin Yuan always had a backup plan and was also capable of attaining enormous opportunities. The value of the 20 water and earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls was even greater than the family that Ding Qingxua had spent the past few decades working hard to build. If he had not coincidentally become Lin Yuan's subordinate, he would not be able to become a Thearch-class expert even after another 20 years. With so many resources, it was possible that Thearch class would not be his limit as long as he remained by Lin Yuan's side. Ding Qingxua was currently weaker than Yi Huailong. Yet, Ding Qingxua did not see himself as less valuable than Yi Huailong. After all, he was a Class 4 Creation Master. Even if Lin Yuan's faction had a Class 5 Creation Master, he would not turn his nose up at a Class 4 Creation Master. Ding Qingxua bowed to Lin Yuan in gratitude before he said, "Young Master, I shall be inconveniencing you in the tree castle for the next few days." Back in the tree castle, Lin Yuan saw that it was packed full of people, most of whom were from the Yi family. Yi Huailong and Yi Huailu were afraid that their family's main members would be targeted due to this storm of events and moved their entire family into the tree castle at the beginning of the Su family's operation. Besides the people from the Yi family, there were also the people from the Love Music Center. Su Iren had selected Su Man to be one of the 14 poppy fruits, and she oversaw the Love Music Center in Sacred Forest City. Su Man had learned of Lin Yuan's identity long ago. It was not easy for Su Iren to use the absolute love poppy to pick the 14 poppy fruits. The death of any one of the poppy fruits would severely injure the absolute love poppy, and it would need some time in order to recover. Thus, Su Iren did not want Su Man to be injured. After Su Man reported the situation in Sacred Forest City to Su Iren, the latter immediately transferred the news to Lin Yuan through the Thought's letter paper. She hoped he would look after Su Man while he was in Sacred Forest City or, at the very least, ensure that she did not die. When Lin Yuan received the news from Su Iren, he immediately instructed Su Man to bring everyone from the Love Music Center to the Tree Castle. With Di Wanmi and the Mother of Bloodbath around, even if Lin Yuan was not around, the safety of the Tree Castle would be assured. Su Man was the first to have led a group to seek shelter in the Tree Castle. By the time Yi Huailong led the people from the Yi family over, they noticed that everyone from the Love Music Center had arrived at the Tree Castle. This made Yi Huailong remember that the Love Music Center had only appeared in the Divine Wood Federation a few months ago. It was likely that they were also under Lin Yuan's control. This meant that Lin Yuan had had his eye on the Divine Wood Federation for a long time. When Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong saw Lin Yuan at the entrance of the Tree Castle, they immediately rushed up to greet him. Both of them noticed the pink and gold gem at the corner of his eye that had not been there before. The gem turned Lin Yuan's aura from that of a dignified prince to an unreachable deity. Both of them were extremely grateful to Lin Yuan, but they were also once again ascertained that their decision to make the Yi family a subsidiary of Sky Creation had been a very right one. Yi Huailong was unaware of the Su and Bai family's schemes. If the Su and Bai families joined forces and killed the Yang family in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, there was no way that they would let the Yi family off either. Even if the Yang family managed to kill the Su and Bai families, it was unlikely that the Yang family would be willing to continue letting the Yi family go free after experiencing such betrayal. It could be said that Lin Yuan was the Yi family's savior. Lin Yuan nodded at Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong, who greeted him. Su Man also approached and curtsied humbly to Lin Yuan. Su Man knew that the Yi family was a friendly force and said candidly, "Lord, The Yang family's first grandson Yang Ji is very fond of the Love Music Center and has spent a large sum on many occasions to book private sessions. In order to obtain information, all of the food and wine served in the Love Music Center has been laced with poppies. On numerous occasions, Yang Ji became pliable after consuming the laced food and beverages. I learned from him that the Yang family anticipated the Su family's plot long ago. He seemed indignant about it, as though he did not believe that the Su family had what it took to hurt the Yang family. The effects of the doped food will only increase in strength the more of it is consumed. The last time that Yang Ji drank the laced wine, he had been terrified. He said that he had seen a scary ball of flesh in the Yang family's banquet hall. That ball of flesh had rolled around on the ground and would even swallow an entire table during meals. When I asked Yang Ji what the name of the faction was, all he said was truth. It was clear that there was more to the name, but he escaped the control of the poppy's effects after he uttered the word truth. Su Man's words caused Ding Chengshua, Yi Huailu, Yi Huailong, and the rest of the Yi family's main members to feel chills running up their spines. Previously, they assumed that the Love Music Center was a group meant to accumulate wealth. But it turned out that they were not just accumulating wealth, but information as well. The Yi family had never heard of the information that the Love Music Center had obtained. Since Su Man's information had come from Yang Ji, and given Yang Ji's position in the Yang family, it was unlikely that it would be wrong. However, what did the ball of flesh and truth mean? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed when he heard Su Man mention truth. The faction hidden in the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court was indeed the same Truth Association that was controlling the Great Lush Federation. If this was the case, the Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation were trapped in the palm of the Truth Association. It was likely that the changes in the Iron Hammer Federation were also linked to the Truth Association. Otherwise, a person like Luo Kai, who had been nurtured by the previous king, would not have the ambition nor the ability to single-handedly kill the previous king and steal the throne from Luo Lan. Lin Yuan was curious about what the Truth Association was after. At that moment, Lu Jie walked down the stairs holding a small beast with pretty fur. It had an air of inauspiciousness around it. When the small beast laid eyes on Lin Yuan, it immediately leaped out of Lu Jie's arms and into Lin Yuan's before it started nuzzling his hand. Lu Jie walked over to Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, Yi Huailong and Su Man have helped me to gather the reserve members of the white-clothed followers. There are a total of 143 of them. I have handled all the people sent by the Su family to spy on us." Lin Yuan nodded. The Su family had been eliminated and the spies they had sent were like rudderless boats. However, from the moment they entered the tree castle, they had been working for the Su family and did not have a shred of loyalty to speak of. There was no way that Lin Yuan could keep such people around. If he did not have the means to take on the Su family, the spies sent by the Su family would bring danger to everyone within the tree castle. Even if Lu Jie did not handle them, Lin Yuan would do so himself when he returned. Lin Yuan coughed, which attracted the attention of everyone in the tree castle. He went on to say, "Everyone, get ready. Before the day after tomorrow, regardless of whether the Yang family or Truth Association seeks us out, we will head to the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court together." Yi Huailong was stunned and asked in confusion, "Young Master, why are we going to the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court?" The Yang family. Before Yi Huailong could finish speaking, he saw Lin Yuan grin at him and reply, "We will be doing what the Su family and by family went to the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court to do. How else is the Yi family going to enter the Imperial Court and become its ruler?" Lin Yuan's words caused Yi Huailong and Yi Huailu's breaths to become ragged. Lin Yuan's words had essentially raised the Yi family up to the sky. It used to be that the Yi family was the weakest of the Yang, Bai, and Su families. Although they were called the 100 Treasures family, they only managed to survive by keeping their heads down around the other families. There was nothing that Yi Huailong could do about this because, in terms of hard force, it was true that the Yi family could not measure up to the Yang, Bai, or Su families. The Yi family did not have immortal experts. No matter how seriously they were bullied, they dared not burn bridges with the other three families. Some other families even bullied the Yi family because of their close relationships with the other three families. Those families were well aware that the E family did not have much power. So even if they were bullied to the point of being called worthless, they could not do anything more than suffer silently. The Bai family had been eyeing the E family for very long, and it seemed as though they would pounce on the E family at any time. The most powerful combatant in the E family was Yi Huailong. No matter how brave and noble-hearted he had to live in fear every day. Yi Huailong never dreamt that the day would come when the Yi family had the chance to enter the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. He nurtured the snake blood nether rose secretly, as well as numerous snake species phase, so that the Yi family would not be helpless when the day came that they were finally attacked. Now the Yi family's chance finally came. Although Yi Huailong trusted Lin Yuan and knew that Sky Creation had a Class 5 creation master, as well as unimaginable power, the Su and Bai experts had died under mysterious circumstances in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. Moreover, Lin Yuan knew that there was a hidden faction in the imperial court. Given the situation, charging into the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court like the Su and Bai families did seem too dangerous. Yi Huailong reminded Lin Yuan carefully, "Young master, the Yang family has the ability to kill 3 immortal experts without getting too deep into the fight themselves. Do you think?" Lin Yuan replied, "If 3 immortal experts enter Sky Creation's tree castle, we'll be able to kill them too. So there's nothing to worry about. The Yi family just needs to be ready." Lin Yuan's words made Yi Huailong, and the rest of the Yi family dizzy. Immortal experts were already legends and the strongest powerhouses to strong factions in the Divine Wood Federation. They had never even heard of experts beyond Immortal, much less seen them. Eternal was a completely new concept to Yi Huailong, and the rest of the Yi family. Lin Yuan's words exploded the Yi family's realm of understanding. Lu Jie was also shocked when he heard what Lin Yuan said. However, he knew that Lin Yuan was not the type to spout wild lies. Hence, faced with eternal experts, Lin Yuan had to have his own way of dealing with them. Lu Jie's mind was focused on Lin Yuan. From the moment he saw Lin Yuan, Lu Jie noticed that there was a pink and gold gem at the corner of his eye. Lu Jie thought, the gem at the corner of his eye is probably an opportunity Lin Yuan gained on his trip to the sacred wood mystic realm. Lu Jie preferred to take the simple method. Lu Jie felt that in order to control the Divine Wood Federation, it was necessary to take out the Yang family, who currently lorded over the imperial court. Lu Jie felt that the leader of a faction that led a federation had to do everything while placing the federation's best interests first. However, even if the Yang family knew of the Su family's motives, they had ignored it and exterminated the Su and Bai families later. The Yang family would be doing harm to the Divine Wood Federation if they killed most of the experts from the Divine Wood Federation. The Truth Association could not support the Yang family endlessly. It would always be better to rely on oneself than others. By having the Yi family replace the Yang family as the head of the Divine Wood Federation, the entire Divine Wood Federation would be under the protection of Sky Creation. This would be a blessing for the entire Divine Wood Federation. After Lin Yuan told the Yi family about his plan, he went upstairs with Lu Jie. Lu Jie said seriously, "Lin Yuan, ever since I arrived at the Startling Lines continent, I've been sending out large numbers of the lonely night hurricane moths to scout out the surroundings. Besides the winter that has swept through the Iron Hammer Federation and the blizzards that come with it, which prevent the lonely night hurricane moths from entering the area, they have searched through all other regions. I noticed that most of the gold resources in the Startling Lines continent are in the Great Lush Federation. According to the information from Su Iran, the Great Lush Federation appears to be weaker than the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. I am curious to learn what method the Great Lush Federation used in the early days to obtain so many gold resources. The deep harbor in the Great Lush Federation is the most precious sea strategic resource. I wonder if there has been a faction hidden in the Great Lush Federation from the moment of its establishment. But now, that faction is starting to extend its tendrils into the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. I have a feeling that the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation's combat power can't compare with that of the hidden faction in the Great Lush Federation." Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jie curiously. To Lin Yuan's memory, Lu Jie lacked planning capabilities and was not skilled at analysis. Otherwise, he would have only assigned Lu Jie to be the head of the white-clothed followers. Lin Yuan found Lu Jie's improvement to be almost unbelievable. When he saw Lin Yuan's gaze, Lu Jie said, "In the few days that you were in the sacred wood mystic realm, I noticed that Bai Qinghuan was busy writing something and took a look at it. I saw that she was using the information she had on hand to deduce the situation in the sacred wood mystic realm. As such, I started chatting with her. After half a day of chatting with her, I gained a lot of knowledge. Bai Qinghuan is indeed a talent." Lin Yuan rarely heard Lu Jie praise another person. When he previously saw the information that Bai Qinghuan organized, Lin Yuan knew how exceptional Bai Qinghuan's skills of deduction were. Moreover, almost all of Bai Qinghuan's skills of deduction were geared toward strategy. If Lu Jie could grow through his interaction with Bai Qinghuan, Lin Yuan hoped that both of them could interact more. Sky City was started by Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Wen Yu. It was not Lin Yuan's effort alone. It could be said that Lu Jie did not participate in Sky Creation's daily operations besides leading the white-clothed followers. If Lu Jie could improve in terms of strategy, he would be able to help more in managing Sky City. Lin Yuan could tell that Lu Jie was very willing to contribute to Sky City. Lu Jie did not like interacting with outsiders. After he became Lin Yuan's retainer, he did not feel the need to interact much with anyone besides the few friends he had from before. After all, the duty of a retainer was to protect the spirit chi professional they were bound to. Lu Jie had interacted with Bai Qinghuan because the latter had sworn her loyalty to Lin Yuan and was one of them. Otherwise, Lu Jie would not have spoken so much to her either, much less improve himself through their interactions. "Big brother Lu, why don't we have Bai Qinghuan follow you from now on? Both of you can discuss strategies surrounding the startling lines continent together. Wen Yu's sacred source lifeform has risen to 4 stars. The next time she uses the astronomical parliament, Wen Yu can take you in too. Big brother Lu, once you've grown more, you can not only manage the white-clothed followers, but also try your hand at managing Sky Creation's other branches." Lu Jie immediately looked excited. He had always known that he was lacking in strategizing skills and could not help much when it came to building factions. But now, he was presented with the chance to improve himself. Lu Jie had always wanted to be of help to Lin Yuan and Wen Yu in managing Sky City. He intended to learn as much as he could from Bai Qinghuan in the next year. He knew that Lin Yuan and Wen Yu would use Wen Yu's astronomical parliament to hold a meeting in the stars every once in a while. Neither Lin Yuan nor Wen Yu had hidden this from him. They did not include him in the past because the astronomical parliament stars had not been high enough. Every additional member seated on the 12 golden thrones would increase the drain of spiritual energy. But now this was no longer an issue. Lu Jie could communicate perfectly with Lin Yuan and Wen Yu in real life, and pulling him into the meetings would be wasting a seat. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu decided to let Lu Jie take one of the golden thrones. The 3 of them had decided to set up a faction together, and regardless of what happened, it had to be carried on by the 3 of them. After pulling Lu Jie into the astronomical parliament, Lin Yuan did not intend to instruct Wen Yu to pull anyone from reality into the astronomical parliament. The remaining 9 golden thrones would be filled up by the members of the North-South constellation seats, as determined by the results they achieved. After chatting with Lu Jie for some time, Lin Yuan returned to his room and woke up Begin Lady. Soon, the pink and golden gem at the corner of Lin Yuan's eye turned into Begin Lady's figure. Lin Yuan said, "Begin Lady, I need to talk with you about something. The bloodline-cutting black carp's bloodline absorption ability is very important to me. I want to feed it my bloodline. It goes without saying that the bloodline-cutting black carp absorbing my bloodline will not have any impact on your bloodline." Begin Lady blushed when it heard what Lin Yuan said. Bloodlines were very mysterious and sacred to phase with elite bloodlines. When male and female phase came together to produce new life, it was fundamentally a process involving the combination of their bloodlines. Now that the bloodline-cutting black carp had absorbed its bloodline, Begin Lady was the bloodline-cutting black carp's mother. Once Lin Yuan fed his bloodline to the bloodline-cutting black carp, his bloodline would guide it to transform. Thus, the bloodline-cutting black carp was now a fae that contained both Begin Lady and Lin Yuan's bloodlines. In a way, they were now the bloodline-cutting black carp's parents. If Begin Lady heard what Lin Yuan said when it was experiencing the Heavens trial, it would not have thought much of it. But now, Begin Lady had absorbed by Dong and Su Jian's souls and knew more about human relationships than Lin Yuan. But in spite of its reddened face, Begin Lady would not turn down Lin Yuan's request. Begin Lady summoned the bloodline-cutting black carp and handed it to Lin Yuan as it said, "Our bloodlines have concentrated water-type aura and are rather similar. The bloodline-cutting black carp probably won't reject them." After Lin Yuan received the bloodline-cutting black carp, it turned into water currents in his arms and started swimming around him. The bloodline-cutting black carp remembered that it only became so strong with Lin Yuan's help. At present, the bloodline-cutting black carp was edging closer to Immortal and had intelligence comparable to average humans. After Lin Yuan had a discussion with Morbius, he decided not to keep Begin Lady in the dark about the spirit lock spatial zone. This was because Begin Lady's original body was the mouth of a spirit spring. When it was placed in the element well, it could increase the quantity of water produced in the element well. Thus, he decided to place Begin Lady and the 37 mouths of spirit springs inside the element well while Begin Lady was sleeping so they could all aid in increasing the volume of water. Before he told Begin Lady about this and brought it into the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan decided to ask Begin Lady how it had become an intermediate fairy. Begin Lady replied honestly, "I don't remember the specifics of how I came upon the opportunity. When I gained intelligence, I remember that there was the marrow of a life form that was releasing concentrated energy. It was this energy that increased my intelligence. I don't know exactly what the life form is. Eventually, the life form's entire body dissolved in the river water. I only became a fairy because of that unknown life form's marrow." Begin Lady paused before it continued seriously. "But that marrow only created me. The one who saved me and gave me a new lease of life is you." A blissful grin spread across Begin Lady's face as it spoke. Without Lin Yuan, it would never have been able to experience the outside world like it was doing now. When Lin Yuan heard what Begin Lady said, he was curious about what life form had created an intermediate fairy using just its marrow. But at the same time, he knew that the world was definitely more complicated than he thought. The world in his shrine that had been created by the spirit fire, as well as Begin Lady's existence, had both refreshed Lin Yuan's previous understanding of the world. Lin Yuan knew that he still had a long way to go before he became a true expert. Compared to Begin Lady, the Moon Empress was no longer the strongest expert that Lin Yuan had ever met. Now, Lin Yuan possessed more power than the Moon Empress. In the past, the Moon Empress had been the one who protected him. From now on, he would be capable of protecting the Moon Empress. He might even be able to help the Moon Empress reach even higher heights after she awakened her spirit fire and took control of her birth horoscope. Lin Yuan took out the jeweled cave golden toad and said, "Begin Lady, enter this spatial instrument for a while. I will take you somewhere. If you want to sleep, your body will benefit greatly if you sleep at that place. You'll also be able to help me." Begin Lady immediately nodded and said, "You don't have to be so polite to me. I'm happy to be of help to you." Lin Yuan used spiritual power to activate the jeweled cave golden toad, and Begin Lady entered it. Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone and released Begin Lady from the jeweled cave golden toad. The instant Begin Lady was released, it found itself in a magical realm filled with spirit chi. Although Begin Lady had successfully overcome Heaven's trial to become an intermediate fairy, spiritual power was still very beneficial to it. If it spent a prolonged period of time in a place full of spirit chi, Begin Lady could fortify its roots and gain another opportunity to evolve. The stronger the bloodline the Fae had, the more the Fae would hope to become stronger and evolve. It went without saying that Begin Lady was no exception. Begin Lady wanted to remain by Lin Yuan's side to repay its debt to him, but before it had even returned the favor, Lin Yuan was presenting it with another opportunity. Begin Lady softly asked in embarrassment, "Lin Yuan, can I absorb a small amount of the pure spirit chi every day?" Lin Yuan honestly replied, "As long as energy ores are poured into the spirit pool, the spirit chi within the energy ores will be refined and released from the spirit pool. There is no lack of spirit chi here. You can absorb as much as you want. If Begin Lady remained in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for a day, it would easily familiarize itself with the 480 square meters of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. This was why Lin Yuan was willing to tell Begin Lady about the circumstances of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Begin Lady started to smile brightly, but Lin Yuan still had to say what he needed to say. Begin Lady, when you're absorbing the pure spirit qi in this space, you have to ensure that the spirit qi in the space won't be overdrained, and that the other life forms here have enough to absorb as well. Begin Lady nodded hastily and responded, I don't need to absorb too much pure spirit qi. After my spirit fire was set alight, my life rank was transformed. I can't rely on just spiritual power to increase my power anymore. I only need spirit qi to fortify my roots. By the way, what do you need my help with? Lin Yuan pointed at a distance away and said, There is the element well over there. Can produce elemental water. Before you underwent the heaven trial, the water from the element well was what allowed you to rapidly absorb the water and earth elemental energy and refine your body. There is very little of the element well's water. The mouths of spirit springs will be able to boost the element well. Begin Lady immediately knew what Lin Yuan was referring to. I was wondering why you were so hung up on the 37 mouths of spirit springs. It turns out that they can also be used in such a way. My foundation is similar to the mouths of spirit springs. I should be able to increase the production of water in the element well. Begin Lady walked over to the element well and jumped in. In an instant, violent energy fluctuations exploded out of the element well. Lin Yuan jumped out of his skin when he saw this and immediately thought that something had happened to Begin River in the element well. Lin Yuan had not experienced such a situation since the element well appeared. By the time he ran over to the edge of the well, Lin Yuan heard happy noises from Begin Lady at the bottom of the well. Lin Yuan, if I took shelter in the element well 20 years ago, I might not have needed your help to overcome the 26 attacks from Heaven's trial. First, I needed to sleep for a year. But inside the element well, I only need to sleep for around half a year in order for my soul to transform. Previously, I gave you 3 strands of hair and told you that you could use them to summon me thrice. The element well is able to greatly nourish my body so I can put myself in a state of fake slumber while my soul is transforming. This way, you'll be able to summon me if you ever encounter difficulties. Lin Yuan looked delighted when he heard what Begin Lady said. Begin Lady was currently Lin Yuan's strongest secret weapon. Lin Yuan was the strongest he had ever been. At this stage, Lin Yuan still had a long way to go before he became a true top expert. If he could attain Begin Lady's protection, he would not need to worry at all while he was training. Furthermore, he had already communicated with Morbius that Begin Lady would be staying in the element well. Although powerful elemental fluctuations had exploded out of the element well, they had not harmed the element well at all. Due to Begin Lady, the element well's production rate increased by 94%. This meant that Begin Lady had almost doubled the production rate of the element well. After putting in the 37 mouths of spirit springs, the element well's production rate would rise again. Lin Yuan took out the mouths of spirit springs from the guard sea silver and tossed them one by one into the element well. The energy fluctuations exploding out from the element well became more violent, and indentations appeared in the wall of the element well. The mouths of spirit springs were embedded in the indentations, and spring water poured out of them. The element well absorbed the spring water and turned it into the element well's own water. Each mouth of spirit spring increased the element well's yield by about 3%. However, Lin Yuan had quantity on his side. The 37 mouths of spirit springs increased the production rate of the element well by 111%. With the boost from Begin Lady, the element well's production rate had increased by a total of 3 times its original rate. Now, Lin Yuan did not have to be stingy with his use of the element well's water. Previously, the volume of the element well's water had been enough to meet the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil and Dark Blue's needs. But with the increased production rate, Lin Yuan could now set aside a portion of the element well's water for emergencies. The 37 mouths of spirit springs were almost the entire stock that was available in the Startling Lines continent. The spring water from the mouths of spirit springs had all-inclusive functions, but all of the spring water was currently being absorbed by the element well to be turned into the element well's water. If Lin Yuan truly needed the spring water, he could fill a bucket with the water. Begin Lady was the Jia Begin River, and the mouths of Spirit Springs had created a cozy environment for it. Begin Lady could not be happier at the bottom of the element well. Next, Lin Yuan instructed Morbius to spirit lock the Perfect Touch Wisteria and turned it into Morbius Gold Spirit Locked Fae. The Perfect Touch Wisteria's normal ability Forbidden Growth could break the limit of any life form it had contracted. As long as it had enough energy, it would be able to increase its power endlessly. Once it absorbed a sufficient amount of power, it would automatically comprehend a willpower rune. Lin Yuan was very fond of the ability Forbidden Growth. After the Perfect Touch Wisteria had been spirit locked by Morbius, it could break through the limit of the spirit lock to increase its power continuously. Lin Yuan would not have to provide it with a willpower rune, and it would be able to increase its power continuously as long as it had enough energy. As for the energy that the Perfect Touch Wisteria needed, it required vitality and pure spirit chi. All Lin Yuan needed to do was cultivate the Perfect Touch Wisteria in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lu Jie had recruited many reserve members of the white-clothed followers in the Divine Wood Federation. Previously, Lin Yuan only gave high-quality bronze phase to the white-clothed followers. Ever since then, the white-clothed followers had collected the resources themselves. But now, Lin Yuan intended to give the white-clothed followers a helping hand. This was because he needed their phase to evolve to myth breed. He intended on using the Pure Land of Bliss to absorb the world graces from the main phase of the white-clothed followers, and using the spirit chi crystals produced from the world graces to rapidly increase the Perfect Touch Wisteria's power. If he could not use resources to increase the Perfect Touch Wisteria's power, the Perfect Touch Wisteria's strategic significance would be greatly discounted. After Morbius Spirit locked the Perfect Touch Wisteria, its elite peak sturdiness ability would still exist. Lin Yuan had gained one of the Perfect Touch Wisteria's triggered abilities even without using the Endless Gem to unlock the Perfect Touch Wisteria. Although peak sturdiness would allow the Perfect Touch Wisteria to fortify itself through absorbing energy, the ability greatly discounted the Perfect Touch Wisteria's value to the Divine Wood Federation's factions. However, peak sturdiness fitted Lin Yuan's direction of only nurturing his phase in the best direction. Peak sturdiness also enabled the peak sturdiness to self-heal. Previously, Lin Yuan had not been in a rush to nurture the Perfect Touch Wisteria because he wanted to use the Jia Begin River's bloodline to transform the Perfect Touch Wisteria into a Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline. From the bloodline-cutting Black Carp's absorption of Begin Lady's bloodline, Lin Yuan realized how powerful Begin Lady's bloodline was. It was easy for Begin Lady's bloodline to contaminate other plant-type Faes. Thus, Lin Yuan did not hold back and told Begin Lady what his plan was. Begin Lady was silent for a moment before it said, "Lin Yuan, when you use my bloodline to contaminate plants and animals, you will indeed be able to raise the level of their bloodlines and strengthen their abilities and exclusive skills. However, unless they are life forms like the bloodline-cutting black carp that can consume bloodlines, the other life forms will be restrained by my bloodline. From then on, their growth will be restricted. I have been using my bloodline to carefully nurture Little Peach, but she will never be able to reach Eternal. So, you must consider carefully before you use my bloodline to contaminate other Faes." If Begin Lady had not absorbed Bai Dong and Su Jian's souls, or if it had not absorbed the souls of two creation masters, it might not have brought anything up and given its bloodline to Lin Yuan directly. But because it had absorbed the souls of two Class 4 creation masters and gained their knowledge, Begin River decided to give Lin Yuan such a stern warning. Fear streaked through Lin Yuan. His idea of bloodlines had been too simple. If not for Begin Lady's warning, the Perfect Touch Wisteria might have been doomed to never reach Eternal. Morbius would also be stuck at Eternal and never be able to advance further. Lin Yuan would never want to see this. He immediately gave up on using Begin Lady's bloodline to contaminate the Perfect Touch Wisteria. He would also not use Begin Lady's bloodline to contaminate Faes like the Jasmine Lily that were spirit-locked by Morbius in exchange for a short-term increase in power. Lin Yuan had always been the type to play the long game. He preferred a long-term increase in potential over a short-term increase in power. The scale in the 26th attack of Heaven's trial, and the marrow that had transformed Begin Lady into a fairy informed Lin Yuan that his horizons had not been expanded enough yet. This was the same as when Lin Yuan wanted to leave Redbud City and the Radiance Federation to take a look at what was out there. Now, he also wanted to see the world of the giant beast that the marrow came from. Lin Yuan decided that he would steadily increase the Perfect Touch Wisteria's power instead, and have Morbius Spirit lock the Perfect Touch Wisteria. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the Perfect Touch Wisteria again after it was spirit locked and saw that it was only left with its normal ability. He reached out and grabbed the Perfect Touch Wisteria's vines as he injected Spirit Chi into the Perfect Touch Wisteria. The Perfect Touch Wisteria's gold vines were like tentacles that started to flail around quickly and wildly when they received pure Spirit Chi. Soon, the vines that started out only around 10 centimeters long grew to around 30 centimeters. Now, the Perfect Touch Wisteria had been evolved to Bronze X/Epic. Lin Yuan had spoken with Yi Huailu about the Perfect Touch Wisteria. If the Perfect Touch Wisteria had not been evolved to Epic quality before it was evolved to Bronze grade, there was a 90% and above chance that it would develop Tool Transformation as its exclusive skill. If the Perfect Touch Wisteria was evolved to Epic quality before it evolved to Bronze grade, it would develop 3 options for exclusive skills like other phase did. However, the 3 options would not be better than Tool Transformation. Because of this, people who found the Perfect Touch Wisteria usually did not take the effort to evolve it to Epic quality. However, Lin Yuan's Perfect Touch Wisteria had mutated. He had a feeling that it would give him a surprise with its exclusive skill when it evolved to Bronze grade. As Lin Yuan continued to inject Spirit Chi into the Perfect Touch Wisteria, it grew 4 new vines, and its grade evolved from Elite to Bronze. After the Perfect Touch Wisteria evolved to Bronze grade, 3 options of exclusive skills appeared in front of Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan looked through each of them, he saw that the first was called Double Parasite. Double Parasite. When the vines wrap around a target, and the sharp ends pierce the target's body, 2 seeds will be planted inside the target. The seeds will germinate after some time and cause damage to the target. Double Parasite was a strong combat ability but not useful in the practical sense at all. The Perfect Touch Wisteria had already wrapped its vines around the target and pieced the target with the spikes on its vines. In such a situation, there would be no need to plant 2 seeds in the target to cause damage to the target. Furthermore, the damage would only be dealt after some time. Delayed damage abilities were never favored by Spirit Chi professionals, regardless of the amount of damage they could produce. In order to use Double Parasite to plant 2 seeds in the target, the Perfect Touch Wisteria's vines had to be strong enough to penetrate the target. At its core, the Perfect Touch Wisteria was not a combat-type plant-type Fey. Thus, Lin Yuan gave up on choosing Double Parasite. The Perfect Touch Wisteria's second option of exclusive skill appeared. This exclusive skill caused Lin Yuan's expression to shift. Double Tool Transformation. 2 forms can be produced during Tool Transformation. When the 2 forms are used, they will cause twice the drain of spiritual power. It was evident that Double Tool Transformation was a mutation of Tool Transformation. It had its flaws as well as its benefits. Its benefit was that it could produce 2 different forms. This narrowed the unpredictability of Tool Transformation. With 2 forms, there would be a wider range of usage for the ability, and they could be switched during battle to adapt to the changing circumstances. It was likely that this would lead to unexpected effects. However, the flaw was also obvious. T caused double the drain of spiritual power. This drain of spiritual power would affect not only the Perfect Touch Wisteria but Lin Yuan as well. Due to its ability Forbidden Growth, the Perfect Touch Wisteria's power could climb endlessly. The higher the Perfect Touch Wisteria's grade, the bigger the drain on Lin Yuan's spiritual power it would cause when Double Tool Transformation was used. Regardless of whether it could reach Eternal, Lin Yuan could not sustain Double Tool Transformation for long, even with the Spirit Chi imprint opened by the time the Perfect Touch Wisteria reached Immortal. Nonetheless, compared to Double Parasite, Double Tool Transformation was undoubtedly a much better choice. If the third option of exclusive skill was not promising, Lin Yuan would choose Double Tool Transformation. The moment Lin Yuan saw the third exclusive skill, he could not help but inhale sharply. It could be said that the perfect touch Wisteria's third option of exclusive skill was the most wicked exclusive skill he had seen from a plant-type Fae. Swallow same source. Every vine will have the same grade and quality, but they can be separated to act as individual entities. Every vine can consume something and take control of its attributes. The swallowed entity cannot be spat out, but an even higher level item can replace it. Once it gains attributes, the vine cannot be separated again. Clearly, this exclusive skill had much more potential than double parasite and double tool transformation. One look was all that was needed to see that Swallow Same Source could only unleash its full might when the Perfect Touch Wisteria was supplied with a large number of resources. If the Perfect Touch Wisteria chose Swallow Same Source, the Perfect Touch Wisteria could use one of its vines to consume Begin Lady's bloodline and gain the Sacred Wood bloodline. Begin Lady was currently an intermediate fairy and could still evolve into a higher fairy. If he ever came across the bloodline of a more elite fairy, Begin Lady's bloodline could also be swapped out, and the Perfect Touch Wisteria could be strengthened further. At first, the Perfect Touch Wisteria only had 4 vines. But after it evolved to bronze grade, it grew another 4 vines. The only drawback to choosing Swallow Same Source would be that the number of vines would be stuck at 8 forever. However, 8 vines were already enough. Currently, scholars, Fae observers, and spiritual ingredient analysts had yet to even come up with a clear ranking of Fae exclusive skills. But as Lin Yuan continued to evolve Faes, he became increasingly familiar with Fae exclusive skills. If it was up to him to decide if an exclusive skill was good or bad, he would rank them into the gray, green, blue, purple, orange, and red categories. For example, the Jasmine Lily's Severed Limbs growth skill would belong to the purple category. The Spirit Chi imprint and Vitality imprint were on a similar level to Severed Limbs growth. In the purple category, the abilities were strong strategic class and could overturn battles. Little Iron Block's Annihilation Gaze skill was extremely useful in a battle, but in terms of strategic significance, it would only rank in the green category. It was only when it was paired with its ability Sacrifice, which improved the quality of its body, that it managed to move up into the blue category. If there was a pure healing type Spirit Chi professional and support type Spirit Chi professional in the team, Little Iron Block's abilities would then be able to reach the purple category. Double Parasite would only belong to the gray category, and Double Tool Transformation would belong to the green category. But placing Swallow Same Source in the orange category would not be an overestimation. As for the red category, Lin Yuan had it especially reserved for Morbius. Only when a phase exclusive skill reached the level that the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone did would Lin Yuan consider it part of the red category. When a regular Spirit Chi professional encountered the exclusive skill Swallow Same Source, he would not be able to unleash its full capabilities because they lacked sufficient high-quality resources for the Perfect Touch Wisteria to absorb. However, Lin Yuan was overflowing with treasures. He immediately picked Swallow Same Source as the Perfect Touch Wisteria's exclusive skill. Next, after pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan took out a piece of ferromanganese and fed it to the Perfect Touch Wisteria. Bronze to diamond metal spiritual ingredients could be bought on the market. After that came suzerain and sovereign metal spiritual ingredients. There was also high sovereign after sovereign. High sovereign metal spiritual ingredients were currently just a concept, and none had actually been discovered. However, the Moon Empress possessed sovereign metal spiritual ingredients and stored them in the Radiant Moon Palace's treasure vault. He chose to have the Perfect Touch Wisteria absorb a metal spiritual ingredient because metal spiritual ingredients had high limits, and the different types of metals could be swapped out almost constantly. Lin Yuan had already tested this through the source sand. Lin Yuan instructed the Perfect Touch Wisteria to use one of its vines to wrap around the ferromanganese and combine with it. The golden vine of the Perfect Touch Wisteria was quickly covered with a layer of blue and black scales that were made of ferromanganese. Lin Yuan took out a pole made of ferromanganese and ordered the Perfect Touch Wisteria to attack it. The vine that was covered with blue and black scales continuously struck against the ferromanganese pole, letting out ear-piercing sounds of the friction between metal. Eventually, the Perfect Touch Wisteria's vine broke the metal pole to pieces. The Perfect Touch Wisteria's vine was not unscathed from its assault on the metal pole. However, peak sturdiness also took effect, and the Perfect Touch Wisteria used its own stored energy to heal itself. After the experiment with the ferromanganese, Lin Yuan took out the silver wind shadow steel and fed it to the perfect touch wisteria. Once the perfect touch wisteria absorbed the wind shadow steel, the blue scales withered and slothed off, leaving the patterns of the wind shadow steel on the vine. A slicing noise came from the smooth vine of the perfect touch wisteria when it moved. Lin Yuan took out another metal pole made of ferromanganese and gestured for the perfect touch wisteria to slash at it. Although the perfect touch wisteria's vine appeared smooth, it was sharp enough to slice the ferromanganese pole with one slash. The impact from the slash was so wide that Lin Yuan was in the range of impact. If the source sand had not used close guard sand to protect Lin Yuan, his hand would have become a mess of bloody cuts. The two experiments showed Lin Yuan how terrifying the perfect touch wisteria's improvement in power was when its vines were strengthened. During the strengthening, Lin Yuan noticed that when the perfect touch wisteria's vines combined with metal spiritual ingredients, they became the medium that took on the attributes of the metal. Nonetheless, the metal spiritual ingredients had not rejected the perfect touch wisteria at all. This time, Lin Yuan did not use gold metal spiritual ingredients to test the perfect touch wisteria, but used the highest grade of metal spiritual ingredient he possessed, the suzerain coiling dragon blood gold. The suzerain coiling dragon blood gold was produced when a sovereign main dragon species Fae died or a group of suzerain main dragon species Faes died. One could feed one's blood to nourish a metal spiritual ingredient like blood gold, which could absorb blood and increase its metal attributes. Only one piece of suzerain coiling dragon blood gold was produced every few centuries. Suzerain coiling dragon blood gold could be produced using diamond blood gold, but no one was willing to wait for that long. Thus, almost every piece of suzerain coiling dragon blood gold was produced naturally. The coiling dragon blood gold was considered a fairly common suzerain metal spiritual ingredient. Although the conditions for its productions were tough, most dragon species Faes had the habit of collecting metal spiritual ingredients. Whenever a main dragon species Fae encountered the diamond blood gold, it would take it back to its nest. Main dragon species Faes also had the habit of choosing to die in their own nest. But when Lin Yuan was looking through the Bai family's treasure vault, he had no chance to stumble on the suzerain coiling dragon blood gold. Coiling dragon blood gold could produce different effects according to the type of dragon blood it absorbed. The coiling dragon blood gold that Lin Yuan possessed had clearly absorbed a violent, terrifying main dragon species Fae. As he held the coiling dragon blood gold in his hand, he could feel the beating of a heart. Lin Yuan fed the suzerain coiling dragon blood gold into the perfect touch wisteria to see how it would change. Just as the perfect touch wisteria absorbed the suzerain coiling dragon blood gold, the surface of the vine was covered with light red blood vessels. The blood vessels did not protrude, and the vine quickly became increasingly sturdy. It resembled the arm of a bodybuilder who was suddenly flexing. Additionally, the sharp tip of the vine was turning into the head of a terrifying dragon. As the perfect touch wisteria absorbed the suzerain coiling dragon blood gold, the perfect touch wisteria abruptly started to display a strong craving for vitality and spirit chi. The vitality could come from the soldier ration radish that had filled almost 30 diamond Fae storage boxes as it was allowed to grow freely in the marsh world. Lin Yuan instructed the vine that had absorbed the coiling dragon blood gold to reach into the diamond Fae storage boxes filled with the soldier ration radish. The tip of the vine that now resembled a dragon started to vigorously absorb the juices of the soldier ration radish. While it absorbed the vitality, the other vines absorbed the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. Once the perfect touch wisteria was done absorbing the suzerain coiling dragon blood gold, it pulled out of the diamond Fae storage boxes. At that moment, Lin Yuan could see that the perfect touch wisteria's vine was now covered with vessels and was mainly gold with a hint of red. The tip of the vine now fully resembled the head of a dragon. It could even open and close its mouth with a strong biting force. According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, he immediately recognized the Fae created by the suzerain coiling dragon blood gold to be the violent tyrannical saddle dragon. The violent tyrannical saddle dragon was a main dragon species Fae that relied on its body to fight. Its bite was strong enough to crush the skulls of main dragon species Faes of the same grade. It was considered to be one of the more outstanding main dragon species Faes that could be evolved from terrifying dragon species Faes. Lin Yuan took out a board made of radium and instructed the Perfect Touch Wisteria to bite down on it. Lin Yuan noticed that since the Perfect Touch Wisteria was only bronze grade, its power was limited. Despite having combined with the suzerain coiling dragon blood gold, it still could not bite through the radium board. Nonetheless, it managed to leave marks on the radium board. This discovery caused Lin Yuan to put even more stock into the Perfect Touch Wisteria's swallow same source skill. It could be said that of all the fays that Lin Yuan was aware of, none of them could leave marks on a radium board at only bronze grade. But the Perfect Touch Wisteria had managed to do so. Begin Lady had entered a state of mock slumber, but Lin Yuan did not need to wake it up in order to obtain its bloodline. He released the bloodline-cutting black carp that had almost evolved from normal to immortal in a day after absorbing Begin Lady's bloodline. There was pure intermediate fairy bloodline within the bloodline-cutting black carp. Lin Yuan immediately fed some of the bloodline from within the bloodline-cutting black carp to one of the Perfect Touch Wisteria's vines. Lin Yuan intended to see how the Perfect Touch Wisteria's vine changed after it used swallow same source to absorb the bloodline of an intermediate fairy. After Lin Yuan told the bloodline-cutting black carp his request, it turned into a ball of water that swirled and moved toward the Perfect Touch Wisteria's vines. The bloodline-cutting black carp released Begin Lady's bloodline that it had absorbed, and the Perfect Touch Wisteria started to absorb it. The bloodline-cutting black carp's food was bloodline power, and its main medium to increase its power. Thus, it was the most important thing to the bloodline-cutting black carp. The bloodline-cutting black carp was willing to give the bloodline power from its body to the Perfect Touch Wisteria as per Lin Yuan's request because it knew that Lin Yuan was the reason for its increase in power. Furthermore, as the bloodline-cutting black carp continued to absorb Begin Lady's bloodline, it developed a deep affection for Begin Lady just like the Holy Lady did, albeit their situations were different in that the Holy Lady had been raised on Begin Lady's bloodline, while the bloodline-cutting black carp had consumed Begin Lady's bloodline. The bloodline-cutting black carp was very against leaving Begin Lady's side. Begin Lady's attitude toward Lin Yuan, coupled with the help that Lin Yuan had given the bloodline-cutting black carp, turned it as obedient as a fey that Lin Yuan had contracted. The Perfect Touch Wisteria did not need to absorb much of Begin Lady's bloodline. Although the Perfect Touch Wisteria could combine with Begin Lady's bloodline, Begin Lady's bloodline was so elite that the Perfect Touch Wisteria was currently only powerful enough to absorb a small portion of it. The Perfect Touch Wisteria had not even absorbed 5% of the bloodline power that the bloodline-cutting black carp had absorbed before it stopped. After absorbing Begin Lady's bloodline, the Perfect Touch Wisteria's body turned faintly pink. More and more gold patterns of waves appeared on the pink and gold vine, and the vine itself also became more transparent until it eventually looked fully elementalized. As a fae that Morbius had spirit-locked, no one was more aware of the Perfect Touch Wisteria's changes than Morbius. Partner, the Perfect Touch Wisteria can be the next fae that you focus on nurturing. The vine that absorbed the suzerain coiling dragon blood gold now has strong physical combat abilities. Now, the Perfect Touch Wisteria will be able to easily break through the defenses of diamond phase that aren't defense type. However, the effect of rolling grades like this will weaken as the Perfect Touch Wisteria becomes stronger. After all, metal spiritual ingredients that have only passed on their physical combat abilities to the Perfect Touch Wisteria are more useful than metal spiritual ingredients that give rise to the Perfect Touch Wisteria's exclusive skills. The Perfect Touch Wisteria's vine that fused with the intermediate fairy bloodline now has a special support effect. When the vine makes contact with friendly targets, it will increase the target's resistance to water and earth elements. When it makes contact with enemy targets, the water and earth elemental energy within their bodies will be stolen. Since Begin Lady is a fairy, its abilities mainly lie in controlling elements. Lin Yuan nodded when he heard what Morbius said. It was true that the Perfect Touch Wisteria could break through the defenses of diamond phase that were not defense type. But even when it reached gold grade, it would not be able to break through the defenses of a suzerain fae that was not defense type. As the Perfect Touch Wisteria's grade rose, the effect of rolling grades would diminish. In order to make the Perfect Touch Wisteria's vine stronger, it needed to consume a higher grade metal spiritual ingredient. The Perfect Touch Wisteria's power was not only limited to raising grades and qualities, but also the strength of the entities that it absorbed through swallow same source. In order to nurture the perfect touch wisteria, Lin Yuan needed to find even more treasures. The abilities that the perfect touch wisteria gained through absorbing Begin Lady's bloodline were rough and violent, could aid friendly forces and weaken enemies. As such, it was now able to offer double-edged support. The ability to offer resistance to water and earth elements was very limited. This was because the effect would be rendered useless when faced with phase that were neither type. However, the perfect touch wisteria could weaken lifeforms made of flesh while still dealing lethal force. From Lin Yuan's learnings in his previous life, he knew that lifeforms were mainly comprised of water and carbon. By robbing lifeforms of water and earth elements, the perfect touch wisteria would be taking away these two key components. Flesh lifeforms that were weaker than the perfect touch wisteria could even be reduced to scrap. When it faced lifeforms that were more powerful than it, the perfect touch wisteria's repeated assault could cause the target to lose a large amount of the water and earth elements in its body. This could lead to the cracking of shells or the drying up of blood. The perfect touch wisteria's highly lethal effects on flesh lifeforms already made it extremely useful. It would become even more of a force to be reckoned with when it faced water and earth-type phase. It would only be rendered useless when it faced lifeforms related to fire, wind, or other elements. The perfect touch wisteria had 8 vines, and it was enough for one of its vines to be able to accomplish this much. Lin Yuan's other phase were also able to complement the perfect touch wisteria's abilities. It could be said that Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the changes that Begin Lady had brought out in the perfect touch wisteria's vine. At that moment, Morbius' voice appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. "Partner, do you still remember the dark gold scale that appeared in the sky during Heaven's trial? It was extremely powerful and was of a much higher level than Begin Lady. My guess is that it came from a snake species lifeform. There isn't much point in keeping it around. Why don't you let the perfect touch wisteria absorb it so it can be turned into your combat power? This will also verify my guess, as we'll be able to tell if it came from a snake species lifeform." Lin Yuan's heart started pounding when he heard what Morbius said. When the perfect touch wisteria used swallow same source to consume something, it would show signs of that entity. The changes that happened to the perfect touch wisteria after it absorbed the suzerain coiling dragon blood gold could prove this. Lin Yuan decided that he would do as Morbius said and feed the dark gold scale to the perfect touch wisteria. Since there was no point in keeping it around, it would be better to use it. The fact that it was able to remain completely undamaged during the 26th attack from Heaven's trial proved that the scale was extraordinary. Moreover, the scale had enabled the 26th attack to be boosted back to maximum capacity when it had been waning. Just how would the scale that had dictated Heaven's trial change the perfect touch wisteria's vine? Lin Yuan released the dark gold scale that Morbius had sealed away. Now the scale had turned brown. Even if it was tossed onto the road, it would not catch the eye of anyone. Lin Yuan took a closer look and noticed faint cracks all over it. The faint cracks resembled the 26 golden eyes of Heaven's trial. Lin Yuan did not make too many guesses and handed the scale to the third perfect touch wisteria. Once the perfect touch wisteria made contact with the snake scale and used swallow same source, the perfect touch wisteria was lit up with a dark golden flame. The scale was reactivated and turned dark gold. Lin Yuan was very familiar with these flames. It was exactly the same as the flames that had appeared during Heaven's trial. The flames could burn Begin Lady's body, and even the moonlight domain could not deal with it. The dark gold flames now were even purer than the ones during Heaven's trial. But because of swallow same source, the perfect touch wisteria was unaffected by the dark gold flames. Rather, as the dark gold scale entered its body, the perfect touch wisteria started to grow even more voraciously. Besides the dark gold flames, the vine also started to extend until it changed into the form of a snake and was covered with lifelike snake scales. The snake scales looked like they had exploded, just like the giant snake of the 26th attack of Heaven's trial had been. The pieces of the exploded scales sprayed everywhere and turned into fiery snakes that spread everywhere in the air. If the perfect touch wisteria was not in charge of the energy, the flames would have burned up everything in the spirit lock spatial zone. When the perfect touch wisteria was done absorbing the dark gold scale, 2 cracks appeared on the snake head at the front of the perfect touch wisteria. At the center of the two cracks were pupils. There was also a slit on the snake's forehead. The shape of a scale could be faintly seen in the slit. The shape of the scale was very similar to the shape of the snake scale that the Perfect Touch Wisteria had consumed. The changes to the Perfect Touch Wisteria had verified Morbius' guess. The scale indeed came from a snake species life form. A guess appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Could the Heaven's Trial that Begin Lady encountered have been controlled by the snake species Fae? If a life form could control a Heaven's Trial, it controlled the rules of a fairy's evolution. Just how powerful did the life form have to be to achieve something like that? In that instant, Lin Yuan's horizons exploded apart. After the Perfect Touch Wisteria swallowed the dark gold snake scale, the aura of the vine completely suppressed that of the vine that had absorbed the suzerain coiling dragon blood gold, and the one that had consumed the intermediate fairy bloodline. Lin Yuan was no longer capable of checking on the Perfect Touch Wisteria's vine that had consumed the dark gold snake scale. This was because the moment Lin Yuan threw the radium board at the dark gold flames, the radium board was immediately burnt to the point of sublimation. It was as though the radium board had been nothing more than a withered weed. When the Perfect Touch Wisteria's vine burned up the dark gold flames, Begin Lady woke up from its mock slumber. The aura of the flames could only be described as traumatic for Begin Lady. Begin Lady had almost died from the dark gold flames. It looked at Lin Yuan with a troubled expression and said, "Lin Yuan, even I don't have the courage to allow the dark gold flames from the vine to touch my body. Although the flames won't be able to burn me to death, they will be able to injure my roots." Lin Yuan could not help but suck in a cold breath. This meant that after the Perfect Touch Wisteria absorbed the dark gold scale, it could now harm an expert that had set their spirit fire alight despite only being bronze grade. Previously, Lin Yuan's most lethal weapon was using the cold season poisonous fish to strengthen the Fish World Sea Trump card. But now, his biggest secret weapon was the Perfect Touch Wisteria. All Lin Yuan needed to do was increase the Perfect Touch Wisteria's power, and its overall combat ability would be increased significantly. Since the Perfect Touch Wisteria had been spirit-locked by Morbius, it would not harm Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan touched the Perfect Touch Wisteria, it retracted all of the dark gold flames. Lin Yuan circulated his spiritual power and injected a large amount of pure spirit chi into the Perfect Touch Wisteria. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to increase the Perfect Touch Wisteria to Gold Eye/Legend. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the Perfect Touch Wisteria. Fey name: Perfect Touch Wisteria. Fey species: Strong Armor Wisteria species/Long Wisteria species. Fey grade: Gold, 1/10. Fey type: Wood. Fey quality: Legend. Abilities: Forbidden growth. After contracting any life form, it can break the limit that comes with the contract. As long as it has sufficient energy, it would be able to continuously increase its power. When it has absorbed the maximum amount of energy, it will be able to comprehend a required willpower rune. Exclusive skill: Swallow Same Source. Every vine will have the same grade and quality, but they can be separated to act as individual entities. Every vine can consume something and take control of its attributes. The swallowed entity cannot be spat out, but an even higher level item can replace it. Once it gains attributes, the vine cannot be separated again. 1. First vine: Suzerain Coiling Dragon Blood Gold, Violent Tyrannical Saddle Dragon. 2. Second vine: Intermediate Fairy Bloodline, Jia Begin River. 3. Third vine: Snake Species Life Form Scale, Unknown. From this point forward, Lin Yuan did not intend to inject his spiritual power into the Perfect Touch Wisteria to evolve it. He had many things to do and did not have the time to do so. Once he obtained a large amount of spirit chi crystals by nurturing the white-clothed followers, the Perfect Touch Wisteria's grade and quality would skyrocket. The Perfect Touch Wisteria's Swallow Same Source skill was extremely strong. Lin Yuan hoped that the Perfect Touch Wisteria would obtain another powerful exclusive skill when it evolved to Fantasy Breed or Myth Breed. For Fays that naturally comprehended willpower runes, the strength of the willpower rune depended on the strength of its bloodline and other factors that affected its quality. Even if the Perfect Touch Wisteria had the worst luck, there was no way that its willpower rune would be weak, given its quality and bloodline. If the exclusive skills that the perfect touch wisteria gained when it evolved to fantasy breed and myth breed also had strong strategic significance, the perfect touch wisteria's position in Lin Yuan's heart would rise again. Even if the exclusive skills only increased its power and did not have any strategic significance, swallow same source would be enough. Lin Yuan kept the perfect touch wisteria in the spirit lock spatial zone, so it could absorb the pure spirit chi to increase its power on its own. When Lin Yuan had been helping Begin Lady to overcome Heaven's trial, the Mermaid Emperor bloodline in his body had decreased substantially. Hence, Lin Yuan did not have too much Mermaid Emperor bloodline to feed to the bloodline-cutting black carp. He collected all of the Mermaid Emperor bloodline he could circulate in the tip of his finger and placed his finger on the bloodline-cutting black carp's forehead. A blue and gold bloodline power poured out from Lin Yuan's finger, and the bloodline-cutting black carp hurriedly absorbed the bloodline power that Lin Yuan was releasing. The Mermaid Emperor bloodline was elite, which made it attractive to the bloodline-cutting black carp. After the bloodline-cutting black carp absorbed Lin Yuan's Mermaid Emperor bloodline power, a faint azure light entered its pink and gold body. The azure light was not rejected by Begin Lady's bloodline. Instead, it easily fused with Begin Lady's bloodline. Besides the change in the color of its body, the bloodline-cutting black carp's body shape had also changed. First, the bloodline-cutting black carp's body elongated, and the blue mermaid bloodline moved downward in the bloodline-cutting black carp's body. The top half of its body changed into human form while the bottom half retained its fishtail. At this point, the bloodline-cutting black carp had not finished its transformation from absorbing the bloodline. But one look at it and one could tell that the bloodline-cutting black carp now looked like a mermaid. One's bloodline also decided one's outward appearance. Since the bloodline-cutting black carp had consumed Lin Yuan and Begin Lady's bloodline, and it had consumed more of the Begin Lady's bloodline than Lin Yuan's, the features of its human half resembled Begin Lady more than Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, there were traces of Lin Yuan to be seen on the bloodline-cutting black carp's human face. The bloodline-cutting black carp had fully transformed into a life form that was a mix of Lin Yuan and Begin Lady's bloodlines. The bloodline-cutting black carp's attitude toward Lin Yuan had changed clearly. It now felt the same toward him that it did toward Begin Lady. When Begin Lady had been in a state of mock slumber, it had not mentioned that it would be taking the bloodline-cutting black carp along with it. But now that the bloodline-cutting black carp had absorbed Lin Yuan's bloodline, Begin Lady asked Lin Yuan for permission to keep the bloodline-cutting black carp by its side. While it was in its state of mock slumber, the bloodline-cutting black carp would continue to absorb Begin Lady's bloodline to continue increasing its power. It was as though the bloodline-cutting black carp was more important to Begin Lady now that it had absorbed Lin Yuan's bloodline. Lin Yuan did not think too much about it and focused on Chop Dark. Begin Lady had already killed Su Jian's Wind-type Source-type lifeform Chop Dark. Chop Dark had already absorbed the Wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls provided by Ding Chengshua and transformed. The elemental heart that Chop Dark had produced was now in Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan already possessed sufficient phoenix blood. Every 2 weeks, Dark Cloud's bird shrine provided Lin Yuan with almost 10 drops of main phoenix species Fey essence blood. Thus, he gained almost 20 drops of blood monthly. However, the faction that Lin Yuan and Long Tao had built together would only be able to provide Lin Yuan with a stable supply of dragon liver a month later. Hence, there was no rush to evolve the golden wings. Lin Yuan did not use the elemental heart to evolve Shiny immediately. For the rest of the day, Lin Yuan intended to wait to hear more from Little Peach about her interaction with Yang Xijia so he could obtain more information from Yang Xijia. He was not worried that Little Peach could be in danger. This was because Little Peach had mentioned that there was a treasure in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. For the sake of the treasure, the Truth Association would not lay a hand on Little Peach even if they found out what was happening. They would definitely wait until the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opened again and they obtained the treasure before they got rid of Little Peach. Additionally, Begin Lady and Little Peach's minds were linked due to their bloodline power. Begin Lady could sense everything that was happening to Little Peach, and the latter could use the bloodline power in its body to awaken Begin Lady. If Little Peach was ever in any danger, Begin Lady would swoop in to save her. To Lin Yuan, the day passed by peacefully. Amidst the chaos that Sacred Forest City was in, Sky Creation, which had suspended operations, started operating again. They continued to only accept 20 orders per day. When Sky Creation decided to continue operating normally at such a time, it caught the attention of most members of local factions in the Divine Wood Federation. All of them were ready to offer large payments if it meant they could work with Sky Creation. It was likely that this was because the local factions in Sacred Forest City were panicked and wanted to secure more methods of preserving themselves. Thus, Lin Yuan's remuneration from this day was almost twice the amount of the day of Sky Creation's opening. With such a large amount of precious spiritual ingredients in Lin Yuan's hands, he could not help but be amazed by how bountiful the startling Line's continent was. Lin Yuan instructed Sky Creation to begin operating again because he wanted to see how the Yang family reacted. But even after the day had passed, the Yang family did not make any special moves. Although the Yang family appeared to be the picture of composure, they were actually holding an imperial meeting because of Lin Yuan. During the previous imperial meetings, the Yang family would invite all of the members of the council. However, the people present at this imperial meeting were the Yang family and 4 figures clad in red robes. Yang Xijie and the rest of the Yang family's direct descendants were all present. The Yang family's direct descendants were all staring at the 4 red-robed figures. From the reactions of all the people looking at the 4 red-robed figures, it was clear they had never seen these 4 figures before. They were also astonished that there were strangers in attendance at the imperial meeting. At that moment, the head of the Yang family, Yang Hanxian, was seated in the main seat. Yang Hanxian saved the first 4 seats for the 4 red-robed figures. The 4 red-robed figures sat in their seats quietly. They made for a very unsettling sight. Yang Ji sat on the seat to the left of the main seat, and next to him was Yang Xijie. Yang Xijie's eyes were fixed on Yang Hanxian, and he noticed that his expression looked the same as it always was. However, Yang Xijie was no longer looking at Yang Hanxian with such a pure gaze but with scheming eyes instead. Yang Ji looked at the 4 red-robed figures with fear. When one of the 4 adjusted their robes, Yang Ji instinctively avoided their gaze. Yang Xijie knew of the 4 red-robed figures' existence long ago. However, he never expected them to turn up at an imperial meeting. No outsiders had ever been present at previous private imperial meetings. Yang Xijie knew that this unprecedented situation was taking place because his father no longer wanted to hide the existence of the Truth Association. This caused Yang Xijie's chest to contract. Presently, the Truth Association was controlling the Yang family from the shadows. But once the matter was exposed, the unity of the Yang family's internal affairs would crumble in an instant. It would be impossible to rebuild the unity once it crumbled. Even if he had recruited Little Peach and was trying to incite a fight between Sky Creation and the Truth Association through mobbing, until the Truth Association and Sky Creation took each other out and left the Yang family to regain control, there would be no point in him controlling the Yang family then. Thus, Yang Xijie was secretly trying to come up with a way to prevent his father from revealing the existence of the Truth Association at the imperial meeting. Alas, he could not come up with anything. He was now fully in charge of the matter regarding Little Peach. Little Peach had become Yang Xijie's biggest source of support. Yang Xijie did not want to mention Little Peach at the imperial meeting. If he spoke too much, he could attract his father's attention. This would cause his plan to fail before it even began. An idea popped into Yang Xijie's head. Before Yang Hanxian announced that the imperial meeting was going to begin, Yang Xijie looked anxious and said, "Father, I have confirmed with the Holy Lady that Chu Yuan of Sky Creation indeed entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Sky Creation is still in Sacred Forest City, and I have placed people to keep watch on Sky Creation's movements. As such, I was informed that they had resumed business today. Sky Creation has a Class 5 Creation Master. I'm afraid that if they stay in Sacred Forest City for too long." Before Yang Xijie could finish speaking, the 4th Truth Association member, sitting to Yang Hanxian's right, sneered haughtily, "Yang Hanxian, what is going on? Why didn't you report to me that a faction with a Class 5 Creation Master has appeared in Sacred Forest City? If you have the gall not to report such a matter, aren't you afraid of angering him?" The words of the Truth Association member caused the eyes of all the Yang family members to widen, and they soon started shouting their concerns. Most of the direct descendants of the Yang family did not understand the situation and had been guessing the identities of the four red-robed men. But what the man said made the Yang family seem like a leash dog. What was going on? Yang Sijie's chest tightened when he heard what the Truth Association member said. He had mentioned sky creation to shift his father's attention. However, he had not expected to attract the Truth Association's attention instead and for him to instantly put his father on the spot. Unless his father could kill the four members of the Truth Association, his father's authority would vanish. But regardless of whether his father was able to kill this member of the Truth Association, his father's current attitude toward the Truth Association would cause him to apologize immediately. His words had made things difficult for his father. In such a situation, it was unlikely that things would end well for him. Yang Sijie already caught sight of Yang Hanxian, looking at him with rage. But there was also unmistakable fear in his eyes. Yang Hanxian, the head of the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, hurriedly bowed to the Truth Association member and said, "I invited the four of you to attend the Imperial meeting because I wanted to tell you about this matter, so you can make a decision. The Yang family won't be able to handle a faction with a Class 5 Creation Master without your help." Yang Hanxian's words caused the dignity and honor of everyone from the Yang family to crumble. Yang Sijie sat in his seat with his hands clasped in his lap, but there was nothing he could do. Previously, Yang Sijie only knew that his father was afraid of the Truth Association. But he did not expect his father to debase himself to such an extent in front of the Truth Association. The Truth Association member was clearly not sold by what Yang Hanxian said. His voice was as arrogant as ever as he said, "The Yang family only has 2 Class 4 Creation Masters, yet you have the audacity to try to take on a faction with a Class 5 Creation Master. Class 5 Creation Masters are like the sky, while Class 4 Creation Masters are like dirt. Even Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters are nothing more than just larger rocks. Now, report all you know about the Class 5 Creation Master this instant. The Lord's Envoy has personally come to Sacred Forest City. If you leave out even one piece of information, Lord Envoy will turn your body inside out." Previously, the Truth Association member's words had only been impolite to Yang Hanxian. But now, he was clearly deciding the fate of Yang Hanxian's life or death. At first, Yang Sijie thought that Yang Hanxian was only deep in the Truth Association's pockets and only needed to be pulled out. But it turned out that his father was nothing but an inconsequential pawn in the eyes of the Truth Association. At first, Yang Sijie had been smug over his recruitment of Little Peach. But now his heart plummeted. His father was a pinnacle immortal expert. In the eyes of the Truth Association, he was nothing more than a bug that could be crushed at any time without making a difference. Little Peach was only willing to help him because he could offer her sufficient profits. But he had not even reached Immortal. What right did he have to involve himself in this storm? Regardless of what the ending of the fight between Sky Creation and the Truth Association was, it would not have anything to do with him. When Yang Hanxian heard what the Truth Association member said, he seemed to remember something horrifying as his body started trembling uncontrollably. However, Yang Hanxian's mind had been fully occupied by the Su and Bai families recently, and he had not paid much attention to Sky Creation. Previously, Yang Sijie had tried to make contact with Sky Creation at the Crownwood banquet. Due to the good relationship between Sky Creation and the Su family, Yang Sijie had not tried to learn more about Sky Creation. How could Yang Hanxian give an update about Sky Creation now? Since Yang Sijie had been the one who mentioned the matter, he should be the one to give the explanation. If the explanation was bad, he would be the one who took the heat from the 4 members of the Truth Association. His fear of the Truth Association had caused Yang Hanxian to lose his fatherly love long ago. To Yang Hanxian, Yang Sijie was nothing more than a pawn that could be used as a scapegoat. Yang Hanxian bowed and said to the Truth Association member, "Lord, Sky Creation hasn't been in Sacred Forest City for long. The one who has been interacting with Sky Creation is my son Yang Sijie. Sijie, since you brought up Sky Creation, you should be the one to tell the Lord from the Truth Association about Sky Creation." When Yang Sijie heard what Yang Hanxian said, he froze, and beads of cold sweat started running down his back. Yang Sijie looked at Yang Hanxian with a complicated gaze. Yang Sijie did not understand what Yang Hanxian's current intention was. He was now a pathetic insect that had been pushed under the bus because Yang Hanxian was afraid of taking on the Truth Association. As for Sky Creation, he had already reported the situation to Yang Hanxian. Yang Hanxian had told him that he should stop interacting with Sky Creation because of Sky Creation's relationship with the Su family. But now, Yang Hanxian was acting as though nothing was happening. While Yang Sijie was looking at his father, the fourth Truth Association member removed his hood, revealing a face that was without an eye and nose. The lone eye that was left was looking at Yang Sijie with amusement. When Yang Sijie turned his head, he happened to meet the gaze of the singular eye, and he was so frightened that his body trembled. From the gaze, Yang Sijie could sense how inferior he was. He was like a cockroach pressed under the clawed paw of a cat. He could only convince the cat to lift its paw and survive if he made the cat happy. Yang Sijie hastily said, "Lord, in response to what you said, Sky Creation has been close with the E family. Now the E family is hiding in Sky Creation's tree castle. Sky Creation likely has an unknown reason for being in Sacred Forest City. The Su family mentioned that Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master is staying with them. But there didn't seem to be Class 5 Creation Master support when the Su and Bai families recently attacked the Yang family. So, I can't be sure if the rumor about Sky Creation having a Class 5 Creation Master is true. Lord, if you're interested in Sky Creation, I can send someone to surround them." The noseless and single-eyed man pursed his lips and said, "Is this your report for me? You aren't even sure if there is a Class 5 Creation Master in Sky Creation? Do you think that Class 4 Creation Masters nurtured the three-colored peaceful calm air moss that the Su family's elite team was wearing? Are Class 4 Creation Masters that capable? Spouting nonsense won't save your life. If you help me see the value in keeping you alive, why don't you become a meal for my cut-tooth shark loach?" Beads of cold sweat dripped from Yang Sijie's head, and his mind was dizzy with panic. It was true that he had not put much effort into learning about Sky Creation. What he had said was already everything that he knew. There was no way that he could make up information and feed it to the man. Once the Truth Association interacted with Sky Creation, the truth of his updates would be verified easily. If it was confirmed then that what he said was fake, there was no way that he would be able to continue living. The most pressing matter to Yang Sijie at the moment was self-preservation. Regardless of his many ideas, everything would be for naught once he died. Now, Yang Sijie no longer cared about his previous plans. The treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm was the only news that could help him continue living. Faced with the threat of death, Yang Sijie said anxiously, "I specially escorted the Holy Lady. The people from Sky Creation somehow managed to enter the sacred wood mystic realm. The Holy Lady said that a treasure would be produced in the sacred wood mystic realm 10 years later. I'm sure the treasure will be useful to you." Yang Sijie's words caused Yang Hanxian to frown. Yang Sijie had never mentioned such a monumental matter to him in previous reports. Apparently, Yang Sijie had his own schemes. Yang Hanxian immediately became wary of Yang Sijie. The other three members of the Truth Association, who had not spoken yet, were clearly interested when they heard Yang Sijie mention that a treasure was going to be produced in the sacred wood mystic realm. Given their ties with the Yang family, there was no way that the Truth Association would be unaware of the sacred wood mystic realm. In fact, the members of the Truth Association had intentionally asked Yang Hanxian about the sacred wood mystic realm. When they first heard that there was a treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm, the second Truth Association member removed his hood, revealing a head of golden brown hair and beautiful features. However, the figure was clearly a woman who was very advanced in age. "Handsome boy, you don't have to lie. If you lie, number 4's Fae will just eat you. Simple as that." Yang Sijie hurriedly replied, "I can swear on my Lo rune that I am not lying. The Holy Lady is currently in the room I arranged for her. If you want to verify the information, I can take you to see the Holy Lady." Yang Sijie's assurance was very resolute. No spirit chi professional would swear on their Lo rune flippantly. Moreover, besides swearing on his Lo rune, he was also willing to verify the information with Little Peach. He did not leave any way for himself to be outed. Previously, Little Peach might have told him the information because she saw him as trustworthy. Yang Sijie's action was a betrayal to Little Peach. Little Peach would definitely be enraged and deem him a thorn in her side because of this betrayal. Yang Sijie had clearly made this woman happy. We will not be meeting with the Holy Lady. From our investigation, the sacred wood mystic realm is a small world. Since the treasure will only mature 10 years later, the Holy Lady doesn't have any value now. Now that you've told the Truth Association about the treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm, we will take it as the Yang family demonstrating their respect for the Truth Association. You continue to connect with the Holy Lady, and I'll enter the sacred wood mystic realm with you 10 years later to retrieve the treasure. When Yang Sijie heard what the girl said, not only was he not angry, but he was even slightly happy. By telling him to continue interacting with Little Peach, the woman had extended his life by 10 years. This gave him 10 years to prepare. He might even be able to reap large rewards from Little Peach during the 10 years. He had not told Yang Hanxian about the sacred wood mystic realm situation. If the Truth Association member had not just given him a task, Yang Sijie knew that his father would have dealt with him the moment after the meeting ended. This was exactly how his older brother had died. Yang Sijie hurriedly replied, "Don't worry. I will definitely perform the task you've given me to your satisfaction." Yang Sijie's desperate attitude and Yang Hanxian once again lowering his head to gain favor with the Truth Association decimated whatever little had been left of the Yang family's pride and honor. Although they were still in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, they had lost the necessary dignity of the family that lorded over the imperial court. At that moment, the Truth Association member sitting in the first seat said, "The Yang family will immediately send someone to make contact with Sky Creation. Go in strong. Kill 2 of Sky Creation's inner members and see how Sky Creation reacts." Yang Sijie and Yang Hanxian's hearts skipped a beat. The Truth Association member meant for the Yang family to be the lackey. There was no way that Sky Creation would let the Yang family off after the Yang family killed their inner members. Once the Yang family carried out the task from the Truth Association, they would make an enemy of Sky Creation. This order would burn the possibility of any bridge forming between the Yang family and Sky Creation. They could change from being unrelated to bitter enemies. At that point, the Yang family could rely on the Truth Association. Frankly, even Yang Hanxian was unable to carry out this task. After he interacted with the Truth Association, Yang Hanxian found out how scary a faction with Class 5 Creation Masters were. There was no way that the Yang family could afford to offend such a faction. However, did the Yang family truly have the luxury of choice now? Eventually, Yang Hanxian could only gnash his teeth and say, "Lord, Sky Creation might have experts more powerful than me. Do you think?" Before Yang Hanxian could finish speaking, the Truth Association sitting in the first seat cut him off. "Before the Yang family takes action, I will report to Lord Envoy so he will be able to secretly provide you with a squad. Your son needs to contact the Holy Lady. You shall personally lead the team in getting in touch with Sky Creation. Once the matter is settled, I will ask Lord Emperor to give you a recommendation so you'll be able to join the Truth Association." Yang Hanxian had looked conflicted. But once he heard that he could be recommended to join the Truth Association, Yang Hanxian's troubled expression vanished, and he quickly said, "With Lord Envoy's squad, I will immediately lead the team to head to Sky Creation's tree castle." The imperial meeting between the Yang family and the outsiders was about to end. Yang Hanxian led the Yang family's experts out of the imperial court and headed to the busiest business district in the Divine Wood Federation. This was the Yang family's first movement ever since the Su and Bai families were eliminated, and they were making huge waves. These huge waves caused countless native factions of the Divine Wood Federation to put up their guard. Every large faction in Sacred Forest City had a team specifically meant for gathering information. Up and down the street, any worker could be a spy sent out by a faction. With Yang Hanxian personally leading people out of the imperial court, the factions of Sacred Forest City were all guessing what Yang Hanxian's goal could be. But when they saw Yang Hanxian leave the central area where the members of veteran elite families gathered to head toward the business district, every spy's mind immediately went to Sky City. The Yang family was definitely heading to Sky Creation. However, he was leading such a large team, and the guards had even summoned their fays. By coming in so strongly, did it mean that the Yang family was going to attack Sky Creation? Or could it be because of the Yi family? While Yang Hanxian was leading the Yang family's experts to Sky Creation's tree castle, rain started to fall on a severely dehydrated continent during its driest season. When Peace collapsed due to dehydration and severe sunburns while she was digging for the duck-mouthed lungfish, she thought that her life was about to end. But she accidentally entered a meeting amongst the stars. It was there that the lonely Peace found a home. When she awoke, she realized that everything that had happened in the stars had not been a dream but reality. She now had the tide rain mantis that could bring forth a tide with only a small amount of her spiritual power. Even the finger blade insect that she usually relied on for survival had also evolved to platinum thanks to the gifts from the figure in the constellations. When the finger blade insect attached itself to her fingernails now, Peace could easily kill wolves that were skulking the desert for food. The wolves that hunted in the deserts usually came in packs of 3 to 5 and usually were at gold grade. In the broiling rock continent, any person who encountered a pack of wolves while searching for water would only have death waiting for him. Peace had encountered them twice in the past 2 days. First, she had panicked, but eventually, she was able to kill them easily with the finger blade insect attached to her fingernails. She now had wolf skin and meat as her personal possessions. Peace instructed the tide rain mantis to clean the gray-brown wolf skin before she stored the cleaned wolf meat inside the teardrop-shaped ring. Peace could not help but beam broadly when she glimpsed the ring. Firstly, the person who had gifted her with the ring had given her a chance to continue living. Secondly, the person had solved a doubt that had been plaguing her for years just by using her name. The previously disheveled Peace now wore clothes sewn wolfskin. Peace was used to leading a life where she lacked water and was afraid of the duck-mouthed lungfish in the rivers during the monsoon season floods, so she dared not go to collect water from the river. But now she had achieved true free access to rainwater. Peace walked into the drizzle created by the tide rain mantis. In the time that the tide rain mantis produced the small shower from solidifying elements, Peace had recovered her spiritual power. Despite wearing wolfskin, Peace did not feel hot at all. Instead, she was extremely comfortable. Without needing to search for rocks to take shelter under, Peace arrived at the entrance of the city. Peace's appearance shocked the entire city. There were many rain masters in the broiling rock continent cities. All of them were capable of producing water. This was why they were so respected. Water was more valuable than any other resource in the broiling rock continent. 1 ton of water could be used to exchange for many spiritual ingredients. Water did not have any value in a place where water was abundant. But in a place where water was scarce, it was an absolute necessity for survival. However, most of the rain masters from the large cities contracted the duck-mouthed lungfish. They used their spiritual power to trigger the duck-mouthed lungfish's glands to produce foul-smelling secretions. When the secretion was distilled, brownish-yellow mucus would sink while the water that had been evaporated would be safe to drink. If someone drank the duck-mouthed lungfish's secretions, their body would bloat and produce pus. During the summer season of the broiling rock continent, any damage to the skin would cause the wound to fester due to the high temperature. 40 to 50-degree weather was a hotbed for bacteria. The silver duck-mouthed lungfish will be able to produce 75 kilograms of secretions a day at the very most. After distillation, 60 kilograms of water could be produced. Even after distillation, the water from the duck-mouthed lungfish would cause regular people to itch all over. However, there was no way that regular people could survive in the broiling rock continent. Even spirit chi professionals would feel a certain level of itching after drinking the water from the duck-mouthed lungfish's secretions. In the large city, any spirit chi professional with power and resources would not drink the water produced from the duck-mouthed lungfish's secretions. However, other fays that could produce water produced too little of it. Every outstanding rain master was almost worshipped in the broiling rock continent's large cities. The city that Peace had been eyeing for some time was a big mystery to her. If Lin Yuan walked around the city, he would notice that it was comparable to Phoebe Jinan City. The strongest expert in the city only had the diamond duck-mouthed lungfish. Peace's Platinum X/Fantasy-Tide Rain Mantis was the most powerful combat power in the city. The most well-respected Rain Master in the city had contracted the Platinum X/Epic Iron Pole Shield Coconut Tree. The Platinum X/Epic Iron Pole Shield Coconut Tree could produce 50 fruits each day that were fought over by the factions. However, compared to the rain around Peace, the Iron Pole Shield Coconut Tree no longer seemed as desirable. All of the coconuts produced by the Iron Pole Shield Coconut Tree had the issue of being too sweet. One could not quench their thirst by drinking it. In other continents, the sweeter the coconut, the better. However, in the Broiling Rock continent, being overly sweet became a drawback for coconuts. In the summer season, not even the strongest spirit chi professionals could guarantee that they would have the chance to shower once every week. Even if they did shower, they could only use 2 buckets of water at most. Yet, Peace could envelop herself in a 10-meter radius of rain. The news of Peace's appearance at the city entrance quickly spread throughout the city. At that moment, all of the factions were floored. In a place where water was scarce and danger was abound, people started battles over water. Nonetheless, they were polite with each other in the big picture. Any spirit chi professional living in the city increased the stability of the city. When water was at its most scarce during the summer season, wandering packs of wolves joined forces to form an army that attacked the large cities together. There were many cities that crumbled under the army of wolves because they lacked power. In order to increase the stability between the spirit chi professionals in the cities held a weekly Rain Master offering. During the offering, the spirit chi professionals who did not have water to drink could take something they deemed to be the most valuable to offer to the Rain Masters. If they were lucky enough for the Rain Masters to agree, the Rain Masters would immediately take the treasures being offered. In the next week, the Rain Masters would then provide the spirit chi professionals with water. This method lowered the crime rate in the large cities as the spirit chi professionals would not have to commit crimes out of thirst. Furthermore, this increased the status of the Rain Masters, who could provide rainwater to exchange for high-quality labor. Almost anything could be used as an offering in the Broiling Rock continent. Even Rain Masters only admired other Rain Masters who were stronger than them but would not think of laying a hand on them. The stronger the Rain Master, the more experts he would have by his side. This was a long-established culture in the Broiling Rock continent. The factions of the city were stepping over each other to greet Peace. However, there was only one thought in Peace's mind. This city was enormous. Here, she would not have to worry about not being able to find shade in the afternoon. Peace walked through the entrance of the city with her heart pounding. To someone like Peace, who fought for survival in the wilderness every day, large cities were almost sacred. Peace was about to knock on the city gates when the gates swung open on their own, and out came a throng of spirit chi professionals. All of the spirit chi professionals were dressed better than Peace, but they were looking at her with admiration. At that moment, a young man dressed in leather armor stepped forward. He had handsome features. The young man walked closer to Peace and bowed as he said, "Welcome, Lordess Rainmaster, to Green Continent City. I am the City Lord, Pang Luo. I hope that you will stay in Green Continent City for a few days. If you are pleased with Green Continent City, I thank you on behalf of Green Continent City for choosing to spend time here." Rain Masters were leaders in the Green Continent City, while the City Lord and City Guards were nothing more than groups meant to maintain the city's stability and protect the Rain Masters' profits. If Peace's reign entered Green Continent City, countless people in the city would be nourished. Although there were already many Rain Masters in Green Continent City, the city still lacked water. The size of the pools of the cities in the Broiling Rock continent depended on the abilities of the Rain Masters to create water. Once a Rain Master was sufficiently capable of creating water and had a surplus of water, the city would be able to expand and protect even more people, thus increasing their power as well. Pang Luo assumed that Green Continent City was set up very well. The people from Green Continent City were generally very kind. Pang Luo hoped that this girl would acknowledge Green Continent City and begin living here. This was because he hoped that Green Continent City could improve and become a haven where everyone could be protected. Additionally, for some reason, he was overwhelmed with emotions when he laid eyes on this girl with short red hair. It was as though a beacon of light had entered his previously bland life. Peace was very timid around the crowd of people. But at the same time, she put up her guard for fear that the people from the city would harm her. It was only when she sensed that these people did not mean her any harm that Peace relaxed. Nonetheless, her guard was still as high as ever. She had almost died once and gained a new dream once she achieved true free access to rainwater. That dream was to be someone who could be of use to Leo. After experiencing despair, a person naturally learned how to repay debts. Peace had been using Thought's letter paper to communicate with the other members of the Astronomical Parliament for the past 2 days. She now saw them as her family. During the Astronomical Parliament, Lin Yuan had given Peace enough resources to keep her alive but had not issued any tasks to her. She found out about the tasks that Lin Yuan had given to the other members of the Astronomical Parliament through her conversations on the Thought's letter paper. Before Peace arrived at Green Continent City, she tried to come up with a way to build a faction. In her few encounters with wolf packs, Peace discovered that the alpha wolf had absolute control over the pack. This was because the alpha wolf was always female and could expand the pack. Additionally, the alpha of the pack was always the strongest wolf. Thus, from what she learned from the wolf packs, she knew that she needed to be strong enough in order to provide an endless supply of water and build her faction. Peace had already achieved both criteria. She could not produce one wolf after another like the female wolves could to build up the pack. Thus, the best place to build a faction would be Green Continent City. Although Peace had not read much, her experience living on the brink between life and death allowed her to easily pick up what motivated humans. Peace knew that the crowd of people greeting her and the invitation to stay in Green Continent City was because she had a light rain shower enveloping her. This was the best time for her to demonstrate her might and value. Peace said softly, "Thank you for your invitation. Since you left your city just to invite me, I should also make a gesture." While she spoke, Peace ordered the Tide Rain Mantis to use Leaping Tide. Given that the Tide Rain Mantis was a Platinum/Fantasy Fae, it was easy to control its ability's strength. Since Peace had contracted the Tide Rain Mantis, their thoughts were connected. The Tide Rain Mantis knew that Peace did not want to attack these people. Thus, it controlled the strength of Leaping Tide to only create a tide. Peace had used around 20% of the spiritual power in her body. The water elements around her enlarged, and the thin drizzles of rain turned into bead-sized droplets that formed a curtain of rain around Peace. The tide rushed toward the door and the over 500 Spirit Chi professionals standing there. Almost every Spirit Chi professional was swept up within the tide. Peace had enveloped everyone present with one move. The 10-meter radius of thin drizzle around Peace could produce only 10 buckets of water. But the water produced by this tide contained at least 150 tons of water. The tide already surpassed the amount of water that all of the rainmasters in Green Continent City could collectively produce in a day. The water from the tide was refreshing without any strange tastes. It was a wonderful source of water. From the way that the young girl so easily summoned the water, it was likely that it was not difficult for her to do so. At that moment, everyone in Green Continent City yearned to cling to Peace. As long as Peace was willing to stay in Green Continent City and continue creating water, with the help of everyone, Green Continent City would become a giant metropolis. They could continuously increase the size of the city to develop unknown regions around the city. The environment around Green Continent City was unknown to the people within Green Continent City. There were people who went out and explored during the rainy season. However, none of them had returned. One of those people was Pang Luo's father. After Peace thanked these people for greeting her by demonstrating her power, she walked through the gates of Green Continent City. She had communicated with Yin Lin and Su Iran in the past few days. Luo Lan was still floating down the river as she fled for the border of the Divine Wood Federation and waited for Lin Yuan to rescue her. All she had on her hands was time. She had spiraled thinking about her circumstances. The death of her father gave her the urge to flee. Hence, the bored Luolan had been giving lessons to Peace through Thought's letter paper to teach her how to establish a faction. Previously, she had been too kind in her management of her faction. As a result, Luo Kai had the chance to usurp her. This matter had been plaguing Luolan. Thus, while she was teaching Peace, Luolan learned from her own lessons and stressed to Peace that when managing a faction, one had to keep an iron grip over every member of the faction. There was no bigger taboo than being soft-hearted. Peace greatly improved once she learned this lesson. Although she was still innocent-minded, she now knew what she had to do in order to manage a faction. Peace decided to remain quiet and wait while she was in Green Continent City until the people saw her value. It was only then that she would have leverage for negotiations. Luolan, Su Iran, and Een Lin's teachings to peace enabled a metropolis to rise in the broiling rock continent. Every family in the city had the statue of the Green Continent goddess. Regardless of whether one was a new resident or an old one, they all knew that the water they drank came from the Green Continent goddess. By this time, Yang Hanxian had arrived at the entrance of Sky Creation and given his first order. All along the way to Sky Creation's tree castle, Yang Hanxian was grappling with himself to the point that he even felt suffocated. Yang Hanxian took several deep breaths, but it did not help. He dared not go against the Truth Association's order. Any member of the Truth Association would be able to crush him. However, Yang Hanxian was also unwilling to make an enemy of a faction with a Class 5 Creation Master. The Truth Association had become so powerful because they had Class 5 Creation Masters who provided them with Class 5 Creation Master resources. Yang Sijia barely interacted with the Truth Association and did not understand just how terrifying a faction with a Class 5 Creation Master was. However, Yang Hanxian was well aware of this. Hence, given the choice, Yang Hanxian did not want to make an enemy of Sky Creation. Alas, the Truth Association had already issued their order. If he dared to show a hint of unwillingness, he would not be able to answer to the Truth Association. He had no choice but to carry out the order of killing 2 of Sky Creation's inner members to get a rise out of Sky Creation. Now, the Truth Association was using him as a lackey to eliminate Sky Creation. Rather, he was testing the waters on their behalf. It was possible that after he tested the waters and uncovered how exceptional Sky Creation was, they would abandon him and work with Sky Creation instead. It was likely that with a Class 5 Creation Master, Sky Creation had a large store of the resources the Truth Association needed. This was Yang Hanxian's greatest fear. Once the Truth Association made contact with Sky Creation and got on good terms, the Yang family would lose all value to the Truth Association. From how Yi Huailong could lead the entire Yi family into Sky Creation's tree castle, it showed how close the Yi family was with Sky Creation. He needed to issue the necessary order no matter how conflicted he was. After Lu Jie handled the spies sent by Su Han, he picked a few of the reserve white-clothed followers who were young, had decent features, and had the most potential to keep them by Lin Yuan's side by becoming the tree castle's helpers. The second day after Lin Yuan returned to the tree castle, he handed out a large number of bronze/epic phase. A few of them had comprehended special willpower runes and thus had unique potential when it came to their contraction of phase. As such, Lin Yuan provided them with bronze/legend phase. In a place like the Divine Wood Federation, bronze/flawless phase were already treasures to regular people who did not come from reputable families. They dared not dream of obtaining them. Bronze/epic phase were of an even higher level than bronze/flawless phase. These people had never even heard of bronze/legend phase. Any regular person would want to change their fate, and the reserve white-clothed followers were no exception. Once they obtained the bronze/epic and bronze/legend phase, the reserve white-clothed followers were immediately thankful to Lu Jie, who had chosen them, and Lin Yuan, who had given the phase to them. They now felt a strong sense of belonging to Sky Creation. Before the white-clothed followers contracted phase, they had all first sworn their loyalties to Lu Jie. As such, they could not be more trustworthy. Lin Yuan sent most of the reserve white-clothed followers to the Marsh World so they could train there. This was because when you needed helpers, and Lin Yuan had already removed the strong invaders from the territory. Hence, the white-clothed followers would not be in any danger while they trained in the Marsh World. Lin Yuan had given the white-clothed followers phase so quickly because he wanted the world graces that fell from the phase world cleansings, so the spirit chi crystals would increase the perfect touch Wisteria's power. Besides increasing the perfect touch Wisteria's power, Lin Yuan felt that he also needed to accumulate spirit chi crystals. Spirit chi crystals had been necessary both in the Mother of Bloodbath's evolution to a heavenly family fae and begin Lady's transformation into an intermediate fairy. If Lin Yuan had any fewer spirit chi crystals, the mother of Bloodbath and Begin Lady would not have succeeded. The reserve white-clothed followers who Lu Jie stationed by the door were the two that Lu Jie saw the most potential in. Neither of them had reached 30 years old but had already comprehended 4 willpower runes. One of them was affiliated with Fire-type Power Offense-type phase, while the other was affiliated with Fey Support-type phase. Both of their Fey affiliations were Fire-type and were also able to cooperate perfectly during combat. The two reserve white-clothed followers knew that something big was happening. They never had the chance to interact with Yang Hanxian in the past, but they recognized the uniforms of the Imperial Courts Guards. The Imperial Courts Guards had appeared numerous times to arrest criminals and drag them back to the Imperial Court to be tried. Every time the Imperial Courts Guards appeared, bloodshed followed. The two reserve white-clothed followers were already very frightened of the Yang family's troops. Only an important member of the Yang family could lead the guards here. The Imperial Courts Guards had already summoned their main phase and went into their battle stances. In the midst of their fear, the two reserve white-clothed followers heard Lu Jie say, "Once you become white-clothed followers, you won't have to be afraid of any faction. You'll be able to take on any faction." Because of what Lu Jie said, the two reserve white-clothed followers fought their fear and said, "Sky Creation is no longer accepting any orders. If you still need to, you can come early tomorrow to Q." The two reserve white-clothed followers knew that they needed to have the proper demeanor of people who guarded the entrance of Sky Creation's tree castle. Yang Hanxian decided that he would start his massacre with these two helpers. He felt that these two door watchers should have the lowest rank in Sky Creation. He did not think that Sky Creation could make an enemy of the Yang family over the deaths of two helpers. It was even possible that if he showed the proper attitude, he could even build a bridge with Sky Creation and begin working together. Yang Hanxian did not reply to the two reserve white-clothed followers. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and gently waved his hands. Two of the Imperial Guards who stood at the back of the group ordered their main phase, the giant bone spiny snake, to flick out their bladed tongues. The giant bone spiny snake was specially crossbred by the Yang family's two Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters using several snake species phase. It needed to consume a large amount of lifeform's marrow in order to increase its power. It did not have a great need for spirit chi, making it easy to nurture. Due to the appearance of the giant bone spiny snake, the Imperial Guards formed the Giant Bone Spiny Snake Guard Team. Every Imperial Guard of the Giant Bone Spiny Snake Guard Team had contracted the Giant Bone Spiny Snake and only the Giant Bone Spiny Snake. Every member of that team had at least 3 of the Giant Bone Spiny Snakes. Although it was easy to nurture the Giant Bone Spiny Snake, it was not weak at all. In fact, its tongue blade could even roll grades to fight. Nonetheless, the Giant Bone Spiny Snake was not without its flaws. It needed half a day to grow one of its tongue blades. Spitting out their tongue blades was their only way of fighting from a distance. Once it spat out its tongue blade, it had no choice other than close-quarter combat. However, the giant bone spiny snake was very weak at close-quarter combat and could not stand toe-to-toe with other Fays of the same grade. The 2 Imperial Guards who were about to attack were the assistants of the giant bone spiny snake guard team. The power of their snakes had reached Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2. The tongue blades the giant bone spiny snake shot out were venomous and could even kill Suzerain/Myth 3 Fays. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The spies from Sacred Forest City's factions, as well as the onlookers, assumed that this was the end for these 2 helpers. Yet, when the giant bone spiny snake's tongue blades were about to make contact with the 2 helpers, 2 fleshy roots burrowed out the tree castle's door. The 2 fleshy roots were like tentacles that caught the 2 tongue blades in the air. With slight movement from the roots immediately crushed the 2 tongue blades. The sight was bizarre. It did not seem as though the fleshy roots caught the tongue blades to protect the helpers. Rather, it seemed more as though the tongue blades were food for the fleshy roots. After eating, the fleshy roots appeared visibly satisfied. The appearance of the fleshy roots caused Yang Hanxian's eyes to widen. From the fleshy root's aura, Yang Hanxian could be certain that it was a sacred source lifeform. With the Truth Association's help, Yang Hanxian had contracted a sacred source lifeform. It was this sacred source lifeform that made Yang Hanxian decide to follow the Truth Association. But the more he came to learn about the Truth Association, Yang Hanxian had changed from wanting to follow them to having no choice but to listen to their commands. Yang Hanxian was not shocked by the fact that the fleshy roots could be a sacred source lifeform. It was normal for a faction with a Class 5 creation master to have a sacred source lifeform. Since he was here as the Truth Association's lackey, his order that led to the giant bone spiny snake guard team attacking was just him carrying out the Truth Association's order. Yang Hanxian waited for the owner of the fleshy roots to walk out of the tree castle so he could establish contact. The spies from Sacred Forest City's factions never expected Yang Hanxian to attack Sky Creation's helpers the moment he arrived. Could it be that, after eliminating the Su and Bai families, the Yang family was going to deal with Sky Creation now? No faction in Sacred Forest City wanted to make an enemy of Sky Creation. The Yang family was the head of the Imperial Court and ruled the entire Divine Wood Federation. All of the factions in Sacred Forest City had to keep their heads low around the Yang family. This was especially so after the Yang family revealed the clause they had kept retracted for years. Even if the clash between the Yang family and Sky Creation did not manage to produce a victor, Sky Creation would no longer be willing to work with the Yang family to trade for high-class creation master resources due to the grudge between them. At this time, no faction dared to take the risk of getting on the Yang family's wrong side. However, every faction could tell that Sky Creation was the kind of faction that took care of their own. When Sky Creation first rooted their tree castle in the business district, someone had spoken out of turn in the tree castle and caused trouble. As a result, he had lost his life. The Yang family did not have any Class 5 creation masters. Weren't they afraid that killing 2 of Sky Creation's helpers so publicly would bring the vengeance of Sky Creation's Class 5 creation master down on them? While the faction spies were all sharing this thought, a figure dressed in a black robe walked out of the tree castle. It was clear that the fleshy roots were coming from under the black robe. In the eyes of the Su family, the Class 5 creation master Di Wanmi was an irreplaceable core of Sky Creation. But in reality, Di Wanmi was nothing more than a tool in Sky Creation. She was nothing more than a product of one of Red Thorn's abilities. Red Thorn had stationed Di Wanmi at the entrance of the tree castle, so she could react immediately when anything happened. When Di Wanmi stepped in to block the 2 giant bone spiny snakes' tongue blades and protected the 2 reserve white-clothed followers, Lin Yuan was immediately informed. Now, there were at least 200 of the Lonely Night Hurricane Moths that Lu Jie sent out in Sacred Forest City. The Lonely Night Hurricane Moths had powerful blocking abilities. They were able to hide perfectly in the wind while moving at high speed. The Lonely Night Hurricane Moths had found out early on that the Yang family was leading troops to siege Sky Creation's tree castle. However, neither Lin Yuan nor Lu Jie had predicted that the Yang family would attack immediately upon arrival. They had not even had the time to touch the Yang family yet, but the Yang family had already struck first. If that was the case, he did not need to continue being polite. He promptly gave the order to open fire. After Red Thorn gave Di Wanmi the order, Di Wanmi was immediately filled with unexplainable excitement and expectations. The tongue of relinquish controlled her thoughts, spirit, and soul. Di Wanmi had not fed the decay body flesh ginseng at all. Red Thorn's order allowed Di Wanmi to know that the time to eat had come. In a fit of excitement, Di Wanmi removed her black robe, and a gruesome smile appeared on her scar-filled face. She placed her hand on her chest as she croaked, "Release yourself, decay body flesh ginseng." Could be said that all factions, including the Yang family, were very curious about Sky Creation's members. Di Wanmi was a familiar face to the Su family that had been eliminated, but she was a complete stranger to the other families. When the other factions entered the tree castle to trade, they mostly dealt with Lu Jie and Lin Yuan. Sky Creation had sent out such a strong expert to block the Yang family's giant bone spiny snake's tongue blades from killing the 2 helpers. This was enough to tell what Sky Creation's internal structure was like. All the faction spies, as well as Yang Hanxian, were curiously surveying the black-robed Di Wanmi, so they could understand what stance Sky Creation was taking on the Yang family's provocation. However, the black-robed figure removed her robe and revealed a face that would give rise to goosebumps to anyone who saw it. Even the most open-minded person would not be able to bring themselves to be attracted to such a face. The tongue of relinquished penetration of a target to take control of the host was very different from when the strange plant had invaded G-Fong. G-Fong was living and breathing, and the strange plant had been a parasite in his body. He still retained control over his actions and thoughts. Nonetheless, his face had been covered with small scars that made it uncomfortable to look at his face. But now, with Red Thorn's tongue of relinquished tongue tip inside Di Wanmi's body, it could be said that every scar was a part of the tongue of relinquished tongue tip. The protruding scars spread across every inch of Di Wanmi's bloodless skin, releasing distinct ringing noises. Di Wanmi was still wearing the long black dress she had worn while she was alive. Besides her face, her hands were also exposed. Many moving ginseng roots had burst out from her hands and seemed to be continuously searching the air. Di Wanmi placed her left hand over her chest and croaked, "Release yourself! Decay body flesh ginseng." The fleshy ginseng roots on Di Wanmi's left hand retracted into her body, while the ginseng roots on her right hand extended to wrap around the members of the Yang family. Di Wanmi had pinnacle immortal phase and was considered a pinnacle Thearch class expert. In terms of power, she was on par with Yang Hanxian. Although Yang Hanxian had already summoned his main fae, the Iriswood Vine Dragon, which had released many vines to clash against Di Wanmi's fleshy ginseng roots, he was unable to protect all of the guards behind him. As a result, many of the ginseng roots managed to wrap around the Imperial Guards as well as their faes. Among those caught were the two giant bone spiny snake assistants and their faes that had shot out their tongue blades. The ginseng roots appeared soft but could actually break apart radium boards with ease. The fleshy roots pierced the bodies of the captured targets, who then became part of Di Wanmi's meal. Most of the ginseng roots from Di Wanmi's right hand were battling with the Iriswood Vine Dragon's vines. Yang Hanxian had not expected Sky Creation's expert to attack him so mercilessly over his attempt on the two helpers' lives. He saw this as an insult to the Yang family. Many of the Imperial Guards had been killed, and one of them had even been a direct descendant of the Yang family. As a result, Yang Hanxian's losses were great. With the blood feud formed, there was no hope for reparations. Thus, Yang Hanxian decided to stop holding back. Although the Iriswood Vine Dragon was a dragon species fae, it had the weakest power amongst all of the main dragon species faes. However, not every fae depended on itself to fight. When the Iriswood Vine Dragon evolved into the main dragon species fae, many Iriswood dragon birds started living on its body, forming a symbiotic relationship. The Iriswood Vine Dragon provided them with food while the Iriswood dragon birds protected it. Although it was a symbiotic relationship, the Iriswood dragon birds had not formed contracts with Yang Hanxian and were usually not under his control. But now that the Iriswood Vine Dragon had been attacked, the Iriswood dragon birds all entered battle mode. Since the Iriswood dragon birds shared their abilities and roots with the Iriswood Vine Dragon, they had comparable power. The beak of the Iriswood dragon bird was a very precious resource. It was very rare to see wood-type spiritual ingredients being sharper than metal-type spiritual ingredients when both were of the same grade. If the Iriswood Vine Dragon could reach Eternal, the Iriswood dragon birds would also be able to reach Eternal. The beaks of the Iriswood dragon birds would then become one of the 10 most precious wood-type spiritual ingredients. The Iriswood dragon birds violently pecked the roots of the decay body flesh ginseng. Every attack broke off a piece of the decay body flesh ginseng's roots. The Iriswood dragon bird's assault caused visible damage to the decay body flesh ginseng's roots. Yet, Yang Hanxian could not bring himself to smile because this round of attacks made him aware of how sturdy the fleshy roots were. The Iriswood dragon birds could only use their beaks to break off pieces of the ginseng roots when they used their exclusive skill. Given his store of spiritual power, it would not be difficult for him to enable all of the ginseng roots to be pecked off. However, the fleshy roots he was seeing before him were only coming from the strange girl's right palm. At that moment, the strange girl's body started to bloat and become distended. It could not be easy for her left hand to release roots continuously. At that moment, Yang Hanxian noticed many fleshy roots emerging from the 7 orifices on Di Wanmi's body. Eventually, the fleshy roots burst out from her back. Previously, the fleshy roots had been brown, but now they were all bright crimson. Before its death, The decay body flesh ginseng had been a 7 stars sacred source lifeform. Thus, it had 3 abilities. The first ability, ginseng roots accept intelligence, allowed Dwami to gain the knowledge of the target's spirit and soul after the ginseng roots entered a target's body and destroyed their spirit and soul. The knowledge and experience would then be accumulated to aid her. This ability had been the key to Dwami finding the path to becoming a Class 5 creation master. The second ability was called Withered Ginseng Continuous Rain and allowed Dwami to absorb the vitality from her environment to nourish herself when she was about to run out of vitality. At that moment, Dwami used the flesh of the Imperial Guards to continuously repair the roots that the iris wood dragon birds had damaged. The decay body flesh ginseng's third ability was called Blood Flesh Battery. It allowed the ginseng roots to fuse with targets with the same source of energy. It would be able to use the energy in the target's body to replenish its own energy, lifespan, and spiritual energy. It could even use the energy in the target to defend against lethal attacks. After the decay body flesh ginseng fused with Dwami, she inherited the 3 abilities. Once the tongue of relinquish controlled Dwami, she shared the same root energy with Red Thorn. Thus, she could draw energy from Red Thorn using her fleshy roots. Red Thorn was a furnace of flesh. Every day, while it slept, it consumed a large amount of Class 5-dimensional lifeforms and metal-type spiritual ingredients. Dwami had already used the many flesh roots to replenish her blood energy and increase her attacking power. Since Dwami had chosen to drain the energy from the mouth of relinquish, the blood energy made the fleshy roots stronger, more agile, and have greater attacking power. Numerous ginseng roots shot toward the iris wood vine dragon. As the fleshy roots coiled and pulsated, the iris wood dragon birds could not find anywhere to land to peck at the ginseng roots. Under Dwami's wild assault, Yang Hanxian was already stretched thin and completely incapable of protecting the Imperial Guards behind him. In less than a minute, the Imperial Guards who had lost Yang Hanxian's protection, as well as their main phase, all fell prey to Dwami. When Yang Hanxian came to Sky Creation's tree castle, he brought almost half of the Imperial Guards in order to show that he was taking the Truth Association's order seriously. The death of almost 1,000 Imperial Guards had scared the wits out of the spies. When Yang Hanxian attacked Sky Creation's 2 helpers, the spies did not expect Sky Creation to retaliate in such a manner. It could be said that half of the Yang family's best combat power had died due to this abrupt occurrence. At first, all of the faction spies wanted to avoid working with Sky Creation for the time being to prevent insulting the Yang family. But now, their minds had changed completely. Rather than caring about what the Yang family thought, it would be better to try to come up with a way to butter up Sky Creation and side with them. Yang Hanxian was the most powerful combatant the Yang family had. But even he did not seem as terrifying as this girl. This horrifying girl with bizarre features seemed to have no intention of going easy on Yang Hanxian. Could it be that this girl intended to kill Yang Hanxian? If she did kill Yang Hanxian, it was highly likely that the Yi family, who had entered Sky Creation's tree castle long ago, would be entering the Imperial Court to become the new rulers of the Divine Wood Federation. Yang Hanxian had the pinnacle immortal iris wood vine dragon, which had been produced using Class 4 Creation Master resources. A Fae produced through Class 4 Creation Masters would have a much worse foundation than one produced through Class 5 Creation Master resources. Previously, Dwami's foundation had been inferior as well. But ever since Red Thorn's tongue of relinquish took control of her, Lin Yuan's Class 5 Creation Master resources elevated her foundation day by day. Thus, the stalemate did not last long before Yang Hanxian realized that he was no match for Dwami. In order for the fleshy roots to consume Yang Hanxian, the iris wood vine dragon, and iris wood dragon bird as soon as possible, Dwami summoned the dark lightning spike shell. After the dark lightning spike shell was summoned, the sky was filled with flashes of dark purple lightning. The lightning caused the spies to go numb in an instant. As the lightning crackled, they felt as though white ants were tunneling into their bodies and gnawing at their flesh from the inside. The dark lightning spike shell produced lightning of 3 different colors that turned black as they intensified. Yang Hanxian knew that if the lightning struck the iris wood vine dragon, it would immediately be paralyzed. At that time, The crimson fleshy roots would be able to pierce the iris wood vine dragon's body and end up meeting the same fate that the giant boned spiny snakes had. Yang Hanxian had other fays but had invested almost all of his resources into the iris wood vine dragon. His other fays had not even reached Immortal. If he summoned them now, not only would they be of no help, but their deaths would even damage his spiritual energy and affect his ability to command the iris wood vine dragon. Yang Hanxian did not naively believe that this female expert created by Sky Creation would be joking about killing him. Up till now, the members of the Truth Association had not stepped in to help him yet. In order for him to survive, he could only rely on his own power. With this thought, Yang Hanxian activated his sacred source lifeform. In an instant, faint green pools of light appeared on his body. The green pools of light landed on the iris wood vine dragon and iris wood dragon birds, and their auras were significantly raised. The 3 black bolts of lightning struck the iris wood vine dragon but did not affect it. With the aid of the green pools of light, the iris wood vine dragon and iris wood dragon birds clashed against the fleshy roots again, entering another stalemate. Lin Yuan had been standing by a window in the tree castle as he looked down at everything happening right outside the tree castle. Lin Yuan was nonchalant when he saw Yang Hanxian summon the iris wood vine dragon. It was common to see a fae like the iris wood vine dragon that had transformed from a flood dragon into a main dragon species fae. Such faes existed in the Radiance Federation as well. The pinnacle immortal iris wood vine dragon should be able to provide him with a large dragon liver. The iris wood dragon birds' beaks would also be useful as spiritual ingredients. However, the iris wood dragon birds had not evolved to eternal, so their beaks had not crystallized. Thus, they could not be of great help. Given Lin Yuan's experience and power, he could easily discern the extent of Yang Hanxian's power. If the iris wood vine dragon and iris wood dragon birds were nurtured with sufficient creation master resources, their combat power could be increased by 2.5 times. But when Yang Hanxian used his sacred source lifeform, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan was not shocked that Yang Hanxian had a sacred source lifeform, but that its abilities were above average. Yang Hanxian was the head of the Yang family, and the Yang family was the ruling family of the Divine Wood Federation. It should be easy for him to obtain a sacred source lifeform. The challenge when it came to sacred source lifeforms was that they were difficult to contract. The cleansing of souls was a Class 5 creation master ability. It was likely that the faction secretly supporting the Yang family was the reason for Yang Hanxian being able to form a marrow contract with a sacred source lifeform. What Lin Yuan was truly surprised by was that Yang Hanxian's sacred source lifeform had such strong abilities. The strength of Yang Hanxian's sacred source lifeform was purely from a support standpoint. It might even be stronger than Lu Yifan's gem which. Sacred source name: Forest green mayfly, sacred source species. Source genus / sacred source species, sacred source star grade, 2 stars, sacred source type. Wood. Abilities: Elemental enhancement. Choose a fae and touch it in the 8th way. It will start to evolve alongside the fae's attribute. When it boosts a fae of the same type, it can multiply the fae's store of elements and the activity of the elements. Any fae that fought with elements would be able to multiply its combat power once the store of elements in its body was multiplied. Increasing the activity of the elements would increase the speed of the elemental abilities and enable the fae to use its abilities and exclusive skills quicker. The forest green mayfly was currently only 2 stars, but it could already significantly increase the iris wood vine dragon and iris wood dragon bird's combat power. Once the forest green mayfly's stars were increased, the effects of elemental enhancement would become even stronger. It was clear that the forest green mayfly had picked the iris wood vine dragon and touched it in the 8th way. Its own attributes and the iris wood vine dragon had both evolved. If the forest green mayfly had picked a fae of another type, its own type would change. It could be said that no one who contracted the forest green mayfly would find it useless. Yang Hanxian was lucky to have contracted such a sacred source lifeform. However, Di Wanmi had fused with the 7 stars decay body flesh ginseng and high stars sacred source lifeform could exert strong pressure on low stars sacred source lifeform. Despite using the forest green mayfly to support the iris wood vine dragon and iris wood dragon birds, he would eventually lose to Di Wanmi. As Lin Yuan looked out the window, he was quietly observing how the events were unfolding. Yang Hanxian had just eliminated the Su and Bai families and was at a key juncture where he needed to muster control. He would not be able to take over all of the Su and Bai families' resources in just 1 or 2 days. Given that he was still willing to attack Sky Creation at such a time, it was likely that he was receiving help from the Truth Association. Otherwise, he would never dare to anger a faction with a Class 5 Creation Master. The armor made of the peaceful calm air moss that the Su family's experts wore allowed the Yang family to understand the difference between Class 5 Creation Master resources and Class 4 Creation Master resources. The Yang family had not interacted with Sky Creation yet, but they must have already investigated Sky Creation. Lin Yuan was curious about how the Truth Association had managed to convince the Yang family to attack Sky Creation. The people from the Truth Association were hiding behind the Yang family. If Yang Hanxian was at risk of being killed by Di Wanmi, the people from the Truth Association would not sit by and let that happen. The Truth Association had to have a reason for taking control of the Yang family. If Yang Hanxian died, the Truth Association's reason would fall through. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw that Red Thorn had landed on his shoulder. It used its small hands to cuddle his face as it sniffed his scent lovingly and said, "Lin Yuan, Di Wanmi has made a request to me. She really wants to eat that old man's sacred source lifeform." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Di Wanmi and the decay body flesh ginseng were in a special state. Both of them had been pieced together by the tip of the tongue of relinquish. In this state, it could not be said that Di Wanmi was the decay body flesh ginseng's contractor. The two had fused together and the entity was a monster that was half spirit chi professional and half sacred source lifeform. The forest green mayfly had to be beneficial to Di Wanmi for her to want to consume it. Red Thorn. What benefits will Di Wanmi receive when she eats the forest green mayfly? After the forest green mayfly died, it would leave a part of its body that could be used to turn into a precious instrument. As a Class 5 Creation Master, Di Wanmi could forge precious instruments. Yi Huailu was close to becoming a Class 5 Creation Master. Hence, the bodies of Lowstar's sacred source lifeforms were useful resources to Lin Yuan. If the forest green mayfly could not bring significant benefits to Di Wanmi, it would be better to turn it into a precious instrument instead. Di Wanmi was now Red Thorn's puppet that was controlled through the tongue of relinquish. Red Thorn had full awareness of Di Wanmi's situation. Lin Yuan, the decay body flesh ginseng, is able to consume everything. The decay body flesh ginseng can try to consume living sacred source lifeforms of the same type. The forest green mayfly is only 2 stars. There's no way the decay body flesh ginseng will fail at eating it. After it's eaten, there's a definite chance that the decay body flesh ginseng will gain part of the forest green mayfly's ability. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. According to what Red Thorn said, the forest green mayfly would be able to boost other phase of the same type once Di Wanmi used the fleshy roots to consume the forest green mayfly. This would increase Di Wanmi's combat abilities. Lin Yuan did not see Di Wanmi as a combat class spirit chi professional, but only as a Class 5 Creation Master. As a Class 5 Creation Master, Di Wanmi was irreplaceable. Thus, Lin Yuan felt that it was a great deal to use resources to trade for an increase in Di Wanmi's strategic significance. Compared to subordinates like Ding Chengshua and Yi Huailong who had sworn their loyalties to him, using Red Thorn to control Di Wanmi was much more reliable. Red Thorn. Tell Di Wanmi to swallow the forest green mayfly. She can eat the iris wood vine dragon and iris wood dragon birds too. However, she has to leave the iris wood vine dragon's liver and essence blood, and the iris wood dragon bird's eyes and beaks. Red Thorn communicated the response to Di Wanmi. Delight spread across Di Wanmi's face. She had been starving herself, but now, she could finally fill her belly. She consumed the flesh of lifeforms and did not care for the iris wood vine dragon's essence blood and liver or the iris wood dragon bird's eyes and beaks. With Red Thorn's permission, Di Wanmi now saw Yang Hanxian, the iris wood vine dragon, and iris wood dragon birds as its food. The roots shot out of Di Wanmi's right hand even more rapidly. When the roots tangled themselves in the air, they formed the shape of a large fleshy ginseng. While Di Wanmi was attacking, all of the Imperial guards that Yang Hanxian brought and their fays had their energy drained by the ginseng. They withered and were reduced to dust. All that was left was their armor made of spiritual ingredients that fell to the ground with dull clangs. It could be said that Di Wanmi's combat style went beyond the comprehension of the spirit chi professionals present. From all angles, Di Wanmi was like a monster. Although she only targeted Yang Hanxian, the faction spies who were watching all felt chills go up their spines. Many of them were already too afraid to stay to continue gathering information. Regardless, the only option they had was to butter up to Sky Creation and do everything they could not to get on Sky Creation's wrong side. The stalemate lasted for less than half an hour before a crimson root grabbed one of the drained iris wood dragon birds. The seemingly soft ginseng pierced the iris wood dragon bird as though it was a needle. The ginseng roots started to divide endlessly. The newly divided ginseng roots were like starving beasts that gobbled up the iris wood dragon bird's flesh. The iris wood dragon bird was not large. Its wingspan was only around 50 centimeters. The small iris wood dragon bird was quickly emptied out by the starving roots. Once it was injured, the already drained iris wood dragon bird started to move even slower. The roots entwined around each other in the iris wood dragon bird's body, forming a tumor that took up 1/3 of the space in the iris wood dragon bird's body. The iris wood dragon bird soon drew its last breath in the river of roots that had conquered its body. The roots delivered the iris wood dragon bird's eyes and beaks to Di Wanmi as though they were fragile treasures. After the first iris wood dragon bird died, the second and third fell quickly. Yang Hanxian had been using the forest green mayfly to support the iris wood vine dragon. However, the iris wood dragon birds were the iris wood vine dragon's method of attacking. Yang Hanxian did not want to see the last iris wood dragon bird go down as well. Setting aside the resources he had invested into nurturing the iris wood dragon birds, he would lose his control over the Yang family once the last iris wood dragon bird died. There were two other immortal experts besides Yang Hanxian. One of their main fays had reached Sovereign 8/Immortal 7. Without the iris wood dragon birds, the iris wood vine dragon would not be able to defeat this immortal expert's main fey. With this thought, Yang Hanxian hurriedly instructed the forest green mayfly to use half of its energy to use elemental enhancement on the last iris wood dragon bird. The forest green mayfly was a 2-star sacred source lifeform and had limited abilities. In a battle between top experts, the slightest of mistakes would change the course of the battle. When the iris wood vine dragon's aura weakened, Di Wanmi saw an opening, and many fleshy roots pierced through the iris wood vine dragon and started to consume the iris wood vine dragon's muscles and flesh until they reached its organs. The fleshy roots did not immediately consume the organs. Instead, they formed a net that protected the organs and whipped the heart to increase the heart rate and stimulate the production of essence blood. Yang Hanxian let out a sorrowful groan when he sensed the iris wood vine dragon's situation. As the head of the imperial court, Yang Hanxian had decided to kneel to the Truth Association and abandon the honor of the imperial court. The main reason for doing so was his fear of death. At that moment, he could clearly sense that he was a hair's breadth away from death. Yang Hanxian could not help but circulate the remainder of spiritual power in his body and shrieked in the direction of the imperial court. "Lord Envoy, save me!" Half of Sacred Forest City heard the full-powered roar of this pinnacle immortal expert. Yang Hanxian's roar not only shocked the faction spies but also caused them to frown. Who was the Lord Envoy that Yang Hanxian was screaming for? As the ruler of the Divine Wood Federation, Yang Hanxian's cry for help not only blemished the Yang family's might, but was also humiliating for the entire Divine Wood Federation. Numerous faction spies did not believe that the Yang family had the power to eliminate the Su and Bai families. But since the Yang family had succeeded, it seemed that it was related to the Lord Envoy who Yang Hanxian had just cried out to. Attacking the Su and Bai families was considered an internal conflict amongst the upper echelon and should not be solved by the involvement of external forces. This was an unspoken rule that every federation needed to uphold. Yet, the Yang family had sought out external forces to help to take out the Bai and Su families. As a result, the Divine Wood Federation's power had decreased by half. How could the Divine Wood Federation match up to the Iron Hammer Federation and Great Lush Federation? The Iron Hammer Federation was facing the threat of starvation, and the savages were willing to do anything just for a mouthful of food. Inside the tree castle, Yi Huailong and Yi Huailu observed the situation unfolding outside. When Yang Hanxian sent people to cause trouble, both of them were over the moon. The Yi family could only move up when the Yang family and Sky Creation engaged in an all-out war. Although both of them had sworn their loyalty to Lin Yuan, they had their own schemes in mind. After Ding Chengshua swore his loyalty to Lin Yuan, he still looked out for the Ding family while he carried out tasks on Lin Yuan's behalf. When Di Wanmi killed the first Iris with Dragon Bird, Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong knew that there was no turning back. The Yi family was about to usher in their brightest era. Previously, they were at the bottom of the four major families. Neither Yi Huailu nor Yi Huailong ever imagined that they would ever enter the imperial court. At that moment, Yi Huailu and Yi Huailong were once again reassured that their decision to join Sky Creation and become loyal to Lin Yuan was the right one. In spite of both of their excitement for the Yi family's future, both of them could not help but feel insulted when they heard Yang Hanxian cry out for help. At that moment, Lu Jie and Lin Yuan furrowed their brows. This was because four auras stronger than that of Yang Hanxian appeared in the imperial court in the distance. Layers of waves rolled and crashed against an island made of stacked crystals. As the waves washed the edges of the island, the crystals there were smoother than the rest. As sunlight fell on the island, the crystals absorbed the sunlight and refracted rays of light. Two girls with fishtails peeking out of their long skirts were using brushes with animal hair bristles to scrub the blue moss growing on the surface of the island. While the two girls were scrubbing, they looked extremely serious. It was as though they would be punished if they did not scrub all of the moss off. Once they scrubbed all of the moss off, one of the girls said quietly to another girl, "Ah Jing, do you think that things have been strange recently? The goddess of mercy hasn't punished any servant in the past month. In the past, at least 10 servants were sunk to the bottom of the ocean to feed the sharks monthly." The girl who was about to stand nodded and replied, "It's true, Ah Ing. The goddess of mercy hasn't lost her temper at all this past month. When we were washing the coral near the bottom of the island, we were late by half an hour and delayed the goddess of mercy's afternoon swimming time. In the past, we should have lost our lives. Do you think that something happy has happened to the goddess of mercy? Previously, Lord Qian you visited twice weekly. He was the goddess of mercy's favored expert, and there's a rumor that he died in the Radiance Federation. The goddess of mercy should be angry. Why is she happy? It's so strange." While the two girls were talking, an elderly voice said, "Ah Jing, Ah Ing. Both of you should focus on working and gossiping less about the goddess of mercy. You should be grateful that she lets you live because she's in a good mood. Her mood is very volatile, so be careful I don't complain to her about you too." Ah Jing and Ah Ning stiffened when they heard the elderly voice and hurriedly replied, "Grandma Coral, we are already done with our work here. We will head down to the bottom of the island to scrub the coral there now. We promise we will watch our mouths." The elderly woman shot them a glare and responded, "I brought the two of you up. I hope the day doesn't come when both of you disappear from this island. Go and work now. In another half an hour, the goddess of mercy will be done sunbathing and will be heading into the sea to swim." There was a mansion that resembled a palace in the center of the island, and there was a source of power within the castle. 7 waterfalls were rushing out from within the mansion that washed over the building, causing half of the castle to be covered by water. There was a large wind chime made of coral at the front of the castle. The entire wind chime was 10 meters tall. At the bottom of the wind chime hung fairy source-type lifeforms that had been turned into toys. As the wind chime spun, the fairies' wings opened and closed, producing almost no sound. Nonetheless, there were almost 1,000 fairy source-type lifeforms, so the sound was clear and very pleasant. However, the people on the island who served the goddess of mercy trembled with fear when they heard the wind chime. The goddess of mercy sat on her throne enveloped in water currents. She stretched out her hand and took out a small beautiful fish. She placed the fish in the currents around her, quickly agitated the water, and sat back to admire how the currently happy fish was about to drown in the currents within 2 minutes. There were young girls with fishtails wearing long dresses that delivered tanks of these beautiful fish every day. Once the goddess of mercy was done sunbathing, only half of the fishes survived. At that moment, the goddess of mercy heard a terrified female voice from outside the mansion. "Goddess of mercy, the mirror god is here to see you. Do you?" Before the voice could finish speaking, the goddess of mercy extended her slender finger and gently flicked the dead fish. The gold and red fish turned into a gold and red streak that shot in the direction of the voice. There was a low groan followed by the sound of fluids quickly splattering on the ground. A man with long gold hair that reached his calves strode in. The man had a feeble face that exuded weakness. It was as though the smallest gust of wind would knock him over. But once the man appeared, the goddess of mercy frowned. "Mirror god, you're still the same whenever you visit my mansion. You enter without even greeting me." The mirror god said coldly, "Goddess of mercy, stop targeting Na and Liang. She is going to awaken her birth horoscope eventually and start walking down heaven's path. At that time, she will become a Class 6 creation master. It won't be helpful to the Freedom Federation's unity if you keep targeting her." The goddess of mercy said mockingly, "When has the Freedom Federation ever been united? If the Freedom Federation is united, why did the deep-sea mermaids I supported below the island disappear when I managed to break through in the Freedom Federation's sea? Haven't I awoken my birth horoscope, started walking down the heavens path, and become a Class 5 creation master? Mirror god, your double standard disgusts me." The mirror god did not waste time talking to the goddess of mercy and flipped his hair to send it flying toward the goddess of mercy. The goddess of mercy flicked her tail, and the water currents around her immediately turned gold and red. The gold and red water currents made contact with the golden hair. However, the long hair transformed into two mirrors. At the instant that the two mirrors cracked, the sound of two mirrors breaking appeared next to the goddess of mercy. The golden hair continued to shoot toward the goddess of mercy. At that moment, the goddess of mercy's furious eyes turned into pools of water. "Mirror god, don't force me to use the Tanabata River of Desire." The Tanabata River of Desire was clearly already protecting the goddess of mercy. The Tanabata River of Desire's 9 currents encircled the goddess of mercy and looked like a gossamer vest that she was wearing. It did not protect the goddess of mercy as per her expectation. The mirror god's golden hair was set aflame with silver flames. The silver flames pierced through the Tanabata River of Desire in an instant and struck the goddess of mercy. Although the goddess of mercy gnashed her teeth, she could not stop herself from letting out a low whimper. The goddess of mercy could sense that the attack had caused a crack to appear in her birth horoscope. The goddess of mercy's eyes were like deep oceans with endless rolling waves. "Mirror god, you have set your spirit fire alight." Devil tattoos appeared on the goddess of mercy's face. For long horns sprouted from the goddess of mercy's head and intertwined. At that moment, the mirror god said, "Goddess of mercy, this is my lesson for you. If Big Brother came instead of me, your life would have already come to an end. Don't forget who makes the rules in the Freedom Federation. I hope that I never have to hear news of you targeting Nana and Liang again. If I do, I will make you regret it." A silver mirror appeared in front of the mirror god. The silver mirror cracked, and the mirror god walked through it, disappearing from the mansion. At that moment, the goddess of mercy slammed her hand viciously on her throne. The throne made of deep-sea blood jade coral, which was even harder than sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredients, was smashed to smithereens by the goddess of mercy's attack. The goddess of mercy touched her waist where the mirror god's attack had made contact with her. The goddess of mercy felt as though the area had been roasted by the spirit fire. She could not use the energy and spirit chi in her body to heal herself, and the scars would remain on her waist forever. The goddess of mercy knew that the scars were the lesson that the mirror god had spoken of. The 2 scars had utterly trampled the goddess of mercy's pride. Ever since the goddess of mercy awoke her birth horoscope and started walking down the heavens path and discovered that the mermaids she was cultivating had vanished, the goddess of mercy had lost all sense of belonging to the Freedom Federation. Previously, the goddess of mercy, who was a native of the Freedom Federation, was just like any other citizen and felt a sense of belonging to the Freedom Federation. However, reality had given her a bad wake-up call. She now knew how ridiculous she had been in the past for having a sense of belonging. This was the main reason that the Goddess of Mercy had become so unhinged in her methods afterward. Later, the member of royalty the Goddess of Mercy had brought up had died while on assignment. The Goddess of Mercy did not believe that the Mirror God and God of Fools were not involved. Normally, the member of royalty brought up by the Goddess of Mercy would not allow himself to be in danger. Moreover, that member of royalty had accidentally crossed the Moon Empress. Otherwise, he would not have been killed by the Moon Empress without receiving any aid. The Goddess of Mercy did start to hate the Moon Empress afterwards. However, the Goddess of Mercy hated the Mirror God and God of Fools even more. The God of Fools and Mirror God had always been on the same page. Although she also had Goddess in the way she was addressed, she was always restrained by the God of Fools and Mirror God. Both of them had cut off her road to development more than once. Although she had already solidified her birth horoscope, the Mirror God sided with Na and Liang when the Goddess of Mercy put them on the spot. If not for the fact that she was no match for the Mirror God, the Goddess of Mercy would definitely turn the entire Freedom Federation upside down. She had always yearned to set her spirit fire alight. However, she needed to evolve her bloodline to set her spirit fire alight. To do so, she needed Lin Yuan to feel affection for her. In order to aid her efforts in triggering affection in Lin Yuan for her, she decided to work with the Radiance Federation. At that time, the Goddess of Mercy had done so because the situation called for it. But now, as the Goddess of Mercy touched the scars on her waist, she found herself wanting even more for the Radiance Federation to destroy the Freedom Federation. The Goddess of Mercy knew that she had very important strategic significance to the Radiance Federation. Previously, the Goddess of Mercy did not want to tell the Radiance Federation too much about the meetings in the Freedom Mystic Temple. But now her mind had changed. For some reason, she thought of Lin Yuan. She murmured within the water currents, "I wonder how much Mermaid Emperor bloodline power is in Lin Yuan's body." The Goddess of Mercy thought back to the mermaid bloodline aura that came from Lin Yuan's body. It had caused the Goddess of Mercy's fishtail to go soft. Suddenly, the Goddess of Mercy's body disappeared from the mansion. The elderly woman the two girls called Grandma Coral was currently kneeling outside the mansion as she welcomed the Goddess of Mercy to begin her swim. She had no idea that the Goddess of Mercy was no longer in the Freedom Federation. At Sacred Forest City, Lin Yuan immediately summoned Whitespeak when he felt the four auras. Whitespeak's burned half had not recovered yet, and it looked weak at the moment. However, Whitespeak's aura had become much more solid than before. The foundation of an apostle was a sacred source life form. Apostles needed source-type power more than faith power. Lin Yuan had given Whitespeak 1,000 units of source-type power. If Whitespeak had to accumulate this amount of source-type power on its own, it would need close to 50 years even after using all of its means. After Lin Yuan summoned Whitespeak, he said, "Go and protect Di Wanmi outside the tree castle. Kill anyone who tries to hurt her." Lin Yuan also had strong combat abilities on his own. However, he did not intend to step in himself. This was because he needed a large amount of Mermaid Emperor bloodline power to activate the Fish World Sea Trump card. He did not have much mermaid bloodline power in his body left and needed a long time to recover all of it. Given the situation, Lin Yuan would have to harm his body to use his Mermaid Emperor bloodline power. Moreover, Frigid had also used a large amount of its Emperor Sea Demon bloodline power. Frigid needed to absorb pure spirit chi and pure water elemental energy from the element well every day in order to recover its bloodline. By Lin Yuan's estimation, it would need at least 2 months. Thus, he could leave this matter to Whitespeak. Whitespeak had sworn its loyalty to Lin Yuan and accepted Lin Yuan's dictator's prize. It was only right that it died doing battle for him. Whitespeak had never received a gift as large as the 1,000 units of source-type power that Lin Yuan had given it. Now, it would treat everything that fell from Lin Yuan's lips as a sacred order. It was now as tame and obedient as a puppy dog. The 4 auras from deep in the imperial court were about to reach Yang Hanxian when the silver-armored Whitespeak appeared next to Di Wanmi. The four auras did not try to hide at all. When the members of Sacred Forest City's native factions felt the four auras, they froze with fear and knew that the Su and Bai families had died at the hands of these four experts. At the same time, the faction spies had noticed White speak. It was a completely new face to them. However, everyone present knew that the silver-armored man who just exited the tree castle had more to him than met the eye. Two new faces had walked out of the tree castle. The first new face wore a black robe. When she walked out, everything seemed normal. But once she removed it, she gave everyone present goosebumps. The second new face wore silver armor. He was tall and burly and had a combat-worn face. He did not release even a hint of his aura. From all angles, he was much more normal than the first face. But there was no question of his reason for walking out of the tree castle. He was here to deal with the four auras that had emerged from the imperial court. In the blink of an eye, four figures dressed in red robes appeared near Yang Hanxian. They were the four Truth Association members who had attended the imperial meeting. The four of them had been busy reporting the situation in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm to Lord Envoy. Since the Truth Association was secretly behind the Yang family, there was no way they did not have their eyes on the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. 10 years was a very short period for experts. Since there was a treasure in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm that had been discovered, it had to belong to the Truth Association. The four Truth Association members had not expected Sky Creation to be so strong. They were utterly merciless against the ruler of the Divine Wood Federation, Yang Hanxian. They looked at Di Wanmi and furrowed their brows. She was in an abnormal state. She looked like a broken doll with parasitic roots inside her that danced around freely. However, both of their auras were fully complementary. The four of them were experts from the Truth Association and had contracted sacred source lifeforms. Thus, all of them could sniff the scent of a sacred source lifeform from Di Wanmi. This made the four of them think of Lord Envoy. Both of them had the same scent. However, there was no question that Di Wanmi was much weaker than Lord Envoy. As for White Speak, the four of them could sense that White Speak's power was comparable to that of Di Wanmi. Compared to the grotesque Di Wanmi, the four of them were not overly concerned about White Speak. Almost half of the iris wood vine dragon had been eaten, and the roots had protruded out from its eyes. Given the situation, the four of them could save the iris wood vine dragon as well as the iris wood dragon bird, but there would not be much point in it. The iris wood vine dragon's roots had been injured, and it would take more resources to heal it than it would to nurture 3 of the iris wood vine dragons. This would involve the use of numerous law crystals and world crystals. This did not align with their goal of coming to the Divine Wood Federation. Thus, there was no longer any point in the Iris Wood Vine Dragon and Yang Hanxian's existence. There were direct disciples of the Yang family. Yang Sijia had a better brain and knew what to do when he had a task. If Yang Hanxian died, Yang Sijia could replace him. After all, the goal of the Yang family's existence was only to help the Truth Association absorb all of the resources in the Divine Wood Federation. This was all for the sake of Lord Truth. The four of them ignored Yang Hanxian's cries and went on to attack Di Wanmi. They felt that Sky Creation had a motive for coming to Sacred Forest City. The people from Sky Creation had entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. They had already told Lord Envoy that a treasure would be produced in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm 10 years later. It would not take long for the news to reach Lord Truth. If Sky Creation had come for the sake of the treasure, it meant that Sky Creation and the Truth Association's goals were in conflict. Since Sky Creation was coming in so strongly, the four of them needed to establish the hierarchy of power to make Sky Creation aware that fighting for resources with the Truth Association was futile. So what if Sky Creation had a Class 5 Creation Master? They were all nothing more than prey to Lord Truth. 3 of the 4 figures summoned their main phase to attack Di Wanmi and the Dark Lightning Spike Shell. 3 Sovereign X/Immortal 9 phase appeared. From the moment the 3 phase appeared, they activated their immortal bodies. This increased their phase attacking power and allowed them to skyrocket in power. However, the use of a large amount of spiritual power would affect a phase endurance. Thus, immortal experts only unleashed their phase immortal bodies when they were ready to use their most powerful attacks. White Speak stood calmly behind Di Wanmi. Whitespeak knew that Lin Yuan had sent it out here to protect Di Wanmi. Currently, it was not powerful enough to protect Di Wanmi. Hence, it was likely that it would be boosted by Lin Yuan's faith power soon. Whitespeak liked the feeling of Lin Yuan's faith power coursing through its body. Just as it predicted, a beam of faith power shot out from the tree castle and landed on Whitespeak's body. With the boost from the faith power, Whitespeak's power was raised to around Eternal 4. Now, Whitespeak did not have to activate its source sacred body in order to take on the 3 pinnacle immortal experts. Whitespeak clearly remembered Lin Yuan's order to kill anyone who tried to harm Di Wanmi. Since Lin Yuan had said so, Whitespeak was not going to hold back in the slightest in combat. 3 silhouettes of crocodiles formed on Whitespeak's fists. It gently swung its fists and sent the 3 crocodiles flying out. As Whitespeak's aura increased, fear and shock appeared on the faces of the 3 Truth Association members. The sudden jump in Whitespeak's power boggled their minds. The gap between creation breed and immortal breed was already a world of difference, but the gap between immortal breed and eternal breed was even larger. Thus, the 3 of them could not handle Whitespeak's casual attack. The Truth Association member that had not acted yet released his aura when Whitespeak's power was boosted by faith power. He was the leader of this team, and his power had reached beginning eternal. As Lin Yuan stood in the tree castle, he said calmly, "Red Thorn, instruct the tongue of Relinquish to release Han Tianhe. Once Lu Yenshan leads Luolan back to the underground palace, release him too. You will possess immortal and eternal weapons in the future." Red Thorn happily broke off the link with Han Tianhe. In the prosperous Chamber of Commerce in Oak City, the scars on Han Tianhe slowly disappeared, and the ginseng roots in his body slowly rotted. His body split into 2 and crumpled to the ground. The Earth Core dragon snail also split into 2. Its imitation form turned solid and smashed through the room where Han Tianhe had been staying, scaring Li Wan and Zhao Jiaji. Li Wan and Zhao Jiaji hurriedly ran to Han Tianhe's room. They were filled with intense terror when they saw the sight that greeted them. What? The Thearch-class expert and his main Fey that Lin Yuan had sent them were split into 2. Who did it? Could there be a powerful expert from an enemy faction hidden in the tree castle? If this were the case, didn't that mean that everyone present could be in unthinkable danger? At that moment, they saw a short man wearing a white robe walk in. He looked somewhat similar to Lin Yuan. This was Shadow. Lin Yuan had sent it to guard Oak City. Lin Yuan knew that releasing Han Tianhe from the tongue of Relinquish would frighten everyone in the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Thus, he instructed Shadow to go and inform Li Wan and Zhao Jiaji about what was happening, so they would not be overcome with hysteria and cause the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to come to a standstill. Lin Yuan did not intend on returning to Oak City for a very long time. This eternal member of the Truth Association intended on giving his all to attack Whitespeak. Lord Envoy had to have noticed such a monumental change and would definitely come to save them. Even if Lord Envoy could not defeat the silver-armored middle-aged man, it would also be fine to force the middle-aged man into a stalemate and eventual retreat. Hence, this Truth Association member summoned the Sovereign 3/Eternal Eye Aurora Broken Night Fox. The Aurora Broken Night Fox was transformed from the Aurora Forever Day Fox, which had the best bloodline of fox species phase. The mutation of top bloodlines would either become extremely strong or extremely weak. The Aurora Broken Night Fox belonged to the former. The Aurora Forever Day Fox was a pure light-type fae that was skilled at healing. The Aurora Broken Night Fox was both light and dark-type. Light-type faes were skilled at healing while dark-type faes were terrifyingly deadly. Dark-type attacks mostly evolved curse effects that were challenging to escape from. However, the Aurora Broken Night Fox's core was nothing to be amazed at. After all, faes with normal cores could never evolve to eternal. Once the Aurora Broken Night Fox appeared, it wanted to howl at the sky. However, once it sensed Whitespeak's aura, the Aurora Broken Night Fox immediately became focused. Even without an instruction from the Truth Association member, it immediately revealed its eternal heart. The Aurora Broken Night Fox was not multi-tailed. It had a tail that was 4 to 5 times longer than its body that seemed to be able to block out sunlight. When the Aurora Broken Night Fox revealed its eternal heart, its body spun and turned into a dappled space. The space was faintly fused with the main world but also seemed to be separate from the main world. Within the space was the aura and root power of the Aurora Broken Night Fox. The Aurora Broken Night Fox's eternal heart could be seen within the dappled space and was constantly throbbing. By that time, the 3 crocodile silhouettes that Whitespeak had produced had reached the 3-pinnacle immortal phase. The Aurora Broken Night Fox was about to receive the attack that had been sent out by the silver-armored man. The 3-pinnacle immortal phase might not be able to handle the attack, but the eternal Aurora Broken Night Fox could. Whitespeak did not give the Aurora Broken Night Fox time to defend against the 3 attacks. It smiled and opened its jaws to chomp down in the direction of the Aurora Broken Night Fox. During this time, Whitespeak entered its source sacred body state, and the totems on its body started to spin rapidly. A crocodile jaw that seemed to be a part of the main world, while also being separate from the main world, bit down on the Aurora Broken Night Fox's eternal heart. This attack from Whitespeak used all of its power. It was trying to tell the Aurora Broken Night Fox's contractor that he had to use the full-powered attack of the Eternal Heart in order to save those he wanted to save. Whitespeak's power was greater than the Aurora Broken Night Fox. If Whitespeak's attack struck the Aurora Broken Night Fox's Eternal Heart, the Eternal Heart would most likely be damaged or even broken. Although he was a Truth Association member, the Aurora Broken Night Fox's contractor would not allow his Fae to be injured for the sake of saving others. If his Fae was injured, he would lose his position within the Truth Association. Moreover, he would waste all of the resources that Lord Truth had invested in him. How could Lord Truth forgive him? Thus, the Aurora Broken Night Fox had to retract its attack and protect itself. Once a Truth Association member increased their power, they would not have many chances to fight against opponents of the same power. After all, there were no eternal experts in the Startling Lines continent. Even if there were, they would all be members of the Truth Association. Thus, the Aurora Broken Night Fox was not capable of judging how strong Whitespeak's attack was. Whitespeak bit down on the Aurora Broken Night Fox and bit off one of the Aurora Broken Night Fox's front legs and half of its tail. At the same time, the 3 attacks made contact with the 3-pinnacle immortal phase. Lin Yuan had instructed Whitespeak to try to keep the 3 immortal phase intact. The 3 thumb-sized crocodile silhouettes pierced through the 3-pinnacle immortal phase foreheads and then killed the 3 Truth Association members. These 3 experts were powerful enough to control the Divine Wood Federation's fate, yet they died so easily at the hands of Whitespeak's attack. The remaining Truth Association member felt afraid and also conflicted by the deaths of his 3 companions. The 4 of them had been hidden in the Divine Wood Federation for almost 9 years and had long come to see themselves as the emperors of the Divine Wood Federation. They never saw such a day coming. Now, the Aurora Broken Night Fox was seriously injured. Once a Fae reached Eternal, its type would be substantially affected in terms of combat. At its core, the Aurora Broken Night Fox was a healing-type Fae. Although it had mutated and gained combat abilities, it was still weaker than pure combat-type Faes in terms of combat. Moreover, Fox species Faes were naturally weak when it came to defense. Luckily, the Aurora Broken Night Fox excelled at healing. But no matter how powerful it was at healing, it could not regrow its tail. It could be said that the Aurora Broken Night Fox had been crippled by the opponent's attack. The crippled Aurora Broken Night Fox's movements were greatly limited. It was possible that the Aurora Broken Night Fox would not be able to handle the Silver-Armored Man's next attack. The head of this Truth Association team never expected that instructing the Aurora Broken Night Fox to reveal its eternal heart still failed to prevent such a disastrous result. If Lord Envoy did not come, it would truly be the end for him. Just as Whitespeak was about to continue attacking the Aurora Broken Night Fox, the air warped next to Whitespeak. There was the noise of an expanding ball of flesh coming from the warping space. A pale hand reached out from the space and made a grab for Whitespeak's neck. Whitespeak had a wealth of combat experience. After experiencing Heaven's trial, Whitespeak knew that, in the wider world, there were always going to be greater talents. As such, Whitespeak never let its guard down during battle and always remained aware of its surroundings. If Whitespeak had been distracted by the changes in its surroundings, it would have allowed the pale hand to close around its neck. But since it was prepared, the phantom image of a crocodile tail appeared behind it and violently smacked the pale hand. White Speak felt as though he had just smacked a hard iron wall. The recoil from the impact caused White Speak to take a step back. However, White Speak's attack had not been completely ineffective. As a result of White Speak's attack, the white hand became rather crooked. Clearly, the hand had been injured. A roar ripped through the space next to White Speak. Soon, a menacing large ball of flesh appeared next to White Speak. When the ball of flesh cracked open, ready to swallow White Speak. However, White Speak was already prepared. There was no way it would fall to such an attack. Once it flashed itself away to dodge, White Speak gathered its power and released 3 punches. The 9 silhouettes of crocodiles appeared to hit the ball of flesh but were actually aiming at the Aurora Broken Night Fox and the member of the Truth Association. White Speak's goal was to do everything it could to kill the member of the Truth Association. The task that Lin Yuan had given it was to kill the person who had attacked Di Wanmi. The aura of the ball of flesh was comparable to White Speak's own after it had been boosted. White Speak was well aware that if it tried to flee, it would not be able to take anyone with it. Thus, it would be best for it to stick to playing its role. It would leave the ball of flesh for Lin Yuan to handle. After the Aurora Broken Night Fox's tail and front leg were broken, it started letting out strings of woeful whimpers. It focused most of its vitality on its legs and tail to stop the bleeding. The Aurora Broken Night Fox had evolved to Eternal, and its body had reached Immortal 9. At this level, it could use its immortal body to reconfigure its body. However, this took a long time, and the Aurora Broken Night Fox could not afford to wait. White Speak's attack was so fast that there was no way for the Aurora Broken Night Fox to dodge it. The pressure from the power forced the Aurora Broken Night Fox and its contractor to have no choice but to sustain White Speak's 9 attacks. Moreover, White Speak's performance before attacking had clearly deceived the ball of flesh next to it. As a result, the strange ball of flesh was unable to protect its subordinates. Ever since Lin Yuan saw the strange ball of flesh, his brow furrowed. Ever since the Radiance Federation officially declared war against Tower Cannon, disciples of royalty like Lin Yuan gobbled up all information related to Tower Cannon that they could. There had always been records of the 8 pages of Tower Cannon in the Radiance Federation. This especially applied to 5th Page Truth, who had murdered the Sky Sundial Jade Spider. This ball of flesh was very similar to the information about 5th Page Truth that was recorded. 5th Page Truth liked to wrap itself within a moving ball of flesh. The group behind the Great Lush Federation was called the Truth Association. There was a high chance that it was related to 5th Page Truth. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan would not naively believe that the expert hidden in the ball of flesh was 5th Page Truth. The expert within the ball of flesh had power that was around Sovereign/Eternal 4. There was no way that this was enough power to infiltrate the Radiance Federation and kill the Sky Sundial Jade Spider. Although the Sky Sundial Jade Spider was pregnant and much weaker than usual, it could still take out an expert with Eternal 4 power with no issue as long as it gave its everything. But even if the expert within the ball of flesh was not 5th Page Truth, it would still allow Lin Yuan to gain a deeper understanding of the Great Lush Federation's secrets. The mother of Bloodbath's mother had died at the hands of 5th Page Truth. Although Lin Yuan had managed to help the mother of Bloodbath's mother come back to life in the form of her soul, revenge still needed to be taken. It was 5th Page Truth who had caused Blood New Moon to lose his love and the mother of Bloodbath to be left to fend for itself. Both Blood New Moon and the mother of Bloodbath had been suppressing this thirst for vengeance. Even if Jade Sundial could come back to life in flesh and blood, the hate could not be resolved. It was not impossible to use the 10,000 medicine hot spring to produce Jade Sundial's physical body. The 10,000 medicine hot springs effects would grow stronger as the mother of Bloodbath fed it more plant-type phase with medicinal properties. But no matter how strong the 10,000 medicine hot springs effects were, it would not allow Jade Sundial to produce her eternal heart. Thus, in order to truly enable Jade Sundial to come back to life, they needed to seek out 5th Page Truth and retrieve Jade Sundial's eternal heart. But at the same time, Lin Yuan was happy to see the Truth Association member and the Aurora Broken Night Fox die by White Speak's attack. Amongst the 4 types of Spirit Chi professionals, there was no question that Sky Creation lacked healing-type Spirit Chi professionals the most. Currently, the only healing-type Spirit Chi professional that Sky Creation had was Lin Yuan. Endless Summer had contracted the barren river orchid bud and could technically be called a below-average healing-type spirit chi professional. Ji Feng's main fei, the prior decree Sleeping Lotus main effect was to heal souls. It could not produce any visible effects when it came to healing flesh. The Aurora Broken Night Fox had not performed well because White Speak had become too powerful after it was boosted by faith power. However, when it faced enemies that were not as strong as White Speak, the Aurora Broken Night Fox could perform amazingly. When an eternal expert contracted a healing-type fey, they would become unbelievably valuable. The Aurora Broken Night Fox could not heal its own limbs, but Lin Yuan could, by using the Jasmine Lily's severed limbs growth. The Aurora Broken Night Fox could meet all of Sky Creation's healing needs for a long time. Red Thorn only had 3 of the tongues of Relinquish. Since Di Wanmi was a Class 5 creation master, she could not be replaced. The only suitable eternal expert that the tongue of Relinquish could take control of was the healing-type spirit chi professional who had contracted the Aurora Broken Night Fox. Once Lu Yenshan returned, Lin Yuan would instruct Red Thorn to take control of one of the 3 dead pinnacle immortal experts. As for the ball of flesh that was likely related to 5th page truth, Lin Yuan intended to release Begin Lady to deal with the situation and dig out information as well. Finding 5th page truth and retrieving Jade Sundial's eternal heart was more important than finding another eternal weapon for Red Thorn. Moreover, Red Thorn controlled corpses. Once the ball of flesh lost its value, it could be used as a backup corpse. Once the tongue of Relinquish was lacking weapons to control, Red Thorn could take control of the ball of flesh. If he wanted Red Thorn's tongue of Relinquish to take control of other corpses when there was no lack of corpses, he would lose a corpse that was already under control. It was a big waste to let go of an immortal weapon. Moreover, in order for Red Thorn to produce an additional tongue of Relinquish's tongue tip, a long time was needed. Although the tongue of Relinquish could absorb the energy within the mouth of Relinquish to speed up the growth of the tongue tip, doing so would come at a heavy cost. Could even cost Red Thorn to fall in grade. No matter how many resources Lin Yuan had, for the sake of his growth, he could not waste them unless the situation was absolutely dire. Standing in the tree castle, Lin Yuan was eyeing the figure in the ball of flesh. The figure within the ball of flesh was shocked and furious. As the envoy of Lord Truth who had led a team to the Divine Wood Federation to gather resources on behalf of Lord Truth, he ended up coming up against such a powerful enemy. Could be said that Sky Creation ended up being more powerful than he expected. He would have to be punished for the deaths of the 4 Truth Association members. When one performed well in front of Lord Truth, there was no guarantee of a reward. But when one performed badly, there was sure to be punishment in store. This was clearly not the time to be forceful. What he needed to do now was to retreat. Only 2 experts had emerged from Sky Creation. Who knew if even stronger experts were about to emerge from Sky Creation? With this thought, cracks appeared in the air around the quickly moving ball of flesh. In the blink of an eye, the ball of flesh embedded itself into the space and slowly disappeared. White Speak had already received Lin Yuan's order. While White Speak was attacking the 4 Truth Association members, Di Wanmi secretly slunk back into the tree castle. Di Wanmi was a Class 5 creation master with important strategic significance. It would be a waste to risk her at the hands of an eternal opponent. Now, Di Wanmi did not need to be protected, and White Speak did not need to worry. White Speak was the white evil marsh crocodile and was skilled in terms of speed, strength, and explosiveness when it came to combat. Since Lin Yuan wanted it to tangle with this ball of flesh and find out the secrets behind it, there was no way that White Speak would allow the ball of flesh to flee. Moreover, White Speak could sense a strange aura from this ball of flesh that sparked its curiosity. White Speak's hands turned to claws that it clasped together and formed the shape of a crocodile jaw. At the instant that White Speak pressed its hands together, the jaws snapped together and let out a bone-chilling noise. The enormous crocodile jaws closed around the ball of flesh and trapped it in a small space. White Speak's action clearly prevented the ball of flesh from fleeing. If the ball of flesh wanted to flee, the only thing it could do was duke it out with White Speak. If it won, it could leave. Otherwise, it could take a few beatings from White Speak in exchange for fleeing. However, once a life form reached eternal, It would have its own unique deadly move that even lifeforms that were skilled at defense would not dare to receive. Thus, this envoy from the Truth Association had no choice. The ball of flesh started to release terrifying energy fluctuations, and disgusting bulbous boils rose on the surface of the ball of flesh. The boils released special energy that continuously consumed the cage made of the crocodile jaws. Two ghastly white hands reached out from the ball of flesh and tore a hole in it as a white-haired elderly man walked out from the ball of flesh. The elderly man did not attack immediately. Instead, he snarled, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a Class 5 Creation Master. There are some factions that can't be angered even if you have Class 5 Creation Masters." The words of the elderly man that had emerged from the ball of flesh stunned all the members of the Divine Wood Federation's factions who were present. What did this mean? They could not do what they wanted even with Class 5 Creation Masters. Could there be Class 6 Creation Masters in this world? White Speak ignored the elderly man because it did not understand what he had just said. What were Class 5 Creation Masters? Could they be compared to the Lord Dictator it was following? At that moment, the door of Sky Creation's tree castle opened fully, and a young man in long blue and gold robes walked out. This young man was Lin Yuan, who had been dealing with the factions. White Speak bowed the moment it caught sight of Lin Yuan. At the same time, it used its aura to envelop Lin Yuan in order to protect him. Previously, all the other faction members assumed that Lin Yuan was just a young man acting as the mouthpiece for the true leader behind Sky Creation. But it turned out that this was not the case. If Lin Yuan was only the mouthpiece for the leader behind Sky Creation, White Speak, an eternal expert, should not be taking such a respectful attitude toward Lin Yuan. At that moment, all the factions in the Divine Wood Federation knew that Lin Yuan's identity was much more complex. In order to enter Sky Creation's tree castle, one usually only needed to pay a fee. The faction spies had all seen Lin Yuan when they entered the tree castle. But at that moment, Lin Yuan's face was obviously different from before. There was now a gold crystal gem at the corner of Lin Yuan's right eye. This gem caused Lin Yuan's aura to change radically. Lin Yuan raised his gaze to calmly look at the elderly man and asked, "I'm curious to know what kind of faction can't be angered by a Class 5 Creation Master." Lin Yuan had gained an idea of who the elderly man was through the information he had on Tower Cannon. Lin Yuan felt that the white-haired elderly man was likely deeply linked to Tower Cannon's 5th-page truth. Only a subordinate of the 8 pages of Tower Cannon could be so cavalier about Class 5 Creation Masters. Lin Yuan could not think of any other faction that had such nerve. At that moment, Lin Yuan was not walking out of the tree castle to speak with the elderly man to obtain information. Some pieces of information could not be obtained by asking. Lin Yuan could make his plans based on his deductions. What he needed to do was to end this commotion quickly. According to the news from Red Thorn, Lu Yenshan had found Luolan. Lin Yuan already had a good grip on the situation in the Divine Wood Federation and had also entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. He also obtained the largest opportunity since beginning his career as a spirit chi professional. Given the circumstances, Lin Yuan did not want to waste any more time in the Divine Wood Federation. Once the Yang, Su, and Bai families were out of the picture, the Yi family that had submitted to him would become the strongest faction in the Divine Wood Federation and legitimately enter the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. Any native Divine Wood Federation faction that was not stupid would do everything they could to support Yi Huailong. Overall, the factions in the Divine Wood Federation were at their weakest. It was likely that the native factions in the Divine Wood Federation were most afraid of having to fend off an invasion from the Iron Hammer Federation. Moreover, Lin Yuan had already promised Luolan that he would allow the members of factions in the Iron Hammer Federation to remain fed during the winter season. In exchange, she would do as Lin Yuan said when she entered and started ruling over the Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan had been in the Startling Lines continent for more than a month but had already found 2 legitimate ways to turn the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation into incubators for Sky Creation. As for the Great Lush Federation, if the Truth Association was truly linked to 5th-page truth, the Truth Association would become an enemy of the entire Heavenly Family Cottage. The elderly man who had emerged from the ball of flesh was staring at Lin Yuan. He could tell how much White Speak respected Lin Yuan. Whitespeak respected Lin Yuan in the same way that he respected Lord Truth. Thus, the man wearing the long blue and gold robes was the head of the entire faction. The elderly man smiled menacingly and said, "Given your experience, I'm sure you can't see why Class 5 creation masters are pitiful in the eyes of some factions." The elderly summoned a large gray and brown bird. Its body was broken and incomplete, and it resembled a corpse that had already begun rotting. Yet it was also brimming with life. Evidently, it was a living life form. The faction spies could sense that this large gray and brown bird was even more powerful than the Aurora Broken Night Fox. But besides power, the large gray and brown bird also had a special aura that was very different from regular phase. However, the faction spies could not identify the aura. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow when he saw the large gray and brown bird. Whitespeak could sense that the large gray and brown bird was just like him. Both of their main power sources were source-type power. However, there was no totem on the large gray and brown bird, nor a hint of faith power. Lin Yuan had also noticed this. After training in the marsh world, Lin Yuan was already well-versed in dimensional lifeforms. The large gray and brown bird had the aura of deadly loneliness and withering. It was completely different from the auras of the dimensional lifeforms of the 5-dimensional rifts he was already familiar with. Lin Yuan immediately came up with a guess. Could there be a 6th-dimensional rift besides the 5 that he was already familiar with? Lin Yuan shook his head and told himself that he was overthinking. He felt that this was improbable. This was because dimensional rifts opened at random in the main world. Humans could not interfere in this. Even if a type of Class 6-dimensional rift opened in a continent, no other type of Class 6-dimensional rifts would open in the same place. However, Class 1 to 5-dimensional rifts of other types could still open at random there. If there was really a 6th-dimensional rift, why had it never opened in the Radiance Federation before? Although this was common knowledge that told Lin Yuan that it was impossible for there to be a 6th type of dimensional rift, Lin Yuan could not help but lean toward this guess. This elderly man, who the Truth Association member had addressed as Lord Envoy, had summoned a fae that was similar to a dimensional lifeform because he had found a way to escape. When this elderly man fought against Whitespeak, he noticed that Whitespeak was very fast and its attacks were very strong. Although its attacks were uncreative, it was not feasible to expect him to receive a few of Whitespeak's attacks and still flee afterward. If Whitespeak pursued him, his injured state would also result in him being caught. But during combat, Whitespeak had to protect the young man wearing long blue and gold robes. Since it needed to dedicate a portion of its energy to defense, all he needed to do was concentrate on attacking the young man wearing long blue and gold robes, and Whitespeak would have no choice but to shift its focus away from him. After the strange gray and brown bird was summoned, the elderly man immediately instructed it to launch its strongest attack at Lin Yuan. The broken and incomplete gray and brown bird flapped its wings with the skeleton peeking out. As it strained its abdomen, maggots fell out from the hole and landed on the ground. The earth rumbled with the faint sounds of wailing. It was as though something was about to awaken. A gray and black mist was sprayed out from the bird's mouth. The mist had the flavor of decay, deterioration, and putrefaction. This attack had been meant for Lin Yuan. However, the aura that came with this attack caused the trunk and branches of the hollowed tamarix behind Lin Yuan to be covered with a gray layer. More than half of the hollowed tamarix fell from its branches. The hollowed tamarix's root power started to drain away under the decaying aura. Lin Yuan could sense that the decay, deterioration, and putrefaction from the mist sprayed out by the gray and brown bird did not only target plants but would also cause all life forms to slowly lose their lives. Whitespeak sensed the strength of the attack and immediately placed itself in front of Lin Yuan. To the shock of the elderly man, Whitespeak opened its jaws and swallowed the strange gray and brown bird's attack. When Whitespeak opened its mouth again, a white beam of energy with streaks of gray and black shot out toward the strange gray and brown bird, piercing it clean through from head to tail. The remainder of the beam of energy shot toward the elderly man. After this attack, Whitespeak became even more certain that the strange gray and brown bird was a dimensional life form. This was because Whitespeak had strongly sensed source-type power in the attack. Whitespeak thought that its attack would have ended the strange gray and brown bird's life. Yet, the strange gray bird that had been pierced through from head to tail was completely unaffected. To Whitespeak's shock, the bird folded its wings in front of the elderly man. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the strange gray and brown bird. The strange gray and brown bird had already reached eternal, so the gold Morbius could not check on it. However, Lin Yuan still discovered that it was called the pilgrimage corpse bird. From Morbius sensing, Lin Yuan could tell that the strange bird's energy core was in its abdomen. Whitespeak had not struck that area. Moreover, Lin Yuan felt that the pilgrimage corpse bird's intelligence was too low for a Class 14-dimensional lifeform. Compared to marsh-dimensional lifeforms, it had around the same intelligence as the Class 3 marsh crocodile. Normally, phase intelligence increased along with their grades. Lin Yuan had never seen a life form of eternal and above that had such a low intelligence. The pilgrimage corpse bird had used all of its power in spraying the mist. Whitespeak used its own ability replay to add the power of the pilgrimage corpse bird's attack to its own. There was no way that the pilgrimage corpse bird could use its body to sustain the attack, and a portion of the energy crashed into the elderly man, sending him flying back by over 20 meters as blackened blood exploded out from his lips. It was obvious that the color of the blood was unusual, and it had the same aura as that of the pilgrimage corpse bird. Normally, as the pilgrimage corpse bird's contractor, the elderly should not have been affected by the attributes in the attack even if his body could be injured by it. When the elderly man emerged from the ball of flesh, his pale hands already appeared very unhealthy. An eternal expert's body should not have such an appearance. Now, Lin Yuan understood that the elderly man's pale body was likely due to him having contracted the pilgrimage corpse bird. The pilgrimage corpse bird's bloodline had changed the elderly man's bloodline and made him appear like a dead man walking. Although Lin Yuan's mother had given birth to him, he was also a transmigrator. According to the rare and unorthodox information that Lin Yuan had from his previous life, two words immediately came to his mind: the undead and zombies. If there truly was a sixth type of dimensional rift in the world, it was likely that it would be linked to those words. At that moment, the elderly man sent out by the Truth Association to the Divine Wood Federation was boiling over with shock and fury. Lin Yuan planned on taking the chance to squeeze the elderly man for information. There was a lot of intelligence that could only come from the mouth of the enemy. Their eyes and expression would give Lin Yuan the answer he wanted. If fifth page truth were here, he would step in to help you sustain the next attack. Lin Yuan's eyes were locked on the elderly man's eyes. All of the Divine Wood Federation's faction spies were confused by what Lin Yuan said. They did not understand who the fifth page truth that Lin Yuan spoke of was. Meanwhile, the elderly man's expression changed drastically. He now had an expression of disbelief. Without the elderly man having to respond in any way, Lin Yuan knew that he was acquainted with fifth page truth. It seemed that the Truth Association was indeed linked to fifth page truth. He had already gained enough information from the elderly man. This elderly man did not have the authority to know what secret weapons fifth page war had. Lin Yuan said softly, "Leave this elderly man's corpse intact. Then, take control of the pilgrimage corpse bird." The moment the last word fell from Lin Yuan's lips, a water current with faint lines of hair flew out of the pink and gold gem at the corner of Lin Yuan's eye. Pink and gold flames arose all over the surface of the water. The water current shot into the elderly's body with no intention of being stopped. This elderly eternal expert lost his last breath while in a fit of shock and rage. When the water current left the elderly man's body, it turned into delicate pink and gold chains that wrapped snugly around the pilgrimage corpse bird. Lin Yuan intended to carefully examine the pilgrimage corpse bird later to understand the inner workings of its body. Red Thorn had just abandoned the Thearch-class weapon Han Tianhe, and the new tongue of Relinquish had not grown out yet. Thus, he needed some time before he could take control of the elderly man from the Truth Association. At that time, the pilgrimage corpse bird would also fall under Red Thorn's control. Given the intelligence of the pilgrimage corpse bird, it was unlikely that it had sensed that anything was wrong with its contractor. Lin Yuan could not help but feel that the pilgrimage corpse bird would allow him to unlock a secret that he had never been able to touch in the past. From the throngs of firepower that Yang Hanxian had brought in the form of imperial guards, to the later arrival of immortal and eternal experts, the events of the past 20 minutes had completely changed the horizons of the members of the native factions of the Divine Wood Federation. The factions in Sacred Forest City no longer had any desire to fight back against Sky Creation. Frankly, it was normal for upper-ranked factions of a federation to fight for resources. However, these factions were very xenophobic. For example, when they were angered by the knowledge that the Yang family was being controlled, they were also angry and looked down on the Yi family for climbing the ranks with Sky Creation's help. Slowly, they even became indignant at being ruled by the Yi family. However, after the power and deadliness that Sky Creation had demonstrated, any leader of a faction with intelligence would know that there was no point in being angry and resisting. Rather, when the Divine Wood Federation's experts were weakening, they could only be able to survive the Feral Iron Hammer Federation by clinging tightly to Sky Creation. It was unlikely that Sky Creation would sit by and watch as the Divine Wood Federation met their doom after they helped the Yi family assume control. Yang Xijie was completely unaware of everything that was happening over at Sky Creation's Tree Castle. Ever since the Imperial meeting where he gained a deeper understanding of the Truth Association's power, Yang Xijie's attitude had changed completely. Previously, he wanted to be independent and lead the Yang family in wrenching out of the grip of the Truth Association. But now, all he wanted to do was curry favor with the Truth Association and find a way for them to see him as more important than his father. This was because Yang Xijie was weak by nature. After being spoiled in the imperial court for all his life, he had long lost the bloodthirst that he should have possessed. Furthermore, he knew that he would not be able to fight the Truth Association on his own. The Truth Association's power was glaring, and even his father, the Yang family's strongest expert, was no match for them. If he tried to take them on, he would only be jumping toward a pointless death. After all, his father was the one who had humiliated the Yang family. It was under his leadership that the Yang family had turned into the Truth Association's puppet. When the time came that he replaced his father as the leader of the Yang family, no one from the Yang family would blame him. The Truth Association had to have decided to take control of the Yang family because they were of use to the Yang family. The treasure in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm would only mature 10 years later. The most urgent task at hand for Yang Xijie was to make Little Peach trust him. As long as he could continue acting as the bridge between Little Peach and the Truth Association, he would be useful in the eyes of the Truth Association. Yang Xijie was born in a top faction and knew that only people with worth survived the longest. The worthless could be replaced at any time. Thus, after Yang Xijie was done with the Imperial meeting, he immediately headed where Little Peach was staying to begin doing all he could to safeguard the relationship between himself and Little Peach. He seemed to have forgotten his promise to Little Peach to keep the secret. Little Peach appeared humble and relaxed in front of Yang Xijie, but in fact, she could not despise Yang Xijie even more than she already did. She could not be clearer about what was running through Yang Xijie's mind. He was unfilial to his father and was trying to stir trouble in front of her. He was completely oblivious that the treasure in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm that was said to mature 10 years later did not exist at all, or that the entire Sacred Wood Mystic Realm had already vanished. Little Peach had entered the Yang family's treasure vault more than once in the past few days. She had carefully studied the contents of the treasure vault before she reported her findings to Begin Lady, who then relayed the information to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was amazed at how well-padded the Yang family's treasure vault was, but was also bewildered. The Yang family's treasure vault was so large, but they did not even have law crystal and world crystal fragments, much less complete crystals. This was not normal at all. Lin Yuan told Begin Lady to instruct Little Peach to try to trick Yang Xijie into divulging information. This was when a troubled expression spread across Yang Xijie's face. It turned out that the Truth Association had been collecting law and world crystals from the Yang family and had great need for them. This also explained why Yi Huailong had said that half of the law and world crystals in the Yi family's treasure vault had been taken by the Yang family. At first, Lin Yuan had not thought much of it. But slowly, as time went on, Lin Yuan began to get the feeling that something was wrong. Class 5 creation masters could purify law and world crystals, but could also tap into the worlds and laws within the crystals to help phase of the same type to better absorb the laws and world. Lin Yuan was not capable of this. However, the most effective things for breakthroughs were still pure law and world crystals. Alas, it was not easy to purify law and world crystals and called for only the top creation master resources. Although the Moon Empress had awakened her birth horoscope and become a Class 6 creation master, she could not purify many law and world crystals in a day. It was much easier to search for suitable law crystals to evolve respective phase. Class 5 creation master techniques could allow phase of the same type to better absorb law and world crystals. The Truth Association had to have an unorthodox reason for needing such a large amount of law and world crystals. Holy Lady, if you have any resource needs, I can take you into the treasure vault. However, please don't make things difficult for me by asking for law and world crystals. I can't help you. Little Peach was not about to believe Yang Sijia. This was because Little Peach was trying to get him to divulge information and also because her original intention was to make things difficult for Yang Sijia. Little Peach did not like Yang Sijia's attitude of trying to harm her while still taking advantage of her. Humph. You can't help me? You can't even get something like this? Then what is the point in me continuing to work with you? Take me to see Yang Hanxian. When I collaborated with him, he was very easy to work with. Little Peach's words made Yang Sijia panic. If she went to his father and started working with him, Yang Sijia would become useless to the Truth Association. He did not know if the Truth Association would kill him once he became useless to them, but was certain that his father would. He still remembered how his father had looked at him when he mentioned the treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm. It had been the exact same way that his father had looked at his brother soon before the former murdered the latter. However, Yang Sijia truly could not fulfill Little Peach's request. The Truth Association needed law and world crystals. If he helped Little Peach to obtain law and world crystals instead of leaving them for the Truth Association, there was no way that the people from the Truth Association would let him off. Little Peach had complimented his father because she still had not tried asking him for law and world crystals. Or, the Truth Association had not needed law and world crystals when she had worked with him. Yang Sijia knew that he needed to soothe Little Peach. Only then would things proceed smoothly. Thus, Yang Sijia had no choice but to agree to Little Peach's request. He could relay Little Peach's request to the Truth Association members and seek their opinions. It was likely that the Truth Association members would be willing to give up on some law and world crystals to satisfy Little Peach for the sake of the treasure that would only mature a decade later. If it was truly impossible, he could put on a disguise to kill some experts from other factions and steal their law and world crystals to give to Little Peach. The fate of Yang Sijia's life rested on Little Peach's attitude toward him. This was why he was so panicked when Little Peach hinted that she wanted to work with his father instead. Holy Lady, I will do my best to fulfill your request. My father is no longer in the imperial court. Moreover, if you speak with my father, I can't ensure that my father won't go after the treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm himself. Little Peach shot Yang Sijia a look of amusement before she asked, Are you saying that you never thought about going after the treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm after finding out about it? It went without saying that Yang Sijia had targeted the treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm. He had even told the Truth Association members about the treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm in exchange for prolonging his life. He could not care less about the life or death of Little Peach. But there was no way he would respond to Little Peach's question with the truth. Thus, he started to placate Little Peach. Holy Lady, how could I eye the treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm? You have been in the sacred wood mystic realm for so long. But the Yang family never sullied our promise to you. I genuinely respect you. My main fae is the poison arrow sweet flag with the sacred wood bloodline that came from the sacred wood mystic realm. You might not be aware, but my father's old age has come with many maladies of the mind. If he learns about the treasure in the sacred wood mystic realm, I'm truly afraid that something will happen. I don't want to see that happen. Yang Sijia used both emotional manipulation and logic in his words. However, all he accomplished was disgusting Little Peach. When Little Peach and Yang Sijia interacted, she placed Begin Lady's imprint on Yang Sijia. Begin Lady had already told Little Peach about how Yang Sijia had sold her out at the imperial meeting. Yang Hanxian had already died at the hands of Lin Yuan's subordinate, and there was no way for him to target Little Peach. The situation over at Sky Creation's Tree Castle had already been concluded. It was clear that Yang Xijie had no idea that the 5 Truth Association experts had died. This was unsurprising as Yang Hanxian had personally led a team of Imperial Guards to Sky Creation's Tree Castle. Including Yang Hanxian, everyone he had brought with him had died. Yang Xijie dared not to send people to shadow Yang Hanxian while the latter was in charge. When she saw that Yang Xijie was still acting in front of him, Little Peach looked amused. Yang Xijie, your acting skills aren't bad. With such acting skills, you stand a chance at becoming the head of the Divine Wood Federation. Yang Xijie could not help but smile when he heard Little Peach praise him. But a moment later, he noticed that Little Peach's words were layered. What did she mean by saying his acting was not bad? Could it be that she had realized he was acting? This should not be. Yang Xijie could be certain that his facade had been perfect. At that moment, Yang Xijie truly became alarmed. If Little Peach was sure that he was acting and abandoned him by refusing to work with him, how would he be allowed to continue living? When she saw that Yang Xijie was about to make up excuses, Little Peach went on to say, "The people from the Truth Association are dead, including your father and the troops he brought. All of you deserve to die for disrespecting Lord Lin Yuan who saved Begin Lady. I'll send you to meet with him now. If you want to fight with him, you can do so in hell." Little Peach's words caused terror and despair to spread across Yang Xijie's face. She did not give him any chance to speak before she reached out her hand and killed him immediately. The Yang family had 2 immortal experts in the Imperial Court. One was at Beginner Immortal while the other was at Intermediate Immortal. Ever since Begin Lady had successfully set its spirit fire alight and evolved into an intermediate fairy, Little Peach had reached Advanced Immortal and was very close to reaching Pinnacle Immortal. Little Peach knew that her power had increased because of Little Peach's bloodline and that she would never be able to reach Eternal. However, she had more than enough power to eliminate the 2 immortal experts from the Yang family. Little Peach wanted to do all she could to help Lin Yuan. This was her way of doing her part in repaying Lin Yuan. After Little Peach killed Yang Xijie, she left the bedroom and decided to trigger her immortal body. Peach flower branches extended out from her sleeve. Almost immediately, white and pink peach flowers bloomed all over the branches. Every step Little Peach took would be followed by flying flower petals. Little Peach was holding 2 swords made of peachwood. There were rustling white and pink peach flowers blooming all over the swords. The peach flower branches that extended out of the bottom of her skirt stole the lives of everything within the cage that her aura created. Little Peach's unrestrained unleashing of her aura immediately attracted the attention of 2 of the Yang experts who did not understand the situation. The 2 peach flower swords drew 2 beautiful lines consisting of 10 words in the sky. 2 flowers of blood bloomed in the sky. Little Peach started to truly purge the Imperial Court. Little Peach killed every life form in the Imperial Court, including a small ant in the garden. She knew that Lin Yuan now had irreparable enmity with the Yang family after his subordinates had killed Yang Hanxian. Little Peach would not allow such nuisances to continue existing in the world. After interacting with humans for decades, Little Peach knew how hatred could morph into terrifying motivation that also propelled growth. At that moment, the Imperial Court could be described as the aftermath of a massacre of every living creature. On this lifeless land, Little Peach was a picture of white and pink as she stood arrogantly above the carnage. She used peach blossom branches to gather the corpses and push them into the palace of the Imperial Court. Although Little Peach was a plant-type fae and could consume flesh as her nutrients, it did not like doing so. After growing off of Begin Lady's bloodline, Little Peach now saw the flesh of other life forms as dirty. Lin Yuan had a subordinate that liked to consume flesh, and it could finish off this pile of corpses so they did not go to waste. After settling everything, Little Peach deactivated her immortal body and waited for Lin Yuan to lead his people into the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. When Begin Lady killed 5th Page Truth's envoy and took control of the pilgrimage corpse bird, it cast its gaze on the faction spies who were watching. None of the faction spies dared to hold Lin Yuan's gaze for more than a second, and anyone who did meet his eyes would instinctively look away. Given the circumstances, the faction spies should be fleeing in droves. However, none of them dared to move an inch while Lin Yuan was here, for fear of earning his ire and ending up like Yang Hanxian. Since Lin Yuan even dared to kill Yang Hanxian, there was no way that their lives mattered to him. Lin Yuan stored the pilgrimage corpse bird that Begin Lady had captured using the water currents into his ring before he returned to the tree castle. He could leave White Speak to clean up the battlefield. Although White Speak was a dimensional life form, it knew what was useful and could be kept and what could be thrown away. Yi Weilonga and Yi Huailu led the members of the Yi family into the hall in the tree castle. Both of them were beside themselves with excitement. However, their excitement stemmed from different reasons. Yi Huailong was excited because after Lin Yuan killed Yang Hanxian, there was no way that the rest of the Yang family had any chance of joining Lin Yuan, even if they got on their knees and begged. It was time for the Yi family to rise in ranks. Soon, he would be able to lead the Yi family into the sacred imperial court. Without the Truth Association, the Yang, Su, and by families, the Yi family was indeed the strongest native faction in Sacred Forest City. Yi Huailong was confident that he would be able to handle any resistance from the other families. Moreover, Sky Creation had revealed their true power. All the other factions knew that the Yi family was supported by Sky Creation. It was unlikely that any faction wanted to die. Thus, the Yi family's entrance into the imperial court would be extremely smooth. However, Yi Huailong also knew the reason he could lead the Yi family into the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. In order to enter the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, he needed to remain loyal to Lin Yuan and sincerely carry out tasks for him. Besides being the head of the Yi family and the incoming ruler of the imperial court, Yi Huailong knew that he was just a normal member of Sky City. Meanwhile, Yi Huailu was not happy because the Yi family was about to become the rulers of the Divine Wood Federation. His sole focus was on increasing his creation master power. Ever since he was young, Yi Huailu knew that his older brother had control issues and did not need a second opinion when it came to managing the family. Otherwise, it would affect their brotherly relationship. When Yi Huailu realized this at a young age, he put all of his efforts into his creation master skills. Ever since he consumed the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar and cleansed his body of impurities to recover his health, he felt as though his sensing of that road had reopened again. He had just abruptly captured that feeling. Yi Huailu was like a person who had been pacing outside a gate for a long time but could not step through them. However, an accidental step through the gate allowed Yi Huailu to finally see the opportunity to enter the gates. Once he entered the gates, he would be part of a new world related to creation masters. He would be able to truly understand many different things that perplexed him in the past. At that moment, he finally understood why the gap between federations with and without Class 5 creation masters was so large and why the federations with Class 5 creation masters looked down on those without. If Class 4 creation masters were dirt on the ground, Class 5 creation masters would be clouds floating in the sky. How could dirt compare with clouds? The first thought that Yi Huailu had after becoming a Class 5 creation master was not to help his brother develop the Yi family, but to feel genuine gratitude for Lin Yuan. Ever since Yi Huailu was young, he was a dreamer. Lin Yuan had allowed Yi Huailu to fulfill his dreams and begin walking down the path he had been yearning for a long time. It could be said that Lin Yuan had given Yi Huailu a new life. When Lin Yuan returned to the tree castle, Yi Huailong was about to say something to him, but Yi Huailu was faster and said with moving thankfulness, "Lord, I just grabbed an opportunity. If my guess is right, I should be a Class 5 creation master now." Yi Huailu's words shocked Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Yi Huailong, and the rest of the Yi family's direct disciples. Lin Yuan was not stunned because of Yi Huailu's news. He had been expecting Yi Huailu to become a genuine Class 5 creation master. After all, he had already been so close. But he did not expect Yi Huailu to cross the obstacle that stumped other Class 4 creation masters their entire lives so soon. This meant that Sky City finally had its second Class 5 creation master. This time it was a living, breathing, true Class 5 creation master. It was true that Di Wanmi was a Class 5 creation master. However, she no longer had any potential to speak of. Meanwhile, Yi Huailu had boundless potential in his future. Lu Jie looked at Yi Huailu seriously. Now that Yi Huailu had become a Class 5 creation master, his identity and status had changed completely. Although Ihuailu had joined Sky City, he was still part of one of the Divine Wood Federation's native factions. With Ihuailu now a Class 5 Creation Master, the Divine Wood Federation would become a federation with a Class 5 Creation Master. This would cause their power to skyrocket. Previously, Lu Jie had not felt much about Lin Yuan helping the Yi family. After all, Yi Huailong had not even reached Immortal and did not have what it took to command the Divine Wood Federation. Rather than helping the Yi family climb the ranks, it might be better to nurture a few obedient helpers to take control of the Divine Wood Federation. Yi Huailong was very ambitious. Despite having joined Sky City, he still did all he could to protect the Yi family's benefits while he was working for Sky City. But now that Yi Huailu was a Class 5 Creation Master, he could help Yi Huailong reach Eternal. Given the situation, the previously only somewhat significant Yi family could not only help Lin Yuan manage the Divine Wood Federation but even the Startling Lines continent in the future. There was now a Class 5 Creation Master in the Startling Lines continent. If the Startling Lines continent's 3 federations fused, they could send out attendees to the major federation meeting and fight for resources. Yi Huailu had just grabbed the opportunity to become a Class 5 Creation Master but had not told Yi Huailong and the rest of the Yi family about it previously. Yi Huailong and the members of the Yi family were not just excited. The Divine Wood Federation was in a state of chaos, and the native factions were all afraid of being unable to sleep soundly. Yet, the Yi family was the exception. Just as much as the other factions were anxious, the Yi family was excited and hopeful. As Yi Huailong led the members of the Yi family into the tree castle and waited for Lin Yuan to restore the Yi family, Yi Huailong and the rest of the Yi family saw from the window in the hollowed Tamarix how Yang Hanxian and the Imperial Guards were killed by Di Wanmi. The sight filled Yi Huailong and Yi Huailu with a conclusive happiness. But now there was additional joy. Everyone in the Yi family knew what Yi Huailu becoming a Class 5 Creation Master meant for the Yi family. Lin Yuan helping the Yi family to enter the Divine Wood Federation was saving them. But Yi Huailu evolving to Class 5 Creation Master strengthened the Yi family's foundation. These two situations could not be discussed as the same matter. Lin Yuan said to Yi Huailu with a smile, "Congratulations on becoming a Class 5 Creation Master. I will send Di Wanmi to have a chat with you later." Lin Yuan's intention was not for Di Wanmi to teach Yi Huailu. Every Class 5 Creation Master walked down a different path that had to be their own. It was impossible for them to learn from each other. But Yi Huailu belonged to the Divine Wood Federation, which had never had a Class 5 Creation Master. Thus, he had to have less knowledge about Class 5 Creation Masters than Di Wanmi, who came from the Radiance Federation. Di Wanmi could share the knowledge with Yi Huailu to save him some detours. Yi Huailu immediately understood Lin Yuan's intention and bowed in thanks to Lin Yuan as he said, "Lord, now that I'm a Class 5 Creation Master, I'm much more useful than before. You can instruct me to do anything you need." Yi Huailu's words sounded like he was trying to curry favor with Lin Yuan and demonstrate his loyalty. This was exactly what Yi Huailu was thinking. However, he was being genuine and not putting on a show. The moment that Yi Huailu became a Class 5 Creation Master, he knew that Sky City's foundation was much stronger than he could even imagine. Lin Yuan had gifted Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls to Yi Huailong. Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters could nurture Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers. However, just like nurturing a Bronze/Legend Fae, both events only had a small probability of happening. It was possible that a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master could not nurture one even after 20 to 30 years had passed. Yi Huailu clearly remembered that the Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls that Lin Yuan had gifted Yi Huailong were not the kind that were commonly seen. Yi Huailu had tested the purity of the Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls and found that it had 98% purity. At the time, Yi Huailu thought that all Class 5 Creation Masters could achieve this. But now that he was a Class 5 Creation Master, he noticed that it was just as difficult for him to nurture such a level of Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls that it was for Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters to nurture Bronze/Legend phase. This was enough for Yi Huailong to know that Sky Creation had an even more powerful Creation Master. The gap between him and Sky Creation's Creation Master might be even larger than the gap between Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters and his current level. By being willing to offer Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls of such level as gifts, It meant that it was not difficult for him to obtain such level of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. This was even more terrifying. At that moment, Huailu finally understood that once one reached a higher level, one would realize that the world was even larger than expected. Whether it was from the angle of repaying the favor or for the sake of his future development, Huailu was glad he could join Sky Creation. Lin Yuan was delighted that Huailu had become a Class 5 creation master. Lin Yuan said with a smile, "You and your brother should lead the family into the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court now. Everything is settled in the Imperial Court." Begin Lady had given permission to Little Peach to slaughter and clean up the life forms in the Imperial Court. Otherwise, Little Peach would not have dared to do so. Begin Lady had conjured this idea because it had absorbed Su Jian and Bai Dong's souls. When Su Jian and Bai Dong planned for their families to siege the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, both of them had the same idea of killing every person in the Imperial Court to ensure that there would be no fallout from the matter. This was indeed the most advantageous decision for the Su and Bai families. Doing so would also be the most beneficial for the family. This was why Begin Lady had told Little Peach to do so. After Little Peach settled matters and cleansed the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, Begin Lady reported the situation to Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan had only recently arrived in this world, he might have felt that Begin Lady's methods were too cruel. But after a year of growth and training, and changing from a feeble regular person to who he was now, Lin Yuan knew that being merciful toward one's enemies would be an act of cruelty to their own faction. When Huailong heard what Lin Yuan said, he knew that it was time for him to speak. He hurriedly took a step forward and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, the family are who we are today because of you. We have 6 white elephant vine flower sedans. Please ride in the frontmost one into the Imperial Court." Huailong was trying to invite Lin Yuan and express his respect. The white elephant vine flower sedan was iconic for the family. The family's crest had a flowering vine wrapped around a white elephant on it. By having Lin Yuan sit on the frontmost white elephant vine flower sedan, while Huailong sat behind him, everyone in Sacred Forest City would be able to see what was essentially a declaration of Lin Yuan being king. Moreover, Huailong also extended this invitation to Lin Yuan as a means of testing Lin Yuan's intention. He wanted to know what his plans for the family were after they entered the Imperial Court. If Lin Yuan accepted his invitation to sit on the frontmost white elephant vine flower sedan, this meant he would interfere in all matters of the Divine Wood Federation. If Lin Yuan turned him down, it meant that the family would be able to truly rule over the Divine Wood Federation. Selfishly, Huailong hoped that Lin Yuan would turn him down. Otherwise, he would not be able to act freely even if he entered the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "I won't be going with the family to the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. This is the family's own glory. I'm sure you will call for a meeting of all the factions in Sacred Forest City as your first action in the Imperial Court. I won't be participating in the meeting either. The family can preside over it yourselves." Lin Yuan paused for a moment before he went on to say, "Huailu has become a Class 5 creation master. Although the shadow of Sky Creation hangs over the family is the one who has to safeguard the Divine Wood Federation. Remember what you told me. I hope that there won't be any more slums in the Divine Wood Federation 10 years from now. At the very least, everyone must have a place to stay. Additionally, the Divine Wood Federation can now proudly attend the major Federation meeting and let the entire world know of your existence." Lin Yuan's words caused Huailong, Huailu, the rest of the family, and Ding Chengshua's eyes to well up with tears. Huailong, Huailu, and Ding Chengshua knew that Lin Yuan came to Sacred Forest City for the sake of resources. Lin Yuan clearly had sufficient power to forcefully dominate the Divine Wood Federation. However, he did not use brute force like the Truth Association after entering the Divine Wood Federation. Instead, he used Creation Master resources to trade for resources. Although Lin Yuan could take control of the Divine Wood Federation anytime he wanted, he had no intention of doing so. Rather, he warned Huailong to do good by the Divine Wood Federation. This was enough to tell Lin Yuan's character, and that it was one worth being respected. Yi Huailong looked at Lin Yuan with tears in his eyes and said, "Lord, I will make sure to do everything I promised you. Don't worry. In my hands, the Divine Wood Federation will definitely prosper." Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "I will stay in Sacred Forest City for another 2 days before leaving. I will be taking the hollowed turmerics with me. If anything happens in the future, remember to contact me with that piece of paper I gave you. I will also respond to you using that paper." Yi Huailu responded to Lin Yuan with a question, "Lord, do you want me to follow you?" "You?" Before Yi Huailu could finish speaking, Lin Yuan cut him off by saying, "If you follow me, Yi Huailong won't be able to truly help the Divine Wood Federation prosper. The Yi family doesn't have to worry about the Iron Hammer Federation. The next ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court will make contact with you and strengthen the trade between your two federations, so that there will no longer be starvation during the Iron Hammer Federation's winter season, and the Divine Wood Federation will have no lack of metals, minerals, leather, and furs. They won't have to be luxury goods anymore." Lin Yuan's words put Yi Huailong at ease. Yi Huailong was most afraid that under his leadership, the Iron Hammer Federation would lose their minds over hunger and invade the Divine Wood Federation. Even if Yi Huailu was now a Class 5 Creation Master, he could not produce Class 5 Creation Master resources in an instant. Spirit Chi professionals also needed time to digest the Class 5 Creation Master resources. Given the situation, if most of the tribes and experts from the Iron Hammer Federation invaded the Divine Wood Federation and started slaughtering mindlessly, the Divine Wood Federation would be helpless to fight back. It was even possible for the experts of the Iron Hammer Federation to make it into the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. However, there was no need for Yi Huailong to worry about this anymore. In fact, he hoped that the trade between the two federations would be strengthened just like Lin Yuan said. After getting to know Lin Yuan and learning how large the world was, Yi Huailong's tunnel vision was gone and his thinking had changed. In order for the Divine Wood Federation to develop properly, it was necessary for them to become close to the Iron Hammer Federation and deepen their trading relationship. With Lin Yuan facilitating the process, the Divine Wood Federation would truly be able to secure profits in their current weak state. Lin Yuan saw the startling Lines continent as Sky City's incubator. Since it was an incubator, it would be better to nurture development than to rob and steal. Lin Yuan did not need to keep too many resources on hand. In the future, when he was establishing Sky City, he only needed to let Yi Huailong know, and Yi Huailong would do all he could to help him obtain the resources he needed. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had already taken control of the Divine Wood Federation and no longer needed to gather information on his own. If he needed any information, he could go to Yi Huailong directly. Although Yi Huailong had his own selfishness, he had still sworn his loyalty to Lin Yuan on his law rune. Thus, he would do all he could to fulfill Lin Yuan's requests and remain loyal. However, the love music centers were still everywhere in the Divine Wood Federation because Su Iran depended on them to raise the absolute love poppy stars. Lin Yuan intended to let Su Iran know when he returned that the love music centers would be working with the Yi family, so the love music centers could oversee all of the resources in the Divine Wood Federation. Once the love music centers seamlessly controlled all of the resources in the Divine Wood Federation, Yi Huailong would not have to exert that much effort to fulfill Lin Yuan's requests and could make use of the Love Music Center's sources. After he sent the Yi family off, Lin Yuan stretched. After more than a month, the matters in the Divine Wood Federation had finally been settled. Lin Yuan had decided to remain in Sacred Forest City for another 2 days before returning to the Underground Palace because he wanted to help the Yi family stabilize the situation. If anything unexpected happened, he would be able to help the Yi family. Furthermore, Lin Yuan wanted to hand an order to Yi Huailong so Yi Huailong could help Lin Yuan to gather the resources at the Imperial Court tomorrow morning. It went without saying that there were no specific names of resources on the list but just types. For example, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil needed phase that could extract pure elemental energy in order to evolve its bloodline after it evolved to Satan. It could be said that Lin Yuan also needed spiritual ingredients that could extract pure elemental energy. The Sovereign Perfect Touch Wisteria also needed it. When Yi Huailong accumulated all of this type of resources during the Imperial meeting tomorrow, he would be able to sweep the Divine Wood Federation clean of it. Lu Jie walked over to Lin Yuan and said, Lin Yuan, it's been hard on you. Go and rest properly. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Big brother Lu, we haven't properly browsed Sacred Forest City yet. Why don't we shop through Sacred Forest City for the next 2 days? We'll also be able to bring back some regional products for Su Iran and Talei when we return to the Underground Palace. We can also send a portion of it to Wenyu and Su Ningxiang. The 2 days flew by quickly. 2 days ago, Yi Huailong and Yi Huailu had been sitting side by side on the white elephant vine flower sedans as they journeyed from Sky Creation's Tree Castle to the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. On the way there, no faction dared to act indignant towards the Yi family. Even the direct disciples of the Yu family, who always butted heads with the Yi family, instinctively kept their heads down as a sign of respect when they saw the members of the Yi family riding on the white elephant vine flower sedans. In terms of power, the Yi family was the undisputed ruler of the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. Resisting against the Yi family at such a time would be no different from running to one's own death. After these series of changes, all of the families in Sacred Forest City retracted their ambitions. All they wanted now was peace. The white elephant vine flower sedans headed straight into the Imperial Court's inner hall. Yi Huailong did not see a single person along the way. Yi Huailong immediately understood what Lin Yuan said by settling. The moment that he opened the door of the main hall, Yi Huailong saw Little Peach and the pile of corpses next to her. Yi Huailong, Yi Huailu, and the rest of the Yi family's main members sucked in sharp breaths when they glimpsed this sight. Little Peach looked at Yi Huailong and said, "Go and organize the corpses and send them into the tree castle. Lord Lin Yuan's subordinates need to eat these. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm no longer exists, and I will no longer be staying in the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. Lord Lin Yuan knows this." When she was done speaking, Little Peach did not wait for Yi Huailong to respond, but immediately headed over to begin Lady. Yi Huailong only regained his senses a moment later and pointed out 20 of his most trusted members of the Yi family, including his daughter Yi Lingxi. Yi Huailong wanted Yi Lingxi to lead the rest of the 19 members of the Yi family to deliver the bodies over to Lin Yuan's subordinate. This would demonstrate the importance he placed on the matter, as well as give these members of the Yi family the chance to appear before Lin Yuan. Once he became old, Lin Yuan would need to protect these members if the Yi family was ever in danger. Rather than waiting till then for these members to make contact with Lin Yuan, it would be better for them to leave an impression on Lin Yuan now. Once the bodies were moved out of the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, there was not even an ant left. Yi Huailong instructed the main members of the Yi family to fetch the collateral members and servants of the Yi family, who had fled Sacred Forest City to the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. As one of the 4 main families in Sacred Forest City, they had hundreds of direct descendants and thousands of collateral descendants. These were just the main and collateral members. After many years of development, one could only imagine how large the collateral families had grown. Each collateral member of the Yi family had at least 2 servants, while each main member of the Yi family had over 20 servants. In total, there were over 1 million servants. The Divine Wood Federation was large. Previously, the entire Yang family, including their collateral members, stayed in the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. Yi Huailong planned on doing the same. Once the Yi family's collateral descendants and servants were fetched into the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, the servants could clean up the Imperial Court and decorate the place. Once the Imperial Court was properly decorated, they would be able to host all of the native factions in Sacred Forest City in an imperial meeting to welcome the Yi family as the new rulers of the Divine Wood Federation. During this imperial meeting, Yi Huailong intended to get rid of all the factions that opposed him. Many things needed to be done in the Divine Wood Federation. Because of Lin Yuan, Yi Huailong had a noble goal. Anyone who did not side with him would affect the goal from coming to fruition. Yi Huailong was greatly looking forward to his and Yi Huailu's hard work enabling the Divine Wood Federation's Divine Wood envoys to attend the major Federation meeting in 10 years' time. They would use bloodshed and stake their lives to defend the Divine Wood Federation's pride. The collateral descendants and servants who had fled Sacred Forest City were hiding in a small villa outside of Sacred Forest City. All of them were filled with fear and anxiousness. If anything happened to the Yi family's direct descendants who remained in the Sacred Forest City, There was no way that these collateral descendants and servants would be allowed to continue living, as the enemies of the E family would definitely exterminate them. The E family's collateral descendants and members watched the fighting between factions all these years. In the past, the E family had almost been destroyed because of the Bai family. The events were still vivid in the minds of many E elders. However, they were even more terrified of the future. Since Sacred Forest City had been sealed off, they could not catch a hint of what was happening within the city. As such, the collateral descendants and servants continued living life while gripped by nervousness. None of them imagined receiving such magnificent news so quickly. When they fled, even the head of their family had clearly been perturbed. But now, the E family had become the rulers of the Divine Wood Federation. Once they returned to Sacred Forest City, they would no longer be living at the E family's residence but in the imperial court. All of the E family's collateral descendants and servants started whooping with excitement. The villa they were hiding out at was not far from Sacred Forest City. It was only about an hour away. The sky had not even turned dark by the time that the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court was cleaned up to look as good as new, with the E family's crests placed everywhere. All of the Yang family's crests had been destroyed and replaced with the crest featuring the E family's white elephants surrounded by flowering vines. Yi Huailong and Yi Huailu sat in the main hall of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. After a moment of silence, Yi Huailong said, "Huailu, we are brothers from the same mother. No matter how hard I think, I still think you should take the seat as the leader of the Divine Wood Federation." Yi Huailu calmly looked at Yi Huailong. It was because they came from the same mother that Yi Huailu knew Yi Huailong so well. Yi Huailu was well aware of how badly Yi Huailong wanted to sit at the top of the Divine Wood Federation. Yi Huailong always had a strong desire for power and control. He had also been the one who managed every single matter in the Yi family and did not like it when Yi Huailu gave his input. Hence, Yi Huailong's words were not sincere but a test. Yi Huailu did not like Yi Huailong's mindset. If he did not set Yi Huailong at ease, it was very likely that Yi Huailong would put up his guard against him. As such, Yi Huailu said seriously, "Big brother, you know that I've only been focused on creation master abilities. I've never managed the Yi family in the past, and there's no way I have what it takes to manage the Divine Wood Federation now. I will properly assist you and nurture a group of creation masters for the E family and sky creation. In the next few years, I will do all I can to make your phase stronger than Yang Hanxian's Iris Wood Vine Dragon was. Now that I'm a Class 5 creation master, I can do this. So, the throne of the Divine Wood Federation belongs to only you. You also need to fulfill your promise to Lord Lin Yuan." Yi Huailong was fully at ease when he heard what Yi Huailu said. He opened his arms and wrapped Yi Huailu in an embrace. Yi Huailu's face broke into a grin when he received the brotherly hug. His words caused Yi Huailong to put down any barriers he had up against his brother. Yi Huailu did not plan on staying by Yi Huailong's side for his entire life. Once he used his hard work to elevate the Divine Wood Federation, Yi Huailu hoped to remain by Lin Yuan's side to achieve even higher heights as a creation master. This was what he wanted to do. His dream was to reach even greater heights of being a creation master. If not for this mindset, Yi Huailu would never have been able to find the path to becoming a Class 5 creation master in a place like the Startling Lines continent. Although he had only become a Class 5 creation master with Lin Yuan's help, this was because he had been sabotaged and injured his roots. If many impurities had not entered Yi Huailu's body and injured his roots, he would not have needed Lin Yuan's help to use the Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cassia Nectar to cleanse his body of the impurities and recover his roots. If that were the case, he could have become a Class 5 creation master a decade ago. For a person to rely on their own abilities to become a Class 5 creation master in middle age without going down a path of wickedness like Di Wanmi had, it could be said that Yi Huailu had the same level of creation master talent as the Bamboo Monarch and even more than Chef Supreme. Once the Yi family successfully entered the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, Yi Huailong could lay a large burden down. He immediately gave the order for the Yi family's collateral descendants to disseminate the news to all the factions in Sacred Forest City, and to inform the other city lords of cities across the Divine Wood Federation to head to the imperial court to attend the imperial meeting. As the new king of the Divine Wood Federation, Yi Huailong had to set the right tone of might. It would be terrifying if a ruler did not demonstrate might. If the people below him did not respect him as the ruler, the divine Federation would crumble and fall apart in an instant. He had already promised Lin Yuan that he would lead the divine Federation to prosperity, and there was no way he would fail at just demonstrating his might. At that moment, Yi Huailong was ready to kill. If any faction appeared even the slightest bit opposed to the Yi family's rule, there was no need for that faction to continue existing. After Yi Huailong sent out the order, it did not take long for the various factions in Sacred Forest City to prepare to head to the imperial court to show their support for the Yi family. Frankly, even before the Yi family's collateral descendants arrived to give them the instruction, many factions had already received word from their spies and wanted to express their congratulations to the Yi family. This was because no other faction in Sacred Forest City besides the Yi family was deserving to preside over the imperial court. Furthermore, Sky Creation had killed Yang Hanxian and the members of the Truth Association. There was no way they would not support a faction they had acknowledged. It was clear that the Yi family and Sky Creation were close. Every head of the faction in Sacred Forest City knew what kind of person Yi Huailong was. They knew that they needed to respect him. If he ever sensed a loss of respect from them, it would be the time that their lives came to an end. However, Yi Huailong was not the type to have personal vendettas. It was unlikely that Yi Huailong would eliminate the factions that had offended the Yi family in the past now that he had taken control of the Divine Federation's imperial court. In the years that the Yi family had been bullied by the Bai family, almost all of the factions that had been on good terms with the Bai family had done their part in trampling the Yi family. It was true that the Bai family had been stronger than the Yi family. Although the Yi family's previous leader had taken out 2 of the Bai family's immortal experts, the Bai family still had 1 more. The Yi family was fully held up by Yi Huailong. The Bai family had bitter hatred toward the Yi family, and it was only after pressure from the Yang and Su families that the Bai family did not successfully destroy the Yi family. The Bai family had built their own chamber of commerce within Sacred Forest City and begun many large-scale trading businesses. Many factions had racked their brains to get on the good side of the Bai family and trade with them. Eventually, many faction members noticed that the best way to convince the Bai family to acquiesce was not to engage with the Yi family. Thus, while many factions dared not offend the Yi family publicly, they secretly turned away all business dealings with the Yi family. This allowed the Yi family's development to be severely compromised. If the Yi family wanted to set the record straight, they would have to eliminate at least 60 factions. It was likely that the most terrified of the 60 factions was the Yu family. In the past few years, the Yu family had been striving to become one of the 4 largest families in Sacred Forest City. The leader of the Yu family, Yu Iha, had once publicly issued a challenge to the Yi family and called Yi Huailong a coward during many drinking sessions. At that time, the Bai family had been doing all they could to make life difficult for the Yi family. Thus, they had been secretly supporting Yu Iha. As a result, Yu Iha was shaking with terror. Yu Iha dared to publicly challenge Yi Huailong because of the Bai family's support and because he was a pinnacle Thearch class expert. For the past few months, he had provoked Yi Huailong into a fight. Eventually, Yu Iha had even emerged victorious over Yi Huailong by half an attack. Yu Iha's main Fei was able to counter Yi Huailong's Feis. But at the crux of the matter, Yu Iha was the only Thearch class expert of the Yu family, while the Yi family had 4 Thearch class experts besides Yi Huailong. In terms of overall power, the Yu family was not on the same level as the Yi family. All the factions of Sacred Forest City watched as the direct descendants of the Yi family walked out of Sky Creation's tree castle and climbed onto the white elephant vine flower sedans as they headed to the imperial court. Even if Yu Iha did openly clash against Yi Huailong, he would have to consider Sky Creation's consequential reaction. To all the factions in Sacred Forest City, Sky Creation was a peak that they could never hope to reach. The direct descendants of the Yu family were all terrified to the point of pulling their necks in like ostriches. Yu Iha sat in his study room with his brow furrowed as he looked at the girl sobbing in front of him. When he could no longer stand her sobbing, Yu Iha could not help but slam his hand down on the table, releasing a loud bang. How can I, Yu Iha, have such a useless daughter? The Su family deserved to be destroyed. What did the Su and Bai families do? Even if they're dead, they have no one to blame. Even if Su Yunduan wasn't dead, I wouldn't allow you to marry him. The sobbing girl halted and looked at Yu Iha with disbelief. Father, what are you saying? You're the one who wanted me to marry Su Yunduan and was so insistent on us getting engaged. I never liked him, so what does his death have to do with me? Mother told me that the Yi family is about to become the rulers of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. Our family has always been at odds with the Yi family. There's no way they will let us off. Yu Iha scoffed angrily. What a stupid way of thinking. Truly a stupid way of thinking. Yi Huailong will not only leave our family alone, but will also support us in the future. There isn't any other faction like our family in the entire sacred forest city. Once we're gone, Yi Huailong will have no one to rule over. When she heard what Yu Iha said, Yu Feifei immediately stopped crying and asked, Father, is what you say true? Yu Iha nodded and replied, It's very likely to be so. I'm headed to the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court now to speak with Yi Huailong. Yu Iha rose to his feet and headed to the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court without riding a sedan. Yu Iha and Yi Huailong had been rivals for decades and felt that he knew Yi Huailong well. This was why he was sure that Yi Huailong would not be taking any action despite the trouble he had caused him in the past. However, there was a condition for this, which was that he needed to submit to Yi Huailong before the imperial meeting. It was likely that Yi Huailong was waiting for him now. If he did not submit to Yi Huailong before the imperial meeting, the Yu family would end up destroyed. In spite of knowing this, Yu Iha was not nervous at all. All he did was look at the imperial court in the distance and let out a small sigh. After all these years, it still ended in his loss to Yi Huailong. For the sake of the Divine Wood Federation, he was going to be one of Yi Huailong's subjects. If Yi Huailong was able to sincerely accept him, he would support Yi Huailong with the full capabilities of the Yu family. But if Yi Huailong only disregarded their past scuffles and was unwilling to give the Yu family the chance to develop, he would lead the Yu family away from Sacred Forest City and build a new city in a remote area that was far from the Divine Wood Federation's main business district. When Yu Iha arrived at the entrance of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, he saw Yi Lingxi standing there as though she was waiting for someone. Although Yu Iha had been rivals with Yi Huailong and they were considered enemies, he had never put a junior like Yi Lingxi on the spot. When he saw her in the past, he could ignore her and breeze past her. But now it was clearly inappropriate to do the same. Yi Lingxi was Yi Huailong's only daughter. Now that Yi Huailong was the ruler of the imperial court, Yi Lingxi was the first princess of the Divine Wood Federation and had an extremely high status. Yu Iha had come to submit to Yi Huailong. Since this was his aim, he bowed and greeted Yi Lingxi. Greetings, First Princess. Yi Lingxi accepted Yu Iha's address but did not put on any airs as she said, Uncle Yu, my father asked me to wait for you here. He was sure that you would turn up. Let's go into the main hall together. My father is waiting there. Yu Iha was slightly stunned but managed to smile wryly. Evidently, no one knew him better than his longtime rival. Since Yi Huailong was willing to send Yi Lingxi to wait for him, it showed how important Yu Iha was to him. His importance to Yi Huailong gave him a better understanding of Yi Huailong's character. If he became the ruler of the imperial court, he would not put the Yi family at a spot and kill Yi Huailong, but he would not offer Yi Huailong the same treatment he was receiving now. Yi Huailong's magnanimity and graciousness exceeded his own. He followed Yi Lingxi into the main hall of the imperial court. Yu Iha was the head of the Yu family, and the Yu family had maintained themselves second to the Yi family. Not long ago, Yu Iha decided to marry his daughter to the most outstanding direct disciple of the Su family, Su Yunduan. Yu Iha had not fought for this marriage because he was after the Su family's power, but because Su Yunduan was the only one with a countenance that met Yu Iha's satisfaction. Yu Iha had walked the path from the entrance of the imperial court to the main hall many times in the past. But this time, the surname hanging over the imperial court had changed. He was not going to greet Yang Hanxian but Yi Huailong. When they arrived at the entrance of the main hall, Yi Lingxi made an ushering movement. Uncle Yu, please go in. I won't be joining your discussion with my father. Yu Iha nodded and strode into the imperial court's main hall. Yu Iha saw that Yi Huailong and Yi Huailu were standing and discussing something. There was a tradition in the Divine Wood Federation that when subjects entered the imperial court, they had to perform 9 bows and 16 kowtows. When Yuiha saw that Yi Huailong noticed his arrival, he immediately fell to his knees and began the tradition. When he got to the last kowtow, Yuiha felt a pair of strong hands help him to his feet. Yi Huailong chuckled cheerily and said, "Iha, I knew you would come. You didn't disappoint me after all." Yuiha clasped his hands together and shook them in front of Yi Huailong. "I used to clash with you because I'm the head of the Yu family and want to give the Yu family a better future. When I arrived, I performed the customary 9 bows and 16 kowtows to express my position as a subject. The top powers in the Divine Wood Federation have never been this weak, and I'm sure you won't have much labor under you. I'm willing to wholeheartedly support you. I hope that you'll be able to give the Yu family a bright future. I can swear on my world law that the Yu family will not do what the Su and Bai families did." Once Yuiha was done speaking, he heard Yi Huailong chuckle again. "Iha, I am indeed lacking helpers like you. You don't have to swear. There is no need for that. Yi Huailu has become a Class 5 creation master, and anyone with a brain knows what to do. Since the Yi family has what it takes to become the rulers of the Divine Wood Federation, no one will dare to push us off our throne. In the future, the Yi family will become so strong that other factions will be clambering to join us." When Yuiha heard what Yi Huailong said, he looked at Yi Huailu in disbelief as astonishment flooded him. What? Yi Huailu actually became a Class 5 creation master. Previously, Yi Huailu had been wheelchair-bound. There was no question that his miraculous recovery was linked to sky creation. It was no surprise that sky creation favored the Yi family so heavily since Yi Huailu had become a Class 5 creation master. Yuiha had wondered whether the Yi family and sky creation were secretly in cahoots. Once their collaboration was over, the Yi family would take over the imperial court while sky creation would leave Sacred Forest City. Given sky creation's power, there was no way that they would take root in Sacred Forest City. But now Yuiha dismissed that idea. The Yi family now had a Class 5 creation master. Thus, no matter how strong sky creation was, there was no way they would cut their ties to the Yi family. At the crux of it all, Yi Huailu was very useful to sky creation. It was no wonder the ever-cautious Yi Huailong was being so magnanimous now that the Yi family had a Class 5 creation master. He did not even need Yuiha to swear on his world law. Yuiha was glad that he had come to the imperial court to see Yi Huailong. Although Yuiha was not aware of what Class 5 creation masters were capable of, he knew that Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters could already nurture Emperor-class experts or even Thearch-class experts if they were given sufficient resources. Given the power that Sky Creation and the Truth Association demonstrated, it was likely that Class 5 creation masters could nurture Immortal experts. Since the Yi family was capable of nurturing Immortal experts, Yuiha was no longer as important to the Yi family and the Divine Wood Federation as he had thought. If the Yi family wanted, they could produce armies of Pinnacle Thearch-class experts like him. Yuiha was glad he chose to visit the imperial court to express his loyalty to Yi Huailong. Given Yi Huailong's suspicious personality, despite his claim he did not need Yuiha to swear his loyalty, there was no way he would trust and make use of Yuiha if he did not swear his loyalty. Thus, Yuiha used the world law he had comprehended to swear his loyalty to Yi Huailong. Although Yi Huailong had said there was no need for Yuiha to swear his loyalty, he did not stop Yuiha from doing so. Rather, he smiled and waited for Yuiha to be done before he said, "Iha, we might be longtime rivals, but this is why we know each other well. You know what kind of person I am, and I know how you think. As long as you do your best for the Divine Wood Federation as one of my subjects, I can help the Yu family to prosper under the Yi family's rule. However, I have a condition, which is that when my daughter succeeds me as the ruler of the imperial court, the Yu family must swear their loyalty to her just like you did for me." Yuiha did not look sorrowful that the future generations of the Yu family would have to submit to the Yi family. Rather, he smiled excitedly. Yuiha was not extremely ambitious. He never strove for the Yu family to become the rulers of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. If Yi Huailong could keep his promise and help the Yu family become the most prosperous family in the Divine Wood Federation after the Yi family, it would be enough for Yuiha. "Thank you, Your Majesty." I will definitely do everything I can to lead the Yu family in carrying out your wishes. Once I give up my seat, it will be passed to my daughter. I will assign my daughter to shadow the first princess and swear her loyalty to her. From now on, the Yu family will support the first princess in the same way that we support you. Yi Huailong beamed with ease when he heard Yu Yihe's assurance. As Yi Huailu watched the interaction between Yi Huailong and Yu Yihe, he felt troubled. Yi Huailu felt that it was much simpler to increase his creation master power than it was to plot and scheme. Yi Huailu intended to communicate with Di Wanmi before he used his Class 5 creation master abilities to increase his own and Yi Huailong's powers to at least pinnacle immortal, even if they could not reach eternal. Otherwise, he would seem like a useless Class 5 creation master. Yi Huailong now had complete control over the Yu family. Thus, he no longer needed to be overly considerate of Yu Yihe when he spoke and said straightforwardly, Yihe, the Divine Wood Federation appears to be at our weakest in the past centuries. But this is only temporary. The Divine Wood Federation will be able to become strong very soon. At that time, we'll be able to select Divine Wood envoys, and the Divine Wood 100 sequence selection will be taken seriously instead of just a hoop that all families throw their direct descendants through. A decade later, the Divine Wood Federation will be able to try to send 5 Divine Wood envoys to participate in the major Federation meeting. Participating in the major Federation meeting was an incredible honor for a small federation like the Divine Wood Federation. Yu Yihe could tell that Yi Huailong was not overreaching for the sake of pulling wool over his eyes. With Yi Huailu now a Class 5 creation master and the support of Sky Creation, there was no reason for him to put on an act. Thus, Yi Huailong was talking about the responsibilities he would undertake now that he was the ruler of the Divine Wood Federation. This set Yu Yihe's passion aflame. Firstly, Yu Yihe was a native of the Divine Wood Federation. Regardless of whether he was good or evil, he truly hoped that the Divine Wood Federation would be able to thrive. This was part of his sense of belonging to the Divine Wood Federation as a native. Moreover, for the sake of the Yu family, they would only be able to garner more authority if the Divine Wood Federation became more powerful. Once the Divine Wood Federation became stronger, they would be able to expand their trade to reach other federations or even the entire main world. At that time, when the other continents mentioned the Divine Wood Federation and the Yi family, the Yu family that was directly under the Yi family might pop into their minds as well. This was a prestige that Yu Yihe had always been chasing. Yu Yihe said to Yi Huailong, Your Majesty, if you're willing to trust me, why don't you let me handle the rules of the Divine Wood 100 sequence selection and the reignition of the Divine Wood envoy selection? Yi Huailong could tell that Yu Yihe was taking initiative to alleviate his burdens, so he patted Yu Yihe's shoulder. I'll leave this matter to you. Remember that this matter is extremely important. How well you do will determine my attitude toward the Yu family in the future. Soon after Yu Yihe came to see Yi Huailong, the imperial meeting officially began. Besides Sacred Forest City, all the other city lords of major cities came to Sacred Forest City because of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. It did not make a difference if the city lords of smaller cities who could not enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm attended the imperial meeting or not. Yu Yihe had become Yi Huailong's servant, which meant that the Yu family was now subservient to the Yi family. Yu Yihe decided that if any faction was disrespectful to Yi Huailong during the imperial meeting, he would take it upon himself to eliminate the offender without Yi Huailong having to do so himself. However, among those who had managed to survive in Sacred Forest City to this day, none were stupid. All of them were aware of the circumstances. Thus, during the imperial meeting, every family was extremely respectful and chose to submit to the Yi family. Many families mentioned the Iron Hammer Federation during the imperial meeting. Yi Huailong knew they were all afraid that the Iron Hammer Federation would attack the Divine Wood Federation in a starvation-fueled frenzy, and because they knew that the Divine Wood Federation lacked top combat power. Yi Huailong had declared that Yi Huailu was a Class 5 creation master in order to bolster confidence. He also promised that there was no way that the Iron Hammer Federation would go to war with the Divine Wood Federation, and that the two federations would be deepening their trade relationship so that the Divine Wood Federation would no longer lack fur, leather, and spiritual ingredients. All of the promises that Yi Huailong made during the imperial meeting had come from his conversation with Lin Yuan. Yi Huailong knew there was no way that Lin Yuan was lying. Hence, There was no need for him to be nervous and guarded against the Iron Hammer Federation. All he needed to do was expand the Divine Wood Federation as soon as possible. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie put on the faceless papers and strolled around Sacred Forest City like any other regular person. They bought a fair amount of delicacies. The food in the Divine Wood Federation had a completely different style and taste to that of the Radiance Federation. There were also redeeming qualities of the delicacies in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan sent a large amount of food into the marsh world to give to Wen Yu and Sun Ningxiang. The mother of Bloodbath filled the Diamond Fey storage box with the delicacies from the Divine Wood Federation, so it could eat them whenever it wanted. The Diamond Fey storage boxes of the Radiance Federation had strong preservation effects. After leisurely enjoying life for a short while, Lin Yuan returned to the tree castle and released the pilgrimage corpse bird that Begin Lady had trapped within water currents. Begin Lady changed into human form and said seriously, "Lin Yuan, the strange bird that you asked me to control is very weird. All of the energy in its body is controlled by a crystal emitting the aura of death. Even its soul is stored within the crystal. Its soul is very messy and is only focused on absorbing the aura of life forms. I use Su Jian and Bai Dong's souls to sense it, but they don't have any memory of this life form." Lin Yuan nodded. Lin Yuan had used True Data to check on the pilgrimage corpse bird, but it was too strong. Thus, Lin Yuan had only been able to see its name. But through Lin Yuan's sensing of the pilgrimage corpse bird and how the pilgrimage corpse bird's body had not been injured in the slightest, he knew that it was special in a way that other Fays were not. When the restrained pilgrimage corpse bird was released, it struggled violently but still failed to escape the water currents. Lin Yuan intended to properly examine the pilgrimage corpse bird. Lin Yuan sensed there was source-type power within the pilgrimage corpse bird. He was compelled to find out if the pilgrimage corpse bird was a dimensional life form. If the pilgrimage corpse bird was a dimensional life form, Lin Yuan could ascertain from its characteristics that it did not come from the marsh, abyssal, water world, alien insect, or the subterranean dimensional rift. If the pilgrimage corpse bird came from a sixth type of dimensional world, such a dimensional world had never opened in the Radiance Federation before. This meant that Tower Cannon had used a special method to take control of a sixth type of dimensional rift. It was possible that the sixth type of dimensional rift was related to Tower Cannon's 100-year Sleepers revival plan. If the Truth Association had truly been set up by Fifth Page Truth, Lin Yuan decided that he would duke it out with Fifth Page Truth. This would be his revenge on Fifth Page Truth, who had stolen the mother of Bloodbath's mother, Jade Sundial's eternal heart. Luckily, the Moon Empress had stolen Jade Sundial's Heavenly Family crystal back and returned it to Heavenly Family Cottage. Without the Heavenly Family Phase Heavenly Family crystal, the Heavenly Family Phase eternal heart could not be triggered. Otherwise, Fifth Page Truth would already have used Jade Sundial's eternal heart. Furthermore, Lin Yuan wanted to dig deeper into Tower Cannon and find out more of their secrets. Fifth Page Truth was the perfect seam for him to do so. Previously, the Truth Association had been hiding in the shadows. But now, Lin Yuan had pulled back the curtain. Lin Yuan was now a part of the shadows. Now that he had the protection of Begin Lady, Lin Yuan did not think that Fifth Page Truth was capable of defeating Begin Lady. Since Begin Lady had ignited its spirit fire, it was now stronger than the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan instructed Begin Lady to use a sword of water currents to slash at the pilgrimage corpse bird's body, so he could better sense the source-type power within the bird's body. After sensing it, Lin Yuan could be absolutely certain that there was source-type power in the pilgrimage corpse bird's body. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and decided to inject the faith power in his body into the pilgrimage corpse bird to see if it would react. Lin Yuan had tried injecting faith power into Fays of the main world, but they had not reacted at all. By contrast, dimensional life forms reacted to faith power like cats to catnip. From the moment Lin Yuan released faith power, the captured pilgrimage corpse bird let out a cry. Lin Yuan could sense that the pilgrimage corpse bird badly craved faith power. Its craving was so strong that it leaked out of its body. Even after Lin Yuan retracted the faith power, the pilgrimage corpse bird did not settle down. It thrashed about until it exhausted itself before it finally quieted. Lin Yuan was now 100% sure that the pilgrimage corpse bird was a dimensional life form. Besides the 5 known types of dimensional worlds, there was a 6th dimensional world. Its life forms had the aura of decay, degradation, and death. The life forms' souls and power were all housed in a crystal within their bodies. This was very different from regular dimensional life forms. When the bodies of these dimensional life forms were attacked, they were not harmed. The only way to kill them would be to locate and destroy the crystal within their bodies. Lin Yuan intended to relay the information he had uncovered to the Moon Empress through the Thoughts letter paper so the Radiance Federation could become aware of it. When they encountered these dimensional life forms in the future confrontations against Tower Cannon, the Radiance Federation could be prepared instead of being caught off guard and toppled by their enemy. During the time that Lin Yuan had been in the Divine Wood Federation, the Thoughts letter paper had been a very convenient means of communication. Lin Yuan had kept up correspondence with the Moon Empress through the Thoughts letter paper. For example, when he used the extreme token the Moon Empress had given him in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, the Moon Empress had been unable to sense it because the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm had been a separate and sealed-off space. It was only when Lin Yuan exited the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm and returned to the main world that the Moon Empress immediately realized that Lin Yuan had used the extreme token. Lin Yuan immediately informed the Moon Empress that he was safe and not in any danger to set her mind at ease and prevent her from setting off to the Divine Wood Federation. If the Moon Empress sensed that the extreme token had been used but had not received word through the Thoughts letter paper that Lin Yuan was safe, she would not have been able to sit still. The Moon Empress quickly replied to Lin Yuan after hearing from him and told him to return to the Radiance Federation as soon as possible. When Lin Yuan heard back from the Moon Empress, he immediately knew what she was thinking. When the Moon Empress learned that the Great Lush Federation was under Fifth Page Truth's control, she was afraid that he would get into a conflict with Fifth Page Truth. The Moon Empress was unaware of Begin Lady's existence, or that the Major Sea Demon with the purple frigid heavy water had transformed into the Emperor Sea Demon, as well as the rare Sea Demon Sacrifice. Hence, the Moon Empress had no idea that he could boost the 8 stars Fish World Sea Trump card to 11 stars. However, if he were really to fight Fifth Page Truth, Lin Yuan was not confident he would emerge victorious even after using all his secret weapons if he did not have Begin Lady. Fifth Page Truth had been able to kill Jade Sundial, who had been a pinnacle eternal heavenly family fae, despite also being in gestation. It was easy for Lin Yuan to return to the Radiance Federation. All he had to do was head to the underground palace and pass through the space tunnel. Lin Yuan had not returned to the Radiance Federation in more than a month. It would also be good for him to go back and visit occasionally while he was training. He had obtained many rare resources in the Divine Wood Federation that could not be found in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan believed that they could be of use to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan penned his serious response on the Thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan, Master, I'll be able to return within 3 days. I'll head directly to the Radiant Moon Palace to see you. When she received Lin Yuan's reply, the Moon Empress was able to rest slightly easier. Lin Yuan could sense the Moon Empress's deep concern for him through their communications on the Thoughts letter paper. In her eyes, he would always be her disciple who he needed to protect. At first, Lin Yuan had relied on the Moon Empress' help. But slowly, he had progressed to the point where he was now able to help her. Ever since he gave her the golden lotus brocade pearls, he slowly began paying her back. From the spirit-mouthed peonies full of pure spirit chi to the lifespan mouse, Lin Yuan had helped the Moon Empress to achieve immortality and removed the obstacles in her path to enable her to use the pure spirit chi to awaken her birth horoscope, begin walking down heaven's path, and become a Class 6 creation master. Yet, his journey of paying her back had only just begun. Since he had promised the Moon Empress he would return to the Radiance Federation within 3 days, Lin Yuan could not stay any longer in the Divine Wood Federation. He pondered for a moment before deciding to leave Begin Lady in the Divine Wood Federation. However, Begin Lady turned him down. Begin Lady saw Lin Yuan as the most important. It felt that its first priority was ensuring his safety. Thus, it should stay by his side. If there was concern that Fifth Page Truth would cause trouble for the E family, Little Peach could be left in the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. Little Peach could summon Begin Lady through her bloodline. Lin Yuan was assured when he heard what Begin Lady said. With Yu Yihe's submission, the imperial meeting held by Yi Huailong went very smoothly. Lin Yuan had instructed Yi Huailong to help to gather resources during the imperial meeting, so Yi Huailong had seen this as his most important item on the agenda. He had not been able to help Lin Yuan obtain spiritual ingredients and phase that could produce pure elemental energy, but had managed to obtain 2 pieces of sovereign metal spiritual ingredients. Both pieces came from the Yu family's secret stash. Lin Yuan was in no rush to use these 2 pieces of sovereign metal spiritual ingredients. Instead, he planned to bring them back to the Radiance Federation and look through all the sovereign metal spiritual ingredients in the Radiant Moon Palace's treasure vault before he decided which was suitable to be absorbed by the perfect touch wisteria that had already consumed the suzerain coiling dragon blood gold. Something as precious as sovereign metal spiritual ingredients could be considered core resources. As the source sand continued to increase its power, Lin Yuan would have great need for sovereign metal spiritual ingredients. Thus, he did not want to waste any if he could help it. The Yi family had used all their means to gather spirit chi professionals who had comprehended numerous willpower runes but lacked resources, or had some other obstacle that prevented them from increasing their power. These people allowed Sky City's team of white-clothed followers to grow to almost 650 strong. When the reserve members were included, the number reached 1,000. The white-clothed followers were one of Sky City's main sources of power. It went without saying that they needed to be properly nurtured. Lin Yuan disseminated the bronze/epic phase he had nurtured to them. When he returned to the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan intended to log into Star Web to buy some phase that were suitable for the reserve white-clothed followers to contract. In the Radiance Federation's 36 major cities, almost every type of geography and environment could be found. The Radiance Federation could not compare with the Divine Wood Federation when it came to plant-type phase, but in terms of overall phase storage, the Radiance Federation was far ahead of the Divine Wood Federation. When Lin Yuan sent the reserve white-clothed followers to the Marsh World, it would be much easier for them to train than if they were in the Marsh World. However, the main source of energy in the Marsh World was different. Thus, even if a Fae reached Myth Breed, it could not undergo the world cleansing to gain the world grace. But once they returned to the main world, they could recover the world cleansing and world grace. At that time, Lin Yuan could help the army of white-clothed followers to overcome the world cleansings at once and gain a large amount of spirit chi crystals. When the white-clothed followers' main phase evolved to creation breed, Lin Yuan could collect a large amount of golden pearls from their creation world ley lines as well. Now that he knew how strong the perfect touch wisteria was after it consumed the dark gold snake scale, Lin Yuan felt pressed to increase the perfect touch wisteria's power. 2 days later, the new ruler of the imperial court, Yi Huailong, appeared in Sky Creation's tree castle. Yi Huailong was overflowing with charisma when he presided over the imperial court and accepted the 9 bows and 16 kowtows from every faction in Sacred Forest City. But now he was kneeling in front of Lin Yuan. He was extremely reluctant to see Lin Yuan leave. Lin Yuan pulled Yi Huailong up and said, "While I'm not in the Divine Wood Federation, do your best to develop the Divine Wood Federation. The Holy Lady will be staying in the Divine Wood Federation. You can go to her with any questions or communicate them to me through the Thoughts letter paper." While he spoke, Lin Yuan took out a brocade box and handed it to Yi Huailong. "I promised that I would help you reach Immortal. Use the 3 world crystals in the brocade box, and you should be able to reach Immortal." Yi Huailong's biggest wish was to reach Immortal, but he did not immediately receive the brocade box from Lin Yuan. This was because Yi Huailu was already a Class 5 Creation Master and could help him become a Class 5 Creation Master. Furthermore, Yi Huailong knew that the Yi family already owed Lin Yuan far too much. Neither the Yi family nor the Divine Wood Federation would be able to repay Lin Yuan even after generations had passed. Thus, Yi Huailong did not immediately receive the brocade box, despite its contents being able to help him break through and become an immortal expert. When Yi Huailong did not take the box, Lin Yuan said, "You are currently the ruler of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, but aren't powerful enough yet to overcome them. You must evolve your main Fae to Immortal in order to stabilize your position in the Divine Wood Federation and make the other factions submit to you." Yi Huailu might have become a Class 5 Creation Master, but he is still feeling his new capabilities out. It will be a long time before he's able to purify law crystals. He will need about 3 to 5 more years before he is able to refine immortal bodies to the point that they are able to be absorbed by phase. You can't afford to wait that long. Yi Huailong did not hesitate any longer and received the brocade box with trembling hands before he raised it in the air and performed the greatest expression of respect in the Divine Wood Federation, the 9 bows and 16 kowtows. While he was performing the 9 bows and 16 kowtows, Yi Huailong's expression was austere, and there was a sense of ceremony. Lin Yuan knew that Yi Huailong was thanking him. Thus, he waited until Yi Huailong was won before he pulled him up. Yi Huailong took out 15 diamond item-storing walnuts that were filled with precious resources. He had prepared all of them especially to show his respect to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony with Yi Huailong and carried them with him as he returned to the underground palace. This trip to Sacred Forest City had lasted almost a month. During this time, Lin Yuan had received far more than he had anticipated. His business in the Divine Wood Federation had reached a checkpoint. Since the Truth Association had been interfering in the Divine Wood Federation all this time, it was likely that they had also dispatched experts in the Iron Hammer Federation to help Luo Kai from behind the scenes. Otherwise, there was no way that Luo Kai would have been able to kill the previous king and usurp the throne from Luo Lan. Lin Yuan intended to help Luo Lan return to the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court. After eliminating the Truth Association members in the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court and taking control of the Iron Hammer Federation, he would have taken control of both the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. At that time, he would engage the Truth Association in a final face-off in the Great Lush Federation. The Kill Food Sky butterfly flew at breakneck speed. As he rode on it, Lin Yuan looked down at the forest below. His state of mind was completely different from when he had arrived. Lu Jie's eyes never left Lin Yuan. Lu Jie could sense how much Lin Yuan had improved and grown on this trip to the Divine Wood Federation. He realized that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to see through Lin Yuan. This made Lu Jie feel significant pressure. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not close the gap between him and Lin Yuan and keep pace with him. This only motivated Lu Jie even more to improve himself. It was likely that when Yu was feeling the same pressure, deep within the Great Lush Federation where the Truth Association was based, there was a restricted zone that none of the secret aristocratic families could enter. A strange gold tower rose from the space that gleamed faintly crimson. There were 36 kneeling chanters chanting in a circle around the tower. All of them had extreme terror and astonishment on their faces. The lead chanter held a tome as his gaze flicked intermittently at the 4 balls of flesh on the high platform. One of the balls of flesh had cracked 2 days ago and grayish-green fluid had seeped out of it. At the moment that the ball of flesh cracked, the 36 chanters sensed a terrifying aura from within the tower. All of them knew that this was the key juncture in 5th Page Truth's attempt to break through. Yet, at such a time, one of the spawns he had cultivated had broken. He had planned on eventually storing the 4 spawns in a vessel and reabsorbing them into his body. If one of the spawns was broken, he could not combine the other 3. It would take close to 40 years to nurture a new spawn, and that was much too long. There was no way 5th Page Truth could wait all that time just to combine the remaining 3 spawns. It seemed that regardless of whether he successfully increased his power, he had lost his temper over the cracking of one of the spawns. Only those who had stayed with 5th Page Truth the longest knew how fearsome his methods were. Suddenly, the uncontrollably terrifying aura in the tower retracted. At that same instant, the doors to the tower opened. A throne made of white bones floated out of the tower. There was a large ball of flesh seated on the white bone throne. Suddenly, the ball of flesh started to vibrate violently. It now looked like a bizarre toy that was contorting constantly. Even when it shrunk by several times, it still radiated evil. A pair of small pale hands picked up the toy and a baby-faced young boy with brunette hair walked on a path of bones until he arrived and took a seat on the white bone throne. As he looked up at the cracked ball of flesh leaking viscous yellowish-green fluid, a foreboding smile appeared on the young boy's adorable face. This foreboding smile filled the 36 chanters and one lead chanter with a barbarian feeling. Suddenly, A voice could be heard from the white bone throne. It sounded like an old violin being stepped on. The spawn I've been nurturing for almost 60 years has broken. Hee. I wasn't planning to use all the lifeforms in the Divine Wood Federation to enable the Divine Order evil fetus to break through past 11 stars. But now that one of my spawns is ruined, I have no other choice. The voice that resembled that of a violin being stepped on quieted, before it was followed by a wicked roar. Send out my word for those idiots in the Great Lush Federation to hold a truth meeting. For the spawn's vessel to break and the spawn to crack, it means that an eternal fellow has appeared in the Startling Lines continent. No matter who you are, I will make sure to use you to replace my cracked spawn once I get my hands on you. You will be sacrificed to enable the Divine Order evil fetus to break through to 12 stars. The lead chanter immediately replied, Lord Truth, I will immediately inform the secret aristocratic families to hold a truth meeting. However, you are only one step away from your power breaking through. Why don't you let me handle the Truth Association's matters? This way, you won't have to waste time on such a distraction. Fifth Page Truth looked at his lead chanter with satisfaction. I didn't want to waste time anyway. You can handle it. Since the spawn in the Divine Wood Federation has cracked, it means that the Divine Wood Federation is no longer under my control. Go to the Iron Hammer Federation and point the cannons at the Divine Wood Federation. Turn the entire Startling Lines continent into a furnace. I will make my appearance then. While he spoke, Fifth Page Truth looked conniving. It was as though he could not care less about the lives of the lifeforms in the Startling Lines continent. It was as though it was only right for all the lifeforms in the Startling Lines continent to be sacrificed to raise the stars of his sacred source lifeform. The lead chanter understood what Fifth Page Truth meant and asked, Lord, the Great Lush Federation. Before the lead chanter could ask his question, Fifth Page Truth interrupted him impatiently. It is the privilege of those morons in the Great Lush Federation to become fodder in my furnace. When he was done speaking, the white bone throne went back into the tower. A rhythmic power could be felt from within the tower. In response to the power, the three spawns started pulsing. Fifth Page Truth did not answer the lead chanter's question but only interrupted him and went back into the Tower of Truth. 2 of the spawns had been planted in the Great Lush Federation and maintained by the Truth Association. Since they were so near to Fifth Page Truth, it went without saying that there would be no problems. There was another spawn that had been placed in the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court. If the enemy was able to crack the spawn in the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, he would be able to crack the one in the Iron Hammer Federation spawn. If the enemy managed to infiltrate the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court and cause the spawn to crack, Fifth Page Truth would certainly blow his top again. At that moment, the lead chanter was unsure if he should recall the spawn within the Iron Hammer Federation. After thinking for a moment, Fifth Page Truth's lead chanter decided to allow the spawn to remain in the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court. After all, Fifth Page Truth did not ask him to do so, and he did not know what Fifth Page Truth's plan was. If recalling the spawn ruined Fifth Page Truth's plan, he would end up as part of a spawn once Fifth Page Truth woke up. Since Fifth Page Truth wanted the Startling Lines continent to turn into a furnace, a war between the 3 federations could not be avoided. Since the Truth Association was in the Great Lush Federation, each faction did not have to nurture as many experts as the factions in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. The Great Lush Federation had always prided itself on its top combat power. Moreover, they had the smallest land area and was at the corner of the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation, bordering the sea. Given that they were facing such looming peaks, they had no choice but to attack the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. After all, the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court was within Fifth Page Truth's leader chanter's control. Thus, there was nothing to fear about allowing the Iron Hammer Federation to spread the fire to the Divine Wood Federation. He hoped that he could use Luokai to prove his usefulness to Fifth Page Truth. If Luokai turned out to be useless after the Truth Association aided him, the Truth Association could always replace him with someone more competent. The air was crisp, and clouds rolled across the sky. A baby blue-colored butterfly flapped its wings, each movement causing air currents to ripple tens of kilometers across the sky. This created a breathtaking scene in the sky. The people traveling between the Divine Wood Federation cities all thought that a god was about to descend. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly landed in Oak City, but Lin Yuan did not intend to stay there for too long. Ever since Listen took over the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, it had changed its management model to replicate that of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's management model had been formulated by Listen and won you after almost a year of discussions and was extremely effective. It could lead to the earning of a large amount of resources and was suited to Sky City's development path. While he managed the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, Listen intended to create a storage space where he could store one of each type of the Startling Line's continent's resources so he could use them whenever he needed them in the future. Since Lin Yuan planned to turn the entire Startling Line's continent into Sky City's incubator, Listen would turn Oak City into a breeding base for phase and spiritual ingredients. Listen had invested a lot of effort into managing the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. At first, Li Wan had been unwilling to acknowledge Listen. But after witnessing Listen's abilities and determination, she could not be more satisfied with having him around. Now, both Li Wan and Zhao Jiaji were doing their best to assist Listen. There was no need for Lin Yuan to worry about the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan instructed the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to land in Oak City because he wanted to send Ding Chengshua back home to the Ding family. Ding Chengshua was the city lord of Oak City and had been away from Oak City for too long. It was time for him to return. Lin Yuan had accepted Ding Chengshua as his subordinate because he had coincidentally found out about the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm from Ding Chengshua and wanted to use him to gain entry into the realm. After interacting with Ding Chengshua as they journeyed together, Lin Yuan saw many commendable traits in Ding Chengshua. When it came to handling matters, he was very detailed. He was always able to do every task to the best of his ability. Moreover, Ding Chengshua had a good eye. When they were in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, he had been by Lin Yuan's side but managed to hold himself back from retaliating against those who were insulting him for fear of affecting Lin Yuan's plan. When it was necessary, he had even been willing to lower his head in front of the Su family. Ding Chengshua's action made Lin Yuan want to give him and the Ding family a chance. The structure of the entire Startling Lines continent was about to change. The capitals of the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation would not change. The large city that he instructed Ta Lei to construct would become the finance and arts hub of the entire Startling Lines continent. Oak City would also become one of the main cities in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan handed one of the diamond Fei storage boxes to Ding Chengshua. This was the first diamond Fei storage box that Lin Yuan had ever given Ding Chengshua. Ding Chengshua was overcome with delight when he received the diamond Fei storage box. Diamond Fei storage boxes were much more convenient than the item-storing walnuts. By being willing to give one to him after the events in Sacred Forest City, it proved that Lin Yuan thought highly of him and would not see him as useless and abandon him. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "There should be enough law crystals in this bracelet for you to evolve your Fei to Suzerain X/Creation V after you reach Thearch class. When you need to overcome the world cleansing, you can go to seek help at the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Someone will help the Dragon Horn's mysterious turtle to overcome the world cleansing. You comprehended a new willpower rune in Sacred Forest City. There is also a Bronze/Legend Fei that is suitable for your willpower rune inside the bracelet. I have also added 20 plant-type Feis with the Sacred Wood bloodline that have all reached Bronze/Epic. You can share them with prospective young experts in your family. I hope to see a new Oak City when I return. I can only help you when it comes to resources. The development of Oak City rests solely on you." Ding Chengshua had already lived a significant portion of his life and weathered all types of storms. Yet, he almost cried when he heard what Lin Yuan said. In all his years, not even his wife treated him as well as Lin Yuan did. Lin Yuan had given him enough resources to build several Oak Cities. It was unlikely that even the Su and Bai families could have produced 20 of the plant-type Feis with the Sacred Wood bloodline. After all, the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm had only been in the Divine Wood Federation for a few decades. Ding Chengshua had spent most of his time in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm inside the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad, unaware of what happened in the outside world. He did not know that Begin Lady, which had created the plant type phase with the sacred wood bloodline, was now Lin Yuan's protector. But at the same time, Ding Chengshua knew the significance of 20 plant type phase with the sacred wood bloodline. Ding Chengshua immediately bowed to Lin Yuan and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Lin Yuan, I definitely won't disappoint you with my development of Oak City. I will do my best to strengthen Oak City. I will rebuild the 2 slums in the east and west of Oak City. Even the vagrants will have a job, a place to live, and full bellies in Oak City." Lin Yuan smiled but did not respond to Ding Chengshua. It was good that Ding Chengshua had such a mindset. This mindset would not only bring fortune to the vagrants in Oak City but to the entire Oak City as well. People were always the most valuable treasures. For Oak City to develop properly, those vagrants had to be helped. As the city lord of Oak City, the extent of Oak City's development depended on only Ding Chengshua. It was easy for Begin Lady to create piles of plant type phase with the sacred wood bloodline. Begin Lady's bloodline was the river water of the Jia Begin River. The Jia Begin River's river water could be reproduced using pure spirit qi. Begin Lady did not mind Lin Yuan using its bloodline to affect other phase because these phase would never be able to break through Eternal unless Begin Lady itself reached a higher level and its bloodline was improved. To Lin Yuan, being unable to reach Eternal was like a jail cell. But to the young members of the Ding family whose goal was to gain myth breed phase, plant type phase with the sacred wood bloodline were treasures to them. While Begin Lady had been locked up, it had still been able to nurture plant type phase with the sacred wood bloodline. Lin Yuan wanted to instruct Begin Lady to nurture more plant type phase with the sacred wood bloodline until the Startling Line's continent was irrevocably strengthened. He would also be able to use Begin Lady to control the affected plant type phase through their bloodline, as well as their contractors. Begin Lady's bloodline could affect animals as well, but it required many times more bloodline power to affect animals than plants. Although Begin Lady's bloodline power could be recovered, there was no point in wasting it. It would be better to focus on nurturing plant type phase. As for whether the white-clothed followers needed to contract phase with the sacred wood bloodline, Lin Yuan had discussed this with Lu Jie. Eventually, they decided that there was no need. After the white-clothed followers joined Sky City, the worst of their phase were Bronze/Epic. The phase had also been assigned to them according to their willpower runes. Every white-clothed follower was a genius when it came to comprehending willpower runes. Since Sky City had given them the chance to soar, there was no need to clip their wings and limit them to never being able to reach Eternal. The large dark gold snake scale opened Lin Yuan's eyes to a wider world. Limiting the white-clothed followers would affect Sky City's eventual potential to develop. Thus, Lin Yuan preferred to keep the white-clothed followers weaker at first. Lu Jie agreed with Lin Yuan's idea. As a spirit qi professional, Lu Jie understood the helplessness of only being able to evolve to a certain level and not being able to take a step forward. Sky City had been fearless in its advancement, so it went without saying that the white-clothed followers who followed Sky City also had to charge forward bravely. Although Begin Lady's bloodline was not suited to affect the phase that the white-clothed followers had contracted, it could affect the Insect Queen's army of insects. It was too much of a waste to use Begin Lady's own bloodline to affect large numbers of insects. However, it could affect the 50 insects produced by the specialization insect nest. Begin Lady did not hesitate to agree to Lin Yuan's request. By the time Lin Yuan and Lu Jie returned to the Radiance Federation, Begin Lady's bloodline would be almost done evolving the specialization insect nest's insects. At that time, Lu Jie's combat power would definitely be raised. When Lin Yuan returned to the underground palace, he realized that Silver Corona had evolved the sea of bone lotus flowers beyond his imagination. He had already been away from the underground palace for 2 months. At first, he only opened 4 class 1-dimensional rifts for Silver Corona. But later, he opened 16-dimensional rifts for Silver Corona that the dimensional light moth had bitten and turned into Pinnacle Class 2. In the short span of a month, the sea of bone lotus flowers had grown to a point that would have taken it 10 years to achieve in the past. The tide of alien beasts from a Pinnacle Class 2-dimensional rift was completely different from that of a Pinnacle Class 1-dimensional rift. Lin Yuan saw that Silver Corona had covered the entire border between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. The sea of bone lotus flowers was now the bridge between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. Without Silver Corona's consent, no spirit chi professional would be able to cross that bridge regardless of whether it was by land or sky. When Lin Yuan left, Silver Corona had been Gold 6/Legend. But after its mad rush forward using the alien beasts from the 16 Pinnacle class two-dimensional rifts as a launch pad, it was now Diamond 3/Legend. It only needed to increase by another 7 minor grades before it could naturally comprehend a willpower rune and evolve to Myth Breed. Red Thorn had also produced the Sea of Flowers on a large scale, but there was a big difference between that and the one produced by Silver Corona. Red Thorn's Sea of Flowers was fully controlled by Red Thorn. It could decide the rate of the flower's growth or even trigger the entire Sea of Flowers to wilt. However, Silver Corona had no way of increasing the speed of the growth of the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers. It also did not have as comprehensive control over the Bone Lotus Flowers as Red Thorn did over its Sea of Flowers. In order for Silver to increase the size of the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers without using up its own spiritual energy, it relied on controlling the main lotuses in the Sea of Flowers to control the entire Sea of Flowers. Otherwise, there was no way for Silver Corona to expand the Sea of Flowers to such a large extent that it encompassed the entire border between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. In the past, Lin Yuan kept thinking about what he would do if the Iron Hammer Federation declared war on the Divine Wood Federation before Luolan could take back her throne. The border between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation was very long. No matter how capable he was, Lin Yuan could not ensure that no person from the tribes of the Iron Hammer Federation made it into the Divine Wood Federation. In the Iron Hammer Federation, even a small child barely past 10 years of age could also be an outstanding warrior. But now, Silver Corona's improvement had solved this issue for Lin Yuan. Previously, Silver Corona's power and the size of the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers could be conquered and crossed by top experts from the Iron Hammer Federation. But if the expert flew above the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers, Silver Corona could use the abilities Spotted Coral and Bone Powder Mist to easily detect the positions of the top experts, even if they could not keep the experts out or do them harm. Lin Yuan could not help but use true data to check on the freely growing and splendid Silver Corona. Fey name: Sea Burial Lotus Flower, Silver Corona. Fey species: Water Willow/Waterbone Lotus. Fey grade: Diamond, 3/10. Fey type: Source/Fairy. Fey quality: Legend. Abilities: Spotted Coral. When trained according to the spots on the coral jade, different effects are generated. 1. Nurture spot style. Nurture the spots that were absorbed from the spotted coral jade in the bone lotus flowers. The bone lotus flowers will use a living being's life and soul to nurture the spots to give them vitality. The spots with vitality can use the living being's original strength to increase the strength and stamina of the bone lotus flowers. 2. Burial spot style. Place the spots in between the bone lotus flowers. The spots will eat the bone lotus flowers and become bone insects. The bone insects will retain the spots' abilities and can deal with attacks on the bone lotus flowers according to the abilities. The external life force will be absorbed, and when the external life force is still weak, their soul can also be absorbed. Bone Powder Mist. The bone lotus flowers will vomit out the living being's bones that could not be digested. The bone powder will fly up into the sky and stay in the coral spots once it reaches a set thickness of layer. Bloodbone Insect Drunk. While the bone insects are eating, they will enter a drunken state. When they're in a drunken state, they will not feel any pain. The circulation of their root power will also slow down. Blooming Lotus. The bone lotus flower structure will change and gain split into main lotuses and branch lotuses. The branch lotuses will strengthen combat power, while main lotuses will lose all combat power. Every time the main lotuses blooms, the spots will use the vitality they absorbed to produce a skeletal insect. The skeletal insect can consume gust to repair damage done to the body. Arrival of Grant of Death. When the hermit's dead servants could not stand up against the enemies, they will change into the grants of deaths that place death penalties on the target souls. Soul Parasite Rebirth. The soul will be hosted in the main lotus. The main lotus will make a copy of the aura of the lifeform's soul and vitality. When the target's body and soul are damaged, The main lotus can be sacrificed while absorbing vitality and soul power to enable the target to be reborn. Once reborn, the target will be in a very weak state and its soul and roots will also be diminished. Exclusive skill. Hermit's Dead Servant. The bone lotus flower will absorb the target's body when attacking it. 1% of the target's power will be injected into the target's soul to cause the target to be pregnant with its dead soul. The dead soul will consume itself, and when the bone lotus flowers gain 36 Hermit Dead Servants, every Hermit Dead Servant will be able to create a layer of mist over the bone lotus flowers. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up at what he saw. He always had high hopes for Silver Corona, and it was now apparent that Silver Corona had not let him down. Silver Corona's arrival of Grant of Death ability perfectly amplified Hermit's Dead Servant. When Lin Yuan first arrived at the Divine Wood Federation a month ago, he had lamented how long it took to produce a Hermit Dead Servant in the sea of bone lotus flowers. But after Lin Yuan opened 16-dimensional rifts and evolved them to Pinnacle Class 2, 36 Hermit Dead Servants had been produced. This was why visibility was so low in the sea of bone lotus flowers. Each Hermit Dead Servant seemed to add only a thin layer to the fog, but 26 layers were enough to lower visibility to the point that a person in the thick of it would not be able to see their outstretched fingers. Even if the sea of bone lotus flowers did not attack spirit chi professionals, the fog of bone powder mist would prevent a spirit chi professional from seeing their surroundings, thus halting their free movement. The Hermit Dead Servants particularly attacked souls, and their strength depended on the strength of the dead souls they had consumed. They had managed to kill Class 4-dimensional lifeforms that were comparable to Platinum Phase. Silver Corona's arrival of Grant of Death ability would allow the Hermit Dead Servants to be fused to form the Grants of Death. This would increase their strength of attacks on souls. It would then be much easier for Silver Corona to eliminate enemies that had no defense against such attacks. Lin Yuan felt that Soul Parasite Rebirth was functional type and stood out in its ability to increase the foundational level. It could allow a lifeform's soul and vitality to be hosted within a main lotus. When the target's soul and body were injured, the main lotus could be sacrificed to trigger rebirth. This would be akin to humans being revived. The main lotuses in the sea of flowers were produced through the consumption of lifeforms' flesh and souls. Each time a dimensional rift opened, a main lotus could be produced. Thus, it was fine to use them up. However, when Silver Corona consumed a portion of the lifeform's body and soul to leave a mark, this would harm the target's roots. Both an injury to the body or soul would cut into a spirit chi professional's potential. However, Ji Feng's prior decreased Sleeping Lotus could heal souls, while Lin Yuan's Jasmine Lily could use severed limbs growth to regrow body parts. Lin Yuan and Ji Feng's existence had resolved this issue. But as he continued to learn more, Lin Yuan understood that a rebirth ability like this not only resulted in the reborn target being weak, it would also have memory and emotional loss. Such an ability was a far cry from the Remembrance Soul Whale's ability to piece together soul fragments in combination with the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring and Jasmine Lily's abilities to put together a body. However, storing a lifeform's soul and vitality within a main lotus was a safety net that had no disadvantages to have around even if it was never used. Moreover, it took a greater toll on the body for Rememberling to use Soul Knot. Lin Yuan could not instruct Rememberling to use Soul Knot frequently to collect all the souls of the people around Sky City who died. Hence, there were still likely opportunities for Soul Parasite Rebirth to be used in the future. Whether the white-clothed followers were out on assignment or fending off enemies, they were always mired in danger. If their souls and vitality could be stored within the main lotuses, they would have a chance of coming back to life after they were killed. Losing their memories and emotions would still leave them better off than losing their lives. Silver Corona had already noticed Lin Yuan nearing the underground palace and immediately rushed to him to hug his neck as it nudged his face affectionately. Compared to Red Thorn's displays of affection, Silver Corona was much more reserved. Silver Corona was not much more intelligent than the average person, and Lin Yuan could effectively communicate with it. Lin Yuan asked, "Silver Corona, are there any limits when you use Soul Parasite Rebirth to enable other lifeforms to be reborn?" Silver Corona immediately replied, "Master, when the soul power and vitality of any lifeform is stored within a main lotus, The soul power and vitality will disappear from within the main lotus once the lifeform is reborn. The main lotus will not keep any record of the soul power and vitality. Lin Yuan nodded gently. It seemed that soul parasite rebirth could only be used once on each target. However, even if the effects were only one time, it was enough to prove the merit of the ability. Lin Yuan said to Lu Jie, "Big Brother Lu, help Silver Corona to raise the class of the 16-dimensional rifts. Add another group of the same type of dimensional rifts as well." Lu Jie immediately summoned the dimensional light moth. Once the dimensional light moth appeared, it flew around Silver Corona as an act of flattery before it started to bite away at the 16-dimensional rifts. It did not take long for the 16 Pinnacle Class 2-dimensional rifts to reach Pinnacle Class 3. The strongest dimensional lifeform that could emerge from a Class 3-dimensional rift was Class 5, which was comparable to Pinnacle Diamond grade. Even without Lu Jie positioning 10 of the Diamond V/Fantasy V Execution Blade insects, Silver Corona's Sea of Flowers was strong enough to kill Class 5-dimensional lifeforms and turn them into nutrients. Once the Dimensional Light Moth was done evolving the 16 Pinnacle Class 2-dimensional rifts to Pinnacle Class 3, Lu Jie brought it far ahead to pick out the locations for another 16 Pinnacle Class 3-dimensional rifts. Lu Jie had already sent out the Lonely Night Hurricane Moths to scout out the surroundings. Thus, he already had locations in mind. The difference in scale between a Pinnacle Class 3-dimensional rift and a Pinnacle Class 2-dimensional rift was even larger than that between a Pinnacle Class 2-dimensional rift and a Pinnacle Class 1-dimensional rift. From the moment the dimensional rift opened, Class 5-dimensional lifeforms started pouring out. Lin Yuan said, "Silver Corona, show me how strong the grants of death are." The moment Lin Yuan was done speaking, Silver Corona's eyes lit up, and the light from its eyes soon enveloped its whole body. Flowing patterns of energy danced around it, and Silver Corona's fairy source-type lifeform soul power could be felt within the energy patterns. Lin Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrow. It seemed that it took Silver Corona great effort to use Arrival of Grant of Death. Thus, regardless of the strength of the grants of death, Silver Corona could not use the ability repeatedly during combat to attack enemies. Lin Yuan could understand the immense effort that was required of Silver Corona to use Arrival of Grant of Death. After all, combining the Hermit Dead Servants to produce grants of death was considered rolling grades. It would be strange if it was easy to roll grades to fight. At first, the Hermit Dead Servants were like ghosts in the Sea of Flowers as their solid bodies were not visible. Only their faint silhouette could be seen at the moment of their attack. But now that the 36 Hermit Dead Servants' bodies solidified after Silver Corona used Arrival of Grant of Death, the Hermit Dead Servants' bodies were fully wrapped in robes. A skeletal hand holding a bone sickle longer than the body holding it reached out of each robe. The sickles held by the 36 dead Hermit Servants were all very different. There were some Hermit Dead Servants who were larger, and the sickles they held were made of 3 connected blades. Only a few of the dead Hermit Servants held sickles made of 3 connected blades, but there were also a few holding sickles made of 2 connected blades. The rest of them were only sickles made of a single blade. It was clear that the Hermit Dead Servants who were holding sickles made of only 1 blade had only been born a month ago when the 16 Pinnacle Class 2-dimensional rifts were produced. The more dead souls the Hermit Dead Servants consumed, the stronger they would be. From the energy fluctuations coming from the dead Hermit Servants, the aura of the ones wielding sickles made of 3 connected blades were about 5 to 6 times stronger than the one whose sickles were only a single blade. One of the Hermit Dead Servants holding a 3-bladed sickle could easily put an end to 10 of the Hermit Dead Servants holding single-bladed sickles. The strongest Hermit Dead Servant raised its sickle high in the air, while the other Hermit Dead Servants flew around it. Soon, they all fused with the strongest Hermit Dead Servant like shadows melding together. In an instant, a powerful soul power could be felt growing within the fused Hermit Dead Servants. 2 feet encircled by bone lotus flowers peeked out from beneath the large robe while soul power solidified a flesh-like substance over the hand. But the robe was so large that a face still could not be seen. The giant sickle morphed into a tome made of bones. 10 bone lotus flowers grew out from the tome. As the bone lotus flowers moved, they were stained in a light blue by the massive amount of soul power. It only took a moment for the 16 Pinnacle Class 3-dimensional rifts to produce 10 Class 5-dimensional lifeforms. Silver Corona did not immediately instruct the Grant of Death to attack but rather waited quietly. It only gave the order to attack when the number of Class 5-dimensional lifeforms had climbed to 50 and there were already droves of Class 4-dimensional lifeforms. A large amount of soul power flowed from the Grant of Death into the White Bone Tome. It started to chant in a hoarse voice. Lin Yuan noticed that the Grant of Death's voice was very similar to Silver Corona's own voice. The Grant of Death was chanting in the language of fairies. A gust of ominous wind blew from the Grant of Death to the 50 Class 5-dimensional lifeforms and armies of Class 4-dimensional lifeforms. It seemed as though the gust of wind was not going to be very damaging. But at the instant that the wind made contact with the Class 5 and 4-dimensional lifeforms, it solidified and every single one of the dimensional lifeforms swayed before crumpling to the ground. The main lotuses controlled the branch lotuses and started feasting on the fallen bodies like mincing machines. Lin Yuan knew that every single one of the 50 Class 5-dimensional lifeforms and Class 4-dimensional lifeforms had been killed by the Grant of Death. The power of the Grant of Death exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. From the strength of the soul power from the recent attack, it indicated that the Diamond 3/Legend Silver Corona was already capable of killing the souls of Diamond X/Fantasy V phase. Even if the Fae was Soul type and Pinnacle Fantasy breed, it would be difficult for it to escape the Grant of Death's attack unscathed. Dead souls were very effective at contaminating living souls. Once contaminated, the living souls would become seriously affected. Thus, when the Grant of Death took on Myth breed phase, it would still be able to cause significant damage even if it did not manage to kill. Silver Corona was an elite fairy that bulked up on dimensional lifeforms and had already reached Pinnacle 6 wings. All it needed was an opportunity, and it would be able to gain its fourth pair of wings. Whether it evolved to Fantasy breed or Myth breed, both would be advantageous opportunities for Silver Corona. If Silver Corona evolved to 8 wings, the entire sea of bone lotus flowers would be strengthened from the inside out. While Lin Yuan had been checking on the Grant of Death's power, Lu Jie and the Dimensional Light Moth were escorted by 2 of the Lonely Night Hurricane Moths to far-off locations. It was no longer a challenge for the Dimensional Light Moth that had already comprehended a willpower rune to produce a Pinnacle Class 3-dimensional rift. Lu Jie said seriously, "Lin Yuan, I have already instructed the Dimensional Light Moth to open the 16 Pinnacle Class 3-dimensional rifts. I arranged them in a crisscross pattern. When dimensional life forms from different types of dimensional rifts are gathered together, a more violent conflict will ensue. This will greatly reduce the burden on the sea of bone lotus flowers." Lin Yuan said with a smile, "Big Brother Lu, thank you for your hard work." By now, the total of 32 Pinnacle Class 3-dimensional rifts were spewing dimensional lifeforms in an endless stream above the sea of bone lotus flowers. This about met Silver Corona's maximum rate of digestion. At that moment, Silver Corona said, "Master, you can actually open another 16 Pinnacle Class 3-dimensional rifts for me. I will make a space for the 16-dimensional rifts and surround them with the sea of flowers. Once the dimensional lifeforms join the melee, even those who manage to survive will be covered with injuries." Silver Corona gently touched Lin Yuan's face and said, "All I need to do is handle the injured dimensional lifeforms that are trying to escape the sea of flowers. As long as I leave a large enough space so that the dimensional lifeforms don't feel like they're squeezed together, none of the stupid fellows from the dimensional rifts will want to enter the sea of flowers. I already tried in the past. However, those with injured bodies will immediately be swallowed by the sea of flowers once they're pushed to the edge of the space. I like it when these stupid fellows feed themselves to me." Silver Corona's words gave Lin Yuan a new awareness of the intelligence of elite fairies. Silver Corona was never the type to crow about its achievements. Since Silver Corona said that it could handle another 16 Pinnacle Class 3-dimensional rifts, Lin Yuan would set it up for Silver Corona. This would quicken Silver Corona's increase of power. With a food supply from 48 Pinnacle Class 3-dimensional rifts, it would not be long before Silver Corona evolved to Fantasy breed and then to Myth breed. Lin Yuan turned his head to say to Lu Jie, "Big Brother Lu, please go and find another suitable location to open another batch of dimensional rifts for Silver Corona." Lu Jie immediately replied, When I chose the second location for the dimensional rifts, I took into consideration that Silver Corona will likely be needing a third batch of dimensional rifts soon and have already marked a location. The third location is in a corner. If a fourth batch of dimensional rifts needs to be opened in the future, the third location can act as the center, with more batches of dimensional rifts being opened around it. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "Big Brother Lu, 48 dimensional rifts are enough. From now on, as Silver Corona becomes more powerful, all we need to do is increase the class of these dimensional rifts." Lu Jie immediately took the dimensional light moth with him to open the dimensional rifts. When Lu Jie left, Lin Yuan jumped down from Blackie's back. By this time, Lu Yenshan had picked up Luolan from the Iron Hammer Federation. At the time that Lu Yenshan spotted Luolan, she had already been noticed by Luo Kai's men and was being hunted by them. Luckily, the Imperial Guard that noticed her was only beginner Emperor class. This Imperial Guard had been very hasty, and Luolan had been by herself. Thus, he thought that it would be an easy task for him and the men under him. Given the expected rewards of such a task, there was no way that he would want to share it with others. In the end, while they were trying to capture Luolan in the river, the Emperor-class Imperial Guard and his men were all easily killed by Lu Yenshan's ghost Archdemon Beast. At that time, Luolan felt a mixture of shock and fear as her life had just been hanging by a thread. She did not have a single ounce of strength left in her body. At the moment that she was saved by Lu Yenshan, Luolan felt as though she had just been given a new life. After Lu Yenshan brought her back to the underground palace, Luolan met with Ta Lei and Su Iren. Her fright was calmed. The most important thing for Lin Yuan to do now was to meet with Luolan. Ever since he came across the dark gold snake scale, Lin Yuan's prospects exploded open. Now he was increasingly anxious. Thus, Lin Yuan did not intend to stay in the Iron Hammer Federation for too long. After meeting with Su Iren, Ta Lei, and Luolan, Lin Yuan would return to the Radiance Federation to see the Moon Empress. When he returned from the Radiance Federation, he would take Luolan to the Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan was more interested in exploring the Marsh world than he was in training in the Startling Lines continent. In the Marsh world, the territory from just one apostle was already 1/4 the size of the Divine Wood Federation. The entire Marsh East Circle was around the size of the Radiance Federation. Exploring the Marsh world would bring about much quicker growth than training in the Startling Lines continent. Both Ta Lei and Su Iren were busy. Under Su Iren's tutelage, Ta Lei was already in the process of transforming from a young man that came from a tribe to an exceptional city lord. All the adventurers who had entered the Sea of Flowers to train had been gathered by Silver Corona. Lin Yuan had pardoned them and sent them to work in Ta Lei's city and allowed them to become citizens there. However, many of the adventurers did not like to be disciplined, and some even formed gangs in the city. A few of them had deceived a young girl from Ta Lei's tribe who ended up committing suicide out of self-loathing. Given the circumstances, Ta Lei remembered Su Iren teaching him that a superior had to be ruthless when it was necessary. Thus, Ta Lei ordered the trouble-causing adventurers to be killed in front of the entire city and their bodies to be strung up on the city walls. In less than a day, their bodies were picked to the bone by birds. Ta Lei's gruesome methods stamped out any ideas that anyone in the city had of disobeying the laws. Su Iren continued to collect information dutifully as she communicated with Jin Qianxuan to understand the Truth Association. Jin Qianxuan was afraid of the Truth Association, but he had already sworn his loyalty to Lin Yuan in Oak City. Bound by the oath, Jin Qianxuan had no choice but to succumb to Su Iren's interrogations and tell her everything he knew about the Truth Association, in spite of his fear of them. During this time, Jin Qianxuan had been living while constantly walking on eggshells. He had lost a significant amount of weight, and many people in the Jin family were wondering what had happened to him. In order not to attract too much attention and raise suspicions that there was something wrong with him, Jin Qianxuan forced himself to eat 3 meals a day in spite of his lack of appetite in order to maintain his weight. Su Iren knew that there was a binding in place, but she did not push Jin Qianxuan too far. She was a dark envoy and understood that cruelty alone could not yield as beneficial of a result as when coupled with kindness. Lin Yuan had given Su Iren a significant number of resources, and she picked some that would be useful to Jin Qianxuan to send to him. When Jin Qianxuan received these resources, his fear slowly started to change. He would never be able to receive the resources that Su Yiren gave him from the Truth Association. Thus, Jin Qianxuan started to willingly offer information to Su Yiren instead of her pressing him. Su Yiren learned fresher information about the Truth Association from Jin Qianxuan. Su Yiren knew that the information related to the Truth Association would definitely be useful to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was eventually going to have a final clash against the Truth Association in the Startling Lines continent. Su Yiren and Luo Lan were members of the Astronomical Parliament. Su Yiren learned about Luo Lan's situation through the Thoughts letter paper. Both of them had similar experiences and shared a bond. Su Yiren was well aware that Luo Lan would be emotionally weak now after the death of her father, becoming a prisoner and going on the lam. Hence, she stayed by Luo Lan's side and counseled her. Su Yiren could see her past self in Luo Lan. When Seventh Page War conquered the 7 states of darkness and caused it to fall to ruin, all of the servants in the 7 states of darkness became Seventh Page War's servants. After Su Yiren escaped, all she thought about was using the absolute love poppy to take revenge. But when it really came time to battle against 7th Page War, Su Yiren knew how pathetic she was in front of absolute power. She went on to flee to the Divine Wood Federation. Along the way, everyone who had been protecting her died one by one, and she had been helpless to do anything to help them. Once she reached the Divine Wood Federation, she became a vagrant who lived each day in fear. Her experiences allowed her to understand Luo Lan's pain. Luo Lan felt a warmth she had not felt in a long time from Su Yiren's counseling. At the same time, Su Yiren told Luo Lan about a few matters regarding the Great Lush Federation and Truth Association, so Luo Lan would understand the circumstances in the Startling Lines continent. This was so that Luo Lan would better be able to communicate with Lin Yuan once they met. While Su Yiren was counseling Luo Lan, she accurately guessed the pain that Luo Lan was feeling. However, rather than the urge for vengeance born of the pain she felt, Luo Lan hoped that Lin Yuan could live up to his promise of ensuring that no one from the Iron Hammer Federation would ever have to starve in winter again. Luo Lan was well aware of Luo Kai's temperament and mindset. There was no way he would pay any mind to the citizens who died of hunger during winter. Su Yiren handed the organized information to Luo Lan and said, "If my guess is right, the Truth Association should be hiding within the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court. The death of your father is definitely linked to more than just Luo Kai. As his sister, you must know what his capabilities are." While they spoke, Su Yiren started to scorn Luo Kai. Su Yiren had always been a part of the upper echelon and detested a person like Luo Kai, a distant relative, who had received a helping hand to usurp the throne. According to the information, Su Yiren knew that the previous king nurtured Luo Kai to turn him into an Imperial Guard captain. It was a travesty to the Iron Hammer Federation for someone of Luo Kai's capabilities to sit on the throne. After several days of interaction, Su Yiren learned of the burdens that Luo Lan carried and her ideas of governance. Su Yiren felt that it would be a great blessing to the Iron Hammer Federation for someone like Luo Lan to become queen. Luo Lan did not have strong spirit chi professional or creation master talent, but her spirit was what made her capable of enabling the Iron Hammer Federation to thrive. Su Yiren pitied and envied Luo Lan from the bottom of her heart. She pitied Luo Lan because of her experiences and envied her because she had the chance to take back the throne of the Iron Hammer Federation, while she could not picture the day where it would be her turn to take revenge. Su Yiren was well aware of the giant that was Tower Cannon. There was no way that Su Yiren could ask Lin Yuan to help her regain the Dark Continent. With this thought, Su Yiren let out a long sigh. When Luo Lan received the information from Su Yiren and was about to look through them, she saw a young man in a white robe and another in a silver half-armor walk into the underground palace. Su Yiren hurriedly grabbed Luo Lan's hand and said to her, "Luo Lan, that's Leo." Luo Lan immediately performed the signum ceremony to Lin Yuan, which was the highest honor in the Iron Hammer Federation. She crossed her hands to form a cross and bent over. Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony with Luo Lan and said, "Let me tend to some business first. Then I'll need to leave for 3 days. Luo Lan, I will take you and Ta Lei into the Iron Hammer Federation 3 days later." Luolan was elated and anxious to thank Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan went on to say, I'm sure that Irin has already told you about the situation in the Startling Lines continent. During my trip to the Divine Wood Federation, I learned that the person behind the Truth Association is Tower Cannon's fifth-page truth. The person who reacted the most to what Lin Yuan said was not Luolan but Su Irin. Luolan was the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation, and it was only natural for her to have heard of the Truth Association. The Truth Association was a secret existence in the Great Lush Federation. Luolan had been shocked when Su Irin gave her information about the Truth Association to read. In all her years in the Iron Hammer Federation, Luolan had thought about seeking information about the Truth Association. But she had never managed to insert a spy in the Truth Association. All the spies she had sent had been killed. Luolan had no idea who the fifth-page truth that Lin Yuan spoke of was. As such, she was unaware of Tower Cannon as well. The Iron Hammer Federation did not even have a Class 5 Creation Master, so there was no way they could know about Tower Cannon. While Luolan was oblivious, Su Irin was well aware that fifth-page truth was on the same level as seventh-page war. If what happened in the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court was related to the Truth Association, Lin Yuan would have to take on fifth-page truth in order to help Luolan. If Luolan managed to take back the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court with Lin Yuan's help, that meant that there was the possibility of him helping Su Irin in the future to defeat seventh-page war and take back the Dark Continent. Luolan could submit to Lin Yuan as a representative of the Iron Hammer Federation, and so could Su Irin. In fact, she might be able to give Lin Yuan even more. With this thought, Su Irin's breathing became unsteady. When she regained her senses, Su Irin saw that both Lin Yuan and Lu Jie were staring at her. Su Irin immediately realized that she had been acting inappropriately. By doing this, she had made it clear to Lin Yuan what she was thinking. Su Irin was well aware that it was not a good thing for her to reveal what she was thinking now. It made it seem that she was only by Lin Yuan's side to take advantage of him. During the time that Su Irin interacted with Lin Yuan, she became a part of Sky City's family. Su Irin truly saw herself as a part of Sky City. Otherwise, she would not have put so much effort into the underground palace in the last few months. At the same time, Su Irin was very grateful to Lin Yuan for saving her. Although she had dedicated her loyalty to Lin Yuan, it was insignificant compared to a life. Su Irin would have no way of disputing her behavior to Lin Yuan. Su Irin looked at Lin Yuan and met his gaze in the hopes that he would see her sincerity. At that moment, Su Irin saw Lin Yuan's eyes curve as he smiled and said, Once we settle the matters in the Startling Lines continent, we will fix up the harbor in the Great Lush Federation, so Aluin can bring his boat here to kickstart the trade in the Startling Lines continent. At that time, we'll also be able to ride a boat to the Dark Continent. Help me to settle the business in the Great Lush Federation. There'll be even more for you to do in the Dark Continent. Su Irin almost cried tears of joy when she heard what Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan's words had fulfilled Su Irin's greatest wish and allowed her to return to her native land. Once they snatched the Dark Continent back from seventh-page war, she would be able to rebuild the 7 states of darkness. Su Irin knew that she had no means of repaying Lin Yuan. The only thing she could do was work as hard as she could for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, leave the matters in the Startling Lines continent to me. Since you already know that fifth-page truth is behind the Truth Association, it looks like there isn't much use for the information about the Truth Association I got from Jin Qianxuan. I plan on threatening him to squeeze more out of him. Go and do what you need to do. I don't have any issues here. Su Irin's words came out as very confident. Since she had been a dark envoy, she had the right to be this confident. The love music centers built by the 14 poppy fruits bloomed all over the Startling Lines continent. There were 8 poppy fruits in the Divine Wood Federation. This was because the citizens and nobility in the Divine Wood Federation liked song and dance, and included it as part of their daily life. Furthermore, Su Irin was in the Divine Wood Federation at the moment, and it would be better to leave more poppy fruits in the Divine Wood Federation. As for the remaining poppy fruits, 2 were in the Iron Hammer Federation while 4 were in the Great Lush Federation. It was a struggle to even obtain food in the Iron Hammer Federation, and the 2 love music centers there offered the least help. Nonetheless, having love music centers all over brought in a torrent of information for Su Irin. Su Irin's sacred source lifeform had reached 8 stars. She never expected that she would be able to improve at such a rate. Her sacred source lifeform now had 3 abilities. Even when she faced immortal experts, she could use the absolute love poppy to beguile the immortal expert immediately and cause him to fall in love with her as long as he did not have his guard up. Otherwise, given Su Irin's character, there was no way she would say such a thing. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before saying, "Go and make a promise to Jin Qianxuan. If ever the day comes that the Truth Association disappears from the Great Lush Federation, I can allow him to become the head of the Great Lush Federation, and the Jin family will then become the rulers of the Great Lush Federation. I believe that Jin Qianxuan is smart enough to spill the information he previously did not have the courage to say." While he spoke, Lin Yuan suddenly heard Genius shouting for him in the spirit lock spatial zone. A hopeful expression immediately spread across Lin Yuan's face when he heard Genius' childlike voice. The female of the 2 flower branch mice that he had obtained from the E family had been pregnant. Now it was finally about to give birth. After he told Su Irin about the situation, Lin Yuan let Lu Jie know and immediately returned to his room in the underground palace to enter the spirit lock spatial zone, so he could help the female lifespan mouse during the birthing process. From what Genius said, it seemed that the female lifespan mouse was having a difficult birth. This was because its abdomen was too large, and it was clear that it was going to have many children. Lin Yuan was very excited to see if the baby flower branch mice would also have red tails. Recently, Lin Yuan used spirit qi to massage the female lifespan mouse's abdomen whenever he entered the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan was very hopeful that the female lifespan mouse would be able to surprise him. Su Irin was stunned when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She could not help but be slightly envious of Jin Qianxuan. Jin Qianxuan was about to be rewarded with an enormous opportunity. It was not just Jin Qianxuan who would enjoy the benefits, but his entire family would as well. In order for Jin Qianxuan to become a Thearch class expert, he had to be more ambitious than the average person. Someone with ambitions would also have great aspirations. For the sake of his ambitions, Jin Qianxuan would take the gamble even if it cost him his life. There were 4 secret aristocratic families more powerful than the Jin family who were part of the Truth Association. All of them maintained pressure on the Jin family to prevent them from climbing the ranks. It could be said that Lin Yuan's promise was the Jin family's only chance at a brighter future. Once Lin Yuan left, Su Irin immediately contacted Jin Qianxuan. After Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone, he saw that Genius was holding the female lifespan mouse with a hand made of spiritual energy. It used spiritual energy to soothe the female lifespan mouse as it massaged its belly. The female lifespan mouse was chittering loudly in pain. Lin Yuan smiled wryly when he saw this. It was likely that in spite of the ever-evolving and mercurial animal world, there had never been a cat acting as a midwife. The flower branch mouse was already very smart. Once it evolved into the lifespan mouse, its intelligence would rise again. The 2 lifespan mice were a loving couple. The most important thing for Fays was to procreate. This was why high-grade spirit qi professionals always helped their Fays to find mates. Even if they did not contract the offspring of their Fays, they would carefully nurture them to be contracted by their own descendants. This situation was because Fays needed to continue their bloodline and for the spirit qi professionals to provide their descendants with strong Fays. After all, no spirit qi professional would think badly of the main Fae that had given their all in nurturing. When he saw the male lifespan mouse rolling on the ground and chittering loudly, Lin Yuan picked it up and prepared to help the female lifespan mouse with its labor. He was going to witness the birth of immortality. After Genius saw that Lin Yuan had come, it used the hands made of spiritual energy to hand him the female lifespan mouse. Genius was a pinnacle class 4 creation master, and it would be easy for it to help the female lifespan mouse with its labor. However, Genius could sense that Lin Yuan wanted to personally help the female lifespan mouse to give birth. After Lin Yuan received the female lifespan mouse, he gently cooed at it as he injected spirit qi into its body to cleanse its flesh and bones. This would increase the durability of its flesh and body and prevent it from being injured during the birth. If all their children had black tails, and the female lifespan mouse's safety was jeopardized, the loss would be irreparable. As Lin Yuan continued to use pure spirit qi to massage the female lifespan mouse's abdomen, he noticed that it had a big craving for vitality. Lin Yuan could not help but find this strange. Why would an unborn life form have such a great craving for vitality? There was no way that Lin Yuan could allow the unborn life forms within the female lifespan mouse to absorb the female lifespan mouse's vitality. The death demon concubine beast had formed a contract with the male lifespan mouse. After consuming the spiritual ingredients that contained vitality, it accumulated a decade of lifespan despite only being normal I. On the other hand, the female lifespan mouse was uncontracted and had not consumed any spiritual ingredients that contained vitality and did not have any life form and vitality stored in its body. If its children absorbed its vitality, the weakened female lifespan mouse would die immediately. Once he realized the seriousness of the issue, Lin Yuan summoned the jasmine lily so it could inject vitality into the female lifespan mouse's body. After the lifespan mouse injected a large amount of vitality into the female lifespan mouse's body, its pain was immediately lessened. While Lin Yuan was using his fingers to massage the female lifespan mouse's abdomen, hairless squirming lifeforms soon tumbled out of the female lifespan mouse. They were all around the size of grapes. When Lin Yuan took a closer look at them, his eyes immediately widened. He noticed that they did not have tails. The lifespan mice all lacked tails. Could it be that the children birthed by the female lifespan mouse skipped the stage of flower branch mouse and were directly born as the lifespan mouse? Lin Yuan intended on testing this guess. There had to be at least 6 children being birthed by the female lifespan mouse. To prevent congestion, Lin Yuan needed to supply pure spirit qi constantly. Soon 7 babies were born. Of the lot, only 2 did not have tails while the remaining 5 only had tufts. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and injected pure spirit qi into the 7 babies. Then, he fed them grade 4 potions that had been specially concocted by genius to speed up the growth of mouse species phase. The 7 babies started to grow and change visibly. Just as Lin Yuan expected, the 2 who had been born without tails grew tangerine red fur, meaning that they were lifespan mice. Of the remaining 5, 4 grew dark purple tails while the last one grew a bright red tail. Lin Yuan could not help but be pleasantly surprised. The lifespan mouse could not reproduce. The female lifespan mouse could produce young because it had gotten pregnant while it had been the flower branch mouse. Lin Yuan evolved it to the lifespan mouse when it was pregnant. The flower branch mouse with a bright red rail was the result of Lin Yuan's nurturing. The product of the lifespan mouse's labor told Lin Yuan that the lifespan mouse with the red tail could reproduce. Lin Yuan found that the newly born flower branch mouse with the red tail was female. In the future, he just needed to find one that was male, and he would be able to breed more of the lifespan mice. Lin Yuan had received the flower branch mice with red tails more than once. They were very rare but did exist in the wild. Lin Yuan intended to contact Yi Huailong and ask for his help in collecting the flower branch mice with bright red tails. It was likely that the pregnant lifespan mouse needing so much vitality was related to the 2 lifespan mice it had given birth to. Lin Yuan felt a sense of assurance now that he had more of the lifespan mice. If he had a need for them in the future, he would not have to hesitate to use them. Lin Yuan thought, now that I've accidentally nurtured the lifespan mice, does that mean that I have obtained the secret to immortality? Immortality was a dream that all experts chased. Moreover, Begin Lady had said that one's lifespan was limited even after one successfully set their spirit fire alight. Setting one's spirit fire alight was not the ceiling for an expert. Rather, it was the starting point for advancement to a higher level. If one was only talking about living longer, one only needed to provide the lifespan mouse with sufficient spiritual ingredients that contained vitality in order to live virtually forever as long as one was not killed. This was because the lifespan mouse used up the lifespan stored in its body. If the spirit qi professional's own lifespan was left untouched, one would be able to continue living and increasing one's power. Even if the most average person contracted the lifespan mouse, they would have the chance to eventually start walking down heaven's path as long as the lifespan mouse had enough lifespan to offer. The more Lin Yuan thought about it, the more he saw the lifespan mice as treasures. Lin Yuan currently had 3 of the lifespan mice. If he did not want to nurture even more of the lifespan mice, he could have used pure spirit chi to evolve them into the lifespan mice. The lifespan mouse's existence told Lin Yuan that he would never have to worry about experiencing the grief of death or death itself unless there were inevitable factors. Lin Yuan had already instructed Silver Corona to produce more of the main flowers. In the future, through Silver Corona's soul parasite rebirth ability, the main flowers would protect the members of Sky City from life-threatening dangers. Even if there were issues, it would be like they had 2 lives. Under Lin Yuan's nurturing, Rememberling's power rose continuously. The mother of Bloodbath had been carefully nurturing the 10,000 medicine hot spring. Once it arrived in the Divine Wood Federation, its store of plant-type phase was raised substantially. Presently, the 10,000 medicine hot spring had already consumed more than 8,000 types of plant-type phase and was about to reach 4 stars. If things continued at this rate, the 10,000 medicine hot spring would reach 7 stars and gain its 3rd ability in around 2 years. Now that Lin Yuan was done helping the lifespan mouse give birth, he left the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He had already told Su Irin that he would be leaving for a period of time. Lin Yuan used 200 of the diamond item-storing walnuts to pass through the space tunnel with Lu Jie and ended up back in the Radiance Federation, in the basement of the Return from Faraway Mansion. When Lin Yuan first transported himself through the space tunnel, he had used up all of the spatial spiritual ingredients that he possessed. As such, he felt that a trip between the Radiance Federation and the Divine Wood Federation was very costly. But he had since obtained many of the item-storing walnut trees and nurtured them to bronze/legend. Later, the army of 100 Questions beasts nurtured them to diamond grade. The close to 1,000 item-storing walnut trees growing in Lin Yuan's territory in the marsh world were growing very well. A few that had more potential even comprehended willpower runes after being evolved to diamond/legend and evolved to fantasy breed. There was a large amount of marsh soil buried in the territory. The 3 sentient being protective dragons' ability place in the world could protect these item-storing walnut trees and ensure they could not be more comfortable. Furthermore, the ancient green tree transformed from the endless gem grew in size under the radiation from Klein Hub. Now, its range included the 1,000 item-storing walnut trees. Normally, the item-storing walnut trees only bore fruits yearly. But now that they were being blessed by various actors, they bore fruits 3 times a year. Each item-storing walnut tree produced almost 100 of the item-storing walnuts. With 30,000 diamond item-storing walnuts being produced yearly, Lin Yuan could use them as he pleased. The emerald green ancient tree benefited dimensional lifeforms greatly as well. Lin Yuan intended to utilize its range well. Since he already had enough of the diamond item-storing walnuts, Lin Yuan intended to move the 1,000 item-storing walnut trees slightly further, so that the emerald green ancient trees benefits could be focused on increasing the believers of Wendy and Rising Lizard. When Lin Yuan returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion, he fetched Wenyu from the marsh world. Both of them had agreed on this long ago. Although Listen was not currently in the Radiance Federation, Endless Summer was doing a good job of looking after the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Metal-type resources were very rare in the marsh world. When Yu and Sun Ningxiang had been working overtime the last few days to plan out all the resources needed for development in the marsh world. When Yu would let Endless Summer know what resources they needed so that Endless Summer could prepare them over the next 2 days. Lin Yuan was only going to be in the Radiance Federation for 3 days. By preparing the resources in 2 days, When Yu would have 1 day left to look through them. When Yu had not seen her master in some time and missed Mystic Moon. She was filled with respect and gratitude to Mystic Moon. It was indeed Lin Yuan who had saved her life. But if Mystic Moon had not accepted her as his disciple, helped her to contract the Astronomical Parliament, and taught her what to do, the combat talent lacking and mediocre creation master, When Yu would have long been relegated to one of Sky City's peripheral members. There was no way she could have become one of Sky City's 3 main pillars alongside Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. Lin Yuan noticed that not a single Heavenly Family Fae could be seen in the Return from Faraway Mansion. A month had passed and Purple Love should have already led the other members out of the Radiance Federation. But as per the promise that was made to Lin Yuan before he left, White Phoenix had become Lin Yuan's sworn protector and should still be in the Return from Faraway Mansion. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and quickly puzzled out what had happened. It was likely that the Moon Empress had told White Phoenix about Fifth Page Truth after Lin Yuan told her about it. The entire Heavenly Family Cottage had an absolutely irreconcilable grudge against Fifth Page Truth. Since the Radiance Federation and Heavenly Family Cottage had become allies, the Radiance Federation would immediately inform the Heavenly Family Cottage about such a matter after learning about it. It was likely that Purple Love and the rest who had just departed the Radiance Federation would go and seek their revenge very soon. In order for Jade Sundial to be revived, the Heavenly Family Crystal was not enough. Her eternal heart was needed as well. Her eternal heart would have to be forcefully snatched back from Fifth Page Truth. Lin Yuan knew that the Moon Empress was very worried about him. Thus, once he returned to the Radiance Federation, he did not dawdle anywhere else and immediately went to the Radiance Federation to see the Moon Empress. Lu Jie had obtained the Halberd Corner Skydefying Rhinoceros Beetle and wanted to have a discussion with Night Leaning Moon about it. Night Leaning Moon was the one who had opened up the path for Lu Jie to begin taking control of insect species carcinoma phase. As such, he still liked to seek her opinion when it came to choosing the insect species carcinoma phase. Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation to transport himself to the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace like he always did. While Lin Yuan was traveling to the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace, Jin Chenxuan was having the greatest dilemma of his life. Normally, he did not have the authority to participate in the Truth Association's meetings as he was only the fifth strongest expert in the Jin family. It was always the head of the Jin family, his oldest brother, who attended and relayed the Truth Association's instructions when he returned. But this time, all the experts of the secret aristocratic families who were Thearch class and above could participate in the meeting. It was true that Jin Chenxuan had not been completely open with Su Iren. But the main reason for his lacking information was that he did not have the chance to learn of the Truth Association's big secrets. Jin Chenxuan had been trying to make a choice. It was true that he was being controlled by Lin Yuan, but he could leave some information about the Truth Association out in his reports. This lowered the risk that he had to undertake. Nonetheless, Jin Chenxuan understood that real money could be found in taking risks. He would not be able to obtain many benefits from the Truth Association. But ever since he joined Lin Yuan, Su Iren would provide him with resources whenever his information was useful. This allowed his power to skyrocket. He had become the third strongest expert in the Jin family. As long as he continued to provide information that met Lin Yuan and Su Iren's satisfaction, he would be able to surpass his oldest brother before long to become the strongest expert in the Jin family. The extremely pure Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls allowed Jin Chenxuan to understand how strong of a faction he had sworn his loyalty to. Thus, before the meeting with the Truth Association, Jin Chenxuan was more willing to side with Lin Yuan. However, everything that happened during the meeting with the Truth Association caused Jin Chenxuan to change his mind out of fear. Jin Chenxuan never expected that the Truth Association, which was in control of the entire Great Lush Federation, would have power beyond Immortal. Jin Chenxuan had never interacted with a Class 5 Creation Master and did not understand what Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls produced by Class 5 Creation Masters signified. But subconsciously, Jin Chenxuan did not think that Lin Yuan stood a chance of triumphing over the Truth Association. These were experts who were more powerful than Immortal. There were more than one of them. Moreover, in line with the Truth Association's goal, the entire Startling Lines continent was about to be thrown into chaos. 2 days later, all the tribes in the Iron Hammer Federation would be ordered by Luo Kai to attack the Divine Wood Federation. The secret aristocratic families of the Great Lush Federation would also join the fray. At first, Jin Chenxuan thought that the Truth Association wanted to swallow up the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation so that the entire Startling Lines continent would be theirs. But now, Jin Chenxuan sensed that something was not right. If they only wanted to destroy the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation and take control of them, there would be no need for the Great Lush Federation to become involved. It would be much better to get involved only once the victor was decided between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. There was no way that the Truth Association would make a mistake when it came to this decision. For some reason, Jin Chenxuan was filled with a sense of foreboding. If the Great Lush Federation decided to enter the battle alongside the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation, the entire startling lines continent would be turned into a giant furnace. Could such a situation be what the Truth Association was after? Jin Qianxuan wanted to have a good talk with his oldest brother once they returned home from the meeting. Jin Qianxuan's understanding of the situation came from his deductions and analysis of this meeting. But his older brother attended such a meeting 2 to 3 times each year in the years after their father died. After attending so many meetings, his brother would definitely have a better understanding of the Truth Association than him. Thus, his brother would be more capable of guessing what the Truth Association's aim was. Jin Qianxuan stood up and started walking to his oldest brother's study room. Along the way, he ran into his second brother, Jin Qianxing. Before Jin Qianxuan could greet Jin Qianxing, the latter said to him anxiously, "Qianxuan, are you here to talk to first brother about the events of the meeting? If you're here about anything else, let me go first. I need to speak with him." The entire Jin family was very respectful of Jin Qianding. Jin Qianding had been the head of the Jin family for more than a decade, and also the only immortal expert in the Jin family. He had absolute authority in the Jin family. Jin Qianding had a habit of dealing with one thing at a time. As such, the members of the Jin family only sought him out individually. Jin Qianxuan knew what kind of person Jin Qianxing was. Jin Qianxing was domineering. If both of them went in together, Jin Qianxing would cut in front of him to speak to Jin Qianding. Jin Qianxuan had been ticked off by Jin Qianxing's despotic behavior more than once. Jin Qianxuan felt that Jin Qianxing was slow and did not like to think things through. Since he also wanted to speak with Jin Qianding about the Truth Association, it was likely that he had also sensed that there was more to the meeting than what appeared on the surface. Jin Qianxuan hurriedly said, "Second brother, I'll go in with you. I'm also here to see first brother. I won't interfere in the discussion between you two." Jin Qianxing did not turn Jin Qianxuan down. This was because both of them had the same parents. Furthermore, Jin Qianxuan was only the 5th strongest expert in the Jin family, and there were some things that did not need to be hidden from him. Thus, they walked into the study room together with Jin Qianxuan leading. Jin Qianding was frowning at the map in front of him. The map was of the startling lines continent, and it was drawn with very fine details. The great lush federation was full of scholars. Moreover, the chambers of commerce from the Great Lush Federation often added to the map based on their travels. If Lin Yuan saw the map, he would immediately notice that this map was several times more detailed than the one that the Yang family kept in the imperial court. Even the distance between each marked location was noted. It was clear that this map had been prepared for war and had extremely strong strategic significance. Before Jin Qianxuan and Jin Qianxing entered, Jin Qianding had been mulling over the map for close to 2 hours. But when he saw his brothers walking in, Jin Qianding could not help but ask, "Why are the both of you here together?" Jin Qianxing immediately replied, "First brother, I'm here to speak with you about the Truth Association. On the way here, I bumped into Qianxuan, and he said that he also wanted to come to greet you. So, I brought him in with me." Jin Qianding nodded and asked, "Qianxing, what about the Truth Association do you need to speak to me about? Can it be that you have some thoughts after attending your first meeting?" Jin Qianxuan was crafty and immediately looked at Jin Qianding's face when he heard what he said. Jin Qianxuan noticed that Jin Qianding was looking at Jin Qianxing with scrutiny and displeasure. It was clear that Jin Qianxing had not noticed the meaning behind Jin Qianding's gaze. As such, Jin Qianxuan's chest tightened. Jin Qianxing had not asked anything that was out of line. So why was Jin Qianding looking at him in such a manner? Since Jin Qianxuan had come for a similar reason, he decided to let Jin Qianxing ask the questions in his stead. At first, he made this decision because Jin Qianxuan was domineering. If he had not said what he said, Jin Qianxing would not have allowed him to tag along. But now, Jin Qianxuan thought, luckily, I wasn't the one who brought up the Truth Association. Otherwise, first brother would be casting that gaze on me. Jin Qianxuan remembered that Jin Qianding had evolved from beginner Thearch class to Immortal very abruptly more than a decade ago. The entire process only took a few short years. Jin Qianxuan had been wondering if his brother's rapid increase in power was related to the Truth Association. If this was the case, his brother would definitely want to protect the Truth Association in every situation. just like how Jin Qianxuan needed to protect Lin Yuan. Regardless of whether he could find the answer he was searching for today, he could still learn of Jin Qianding's attitude toward the truth association from his conversation with Jin Qianxing. This was a huge opportunity for Jin Qianxuan. While Jin Qianxuan was thinking, he never expected Jin Qianxing to say so brazenly, "First brother, what was the truth association talking about? Why are we joining the war between the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation instead of reaping the benefits of the aftermath? If we charge in, we will suffer heavy losses. The Yi family is now in charge of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. They have to have hidden power in order to be able to defeat the Yang family. The food-crazy Iron Hammer Federation likes nothing more than to plunder the Great Lush Federation's merchant groups. Once we enter the fight, they'll attack us as well. Our family only managed to stabilize our position as a secret aristocratic family after many years of development. Qianxuan has been steadily growing. He might be able to reach Immortal too. At that time, there is no way we can throw in all of our combat power. Aren't there experts in the Truth Association's inner circle? Why don't they join the battle themselves instead of pushing the secret aristocratic families into the war?" The moment Jin Qianxing finished speaking, he saw Jin Qianding's hand sailing toward him. There was no way that a Thear-class expert could dodge a slap from an Immortal expert. Jin Qianding's slap stupefied Jin Qianxing and the watching Jin Qianxuan. The impression that Jin Qianxuan had of his first brother was that he was dignified and prudent. No matter what mistakes the brothers made, even when fourth brother used evil methods to nurture phase, first brother only reprimanded them. He had never ever laid a hand on them. But now, Jin Qianxing had been slapped just for speaking with the Jin family's best interests at heart. The things that Jin Qianxuan wanted to say were roughly the same as Jin Qianxing, but he would have done it more tactfully. The slap that Jin Qianxing had received was almost no different from Jin Qianxuan receiving it. From the slap, Jin Qianxuan knew that Jin Qianding needed to take the Truth Association's arrangement into consideration, even if it cut into the Jin family's profits. Jin Qianxuan could not help but lose his respect for Jin Qianding for such an action. Jin Qianxuan felt that Jin Qianding's action had stripped him of the right to be the head of the Jin family. Once the head of a family was bought off and no longer placed the family first, the family was doomed even if they were still prospering at that moment. The Truth Association's control over Jin Qianding reminded Jin Qianxuan of Lin Yuan and Su Yiren. Lin Yuan and Su Yiren were also controlling Jin Qianxuan. But every time he provided information, he would be rewarded accordingly. This was less like being commanded and controlled and more like a trade. He also had his own choice and rights when it came to the matter. At that moment, Jin Qianxuan suddenly stopped despising Lin Yuan and Su Yiren. Jin Qianxuan was very sad about the state of the Jin family, but there was nothing he could do to help. The Truth Association had experts that were beyond immortal. With such experts as members, Jin Qianding did not have any choice. Jin Qianxuan now understood the situation while Jin Qianxing had sobered from being slapped by Jin Qianding. What happened next was a fight between Jin Qianding and Jin Qianxing. The fight between the two brothers told Jin Qianxuan that it was not a good thing to become involved with too much. Jin Qianxuan nodded at Jin Qianding before he left the study room and returned to his own room. Back in his room, Jin Qianxuan sighed a few times in succession. He felt even more despair now than when he first started being controlled by Lin Yuan and Su Yiren. The Jin family no longer had a future. The glory of the Jin family was always the faith that Jin Qianxuan held on to. It was at this moment that Jin Qianxuan realized that there was a message on the thoughts letter paper. Jin Qianxuan thought that Su Yiren was asking him to find out more about the Truth Association again. He was unsure if he should tell her about the Truth Association's plan. The Jin family was going to become a pawn in this plan. After collecting all that information, Su Yiren had to have a plan. No matter what plan Su Yiren had for the Truth Association, it would affect the Jin family. No matter how unwilling Jin Qianxuan was, there was nothing he could do about his brother's abandonment of the Jin family. Jin Qianxuan did not want to let down the Jin family's ancestors after his death. But once he read what was written on the thoughts letter paper, Jin Qianxuan was more astonished and overcome with emotion than when he saw Jin Qianding slap Jin Qianxing. Tell me everything you know about the Truth Association now. My faction will give you 3 opportunities. First, you'll reach Immortal and up till Pinnacle Immortal. Second, you will become the head of the Gene family after the dust settles. Third, the Gene family will be able to enter the Great Lush Federation's Imperial Court and become its new rulers. You can decide what to do for yourself. Of the 3 offers on the Thoughts letter paper, the ones that attracted Gene Qianxuan the most were the first and third one. It was every Thearch class expert's dream to be able to reach Immortal, much less Pinnacle Immortal. The Gene family's ancestors had never entertained the thought that they could one day become the rulers of the Great Lush Federation. If this could be achieved with him at the helm, he would be changing the history books of the Gene family. With support from such a faction, the Gene family would definitely be able to stand steadily once they took over the Great Lush Federation's Imperial Court. The Great Lush Federation's Imperial Court was currently occupied by the Truth Association, and no family was allowed to be a part of it. In order for the promise to be fulfilled, the Truth Association had to first be kicked out of the Imperial Court. This promise would allow any faction to be filled with confidence when they took on the Truth Association. In spite of the knowledge that the Truth Association had experts that were beyond Immortal, Gene Qianxuan still felt at ease. As for the second offer of becoming the head of the Gene family, it was a position that Gene Qianxuan had never been gunning for. But now that Gene Qianding no longer placed the Gene family first, Gene Qianxuan felt that he was a better fit to be the leader of the Gene family. With this thought, Gene Qianxuan decided to stake both his own future and that of the Gene family on this faction whose name was not even known to him. Gene Qianxuan decided to tell everything he knew to that faction as per their request. Gene Qianxuan's report caused Su Yiren's eyes to widen. The Truth Association has several experts beyond Immortal. I hope that you will decide what to do next after understanding the Truth Association's power. Furthermore, according to the information from the Truth Association's inner circle, the 3 largest tribes in the Iron Hammer Federation will join forces to invade the Divine Wood Federation 3 days later. They will charge directly into the capital, Sacred Forest City. After the invasion, the major secret aristocratic families of the Great Lush Federation will join the battle and form a 3-way chaotic war. This is all I know so far. The Truth Association holds absolute power over all of the secret aristocratic families, and the Gene family will also participate. I don't have a say in the Gene family's participation, but I hope that the Gene family's involvement won't affect your plans. What surprised Su Yiren about Gene Qianxuan's news was not that the Truth Association had experts that surpassed Immortal. Su Yiren already knew that the Truth Association had a Class 5 Creation Master. Class 5 Creation Masters were capable of evolving Thearch class experts to Immortal. Su Yiren's grandmother had also been capable of doing so. However, Su Yiren had not heard anything like the Iron Hammer Federation was going to invade the Divine Wood Federation 3 days later. If it was for food, they could tide over the winter season if they remained at the border and took over some of the Divine Wood Federation's border cities. Yet, the Iron Hammer Federation was going to use its resources to supply an invasion. This was no different from charging toward their own deaths. No matter how useless and unfit to rule Luo Kai was, he would not come up with such a plan. After Luo Kai became king, he needed to strengthen the Iron Hammer Federation in order to garner respect. Thus, even if Luo Kai was a complete moron, he would never intentionally harm his own prophets. It seemed that the Truth Association already had a certain amount of control over the Iron Hammer Federation, to the point that Luo Kai was helpless even as king. Su Yiren knew that she had to tell Lin Yuan about this immediately. This matter was about a war between 2 federations, and Su Yiren dared not make a reckless decision on her own. Thus, Su Yiren hurriedly sent a message to Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper. When Su Yiren sent the letter, Lin Yuan was in the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan carried the Moon Empress Extreme token, so she was aware that he had returned to the Radiance Federation the moment that he arrived at the basement of the Return from Faraway Mansion. Thus, she had been waiting for him to come. The Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan would come to see her first thing after returning to the Radiance Federation. This was the trust she had in him as his master and a display of their compatibility. The Moon Empress was always unshakable, as cold and aloof as the moon that hung high in the sky. But ever since the Moon Empress realized that Lin Yuan had used the Extreme token, she had been on edge. She knew that he would only use the extreme token if he was in life-threatening danger. Since she did not have a clear grasp on his secret weapons, she always assumed that the extreme token was Lin Yuan's final safety net. She took this as an indication of Lin Yuan having encountered a strong enemy in the Divine Wood Federation. Although Lin Yuan had let the Moon Empress know that he was fine, her troubled heart made her want to see him immediately. This was the only way that she could be set at ease. When she first accepted Lin Yuan as her disciple, all she wanted was to be a good master. But after a year together, Lin Yuan was now just as important to the Moon Empress as the Radiance Federation was. Otherwise, she would not have asked Lin Yuan to make the long trip just to set her mind slightly at ease. To put it bluntly, the Moon Empress was so racked with anxiousness that she had completely let down her guard. She would only be able to relax when she saw Lin Yuan standing in front of her. However, her brow did not fully relax even after Lin Yuan arrived. This was because the Radiance Federation was about to undergo a strenuous trial. None of the members of royalty, including the Moon Empress, had a concrete plan to deal with this trial. Lin Yuan had not seen the Moon Empress in a long time, and he smiled brightly the moment he laid eyes on her. The past years of experiences allowed Lin Yuan's aura to become increasingly solemn, but this smile seemed to return to Lin Yuan all the youthfulness he had lost. When Lin Yuan noticed that the Moon Empress' brow was slightly furrowed, he hurriedly asked with concern, "Master, is something troubling you?" When Lin Yuan had been weak, he would not ask the Moon Empress such a question when he saw her brow furrowed. But now he could ask because his power had been growing, and he was now at the stage where he was capable of solving issues and sharing the Moon Empress' burdens. In certain situations, he could even help the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress instinctively saw Lin Yuan as a child when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She did not want to pass on her troubles to him. But then, the Moon Empress started thinking about how Lin Yuan was already stronger than her in some aspects. For example, the Moon Empress could not concoct the pure spirit qi that came from Lin Yuan despite being a Class 6 creation master. The Moon Empress never tried to find out about Lin Yuan's secret weapons. Rather, she told him to keep them to himself. The Moon Empress had also encountered the same problem that the elderly man faced. It was Lin Yuan who helped her and gave her renewed life. The Moon Empress gently caressed Lin Yuan's face before she plucked the extreme token from around Lin Yuan's chest and said, "Let me take a good look at you. It's almost time to eat. Stay for the meal and spend the night in Leaning Moon Mountain. I will tell you about my troubles after the meal. I'll recharge the extreme token for you before you leave tomorrow morning." Lin Yuan did not ask what was happening but just nodded. Since the Moon Empress was willing to be honest with him, it did not matter when she spoke. Lin Yuan not only saw the Moon Empress as his master but also as his family. He badly wanted to fix the issues that the Moon Empress was facing. Lin Yuan had made the decision long ago. He already knew that the world was not as simple as it seemed. He hoped that he would be able to take his friends, master, and family with him to experience the new world. Cold Moon was currently training with Chu Ci. Chu Ci had entered the Redbud Spirit Qi Intermediate Academy but did not spend a lot of time learning in school. Chu Ci received a much better education from Cold Moon than she could have from the teachers at the Redbud Spirit Qi Intermediate Academy. Cold Moon was fully invested in Chu Ci. Thus, only Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress, and Mystic Moon were present at that meal in the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan noticed that Mystic Moon had been frowning just like the Moon Empress and immediately knew that the problem plaguing the Moon Empress was serious, as well as that Mystic Moon was aware of it. Because of Lin Yuan's arrival, there was a greater spread at the dinner at the Radiant Moon Palace than usual. All of it was food that suited his palate as well as his favorites. Chef Supreme was still sore over the extinction of the Spirit Savory Pig. After the Moon Empress became a Class 6 creation master, Chef Supreme brought the last female Spirit Savory Pig to her, and she used her Class 6 creation master methods, as well as refined the bloodline of other pig species phase, so that the piglet born from this female Spirit Savory Pig was even more delicious than the original Spirit Savory Pigs. Because of this, Chef Supreme owed the Moon Empress a large favor. In the past, Lin Yuan liked to drink the soup stewed from the ribs of the Spirit Savory Pig as well as the marinated ribs. The Moon Empress knew this. For this dinner, the Moon Empress had instructed the 4 tea attendants to cook one of the spirit savory pigs to turn it into a feast. After dinner, Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress returned to the Lotus Pool's inner palace. Lin Yuan noticed that after the Moon Empress became a Class 6 creation master, the Lotus Pool had also changed. Its size was still the same, but there was almost half the number of lotus flowers than before. Nonetheless, the Lotus Pool was even more luscious and beautiful than before. This was because the Moon Empress had evolved all of the lotus flowers to creation breed. If not because the Moon Empress liked to admire them, they could have changed into human form at any time. The lotus flowers spewed mist that covered the entire inner palace. Although it was very difficult to evolve the spirit siphon goldfish in the Lotus Pool, the Moon Empress still managed to evolve them to pinnacle myth breed. The spirit chi released by the spirit siphon goldfish caused the concentration of spirit chi in the inner palace to be 80 times thicker than that of the outside world. If the concentration of spirit chi could be multiplied a few more times, it might reach the same concentration that the spirit lock spatial zone first had. However, this was just the concentration of spirit chi. When it came to purity, not even the spirit chi of the spirit siphon goldfish could match up to the purity of the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. The Moon Empress poured a cup of the calming spirit silver leaf tea. It was brewed using the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar and the evaporated dew from the calming spirit flower. It was considered an extremely high-grade tea. With the calming effects of the tea, the drinker's body would experience the same effects as if they had consumed 3 drops of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan was drinking tea like this. But whether it was the 3 treasures tea or the calming spirit silver leaf tea, Lin Yuan liked to drink both of them. The Moon Empress was in no rush to explain the situation to Lin Yuan. Instead, they held a question-and-answer session first. Now, most of the questions that Lin Yuan asked stumped the Moon Empress. For example, if Lin Yuan did not tell her through the thoughts letter paper, the Moon Empress would not know that there was a 6th type of dimensional rift in the main world. The Moon Empress was shocked by Lin Yuan's growth, but at the same time, she was very proud of him. After the question-and-answer session, the Moon Empress said before Lin Yuan asked, "The old man from the Radiance Federation only has about 1 or 2 years left." The Moon Empress statement was short but made Lin Yuan feel overwhelmed. The news about that elderly man in the Radiance Federation had not been leaked, and none of the regular citizens in the Radiance Federation were aware of it. When Lin Yuan had been running the small store in the Xia region, he did not know what this elderly man did for the Radiance Federation. After Lin Yuan became a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, he learned from Lu Wenqing just how much that elderly man had bent over backward for the sake of the Radiance Federation. The Radiance Federation was one of the 3 major federations and was respected by all. The other federations envied the citizens of the Radiance Federation. The other federations, especially those without Class 5 creation masters, were warring year-round. Even those with 1 Class 5 creation master often stole resources from each other. Every life form in those federations suffered in the midst of such fighting. The Radiance Federation had also experienced such a period. It was after the elderly man rose above the rest that he managed to stabilize the entire federation and raise the honor of the Radiance Federation. There was a long period where his juniors, such as Cicada Song, Iron Prison, Long Lamplight, Night Leaning Moon, and the Moon Empress, grew. After they grew up, the elderly man paid the price of his root power and reforged the 7 secure Federation treasures to secure the Radiance Federation's environment. Lin Yuan had seen the Mountain River Grain God Bells of the secure Federation treasures. The Mountain River Grain God Bells had been unable to stand up against the Goddess of Mercy, who had awakened her birth horoscope but could effectively defend against eternal experts. The secure Federation treasures was an important reason the Radiance Federation was able to become one of the 3 major federations. In order to become one of the 3 major federations, more than just sufficient creation master resources were needed. The power to safeguard the creation master resources was also needed. However, these were just a small fraction of what the elderly man did for the Radiance Federation. Not long ago, Night Leaning Moon and Du Miao had crossed swords and fought through their sacred source lifeforms in the air. Du Miao's sacred source lifeform was the gold leaf boiling balloon flower. When he fully triggered them, The night sky above the Radiance Federation bloomed into thousands of gorgeous fiery red balloon flowers. A giant volcano at the center of the balloon flowers had spewed lava that fell from the sky. A golden-yellow ancient tree had charged to the sky and covered more than half of the Radiance Federation. It had blocked the gold leaf boiling balloon flowers' celestial phenomena and protected the Radiance Federation. At the same time, the ancient tree had sealed off Du Miao's body. This was the first time that the elderly man had stepped in after the Moon Empress, night-leaning moon, and long lamplight matured. The elderly man had already fused his sacred source lifeform with the Radiance Federation and combined half of his soul with his sacred source lifeform. The elderly man had already used his actions to safeguard the Radiance Federation's faith. When Lin Yuan first heard Lu Wenqing talk about the Radiance Federation's history, he had been moved and filled with endless respect for the elderly man. Lin Yuan dared not and was unwilling to believe that this elderly man only had 1 or 2 years left. At that moment, Lin Yuan understood why the Moon Empress' brow had been furrowed so deeply. If the elderly man's life came to an end, it would spell doom for the Radiance Federation. It was apparent that the Moon Empress, or rather all the members of royalty in the Radiance Federation, were incapable of helping that elderly man. The elderly man was not a creation master, and he could defend the Radiance Federation from any calamity. When it came to prying into the secrets of life, creation masters were more knowledgeable. Lin Yuan still had 3 uncontracted lifespan mice. He was willing to give one of them to this elderly man who had dedicated his life to the Radiance Federation in order to turn it into a haven. However, the Moon Empress said that the elderly man only had 1 or 2 years left. The end of a person's life was not only related to one's lifespan. One's soul, spiritual energy, and body also played big parts. If a person ran out of soul power and withered and died, they would never be able to open his eyes again, even if he still had a remaining lifespan. A soul that had withered would be scattered across the earth. A legendary life form like the Remembrance Soul Whale could gather the pieces of souls but could not search for dissipated souls. Hence, Lin Yuan could not guarantee that he would be able to help the elderly man despite possessing the lifespan mice. Lin Yuan asked the Moon Empress seriously, "Master, can you tell me why the elderly man is only left with 1 or 2 years?" The elderly man's condition was the Radiance Federation's biggest secret. However, the Moon Empress had already mentioned it to him. This meant that she would definitely reply to him when he asked. The Moon Empress sighed and said, "Little Yuan, by the time I found out about the situation, the elderly man had already fallen comatose. Cicada Song said that he had met backlash when trying to advance and break through." The Moon Empress spoke while lamenting to herself. She had also experienced backlash because she had been too impulsive in trying to break through. But given that the elderly man's level was higher than hers, the backlash he experienced was much more severe. The Moon Empress could stand in his shoes and guess how he was feeling now. It was a helplessness of one's life coming to an end, desolate loneliness that could send anyone into a spiral of despair. The Moon Empress had been able to handle it on and soldier on as though nothing was wrong because of Lin Yuan. At that time, she had placed all her hopes in him. She hoped that she could help him to open up a long path before her lifespan ended. At least then, she would not have wasted her time being his master. The elderly man's heart belonged to the Radiance Federation. It was unlikely that he was feeling lonely and desperate because his life was coming to an end. It was more likely that he was feeling deeply reproachful. This was because he was the one who had made the 2-year gamble with the Freedom Federation. According to the information from the Freedom Federation, the Mirror God had already set his spirit fire alight. Previously, the God of Fools had been stronger than the Mirror God. In order to set one's spirit fire alight, it was more likely to be the result of an opportunity rather than hard work. The God of Fools might not have set his spirit fire alight, but it was likely that he already had. The elderly man had already guessed during an imperial meeting that the 2 of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty had set their spirit fires alight before the news came from the Goddess of Mercy. Regardless, the elderly man had still dared to make the bet with the Freedom Federation for the major Federation meeting. This was because no one could be allowed to trample over the Radiance Federation's honor. The elderly man needed to put some pressure on the trouble-causing brats. Furthermore, the elderly man had already set his spirit fire alight 7 years ago. However, he could not leave the Radiance Federation because half of his soul had fused with his sacred source lifeform, which was then bound to the Radiance Federation. After sighing, the Moon Empress said, "Little Yuan Cicada Song said that the elderly man had a drop of the Earth Center fine milk, but he gave it to me. Otherwise, the drop of Earth Center fine milk would have allowed him to live another year." Cicada Song had told the Moon Empress about the Earth Center fine milk because she had said during the Imperial meeting that her issue had been resolved. Thus, Cicada Song had asked the Moon Empress if she had used the drop of Earth Center fine milk. Since the Moon Empress had given the drop of Earth Center fine milk to Lin Yuan, there was no way she could use it to extend the elderly man's life by another year. In fact, the Moon Empress did have a way of enabling the elderly man to continue living. Lin Yuan had given her the lifespan mouse which had solved her issue. She could now live seemingly forever and did not have to worry about the passage of time robbing her life. The Moon Empress could choose to break her contract with the lifespan mouse and give it to the elderly man to contract instead. But this would mean that the Moon Empress would have to give up on her life in order to save the elderly man's life. The more powerful the person, the more terrified of death they would be. This was because he would have a greater longing to see the view from higher levels. It went without saying that the Moon Empress was no exception. Apart from increasing her power, she also wanted to see Lin Yuan grow. She wanted to see Lin Yuan fly with his strong wings and do her duty as his master. But if the day truly came that the elderly man's life was going to end, she would make him promise to protect Lin Yuan before she gave up on the lifespan mouse. This was because she knew that without the elderly man, the Radiance Federation would stand no chance of fending off the Freedom Federation. The Moon Empress had the character befitting a member of royalty. From the day she became a Radiance Envoy until she became a member of royalty, the Moon Empress had been ready to lay down her life to protect the Radiance Federation, just like any other member of royalty. If the Moon Empress needed to make such a decision, she would not hide it from Lin Yuan. She would have called him and told him about her choice. She believed that Lin Yuan would understand her. When the Moon Empress sighed, her frown deepened. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's brow relaxed after he heard what the Moon Empress said. The Earth Center fine milk could not only cleanse a body of its impurities and refine the genetic model, but it could also extend one's lifespan. Since the Earth Center fine milk could extend the elderly man's life by a year, it must mean that his issue had been the same as that of the Moon Empress. Both could be solved with the lifespan mouse. Since the lifespan mouse could solve it, it was not a difficult issue at all. The Moon Empress was silent, and her heart was heavy when she heard Lin Yuan say, "Master, I have another lifespan mouse that the elderly man can contract. Then, the elderly man will have more than just 1 or 2 years left." Lin Yuan hesitated. He did not summon the female lifespan mouse but the baby it had just given birth to. The lifespan mouse mated for life. The death demon concubine beast had already contracted the male lifespan mouse. If the elderly man contracted the female lifespan mouse, the couple would be separated. The lifespan mouse was a mouse species Fae and did not have a strong bond with its young. The female lifespan mouse did not demonstrate any maternal instincts after it gave birth. Hence, it was unlikely that the couple would be affected by the loss of one of their children. While the Moon Empress was speaking with Lin Yuan, she saw him summon a small mouse with tangerine red fur into his palm. The Moon Empress immediately recognized it as the lifespan mouse she had already formed a contract with. The lifespan mouse should not exist in this world, and its existence broke the world's natural order. No life form in the natural world should be allowed to attain immortality. Although the elderly man had set his spirit fire alight, his lifespan would still eventually come to an end. The Moon Empress had carefully studied the lifespan mouse after she formed a contract with it and discovered that it could not reproduce through normal means. Hence, the lifespan mouse was a life form that had mutated by chance. The Moon Empress did not expect lifespan mouse to have another of the lifespan mouse and to be willing to give it up. Lin Yuan had given the first lifespan mouse to save the Moon Empress' life but would be giving the second one up to save the Radiance Federation. By now, Lin Yuan had done as much for the Radiance Federation as any other member of royalty. Lin Yuan went on to say, "Master, take this lifespan mouse. You can give it to the elderly man so he can form a contract with it. The Moon Empress immediately rose to her feet and took Lin Yuan's hand as she said, "Little Yuan, go and change your clothes. I'll take you to the imperial court." Although the space-time elder has experienced backlash, he should be waking up from his coma soon. "Little Yuan, this is your lifespan mouse. You should be the one to give it to him." Lin Yuan instantly realized the meaning behind the Moon Empress' words. She wanted the space-time elder to owe Lin Yuan a favor. Lin Yuan was right. This was exactly what the Moon Empress was gunning for. Previously, the Moon Empress had given the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen to the bamboo monarch on Lin Yuan's behalf, because Lin Yuan had not been strong enough. He had just made his debut at the Guard banquet and proved himself to be more talented than any other young expert of the Radiance Federation. It would not do him good to call too much attention to himself too quickly. However, Lin Yuan had proved himself during the battle with the Freedom Federation. Thus, he could now attract as much attention as he wanted. The favor that the elderly man would owe Lin Yuan would be a helpful safety net for him. Ever since she started walking Heaven's path, the Moon Empress realized that the world was not as simple as she thought. This was because the Moon Empress saw an endless path of evolution along the road. However, every stage of evolution on this path became increasingly difficult. Lin Yuan did not turn the Moon Empress down. However, he had no need for the elderly man to owe him a favor. This was because Lin Yuan had begun lady with him, who had also set its spirit fire alight. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not offering the lifespan mouse because he wanted some form of return. A reward could not match up to the temptation represented by an endless life. Lin Yuan offered the lifespan mouse because the Moon Empress was troubled by this matter and because he had boundless respect for Spacetime Elder. Otherwise, there was no way that Lin Yuan would give up a foundational resource like the lifespan mouse. Lin Yuan was currently wearing a white set of spirit chi clothes that Wen Yu had specially prepared for him when he went to train in the Divine Wood Federation. To fit fully with the styles in the Divine Wood Federation, it would not be appropriate to wear such clothes to the Radiance Federation's imperial court. Lin Yuan had around 2,000 sets of clothes in his spatial equipment. They had not been designed by Wen Yu but given by the Moon Empress. Every single set of clothes was appropriate to be worn to the Radiance Federation's imperial court. Lin Yuan had chosen a white set that was covered with many moon patterns. Faint blue moonstones were embedded all over the moon patterns. The accessories he wore were exquisite but not gaudy. They suited the youthful Lin Yuan well. After Lin Yuan had cleansed his body twice and consumed the Earth Center fine milk, his body and bone structure were in their best state and could be called the perfect mannequin. No matter what he wore, Lin Yuan's aura could carry off the clothes. After Lin Yuan changed his clothes and returned to the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace, Lin Yuan noticed that the Moon Empress had also changed clothes. Coincidentally, the Moon Empress clothes also featured moon patterns. However, the moonstones embedded in the clothes were not faint blue but soft white. The two sets of spirit chi clothes with similar designs made Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress appear complementary. The Moon Empress and Lin Yuan were stunned when they saw the clothes that the other was wearing. The Moon Empress' lips curled elegantly. "Little Yuan, take my hand. We'll ride the freezing moon pagoda carriage to the old man's home." The freezing moon pagoda carriage was the Moon Empress Fey carriage, and the eternal frost white celestial rising and frost green celestial rising pulled it. It was iconic of the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan had only ever seen the freezing moon pagoda carriage, but had never ridden in it. The freezing moon pagoda carriage traveled deep into the Radiance Federation's imperial court. If Lin Yuan had to describe what it was like to ride in the freezing moon pagoda carriage with one word, he would say that it was wonderful. If he had to use 2 words, he would say it was really wonderful. If he had to use 3 words, it would be really super wonderful. Lin Yuan never expected riding in a high-grade Fey carriage to be so thrilling. This renewed his desire to build a Fey carriage of his own. It was clear that the Fey carriage he had rarely used could no longer meet his needs. Lin Yuan used to use the Emperor Armored Martial God Insect to pull the Fey carriage because he had 12 of the Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies that could control insect species phase. Recently, while Di Wanmi had been forging precious instruments, She also evolved the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. Di Wanmi had evolved the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies to fantasy breed long ago. Lin Yuan did not spare his use of law crystals, and the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies evolved to Pinnacle Myth breed. They were now in the midst of evolving to Creation breed. The Emperor Armored Martial God insects that Lin Yuan had finally managed to capture had reached Suzerain/Pinnacle Myth 2. The Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies were now stronger than the Emperor Armored Martial God insects. Thus, the Emperor Armored Martial God insects were not fit for the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. It was a struggle for the Pinnacle Myth breed Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies to control Immortal insect species phase, but it was child's play for them to control Pinnacle Creation breed insect species phase. Many dimensional life forms were comparable to Pinnacle Creation breed insect species phase. Lin Yuan now had more choices apart from the Emperor Armored Martial God insects. There were not as many alien insects in the marsh world as there were in the alien insect world, but they did exist. There was a powerful insect species dimensional life form called the purple nether demon scorpion in the marsh world. If the dark scorpion's bloodline had been slightly better, it could have evolved into the purple nether demon scorpion. The dark scorpion gave itself the same dark scorpion because it hoped that its bloodline could evolve again. But even at the moment it was killed by White Speak, dark scorpion had not been able to evolve its bloodline. Lin Yuan had already seen the dark scorpion's true body. Since the purple nether demon scorpion was an evolution of the dark scorpion, its appearance would be more pleasant than the dark scorpion. Obtaining strong alien insects in Class 5-dimensional rifts was very difficult. Lin Yuan could enter the marsh world anytime he wished through Klein Hub. Lin Yuan had built his own faction in the marsh world and gained his own territory. Searching for the purple nether demon scorpion in the marsh world would be much easier. While he was searching for the purple nether demon scorpion, the 12 Pinnacle Myth breed Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies would be able to evolve to Creation breed. At that point, the butterflies could control the immortal purple nether demon scorpion. Lin Yuan believed using the 12 purple nether demon scorpions to pull his Fey carriage would be a good choice. Lin Yuan intended to explore the marsh world. No matter how rare the purple nether demon scorpions were, Lin Yuan would definitely be able to find them. At that time, he would ask Hu Quan to build a Fey carriage that was fit for the purple nether demon scorpions so they could complement each other. At that moment, the two Imperial Guards stationed in front of Spacetime Elder's bedroom bowed to Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress before they moved apart to let them in. However, their gazes could not help but land on Lin Yuan. The Radiance Federation's Imperial Guards all used to be members of the Radiance 100 sequence and had been picked by the Spirit Guards. All of these Imperial Guards had seen Lin Yuan's fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Thus, they were not only curious about Lin Yuan but also had a very good impression of him. He had safeguarded the Radiance Federation's honor and dealt a heavy blow to the Freedom Federation. A Freedom Envoy and 3 members of their royalty had lost their lives in the Radiance Federation. Another member of the Freedom Federation had been lured to the scene to protect her son. All of this had been achieved by Lin Yuan. Although the battle had been 5 versus 5, anyone could see that Lin Yuan had been the key factor in the victory. When he faced Qian Yu wielding a 7-star sacred source life form, Lin Yuan had managed to kill him while protecting his 4 teammates. At the time, Lin Yuan's strongest main Fey had only been Diamond X/Fantasy V, while Qian Yu possessed a Pinnacle Myth 2 Fey. The young man's talent behind the Moon Empress was already higher than any person who had come before him. After the Imperial Guards bowed to Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress, they saw that Lin Yuan had returned the greeting by bowing at them. He lacked any arrogance that a person of his capabilities and status should have. This caused the 2 Imperial Guards to be even more taken with him. A young person like him with such power and talent, who was also the Moon Empress' adored disciple, had every right to act rebelliously and without reins. Every elite in the Radiance Federation knew that the Moon Empress beloved her disciple, and he was very important to her. Since the 2 Imperial Guards had remained in the Imperial Court, it was only natural that they were also aware of this. However, they felt no such unruliness and savagery from Lin Yuan. Rather, he was very modest and respectful. There were countless talented young people in the world, and the Radiance Federation, one of the 3 major federations, was the perfect breeding ground for such spirit chi professionals. It was only natural. However, once a person started acting in an unrestrained manner because they had achieved some results, they would become blocked. During the period that they were blocked, their talent would be limited. From how modest and humble Lin Yuan was, it was clear that he had experienced no such obstacle. The Moon Empress noticed what Lin Yuan did and could not help but smile. In the past year, Lin Yuan had experienced innumerable miracles and an explosion of power. Yet, his character had not changed much from when she had just accepted him as her disciple. When she had been in the prime of her youth and power, she also had 2 years where she had been blocked. Lin Yuan's character made him very suited to be a radiance envoy, as well as a spirit chi professional who explored the highest limits of power. When the Moon Empress pulled Lin Yuan in, she saw Cicada Song leave the bedroom with a dejected expression. Cicada Song, Iron Prison, the Moon Empress, Night Leaning Moon, Long Lamplight, and the other members of royalty had been nurtured by the Spacetime Elder when they were Radiance Envoys. Although they were not officially master and disciples, there was a similar bond. Later, Night Leaning Moon, the Moon Empress, and Long Lamplight decided to expand independently, while Cicada Song and Iron Prison remained by the Spacetime Elder's side. Both Cicada Song and Iron Prison were very attached to the Spacetime Elder. Cicada Song's expression showed that the Spacetime Elder was in a very bad state. The Moon Empress gently asked, "Cicada Song, he should be awake, right?" Cicada Song had been frowning as he tried to come up with a way to extend the Spacetime Elder's lifespan. Cicada Song was not a creation master and did not have creation master abilities. Thus, the only solutions he could come up with involved searching for treasures. Cicada Song was in charge of the city lords of the Radiance Federation's 36 major cities. It could be said that every city lord was his subordinate. Furthermore, Cicada Song was in charge of organizing the information from different federations to keep the Radiance Federation's network of information up to date. Thus, Cicada Song knew that there were some treasures that could extend one's lifespan within certain federations. However, these treasures could save lives. By increasing the lives of the strongest experts in the Federation, the life of the Federation itself would be safeguarded. There was no way that the other factions would be willing to trade these lifespan-extending treasures, even if they lacked Creation Master resources. Furthermore, the Spacetime Elder was not the type to start a war just so he could extend his lifespan. The Moon Empress was the youngest and had the most talent. However, she had only just awakened her birth horoscope and still needed an untold amount of time before she could set her spirit fire alight. Although the Moon Empress had declared to the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation during the Radiance 100 sequence selection that she was a Class 6 Creation Master, there was no way she would be able to fend off the Freedom Federation, which was ready to go to arms at any time. Thus, whether it was for the sake of their personal relationship or the Radiance Federation, Cicada Song did not want the Spacetime Elder to die. While Cicada Song was thinking, he did not notice the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan. It was only when the Moon Empress spoke that his train of thought was broken. Cicada Song was not shocked to see the Moon Empress, but he was confused to see Lin Yuan with her. Cicada Song did not think too much of it and said to the Moon Empress, "The Spacetime Elder woke up yesterday evening. Xia Qing is tending to him now. So yeah, you and Night Leaning Moon are on good terms with Xia Qing. Go and coax her. She is so pitiful now." Cicada Song could not bring himself to continue speaking. He sighed and walked out of the imperial court. Lin Yuan knew about Xia Qing, but he did not know much about her. All he knew was that she was sequence number 2 of the Radiance 100 sequence. It was only after he represented the Radiance Federation in the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group that he was officially acquainted with her in the Radiance Sacred Hall. Lin Yuan's impression of Xia Qing was that she was sincere and friendly. Lu Jie later told Lin Yuan about Xia Qing. Lu Jie had said with certainty that when it came to power, she was above Zhongzhe, Gulang, and Enhe. It was practically a guarantee that she would become a Radiance envoy a year later. When Lu Jie had competed against Xia Qing, there was no way he could beat her even if he used all of the insect species carcinoma phase under his control, unless he used the Emperor Core of all insects. However, the price of using the Emperor Core of all insects was too high. Lu Jie might not be able to rein it in properly, and it also had a large impact on the Insect Queen. Thus, unless he had absolutely no choice, Lu Jie would not use the Emperor Core of all insects' power when he was competing in friendly matches. Moreover, Lu Jie was not the only one with a sacred source lifeform. Xiaqing had one as well but had never shown it before. Hence, in spite of the fact that Lu Jie now had 2 insect species Carcinoma fey fairies and the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, he could not be confident that he would be able to defeat Xiaqing. Lin Yuan was shocked when he heard about Xiaqing's power. He knew that the extent of his power was due to Morbius. However, Xiaqing was not a transmigrator, and there was no way she would have access to such external factors. Although he had only been increasing his power for a year while Xiaqing had been doing so for over 10 years, her talent alone was shocking enough. Besides Xiaqing's power, Lu Jie had also told Lin Yuan about Xiaqing's background. She was almost no different from a princess and had been born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Yet, she had never received the princess treatment. Her parents had died protecting the Radiance Federation while she was young. She already had memories at that time and experienced the full extent of the grief of losing her parents. After that, the only family that Xiaqing had left was the Spacetime Elder. But now, she was about to experience the pain of the Spacetime Elder leaving this world as well. Xiaqing was indeed pitiful, as Cicada Song said. The Moon Empress was silent for a long time and led Lin Yuan in. The Spacetime Elder's bedroom had minimum decoration. There was only a wooden table and chair, as well as a few wooden shelves outside of the bedroom. Inside the bedroom was a large wooden screen. When the Moon Empress led Lin Yuan past the screen, the shriek of a young girl was heard. "Grandfather, it's not that I can't take it. From the day that I learned that my parents gave their lives for the sake of the Radiance Federation, I knew that you would be leaving me one day too. I'm also prepared to sacrifice my life for the Radiance Federation. But grandfather, this is all happening too quickly. Allow me to be selfish and say that I hope I can die before you. This way, I won't have to bear the pain of you leaving me." The young girl's shriek also had restrained sobbing, which indicated deep sorrow. The young girl's shriek was followed by an elderly and loving sigh. "Little Qing, how can I continue living if you die before me? It's only natural that the young see the old off. True sorrow comes from when the opposite happens." While she was talking, the source of the elderly voice seemed to think of something as he let out another sorrowful sigh. The Moon Empress' chest tightened when she heard this sigh. She knew that he always missed his son and daughter-in-law but never revealed his true feelings. This was the first time that she was seeing him reveal his vulnerability. Lin Yuan's chest tightened when he heard Xiaqing's shriek. Luckily, he had the lifespan mouse and could effectively prevent this tragedy from happening. When the Moon Empress pulled Lin Yuan across the screen, in actuality, from the moment the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan rode the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage to the Imperial Court, the Spacetime Elder knew that they were coming. The moment that the pair crossed the screen, the Spacetime Elder smiled kindly and said warmly to them, "Come sit by the bed. Little Qing, don't cry. Move the bench over so Xie and little Yuan can sit." Lin Yuan did not immediately walk over when he heard the Spacetime Elder. Instead, he turned to look at the Moon Empress. Since they had come to give the lifespan mouse to the Spacetime Elder, Lin Yuan did not want to take a seat and chat before telling the Spacetime Elder the reason for his coming. Xiaqing was currently in the throes of grief, and the longer it took to reveal the reason for their visit, the crueler it would be to her. Lin Yuan did not want such a venerated man to reveal his weak and resigned side to his descendant. When the Moon Empress caught Lin Yuan's gaze, she immediately knew what he was thinking. A warm smile spread across her solemn face, and she could not help but smile warmly before she nodded at Lin Yuan. Now that he had the Moon Empress' permission, Lin Yuan said, "Spacetime Elder, form a contract with this Fae, and you won't have to worry about your lifespan." Lin Yuan summoned the lifespan mouse. Xiaqing was not willful. She might be arrogant, but it was because she was experiencing the period of obstacles that every talented expert went through. She always held herself to a high standard and worked hard. Furthermore, she was talented. Otherwise, she would not have the power she currently possessed. Xiaqing only acknowledged 2 people amongst the Radiance Federation's younger generation. The first was Lu Jie, who had sacrificed for the sake of the Radiance Federation, and the other was Lin Yuan, who had defeated Qian Yu. This was the reason she had approached Lin Yuan in the first place. She had even made a deal with him that would allow Lin Yuan to use the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearls to produce the sentient being protective dragon. She would not be bothered if the Moon Empress heard how she had lost control of her emotions. However, she would be embarrassed if Lin Yuan had heard her. Xia Qing listened to her grandfather and moved the bench over. But when she heard what Lin Yuan said, her entire body froze. The wooden bench clattered to the ground. She immediately succumbed to happiness. Xia Qing was not only a spirit chi professional but also a creation master. As a Class 3 creation master, she immediately saw the lifespan mouse for what it was. The Spacetime Elder also had creation master talent, albeit not as much of it as the Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme. Nonetheless, he had reached Pinnacle Class 4. The Spacetime Elder was stunned for a moment when he saw the lifespan mouse in Lin Yuan's hands before he started to laugh merrily. At that moment, the light of new life appeared in his eyes. Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress both smiled when they heard the Spacetime Elder's laughter. No spirit chi professional would be unaffected in the face of their own death. Not even the Moon Empress had been able to calmly accept that her lifespan had come to its end. She still unconsciously wanted to fight back against fate to somehow win the chance to extend her life. The Spacetime Elder was smiling so broadly because he saw the chance for him to extend his life. Additionally, he had been blaming himself for making the 2-year bet with the Freedom Federation and had been racking his brain for the sake of the Radiance Federation's future. The Spacetime Elder looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude, but Lin Yuan did not give the Spacetime Elder the chance to thank him. He walked up to the Spacetime Elder and placed the lifespan mouse in the Spacetime Elder's hand as he said, "After you form a contract with the lifespan mouse, make sure to protect it. Don't summon it. The more vitality-containing spiritual ingredients you feed it, the greater the possibility of extending your lifespan endlessly." Lin Yuan did not continue standing in front of the Spacetime Elder. Instead, he walked over to the stunned Xia Qing, picked up the bench, and placed it by the Spacetime Elder's bed. Lin Yuan pulled out a chair and gestured for the Moon Empress to take a seat while he stood off to the side. This was his way of showing respect to the Spacetime Elder. After the Moon Empress sat down on the chair, she took Lin Yuan's hand and said, "Little Yuan, you don't need to be overly courteous in front of the Spacetime Elder. Little Qing, take a seat too." The Moon Empress took out the Falling Moon Life Pear, which contained a lot of vitality. The Falling Moon Life Pear was a special fruit that the Moon Empress produced using the sacred Cry Moon Beast's tears after she contracted the lifespan mouse. The sacred Cry Moon Beast's tears contained an immense amount of vitality and could even trigger flesh to grow on a skeletonized body. Every Falling Moon Life Pear produced by the Moon Empress could allow the lifespan mouse to store up to 15 years of lifespan. The Falling Moon Life Pear was small. It was a pear but was only around the size of a plum. It was perfect for the lifespan mouse's meal. After the Spacetime Elder accepted the Falling Moon Life Pear, he did not rush to contract the lifespan mouse. Instead, he turned his head to ask Lin Yuan, "Little Yuan, with this lifespan mouse and the chance to attain immortality, why don't you contract it yourself?" Lin Yuan was stupefied by the Spacetime Elder's question but replied with his honest thoughts. "Ever since I got my hands on the lifespan mouse, I never thought of forming a contract with it. I'm still young and want to try using my own power to reach immortality." Lin Yuan still had more to say but paused. He had spoken the truth, and this was exactly what he thought. Spiritual energy needed to be used up to contract the lifespan mouse. Lin Yuan did not have much spiritual energy and did not want to waste it on the lifespan mouse. Moreover, he was only 18 years old and had not tried using his own capabilities to attain immortality. He might consider contracting the lifespan mouse in his later years when his powers had stopped budging. Additionally, Lin Yuan would rather keep the lifespan mouse for his companions and family. When Lin Yuan gave the lifespan mouse to the Moon Empress, he was unaware of the problem plaguing her. It was only later that he heard of it from Mystic Moon. Ever since then, the thought of it filled Lin Yuan with fear. If he had contracted the lifespan mouse after he obtained it, the Moon Empress would not have been able to contract it, and Lin Yuan would have ended up losing her forever. As Lin Yuan continued down the path of power increment, he realized something that many people did not understand. That the people in one's life were more important than power increment. Power could not only allow one to climb to greater heights, but more importantly, it could also protect those in one's life. This was why Lin Yuan had not fallen into the period of obstacles experienced by other young experts, where they became arrogant and unruly. There was no limit to the power to protect. Lin Yuan might already have 4 of the lifespan mice, but he would still use each one carefully. But today, the lifespan mouse was demonstrating its greatest worth. It was going to save the Spacetime Elder's life, as well as protect the sacred land that was the Radiance Federation. The Spacetime Elder could not help but laugh when he looked into Lin Yuan's honest and sincere eyes. Young man, you are full of spirit. Of course you'll have the chance to fight for immortality. Moon Empress, you have blessed the Radiance Federation by accepting this disciple. The Moon Empress smirked. Spacetime Elder, after all that little Yuan said, why don't you go ahead and form a contract with the Lifespan Mouse? The young are blessed by having many years ahead of them. Let them go and make something out of themselves. The Moon Empress' words sounded like a parent bragging about her child. The small sapling that she used to need to watch over had now grown into a small tree that she could be proud of. The Spacetime Elder circulated his spiritual energy and formed a contract with the energetic Lifespan Mouse. When he formed a contract with the Lifespan Mouse, the Spacetime Elder sensed how badly it yearned for the Falling Moon Life pair. The Spacetime Elder handed the Falling Moon Life pair over, and the Lifespan Mouse clutched it with its small paws and quickly chomped down on it. While the Lifespan Mouse was eating the Falling Moon Life pair, the Spacetime Elder could clearly sense that his lifespan was increasing. The Spacetime Elder knew that the issue with his lifespan that had been plaguing him all this time had been perfectly solved. He no longer needed to worry about his lifespan. Although he could no longer try to break through for now after his recent failure, he could try again 5 years later and not worry about his lifespan shrinking if he failed again. While the Lifespan Mouse was eating the Falling Moon Life pair, Xiaqing looked at her grandfather before she looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude. However, she was a girl, and it would not be appropriate for her to express her thanks to Lin Yuan in front of elders. So now that Xiaqing had confirmed that her grandfather's lifespan had been rejuvenated, she extended an invitation to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, let me take you on a tour around other places in the Imperial Court. Auntie Moon and grandfather will be chatting about formal business, and we won't be able to give any input. It will be very boring. The Moon Empress immediately said, Little Yuan, why don't you go out for a spin with little Qing? I will call you once I'm ready to return to the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan stood up and bowed to the Spacetime Elder and the Moon Empress before he walked out of the bedroom with Xiaqing. Once they were out of the bedroom, Xiaqing sincerely thanked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, thank you for allowing my family to remain complete. If there's anything you want me to do, just say the word. I, Xiaqing, owe you a debt of life. Previously, Xiaqing already saw Lin Yuan as her friend. She was the one who had initiated the friendship. She was not the type to beat around the bush with her friends. As she faced Lin Yuan, she candidly told him what was going through her mind. She was not the type to joke. Since she said that she owed Lin Yuan a debt of life, she would not hesitate to give up her life in exchange for Lin Yuan's if the situation ever called for it. Xiaqing's words were full of sincerity, but they put Lin Yuan in a slightly difficult position. He hurriedly said, There isn't a debt of life to be owed here. I'm from the Xia region. If your grandfather hadn't been protecting the Radiance Federation all this time, my sister and I wouldn't have been able to lead stable lives in the Xia region after the death of our parents. You don't owe me anything. Xiaqing did not say anything else. She had always been stubborn and rarely changed her mind. This personality of hers had been the source of many headaches for her grandfather. Xiaqing led Lin Yuan around the Imperial Court and happened to bump into Cicada Song and Iron Prison. Both of them were frowning. It was clear that Cicada Song had roped Iron Prison into helping him find a solution for the problem he could not solve. They looked shocked when they saw Lin Yuan and Xiaqing walking over to them from the distance, smiling away. Cicada Song had just left the bedroom, where Xiaqing had been sobbing so pitifully that he could no longer stand to be there. The space-time elder had been lying on the bed, with only about a year left to live. No matter how much Xia Qing and Lin Yuan were in love, she should not be happily flirting with him on the streets at such a time. At that moment, Cicada Song heard Xia Qing shout to him and Iron Prison. Uncle Cicada Song, Uncle Iron Prison, the problem with grandfather's lifespan has been solved. You don't need to worry anymore. Cicada Song and Iron Prison were stunned and looked elated. Since Xia Qing was the one who spoke, there was no way it could be a lie. Cicada Song and Iron Prison immediately rushed to the bedroom. They did not say much more to Xia Qing and Lin Yuan. Although they knew that there was no way that Xia Qing was lying, they had to see the space-time elder for themselves to rest easy. Cicada Song remembered that the Moon Empress had also been helpless in the face of such an issue. Otherwise, the space-time elder would not have had to give her the precious Earth Center fine milk. The issue that the Moon Empress had been helpless to solve was later fixed without aid from anyone. Now, the space-time elder faced the same issue that the Moon Empress had, which was solved once the Moon Empress arrived. This caused Cicada Song to instinctively think of Lin Yuan, who the Moon Empress had brought to the imperial court. Could it be that Lin Yuan was the one who had solved the Moon Empress and space-time elder's problems? While Cicada Song and Iron Prison were heading to the bedroom, the Moon Empress and the space-time elder were chatting normally. See, I used to think that my granddaughter was too much of an introvert. But now, it seems like she just hadn't met people on the same frequency. The Moon Empress smiled when she heard what the space-time elder said. She knew what he meant but did not chime in. Instead, she changed the topic. The Moon Empress knew that the space-time elder approved of Lin Yuan and wanted to match him with his granddaughter. The Moon Empress might be Lin Yuan's master, but she did not want to be involved in such matters. Lin Yuan was only 18 years old, and there was no rush for him to dive into matters of the heart. Spirit Qi professionals naturally had long lives. From the talent that Lin Yuan demonstrated, it was certain that he would be able to become a Thearch-class expert. When one lived hundreds of years, it was not too late to only start thinking about marriage at 100 to 200 years old. Moreover, the Moon Empress did not want to restrict Lin Yuan when it came to these matters. He could make his own decisions when it came to this. When the Moon Empress did not reply, the space-time elder did not continue speaking. The Moon Empress sensed Cicada Song and Iron Prison's auras outside of the palace and said to the space-time elder sternly, "When Cicada Song and Iron Prison arrive, I'll briefly explain the information I receive." The space-time elder's smile quickly disappeared when he saw the Moon Empress' stern expression. He knew that the matter had to be important for her to be so solemn about it. The Goddess of Mercy had decided to ally with the Radiance Federation because of the Moon Empress. Hence, the Goddess of Mercy would contact the Moon Empress immediately with any information from the Freedom Federation. It was likely that what the Moon Empress was about to say was related to information from the Goddess of Mercy. The Goddess of Mercy was a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty, and the Freedom Federation was one of the three major federations. Thus, the information that came from her had to be core information from the Freedom Federation. The most important thing that the Radiance Federation needed to do now was to collect information on the Freedom Federation. The 2-year bet suppressed the war between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. Without it, a fight would break out at any time. It had to be a serious matter in the Freedom Federation for Chen Yu to have died in the Radiance Federation after leading an envoy group there. In recent years, the Freedom Federation had contacted the First Emperor Shark Clan and had become close with other sea clans. They had also formed an unknown collaboration with Tower Cannon. All of this was indicative of the Freedom Federation preparing to cause trouble. Tower Cannon had always been a faction that was shrouded in mystery. Before the Radiance Federation became one of the three major federations, Tower Cannon's reputation had already spread far and wide in the main world. It became clear during the Radiance 100 sequence selection that Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation were colluding. Luckily, the Radiance Federation had built a relationship with the Heavenly Family Cottage. Otherwise, even the Spacetime Elder would experience great pressure if he had to take on both the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon. The pressure would not only be on the Spacetime Elder but also on the entire Radiance Federation. The Spacetime Elder was pressured as he did not know if he could protect the Radiance Federation again if the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon joined forces and attacked. Cicada Song and Iron Prison entered the bedroom. Cicada Song had told Iron Prison that the Moon Empress brought Lin Yuan to see the Spacetime Elder. Iron Prison had also seen Lin Yuan strolling on the streets with Xia Qing. Cicada Song knew that the Moon Empress was not easy to get along with and reminded Iron Prison often not to clash with her. The ever-cold Iron Prison rolled his eyes. He clashed with the Moon Empress because they had different mindsets, but both of them wanted the best for the Radiance Federation. Furthermore, the Moon Empress had already triggered her birth horoscope and was more powerful than him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to get on the wrong side of her as well. It was possible that he would end up beaten to a pulp for his transgression. First, Cicada Song and Iron Prison bowed to the Spacetime Elder before they nodded at the Moon Empress. Both of them moved a seat over by the bed and asked anxiously, "Spacetime Elder, your lifespan," before they could finish speaking. The Spacetime Elder rose to his feet and said, "My lifespan is no longer an issue. The Moon Empress has something important to say. Let's not talk about it in the bedroom. We'll go to the study room next to the bedroom instead. After lying in bed for so many days, I'm long overdue to stretch my legs." Cicada Song and Iron Prison hurriedly went over to help the Spacetime Elder up, but were stopped by his raised hand. "I only injured my roots and need to rest for a few months. I don't have any other serious issues. I can handle my day-to-day life on my own." While he spoke, the Spacetime Elder got off the bed and put on his jacket before heading to the study room. Cicada Song and Iron Prison were ecstatic. Although they knew that Xia Qing would not lie to them, they could not rest easy until they heard from the Spacetime Elder himself that he was fine. After their happiness passed, their expressions turned solemn. In the past 6 months, every piece of information from the Moon Empress had been extremely important. For the information to be taken so seriously by the Spacetime Elder, it should have warranted an imperial meeting if not for the inappropriate timing. Once the four of them entered the study room, they sat down in chairs, and the Moon Empress said, "Our previous guess was right. There are indeed experts in the Freedom Federation who have set their spirit fires alight. The Mirror God is one of them." Iron Prison and Cicada Song were stunned when they heard what the Moon Empress said. They did not know how the Moon Empress could be so confident about such sensitive information from the Freedom Federation. The powers of the members of royalty were the biggest secrets of the Freedom Federation. Even if someone from the Freedom Federation were to have set their spirit fire alight, it should be the God of Fools and not the Mirror God. If the Mirror God had set his spirit fire alight, it meant that the God of Fools had already long set his spirit fire alight as well. Only the Moon Empress and the Spacetime Elder knew that the Goddess of Mercy was working with the Radiance Federation. Even Lin Yuan, who was mainly involved, only guessed so but did not know for sure. The more people who knew, the more likely that information would be leaked. It was better for fewer people to know of something like this. This was why Cicada Song and Iron Prison were unaware. At that moment, the Moon Empress revealed another piece of information that caused the Spacetime Elder's eyes to widen with astonishment. There is another dimensional world besides the 5 known dimensional rifts. It is filled with dimensional life forms that emanate the aura of death. Tower Cannon has managed to take control of this dimensional world by some unknown means. As the Moon Empress looked at Cicada Song and Iron Prison's expressions, she could not help but remember how she had the same expression when she heard the news from Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper. As Lin Yuan's master, the Moon Empress knew Lin Yuan's character well. Hence, she never suspected the information that came from him. Moreover, Lin Yuan had released the pilgrimage corpse bird during their previous question and answer session. The Moon Empress had sensed the pilgrimage corpse bird and discussed it in depth with Lin Yuan. Eventually, she concluded that the pilgrimage corpse bird indeed came from a new dimensional world. Cicada Song had been very imaginative when he was a Radiance envoy, and many of the things he had imagined turned out to be true. This caused Iron Prison to see Cicada Song as eccentrically clairvoyant. When he heard what the Moon Empress said, Cicada Song instinctively said, "Tower Cannon's 100-year plan is called the Sleeper's Revival. Is it possible that it's related to this dimensional world full of the aura of death?" The Moon Empress and the Spacetime Elder frowned. It was likely that only the 8 pages of Tower Canon knew exactly what the Sleeper's revival was. Nonetheless, the plan that Tower Canon had been setting up for so long had to have serious repercussions for the main world. Since the plan was called the Sleeper's revival, it seemed to be related to the dead. Tower Canon had been inserting itself in various places all over the world. Many federations had reported this during the major federation meeting 8 years ago. The Radiance Federation had been aware of Tower Canon's schemes in the main world for over 70 years. But recently, Tower Canon had been acting up more frequently. Seventh Page War had even eliminated the 7 States of Darkness, which had a Class 5 Creation Master, and took control of the Dark Continent. It was rumored that she had even moved her tower that represented her membership in the 8 pages to the Dark Continent. Such a reckless move meant that Tower Canon was no longer lurking in the shadows but was recklessly exposing itself. From such a change, it seemed that Tower Canon's 100-year plan was about to truly kickstart in the next few years. The 2 pieces of information from the Moon Empress were too shocking. The group was silent for a while as they digested what they had just heard. A while later, the Spacetime Elder said, "Hold an Imperial meeting tomorrow morning, so we can properly discuss the information Sia just revealed." The group chatted for a while before the Spacetime Elder stood up and said, "I am rather tired. It's time for all of you to leave too." The Spacetime Elder's face was pale when he spoke. After he had fallen to break through, his spirit fire had damaged the roots of both his body and soul. Before his injuries healed, his body and soul would be weak, and he would feel as though he was being stabbed by knives. For the Spacetime Elder to have lasted so long, it showed that he had an iron will. There was no way that people with weaker wills would be able to hold out so long and appear as stable as he did. Iron Prison, Cicada Song, and the Moon Empress all stood up. Iron Prison had been wanting to report something to the Spacetime Elder, but he had been distracted with his concern over the Spacetime Elder's injury and had not had the chance to bring it up. But Iron Prison needed to seek the Spacetime Elder's opinion when it came to this matter because it involved the Radiance Federation. Thus, he said, "Spacetime Elder, Night-Leaning Moon, and the members of the Heavenly Family Cottage have left the Radiance Federation together. They worked together to eliminate the First Emperor Shark Clan. The First Emperor Shark Clan is one of the top 3 clans of Sea Emperors and a recognized Sea Emperor clan of Vast Sea Labyrinth. But now that a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty was involved in destroying the First Emperor Shark Clan, Vast Sea Labyrinth, before Iron Prison could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the Moon Empress. Let the Spacetime Elder rest. I will answer all your questions." The Moon Empress started walking out of the study. Iron Prison took into account the Spacetime Elder's condition and followed the Moon Empress out of the study after hearing what she said. Cicada Song could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He had decided to drag Iron Prison out if he did not follow the Moon Empress out of the study. Cicada Song felt that Iron Prison did not think things through sufficiently. It was true that Vast Sea Labyrinth was the largest faction in the sea and ruled over the entire sea. It was also true that Vast Sea Labyrinth was favored by the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. But he needed to consider which faction had instigated the attack on the First Emperor Shark Clan. It was the Heavenly Family Cottage. Vast Sea Labyrinth was linked to the Heavenly Family Cottage by marriage. Blue Lotus had accidentally let slip that every member of Vast Sea Labyrinth shared the same trait of being afraid of their wives. It could be said that all the members of the Heavenly Family Cottage who married into Vast Sea Labyrinth had significant sway in the faction. Shark On had almost killed the mother of Bloodbath, meaning it had almost killed a beloved direct descendant of a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. It was already lucky that the Heavenly Family Cottage did not hold Vast Sea Labyrinth accountable. There was no way they would cause trouble for the Radiance Federation. Cicada Song and Blue Lotus got along well, and Blue Lotus liked to chat with him when she was free. Vast Sea Labyrinth was a mystery to all the federations. They had not appeared for centuries and had been lying low alongside the Heavenly Family Cottage. This was why the 8 clans of Sea Emperors were allowed to do as they pleased and claim territories in the sea despite only being servants of Vast Sea Labyrinth. 3 members of the Heavenly Family Cottage had married into Vast Sea Labyrinth. One of them had the true form of a female tiger, the other was a female leopard, and the last was a female mantis. One could only imagine what kind of lives their husbands led. It could be said that the female tiger and leopard were just fierce, and their husbands would be fine as long as their minds did not wander. However, female mantises were known to eat their husbands. The male mantis could very well one day wake up to find that their legs had been eaten because their wives had been hungry. Once they left the study, the Moon Empress told Iron Prison, "The people from Vast Sea Labyrinth won't cause trouble for the Radiance Federation." She rode on the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage and took off to meet Lin Yuan. Iron Prison needed to know the reason before he did anything and was very stubborn. However, the Moon Empress had not explained the situation clearly. Hence, Iron Prison frowned and looked at Cicada Song. Cicada Song had become accustomed to Iron Prison's blockheadedness and started to give Iron Prison a clear explanation. But when he was done explaining the part about the spouses, Cicada Song realized that Iron Prison could not understand why men would become submissive to their partners after marriage. Since his explanation could not get through, Cicada Song did not continue trying. Iron Prison would definitely bring up his queries during the Imperial meeting tomorrow. He would sober up once Night Leaning Moon scolded him. After getting to know Xia Qing, Lin Yuan realized that she was a very pure-hearted person. Today, he and she officially became friends. When the Moon Empress found Lin Yuan, and both of them were about to ride away to the Radiant Moon Palace in the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage, Xia Qing waved goodbye to Lin Yuan forcefully. The Moon Empress realized that her disciple had very good luck with women. First, it was the Azure Envoy Yin Lin, and now it was Xia Qing, the mother of Bloodbath, Wen Yu, and Condensed Fairy Orchard's son Ningxiang also fancied him. One of the reasons for the many butterflies fluttering around him at his young age was his good looks and charm. The other reason was the way he carried himself and his character. Lin Yuan was already 18 years old. If he were only 14 or 15 years old, the Moon Empress would have to carefully explain many things to him. But now that he was 18 years old, there were many things that the Moon Empress saw no need to explain to him. Lin Yuan was a strapping young man who was slowly becoming a man in his own right. There were many things that she should not meddle in as his master but allow him to make his own decisions instead. With such a thought, the Moon Empress could not help but feel slightly bitter. But she also felt slightly strange at the instant that the feeling appeared. She suddenly remembered Chef Supreme saying that he also felt bitter when he had to marry his daughter off. Could it be that she was feeling the same way that Chef Supreme did then? Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress returned to the Radiant Moon Palace in the late hours before they did a video call with Chu Si and Cold Moon. Dew collected in the cold dark night as the moon continued to hang flamboyantly in the sky. Lin Yuan returned to his room. He had not been to his room in Leaning Moon Mountain for a long time. During his absence, the Moon Empress had given careful instructions for his and Chu Si's rooms to be redone. There were also attendants who cleaned their rooms daily. News of Lin Yuan spending the night in his room had been passed on to the 4 tea attendants. There were currently 2 moon attendants who were drawing up a bath in his room. It could be said that every moon attendant in the Radiant Moon Palace envied Wen Yu. Wen Yu used to be a moon attendant. She had started out with noticeable talent. But after she was injured in the course of saving someone, the other moon attendants started to secretly bully her because they knew her roots had been injured. Wherever people existed, so would greed, jealousy, and wickedness. The competition was very stiff among the moon attendants, and many moon attendants were let go each year. No moon attendant wanted to be let go because they could be nurtured into a Class 3 Creation Master by the Moon Empress after being a moon attendant for 5 years. Wen Yu had already been on the brink of being fired, but Lin Yuan had taken pity on her and chosen her to be his assistant. Later, due to her relationship with Lin Yuan, she became Mystic Moon's disciple. Now, every moon attendant needed to greet her with respect when they saw her. Wen Yu was like a phoenix in the eyes of the other moon attendants. All of the moon attendants were waiting for the same opportunity. The moon attendants who came to the bedroom were hoping to catch Lin Yuan's eye. However, he did not have a single such thought going through his mind. Once he entered the bedroom, he sent the 2 moon attendants away. He had been working non-stop in the Divine Wood Federation for the past month. He not only had to address and fix issues but had also been continuously evolving phase. He only slept an average of 4 to 5 hours each day. When Lin Yuan had fully relaxed, he heard Genius' voice in his head. Yuan, when you asked me to call you, she says that Su Iren is in an urgent situation. Lin Yuan immediately jumped to his feet when he heard what Genius said. When Yu was also in the Radiance Federation. Su Iren must have gone to her because she could not get in contact with him. The situation must have been dire for her to be willing to use up her willpowers to contact Wen Yu through the Astronomical Parliament. Normally, Wen Yu could send her instructions to Su Iren through the Thoughts letter paper. But now that Wen Yu sent Genius to call him, it must mean that she could not solve the issue on her own. Lin Yuan hurriedly retrieved the Thoughts letter paper from his spatial ring. Once he returned to the Radiant Moon Palace, he stored the Thoughts letter paper away and had not checked it yet. Now that he took out the Thoughts letter paper, he saw that Su Iren had sent him more than 10 messages. With one look, Lin Yuan knew why Su Iren was trying to get in touch with him so urgently. The Truth Association had instructed the Iron Hammer Federation to invade the Divine Wood Federation tomorrow. At first, Lin Yuan panicked as he thought that something serious had happened. Now that he saw the messages from Su Iren, he returned to his calm state. Silver Corona had not been consuming so many dimensional lifeforms all this time for nothing. By now, the Sea of Flowers had spread to the border of the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. After another 36 Pinnacle-class three-dimensional rifts were opened, Lin Yuan had instructed Silver Corona to fortify the part of the Sea of Flowers that was at the border. The weakest part of the Sea of Flowers was now 3 kilometers away from the border. These 3 kilometers were now like a moat that no expert below King-class could cross. Even King-class experts would have to risk their lives in order to cross the Sea of Flowers. Unless they were being led by Emperor-class experts who cleared the bramble in front of them, there was no way that King-class experts would be able to successfully make it all the way through. The Sea of Flowers laid down by Silver Corona caused all the members of the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes to gather at the border. There were very few of them who managed to cross. It was impossible to cross by land and even more so by sea. After testing, it was found that the fog produced by the bone insects could pass through gold-black rock steel, which was 3 centimeters thick. Even Diamond Defense-type phase struggled to avoid the bone insects' bites. Thus, even with the Truth Association fanning the flames of the war between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation, it could not properly take off. This was unless the Truth Association sent experts to destroy the bone lotus flowers produced by Silver Corona. Before Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Federation, he stationed Begin Lady at the Underground Palace. If any expert that Silver Corona could not handle started to destroy the Sea of Flowers, Begin Lady would step in. Lin Yuan did not know exactly how strong 5th Page Truth was. Even if 5th Page Truth had set his spirit fire alight, he would be easy pickings for Begin Lady. This was the reason Lin Yuan could return to the Radiance Federation without worrying about what was happening in the Divine Wood Federation. Su Iren and Wen Yu were already shaking with panic. Lin Yuan sent them replies through the Thoughts letter paper. The content of his replies was very simple. There's no need to worry about the Iron Hammer Federation invading the Divine Wood Federation. Su Iren y Huailong should have already received word. Contact him through the Thoughts letter paper to give him peace of mind. After he replied to Wen Yu and Su Iren, Lin Yuan went back to relaxing in his bath and quickly went to bed. Meanwhile, Su Iren had indeed been beside herself with panic. She had not expected to hear such explosive news from Jin Chenshuan so soon after Lin Yuan left the Divine Wood Federation. Firstly, she did not know that Silver Corona's sea of bone lotus flowers had already covered the entire border between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. Additionally, she was afraid of ruining Lin Yuan's plan. Su Iren's biggest dream was to prove herself to Lin Yuan. Then, she could ask Lin Yuan to help her recover the Dark Continent. But if she ruined Lin Yuan's plans after he left, she would not be able to face him to ask him to make good on his promise. Su Iren had strong individual power but could not stop the tribes of the Iron Hammer Federation from invading the Divine Wood Federation. Luolan, the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation, was not capable of doing so either. It was likely that the tribes of the Iron Hammer Federation had invaded the Divine Wood Federation without any backup troops. Once Lin Yuan stopped them with his unknown means, it was likely that they would all starve to death. Once Su Iren calmed down, she did not know if she should tell Luolan about the news. Su Iren learned of Luolan's troubles and knew of her plans and hopes for the Iron Hammer Federation. She would be devastated if she found out about this. Above the sorrow and despair, what would really torture Luolan would be the feeling of helplessness. Lin Yuan had intended to remain in the Radiance Federation for 3 days. But now that the Truth Association had already made its move, Lin Yuan was going to shorten his stay to 2 days. He would return at the same time that the Iron Hammer Federation sent out troops to invade the Divine Wood Federation. This would be the best time for Luolan to win the hearts of her people. Lin Yuan intended to set up Luolan as a goddess of bountiful harvest. There was a culture of worshipping idols in the Iron Hammer Federation, and almost every district had its own idol. Thus, it would be much more effective to make Luolan seem like a goddess who was going to use her divine wisdom to govern the Iron Hammer Federation rather than thrusting her directly into the imperial court with her current status. He had already accumulated a fair number of diamond face storage boxes containing the soldier ration radishes. Now, they were finally going to be put to use. Before falling asleep, Lin Yuan informed Wen Yu that he would return to the Iron Hammer Federation tomorrow. Wen Yu liked to make advanced preparations, and she would have all the needed resources prepared by tomorrow. Of course, this was also due to the reliable foundation that Listen had built, as well as endless summers' effective management. Wen Yu planned on paying Mystic Moon a visit. She sometimes felt that she and Mystic Moon were not just master and disciple but friends. Mystic Moon did not just nurture her to help her become strong, but also to enable her to help Lin Yuan more. When you traveled through the inky night and arrived at the part of the palace that Mystic Moon occupied. Mystic Moon and Cold Moon's halls were side by side amongst the many halls on Leaning Moon Mountain that made up the Radiant Moon Palace. It was just like real life, where Cold Moon and Mystic Moon were always standing next to each other behind the Moon Empress. Mystic Moon was not surprised by Wen Yu's arrival and immediately pulled out a chair before pouring out a cup of 3 treasures tea and saying, "The weather hasn't warmed enough yet, and it's windy at night. Drink some tea to warm yourself." Mystic Moon flashed a small smile while he spoke. As she sat at the table, Wen Yu looked at Mystic Moon with gratitude. She did not pick up the cup of tea but poured another cup for Mystic Moon before saying, "Master, I should be the one to pour a cup of tea for you first." Mystic Moon downed the cup of tea before saying, "Actually, I no longer have anything to teach you. You are growing faster than I imagined. Remember to remain humble no matter how far you go. A humble heart will allow you to go even further in the future." Mystic Moon's words to Wen Yu actually had 2 meanings. The first meaning was to tell her that there would always be more powerful experts than oneself. The second meaning was to tell her never to become arrogant over her abilities as Lin Yuan's subordinate. Wen Yu nodded seriously when she heard what Mystic Moon said. "Master, I understand." Wen Yu was not trying to placate Mystic Moon. She genuinely understood the meanings behind his words. She would never have the chance to be arrogant in front of Lin Yuan. This was not a matter of status, but that Lin Yuan's talent was much too impressive. She would have to give her everything just to chase after Lin Yuan. How could she have the time and energy to act up in arrogance? Mystic Moon had given Wen Yu her final lesson and started to chat about personal matters with her. While they chatted, Mystic Moon finally understood why the Moon Empress and Cold Moon were so taken with Lin Yuan and Chu Xiai. Mystic Moon flipped his hand, and a white pearl appeared in his palm. The pearl was around the size of Wen Yu's fist and did not emit any kind of glow. Instead, there was a terrifying spiritual energy swirling within. Mystic Moon handed the pearl to Wen Yu and said, "This is the pearl embryo that came from my dragon pearl after my bloodline evolved. Use your spiritual power to refine this pearl embryo every day for half an hour. A year and a half later, you will be about done with refining the pearl embryo. At that time, your spiritual energy will greatly surpass that of your peers. The pearl embryo will also stain your body, and you'll gain a portion of my bloodline. My bloodline will allow your body to become much stronger." Mystic Moon had not intended to give the dragon embryo to Wen Yu because it was also very useful to him. But now, He had changed his mind and intended to use the dragon embryo that could refine an expert's spiritual energy to pass on his legacy. While speaking to Wen Yu, Mystic Moon understood the true meaning of legacy between a master and a disciple. Wen Yu bowed to Mystic Moon before she accepted the dragon embryo. From the moment she received the dragon embryo, she sensed its weight. The aura of Mystic Moon's bloodline was crashing against itself within the dragon embryo, and it caused the flow of Wen Yu's blood to quicken. The longer Wen Yu held the pearl embryo, the faster she could feel her blood rushing through her veins. The rapid blood flow was a serious strain on Wen Yu's heart as well. Wen Yu was holding the dragon embryo with one hand as she clutched her chest with the other. Mystic Moon immediately remembered that Wen Yu was not a fae but a weak-bodied human. Wen Yu's voice was so weak that it was a struggle for her to even be holding the pearl embryo, much less spend half an hour each day refining the energy within it. Wen Yu's body would have to be strengthened in order for her to be able to refine the pearl embryo. Mystic Moon knew that his dragon pearl embryo was full of pure dragon energy. For Wen Yu to refine the bloodline power within the dragon embryo without being affected by the dragon energy, her heart needed to be fortified to the point of accepting the dragon energy. Then, the dragon energy would improve the strength of her body and affect Wen Yu's bloodline in a complementary manner. With this thought, silver dragon patterns appeared on Mystic Moon's body, and dragon scales appeared on Mystic Moon's forehead. A long and slender dragon horn protruded from his head. Mystic Moon used his long pale finger to gently prod the dragon horn, and a drop of blood that had the consistency of mercury flew from Mystic Moon's finger and landed on Wen Yu's nose before sinking into her body. Eventually, the drop of blood traveled through her blood vessels to reach her heart. The instant the drop of blood reached her heart, Wen Yu no longer felt the pressure from the pearl embryo in her hand. Instead, the energy from the pearl embryo was now flowing into her body through her palm. Wen Yu could sense her power and energy rising under the influence of the pearl embryo. Wen Yu had never experienced such a feeling before, and it made her fall into somewhat of a trance. The drop of blood that Mystic Moon had passed to her was not a regular drop of blood but a drop of essence blood that he rarely produced. The stronger the dragon species fae, the less the amount of essence blood in its body. With Mystic Moon's power, his body could only produce 3 to 5 drops of essence blood. Wen Yu could clearly tell that Mystic Moon was weakened after he gave her the drop of essence blood. His face was also very pale. But when he saw that Wen Yu managed to begin absorbing the energy from within the dragon pearl embryo, Mystic Moon waved his hand and said, "You've been here for some time. Go back. Come back and see me when you're done absorbing the pearl embryo. Previously, your Fey contraction direction was too narrow, limiting you to only being a support-type spirit chi professional. Luckily, you've only contracted the sunlight egret, which doesn't take up too much spiritual energy. Don't contract any more Feys for the time being. Once you're done refining the pearl embryo, you'll become affiliated with support-type dragon species Feys. At that time, I'll choose some suitable dragon species Feys to support you on the path you've chosen and enable you to go even further." Frankly, Wen Yu had been stunned from the moment she received the drop of essence blood from Mystic Moon. Wen Yu could clearly sense the difference between his treatment of her today and in the past. In the past, Mystic Moon seemed to be helping to teach the child of another family. But now, he seemed to be teaching his own child. Wen Yu had always been sensitive and knew that she could not repay her gratitude to Mystic Moon with just a few words. Wen Yu was a human and not a machine. The more matters she handled, the more responsibilities she would have resting on her shoulders. When she managed Sky City in the past, she had not felt much pressure. After all, Sky City only called for the best in all matters, and there were not many members. Listen was in charge of the business side, while Lu Jie oversaw the white-clothed followers. All she needed to do was balance the relationship between Sky City and other major factions to build up Sky City's network of intelligence. Later, Lu Pinru joined Sky City and became Wen Yu's assistant. She alleviated Wen Yu's burden of managing Sky City's intelligence network, which freed up spare time for Wen Yu to design 3 new sets of clothes for Lin Yuan weekly. Ever since she arrived at the Marsh World, Wen Yu realized that helping Lin Yuan to manage the territory in the Marsh World was like building a new world. She had to handle every matter personally. Sun Ningxiang was already exhausted managing the regular people and spirit chi professionals as they built the breeding base. As such, she did not have any time to help Wen Yu. This caused Wen Yu's ever-clear mind to become slightly fuzzy. Dragon species Fays were the strongest type of Fae. Additionally, they also possessed extreme talent, both of which increased continuously as their bloodlines were improved. If there was a dragon species Fae that could increase soul power or help to stimulate brain power, Wen Yu would have an easier time managing the marsh world. Moreover, contracting a dragon species Fae would allow her to have more options as a spirit chi professional. Wen Yu knew that she needed to stick closely to Lin Yuan. It was not enough to just be of significance because of her strategic abilities. Wen Yu knew that what Mystic Moon needed the most now was rest. Thus, she bowed deeply to him and left the Radiant Moon Palace. Mystic Moon smiled as he watched Wen Yu leave. Besides following the Moon Empress, Mystic Moon found that he now had a new goal in life. Wen Yu needed to head to the Divine Wood Federation, so she did not rest in the return from faraway mansion. Instead, she instructed Endless Summer to prepare some resources that were not needed right now but were still greatly lacking in the marsh world. There would eventually be a use for these resources. Rather than waiting until then to bother Lin Yuan, it would be better to prepare them in advance. Deep at night, Lu Jie, who like Wen Yu had not rested, was currently at the Spirit Guard's land. After Night Leaning Moon crossed swords with Du Miao, she had been nursing a fiery hatred for the first Emperor Shark clan. She had slaughtered and vented to her heart's content in this joint operation with the Heavenly Family Cottage. At the same time, Night Leaning Moon learned how cruel the Heavenly Family Cottage was when they were fighting their enemies. No survivors of the first Emperor Shark clan were left. A faction that was so fearsome when facing enemies was always equally as affectionate to their loved ones. Night Leaning Moon did not know why the Heavenly Family Cottage had colluded with the Radiance Federation, but she expected that it was related to Lin Yuan. Night Leaning Moon knew that the Moon Empress was the one who had saved the Mother of Bloodbath. Night Leaning Moon and the Moon Empress had also been present when 5th Page Truth attacked Jade Sundial. If the Moon Empress and Night Leaning Moon had not stepped in, Blood New Moon and the Mother of Bloodbath would not have survived. After the incident, Night Leaning Moon and the Moon Empress started paying attention to the Mother of Bloodbath's growth. However, saving the Mother of Bloodbath was insufficient to warrant such repayment from Heavenly Family Cottage. Night Leaning Moon could not guess what had happened between Lin Yuan and the Heavenly Family Cottage in order for the proud leader of the Heavenly Family Cottage, Purple Love, to lay aside her differences with the Moon Empress. Previously, Night Leaning Moon had been suspicious of the Moon Empress' sudden acceptance of a disciple. She felt that no one in the world deserved to become the Moon Empress' disciple. Now, it seemed that it was also somewhat of the Moon Empress' blessing to have been able to accept Lin Yuan as her disciple. After slaughtering to her heart's content, Night Leaning Moon returned to the Spirit Guard's land to see Lu Jie there. She had not thought much when she decided to help Lu Jie become the ultimate weapon. She also never expected Lu Jie to have such a smooth time going down this path. Since Lu Jie was having an easy time going down this path, Night Leaning Moon just needed to focus on finding suitable insect species carcinoma phase to become the core of his combat system. When a spirit chi professional was organizing his arsenal of phase, he always centered his decisions around his core. If Lu Jie did not know what his core was, he would not be able to use the Firefly Demon fetuses freely. Night Leaning Moon had flipped through the records of the insect species carcinoma phase that the Spirit Guards had captured and found numerous ones that could increase Lu Jie's power. However, none of them were suitable to become his core insect species carcinoma Fae. Night Leaning Moon and Lu Jie chatted about some master and disciple matters before she said, "Little Jie, you don't have to rush when it comes to the insect species carcinoma phase. I will ask Long Lamplight to help look out for suitable insect species carcinoma phase while he's riding the island whale to conduct trades with other federations. I suggest that you don't impulsively use the Firefly Demon fetuses before you find a suitable insect species carcinoma Fae." When Lu Jie heard what Night Leaning Moon said, he immediately summoned the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle that the insect queen had taken control of. Under the light, the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle that was more than 10 meters long and had 6-meter-long horns reflected a gleam even sharper than that from metals. Night-leaning moon was the spirit guard's chief guard and a Class 4 creation master. She only needed a glance to see through the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. Night-leaning moon's usually expressionless face looked joyful. When the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's abilities metal forge angle, spread wings insect cry, and insect death were used together, it enabled the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle to be the core of Lu Jie's combat system, even if the exclusive skills it gained in the future were not of much help. The insect queen and many of the insect species carcinoma phase that it controlled had strong reproductive abilities. The greatest weakness of using the sea of insects was when it faced an individually powerful opponent that could divide and conquer. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle was perfectly capable on its own and could also boost the insect army so that even in death, every insect could still be useful. Every time the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle appeared in the wild, a terrifying disaster would follow it. The Radiance Federation had experienced one such disaster in the past. The terror that was the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle resulted in Night-leaning moon deciding not to capture it. Night-leaning moon was very curious to know where Lu Jie had obtained the bronze halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. Lu Jie answered Night-leaning moon's question honestly, saying, "Lin Yuan bought it for me at an auction when we were out training." Night-leaning moon was taken aback. Lin Yuan was also the reason behind her increase in power. Now it looked like he had once again saved this pair of master and disciple. Night-leaning moon once again agreed with the saying that there was no downside to having many skills. Little Jie used the firefly demon fetus to turn the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle into a fairy. Can be the core of your combat system. You need to kill the army of insects in order to strengthen the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. Thus, you no longer have to evolve insect species carcinoma phase like the Haifa tapeworm. Your power will increase more if you contract more insect species carcinoma phase like the parasite decay locust. Lu Jie nodded seriously. Master, I already have a general idea of what kind of insect species carcinoma phase to contract and which to turn into fairies using the firefly demon fetus. The next step is for the fairies to comprehend willpower runes. Night-leaning moon always knew that Lu Jie had his own goals when it came to increasing his power and that there was no need to guide or be overly worried about him. Night-leaning moon took out a treasure she had earned in her youth and placed it in Lu Jie's hands as she said, "Hold on to this pendant made from the sky awakening crystal. Make one of the fairies wear it every day, and it'll increase its chances of comprehending a willpower rune. If not for the insect queen's special quality, which prevents you from contracting any other phase, this pendant will actually be more useful for you to wear it." Lu Jie had heard of the sky awakening crystal. It was just as rare as the earth center fine milk. It could be said that the sky awakening crystal was the best aid for helping phase to comprehend willpower runes. With the sky awakening crystal, it would be easy for Lu Jie's insect species carcinoma phase to evolve to fantasy breed and then to myth breed. Night-leaning moon did not give any other advice after Lu Jie received the sky awakening crystal. Given her understanding of Lu Jie, he was going to give the sky awakening crystal pendant to Lin Yuan. But after interacting with Lin Yuan, Night-leaning moon also came to understand him. Lin Yuan was always helping Lu Jie and saw him as family. Thus, there was no way he would steal Lu Jie's opportunity. The sky awakening crystal was only useful in aiding the comprehension of willpower runes. Lin Yuan could just as well use it after Lu Jie. The sky awakening crystal made Night-leaning moon's youth what it was, allowing her to surpass her peers in every way. But now, she decided to give the opportunities to Lu Jie. The Radiance envoys had lost to the Freedom envoys in the previous major Federation meetings. After being targeted by the Freedom Federation, every Radiance envoy ended up injured each year. It was only Night-leaning moon's generation of Radiance envoys who had managed to emerge victorious at the major Federation meeting. Now, Night-leaning moon believed that Lu Jie and Lin Yuan would be the Radiance Federation's hope. No matter how strong the Radiance Federation was, they were still just enjoying the fruits of a previous generation. The Federation's future would only be secured if it had a strong younger generation. The appearance of young geniuses like Lu Jie and Lin Yuan gave the future of the Radiance Federation endless possibilities. Lu Jie received the sky-awakening crystal pendant and bowed the night-leaning moon as he said, "Thank you, Master." Night-leaning moon immediately looked displeased when she heard how polite Lu Jie was. "Little Lu, you can be polite with anyone but me. I am your master, and it's only right that I do things for you. Besides the sky-awakening crystal, I also have some mutated caterpillar fungi that I obtained from alien insect dimensional rifts. They will be able to help your sacred source lifeform increase its stars quicker. Furthermore, I will go and request to retrieve some of the mutated caterpillar fungi in the Spirit Guard storage for you. With this, I'm sure your sacred source lifeform will be able to reach 7 stars within 2 years." While she spoke, Night-leaning moon patted Lu Jie's shoulder. When she accepted Lu Jie as her disciple, she had not expected him to improve so quickly, nor that he would end up striving to become the ultimate weapon. After Lu Jie contracted the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, he confirmed his future path. As his master, Night-leaning moon could only help him with resources. The caterpillar fungus was a special product from the alien insect dimensional rift. It was just as rare as marsh soil and strange flames. This was because the caterpillar fungus required alien insects and a specific bacteria in order to grow. In fact, there were much fewer caterpillar fungi in the dimensional rift than there was marsh soil and strange flames. Night-leaning moon knew that Lin Yuan had Di Wami with him, so Lu Jie would not lack in resources when he was with Lin Yuan. Unless Class 6 alien insect dimensional rifts opened in the Radiance Federation, it was very difficult to obtain a large number of caterpillar fungi there. When she saw that Lu Jie was about to thank her, Night-leaning moon hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Enough. I will stay here tonight to help the insect queen control the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. Then, fuse the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle with the firefly demon fetus to turn it into a fairy source-type lifeform. You are stronger now, so I don't have to worry as much when you're out training with little Yuan." Lu Jie released the insect queen and sat cross-legged on the ground. The insect queen was extremely intelligent and knew that it benefited greatly when it took control of insect species carcinoma phase. Moreover, as the firefly demon fetuses turned the insect species carcinoma phase into fairies, the insect queen could use them to strengthen its own fairy bloodline. Hence, the insect queen often urged Lu Jie to transform more insect species carcinoma phase into fairies. But before he confirmed the core of his phase system, he could not make a decision no matter how much the insect queen urged him. Now, with the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, Lu Jie could confirm the next few insect species carcinoma phase that he was going to transform into fairies. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle was not very intelligent. The insect queen flapped its 6 wings a few times, and a dark purple color appeared in its eyes. It injected the blade queen bee's mutated venom and sticky spiritual energy into the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros. The venom and spiritual energy quickly surrounded and started to seep into the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's spiritual energy and soul. In the past, Lu Jie would be in danger when he used the insect queen to take control of insect species carcinoma phase because of the insect species carcinoma phase strong resistance. With its low intelligence and primitive reactions, the insect species carcinoma phase could hurt the insect queen when they were resisting. But as the insect queen became increasingly skilled at using its psychotoxin and its spiritual energy and soul power grew stronger, it could now easily contract and control the insect species carcinoma phase. In just 12 short minutes, the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle transformed from a violent insect to the insect queen's obedient puppet. It was easy to increase the power of insect species carcinoma phase. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle needed pure spirit chi and a large amount of metal-type spiritual ingredients to increase its power. Night-leaning moon had no lack of metal-type spiritual ingredients. Night-leaning moon had collected over 100 pieces of suzerain and sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredients during her stint as the chief guard of the spirit guards. Night-leaning moon was a Class 4 creation master and only needed a few bottles of spirit fluids to evolve an insect species carcinoma fae from bronze to diamond grade. Night-leaning moon immediately started to increase the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's power. When Night-leaning moon saw the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's abilities and exclusive skill, She started to look forward to seeing what its abilities would be after it evolved. As Lu Jie's core Fei, the strength of the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's new abilities would determine the strength of his combat abilities. Although the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's abilities Metal Forge Angle and Spread Wings Insect Cry, as well as its exclusive skill Insect Death, made it worthy of being Lu Jie's core insect species Carcinoma Fei. However, there was no doubt that the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's subsequent abilities would only get better. Night-Leaning Moon placed many types of metal-type spiritual ingredients next to the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, and it immediately started to gobble them. The hard metal-type spiritual ingredients were like fresh tofu in the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's mouth. The halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle had an extremely large appetite. All insect species Carcinoma Feis were able to consume terrifyingly large amounts of food, up to hundreds if not thousands of tons. The halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle was done eating all of the metal-type spiritual ingredients in less than an hour. After it was done eating all of the metal-type spiritual ingredients, many colored gleaming spots appeared on its long horns as a result of its ability Metal Forge Angle. Each of the metal-type spiritual ingredients brought with them its own attributes. Night-Leaning Moon took out even more of the metal-type spiritual ingredients and placed them next to the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. After the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle consumed another 1,500 types of metal-type spiritual ingredients, many beautiful metallic patterns appeared on its long horns. The metallic patterns flowed and changed continuously. Night-Leaning Moon sensed the metal attributes on the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's horns and realized that they formed a miniature metal law. It was just like how mixing thousands of types of medicinal plant-type phase could produce even more medicinal properties. The miniature metal laws produced by the thousands of metal attributes would not affect the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's comprehension of willpower runes. They also made the horns even sturdier. The more Night-Leaning Moon looked at the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, the more satisfied she felt. At the same time, she was grateful to Lin Yuan. The halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle would not be able to increase the metal attributes in its body in just a day or two. Moreover, the strength of the metal attributes on the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle was dependent on the number of metal-type spiritual ingredients it consumed. Night-Leaning Moon intended to fill 2 diamond Fey storage boxes with various metal-type spiritual ingredients from the Spirit Guard storage, so Lu Jie could use them to continue nurturing the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. The stronger the spiritual energy of Lu Jie's insect queen, the more insect species Carcinoma phase it could control. He could not afford to use so many resources to nurture every insect species Carcinoma Fei, but the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle was Lu Jie's core Fei. It would not be a waste to use as many resources on it as possible. Night-Leaning Moon poured out all the spirit fluids she had on hand onto a rocky board. When the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle ate the rocky board, it would also consume the spirit fluids full of pure spirit chi. Once the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle consumed the spirit fluids, its aura increased rapidly, and its body expanded. The larger its body grew, the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's shell shriveled and fell off continuously. The new shell grew right under the shell that had just shriveled. The color of the insect shell darkened until it resembled a black hole. With a closer look at the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's shell, the golden patterns on its shell became clearer each time its old shell shriveled and its new shell grew out. This meant that the collection of the metal attributes on the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's horns affected its body to a certain extent. As the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle did more combat and its body became stronger, its combat abilities would also increase. By the time it reached Diamond X, the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle had grown to almost 40 meters long, and its horns reached 17 meters. The halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle now took up most of the space in Night-Leaning Moon's room. The stronger the halberd-corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle became, the higher its intelligence grew. It was now intelligent enough to know that it had to get in the Insect Queen and Lu Jie's good books. Night-leaning Moon sucked in a sharp breath when she saw the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle prostrating itself in front of Lu Jie in a subservient manner. As a Class 4 creation master, she could see what abilities the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle had gained after evolving from bronze to diamond grade. Fey name: halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, Fey species. Scarab species / large rhinoceros beetle species. Fey grade: diamond, 10/10. Fey type: insect / gold. Fey quality: legend. Abilities: metal forge angle. It can absorb every type of metal and apply it to its horns to increase its damage power. Spread wings insect cry. When it flaps its wings, it can attract other insect species phase and apply its metal characteristics to them to provide them with protection. Halberd banner. Raise the halberd high in the air, and it will become a banner amongst the army of insects that will motivate them and increase their endurance. Insect abdomen battle drum. The abdomen will start to move and produce a roaring noise. The insects that hear the noise will go mad with bloodthirst. Metal solidification style. Absorb all of the metal attributes on its body and turn its legs, horns, and shell into battle attire. The metal attributes will boost its combat abilities. The metal attributes will be used up in the process of boosting. Indestructible insect soul. The souls of the insects that the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle has protected will gather around it and form a stance. The stance of insect souls can help the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle to sustain damage while boosting its combat powers. Exclusive skill: insect death. Whenever an insect dies around it, its metal characteristics will change from its original defense mode to offense mode. Halberd banner and insect abdomen battle drum made the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle even more suited to be Lu Jie's core insect species Carcinoma Fey. Both of these abilities would be able to boost the entire army of insects. When a colony of ants with a queen was compared to a colony without a queen, their combat abilities would be completely different even if they had similar numbers. The colony of ants with a queen would easily be able to trample the colony without a queen. This was because the queen could motivate the colony. The motivation from the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's ability halberd banner gave the army of insects a clear target. Furthermore, halberd banner would be able to increase the insect army's endurance. This way, the insect army would be able to continue doing battle regardless of the circumstances without being affected by the harsh conditions. The more serious the injury, the stronger their will to fight back would be. This would allow them to clear away the injured enemies first as well as cause the injured friendly insects to die off first. From this, the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's exclusive skill insect death would become more effective. Furthermore, indestructible insect soul would also become useful once some of the insects in the insect army died. It would not only create a stance from insect souls and increase its own combat ability but also protect itself. As for metal solidification style, it allowed the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle to use its metal attributes in another way. Its metal attributes would give its combat and defensive abilities a final boost. Night-leaning Moon had been amazed by the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's abilities more than once. As it evolved from bronze to diamond grade, every single one of its abilities had been useful. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle was so outstanding that Lu Jie did not have to be conflicted when he was picking other insect species Carcinoma phase and allowed his talent to be raised again. Night-leaning Moon said with a smile, "Little Jie, now is the time. Transform the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle into a fairy." As the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's contractor, Lu Jie immediately knew how much it had improved after it evolved. Lu Jie was the type to never lose his composure. When the insect queen was in a near-dead state and he was essentially crippled, had trained his mind to be tough. Yet, at this moment, he still could not prevent his true feelings from shining through as he stood up and pressed a gentle kiss on the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's shell. Lu Jie was happy because his core insect species Carcinoma Fey was strong enough to increase his strength to the greatest extent. This way, his flaw of weak individual combat would be made up. Furthermore, with the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, it would be easier for him to chase after Lin Yuan. Night-leaning moon rarely saw this side of Lu Jie, and she could not help but smile. At that moment, he truly looked like the young man that he was. Still filled with excitement, Lu Jie took out the firefly demon fetus and fused it with the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. Fairy source-type lifeforms did not have strong bodies and relied on special techniques. There was no way that the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle would be able to properly wield its abilities while it was in its fairy state. It did not need to exert additional energy in order to change its form, but it could not tap into the abilities of the other form while in one form. Lu Jie instructed the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle to fuse with the firefly demon fetus, so it could break through the limit of its grade. This alone would make the use of the firefly demon fetus worth it. Lu Jie already had 2 insect species carcinoma fairies. He had studied the fairy forms of the blade queen bee and dimensional light moth and noticed that changing forms came with their own merits. They could escape the bonds of pressure exerted by the bloodlines of more elite fairies by changing back to their original forms. This would allow Lu Jie's core to remain unaffected when he fought against enemies with fairies with more elite bloodlines. In a way, he was making up for one of his weaknesses. The firefly demon fetus was like a core of energy that had entered the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's body and created a unique fairy bloodline for it. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle could activate this fairy bloodline to transform into a fairy. After another 2 hours, Lu Jie could sense that the firefly demon fetus was done creating the fairy bloodline within the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. Lu Jie immediately instructed the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle to transform into a fairy. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's body was shrouded in black light and turned into a 2-winged fairy with a muscular body covered in black armor. The fairy had rosy cheeks and was exceptionally healthy. Its large black eyes sparkled as it looked affectionately at Lu Jie and Insect Queen. As it flapped its wings, it struggled to lift its body. The horns that protruded from the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's head were almost as long as its body. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle was considered large for a fairy. This was not the first time that Night-leaning moon was looking at a fairy that the firefly demon fetus had transformed. But despite already having seen it twice, Night-leaning moon still could not but be amazed by the firefly demon fetus. Little Jie. The insect species Carcinoma Fae can change between its original and fairy forms even after fusing with the firefly demon fetus. Regardless, its fairy bloodline is still very strong. I suggest you focus on evolving the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's bloodline once you've evolved the fairy's power to 4 wings. As long as the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's fairy bloodline power doesn't exceed that of the insect queen, the insect queen's control over it will not be affected. Lu Jie nodded seriously. He had long decided how he was going to nurture the insect species Carcinoma phase that had transformed into fairies. Lu Jie hung the sky-awakening crystal pendant that Night-leaning moon had given him around the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's neck. Lu Jie hoped that the sky-awakening crystal pendant could help the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle evolve to fantasy breed as soon as possible. When he saw the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's new abilities, Lu Jie was hoping that it would bring new surprises when it evolved to fantasy breed. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's intelligence rose significantly after it transformed into a fairy, and its mind was no longer clouded. Due to the insect queen's special requirement, Lu Jie could not contract any other fae. But now that he had many fairies, Lu Jie knew what other people with numerous faes felt like. When the sky started to lighten, Night-leaning moon said, "Little Jie, you said you would return to the Divine Wood Federation to train with Little Yuan today. The sun has already risen. You should go back to prepare. I will let you know when I find suitable insect species Carcinoma phase for you to contract so you can pick which one you want." Lu Jie bowed to Night-leaning moon before he left the Spirit Guard's land and headed to the Return from Faraway Mansion. Once he returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion, Lu Jie saw Wenyu basking in the sun with the Earth Rush Golden Lotus. This sight reminded Lu Jie of the time he, Lin Yuan, and Wenyu spent in the Return from Faraway Mansion before Sky City was created. A nostalgic expression spread across his face. At that time, he decided he would be Lin Yuan's retainer. When Yu had contracted the astronomical parliament, and Mystic Moon had been helping her to increase her spiritual energy. Thus, her spiritual energy and soul power were just as strong as Lu Pinru, who had contracted more than 10 of the glowing silkworm weavers. Not long ago, when Yu had absorbed the energy from within the dragon embryo, and her sensitivity greatly surpassed that of an average person. Hence, she noticed Lu Jie when he stepped into the return from faraway mansion. When Yu hurriedly stood up and waved to Lu Jie, when their eyes met, they remembered their shared faith. Their curled lips caused the air around them to turn warm. By this time, Lin Yuan had risen out of bed. He sighed at the empty space next to him. In the past, Genius would be on his left, while Chimey would be snuggled in his arms while he slept. In the past, Genius and Chimey had been carefree. But now, Chimey had evolved into the Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow and opened a new path for bird species phase. Chimey was continuously increasing its power so it could hold a fan meeting. It spent almost all of its time in its nest in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, continuously absorbing the energy from within the strange flames. After Genius evolved to the highest access fate-knowing beast, its size had not changed by much, but its tail was extremely long. It was so long that it no longer fit on the bed. Ever since Genius became a creation master, it became a workaholic. Every day, it was either busy with nurturing phase or teaching the 100 Questions beasts. Genius was growing stronger, and so was the army of 100 Questions beasts. Lin Yuan stretched and was about to climb out of bed when he saw that Su Iren had sent him another message through the Thoughts letter paper. Su Iren. Lin Yuan, the tribes from the Iron Hammer Federation have already started moving toward the border. Yi Huailong has received the news, and the entire Divine Wood Federation is panicking. I have given Yi Huailong assurance. Lin Yuan already said that there was no need to worry, but Su Iren could not help but be anxious when she noticed the army of tribes from the Iron Hammer Federation moving toward the border. Su Iren was most afraid that the underground palace she guarded would become involved in the conflict. Luolan was one of them, and she already knew what was happening in the Iron Hammer Federation. All she could do was worry. Nonetheless, Su Iren decided to tell Luolan about the matter because she was the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation. It would be a tragedy if she was unaware of such matters. No matter what the result was, Luolan needed to have the courage to face the music. Although Su Iren did not know why Lin Yuan was able to make such a promise, there was no way he could be lying. When Lin Yuan saw Su Iren's message on the Thoughts letter paper, he knew that the battle between him and the Truth Association that would take place on the Startling Lines continent was about to begin. He had already told the Moon Empress that Fifth Page Truth was in the Startling Lines continent, and she had relayed the news to the Heavenly Family Cottage. The members of the Heavenly Family Cottage should arrive back in the Radiance Federation this afternoon. Revenge had to be exacted personally. Lin Yuan was well aware that Purple Love and the rest would definitely ask him to take them to the Startling Lines continent. If Purple Love and the rest went to the Startling Lines continent to take revenge on Fifth Page Truth, Lin Yuan would have more help when he took on Fifth Page Truth. He did not want to use Begin Lady unless it was absolutely necessary. Currently, Begin Lady was Lin Yuan's biggest secret weapon. Besides Su Iren, Luolan had also sent a message to Lin Yuan. In fact, she had sent more than 10 messages. Lin Yuan could sense how frantic she was from her messages. Lin Yuan knew that what she needed most at this time were his assurance and guarantee. Lin Yuan. The situation we agreed on won't change. The tribes at the border of the Iron Hammer Federation won't die of starvation. All you need to do is cooperate with me. Lin Yuan's promise allowed the almost hysterical Luolan to relax. Lin Yuan's promise was a thread of hope for Luolan to cling to. He did not say too much to Luolan. The Moon Empress had already left for the Radiance Federation's imperial court. Now, Lin Yuan needed to head to the Radiant Moon Palace's treasure vault to pick a sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredient that the perfect touch wisteria could absorb to replace the coiling dragon blood gold. Usually, only 4 people were allowed to enter the Radiant Moon Palace's treasure vault, and Lin Yuan was one of them. Lin Yuan walked deep into the Radiant Moon Palace's treasure vault without anyone stopping him and stopped in front of a jade-textured almond wood shelf. He raised his arm and reached for 4 brocade boxes. The source sand transformed into 4 hands that carried the brocade boxes to a nearby table. The 4 brocade boxes contained 4 pieces of sovereign spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan had told the Moon Empress about how he needed sovereign spiritual ingredients, and she told him to take his pick. She also said that if Lin Yuan needed them, he could take them at any time. There were only 4 pieces of the sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredients, proving how rare they were. There was no way that Lin Yuan would take all of them. He was planning to choose the one amongst them that was most useful to him and give it to the perfect touch wisteria. Lin Yuan reached out and opened the first brocade box. Even before he saw what was in it, he sensed a sharp aura slicing into his body. If not for the source sand's protection, his body would have several large cuts. Lin Yuan sensed the sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredient and saw that it was called the Spirit Edge 1000 Shadow Steel. This metal attribute was sharpness. When it cut a target, thousands of steel silhouettes would appear that would continuously cut the same spot where the first cut had been to deepen the injury. The sovereign Spirit Edge 1000 Shadow Steel was so precious that it was not used carelessly. When it was used, it was to cut other metal-type spiritual ingredients. The Spirit Edge 1000 Shadow Steel could increase the perfect touch wisteria's combat abilities. It was a good choice, and Lin Yuan was leaning heavily toward it. However, he did not make his decision immediately but moved on to look at the next brocade box of metal-type spiritual ingredients. When he opened the next box, Lin Yuan felt a dry heat. The burning crimson bronze was one of the top 3 rarest metal-type spiritual ingredients. It was known to be even hotter than top-grade strange flames. It was much more valuable than the Spirit Edge 1000 Shadow Steel. But no matter how hot the flames were, they could not compare to the fire from the snake scale. There were only 8 of the perfect touch wisteria's vines, and Lin Yuan could not allow there to be a repeat in abilities. Hence, Lin Yuan gave up on the burning crimson bronze. When Lin Yuan opened the 3rd box, an indescribable stench spilled out. When Lin Yuan held his breath and looked in, he saw a strange metal that was a mix of blue, purple, and black. It looked soft, and the dappled color made it appear as though it was a decaying corpse. The name of this sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredient fit its appearance, the Decay Body Ghost Silver. It was extremely poisonous and had powerful soul-attacking capabilities. It could decay willpowers and apply curses that caused bodies to decompose. If a comparison had to be made, the Decay Body Ghost Silver was much more useful than the Spirit Edge 1000 Shadow Steel and was more suited for the perfect touch wisteria to use swallow same source to absorb it. However, the stench of the Decay Body Ghost Silver was unbearable. The perfect touch wisteria would definitely carry the same stench after it absorbed the Decay Body Ghost Silver. Lin Yuan found this smell too difficult to bear. It was also likely that the perfect touch wisteria's appearance would not take a turn for the better after it used the swallow same source to absorb the Decay Body Ghost Silver. Nonetheless, when it came to strength, everything else could be endured. The Decay Body Ghost Silver's cursing of bodies was much harder to defend against and get rid of compared to its venom and decaying of souls. Lin Yuan reached into the 4th brocade box. If the metal-type spiritual ingredient within the 4th brocade box was not better than the Decay Body Ghost Silver, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to instruct the perfect touch wisteria to absorb it. As much as he disliked it, Lin Yuan did not cut corners when it came to power. After all, the perfect touch wisteria would change according to the metal-type spiritual ingredients it absorbed through swallow same source. All he needed to do was switch out the Decay Body Ghost Silver with a more suitable metal-type spiritual ingredient in the future. But the moment Lin Yuan opened the 4th box, he immediately sensed a bone-chilling frigidity from within. The coldness washed over Lin Yuan's body in waves. The sacred sword-wielding queen had absorbed many law crystal fragments that contained ice-type laws. Thus, the waves of coldness did not affect Lin Yuan in any way. Moreover, Lin Yuan could sense a layer of ice elemental energy that had attached itself around him and froze the surrounding air. In spite of his strong resistance to ice, such an occurrence could also limit his movements. But as Lin Yuan's power increased and his horizons were expanded, he learned that the cold air from these metal-type spiritual ingredients would be a good match to produce an elemental reaction with a fire-type ability. This would increase the damage felt by the target. A spirit chi professional's affiliation with phase and their direction represented their potential. There was no accurate way of measuring a spirit chi professional's ability to comprehend willpower runes because they were largely related to the opportunities that one stumbled upon in life. This was why not even experts could compare this trait with each other. As such, comparing one's affiliation with phase and direction was more objective. It went without saying that the more phase one was affiliated with, and the wider the direction one could go in, the better. This would make it easier to find a powerful fae that they could contract. After comprehending a willpower rune, it would be easier to find and contract a fae suited to the willpower rune. There were many spirit chi professionals whose fae affiliations and direction were too narrow. As a result, they could not find suitable faes to contract after they comprehended willpower runes. This even occurred amongst the Radiance Federation's top factions. Besides being able to contract faes, those with broader fae affiliations and directions would also have an easier time creating elemental reactions. For example, when the enemy sustained a water elemental attack during battle, followed by an ice elemental attack, it would freeze faster. If the frozen enemy was later attacked by fire elemental attacks, the expansion and contraction would cause its body to crack and become easy to shatter. Elemental reactions were useless to low-rank spirit chi professionals, but all high-grade spirit chi professionals considered elemental reactions when they were organizing their phase. When high-rank spirit chi professional teams were picking teammates, they were very picky. They not only wanted their teams to be balanced in terms of healing, support, defense, and attack, but also checked if the potential teammate's phase could create elemental reactions with the phase of other teammates. After opening the brocade box, Lin Yuan checked on it using true data and found out that it was called the Forever Frozen Frost Iron. The Forever Frozen Frost Iron could change all elemental energy it came into contact with into ice elemental energy. When it was used in conjunction with the Perfect Touch Wisteria's vine that had consumed the dark gold snake scale, it would produce a powerful elemental reaction. The Perfect Touch Wisteria had a total of 8 vines. Currently, one of the vines had consumed the dark gold snake scale, while the other had consumed the Jia Begin River's bloodline. The vine that had consumed Begin Lady's bloodline could produce water-type effects. If the Forever Frozen Frost Iron's third vine consumed the Forever Frozen Frost Iron, the 3 vines could produce different elemental reactions with each other. This allowed Lin Yuan to see a potential path that the Perfect Touch Wisteria could go down. Since it could collaborate with the other 2 vines, the Forever Frozen Frost Iron was much more suitable than the Decay Body Ghost Silver. Since he had decided for the Perfect Touch Wisteria to absorb the Forever Frozen Frost Iron, Lin Yuan summoned the Perfect Touch Wisteria. Next, he tossed the Forever Frozen Frost Iron at the vine that had consumed the Coiling Dragon Blood Gold. While the vine that had consumed the Coiling Dragon Blood Gold was consuming the Forever Frozen Frost Iron, it continuously let out sad cries as though it was in great pain. Lin Yuan knew that the Perfect Touch Wisteria was using Swallow Same Source to absorb the Forever Frozen Frost Iron. The Forever Frozen Frost Iron was going to replace the Coiling Dragon Blood Gold. The Coiling Dragon Blood Gold contained a dragon soul, and it was struggling with the knowledge that it was going to be replaced. The gold and red vine was slowly covered with a blue and silver color. Faint black patterns were swirling within the blue and silver. By the time the Perfect Touch Wisteria was done absorbing the Forever Frozen Frost Iron, its appearance had changed significantly. The silver and blue vine was now covered with sharp spikes that shone with cold and malice. The elemental energy in the air around the vine clearly changed to ice elemental energy that continued to affect a widening range of air around it. As a sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredient, the Forever Frozen Frost Iron not only contained its unique metal attribute, but was also exceptionally sharp. When the spikes made contact with a target, they could change the target's element type and cause serious damage to the target's body. Lin Yuan wanted to test how strong the elemental reactions produced by the 3 Perfect Touch Wisteria's vines were. However, there were no targets on hand that Lin Yuan could test on. As such, Lin Yuan stored the Perfect Touch Wisteria away. Its Spirit Chi Professional's rank did not limit the Perfect Touch Wisteria's power. As the Perfect Touch Wisteria's power increased, the chance to test it out would eventually appear. Now that Lin Yuan was done picking a metal-type spiritual ingredient and the Perfect Touch Wisteria was done absorbing it, he prepared to return to the Return from Faraway Mansion. Once they returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion, Lin Yuan planned on taking Lu Jie and Wenyu to the Divine Wood Federation. Sun Ningxiang was there to hold down the fort in the Marsh world. After all, Lin Yuan had not gone to the Marsh East Circle yet. Currently, the territory's development involved not only the building of the base but also Fey breeding bases. Rather than let Wenyu stay in the Marsh world at such a time, it would be better for her to work with Su Iran to solve the issue in the Startling Lines continent as soon as possible. After the final fight against the Truth Association, the entire Startling Lines continent would fall into Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan did not have to worry too much about the management of the Startling Lines continent. Yi Huailong was in the Divine Wood Federation, Luolan was in the Iron Hammer Federation, and Jin Chenxuan was in the Great Lush Federation. Lin Yuan just needed to control the three of them, and by the process of transference, he would also be able to control the entire Startling Lines continent. Yi Huailu was a true talent and had become a Class 5 creation master. The Startling Lines continent would become an alliance similar to the 7 States of Darkness that was led by the Divine Wood Federation. The Startling Lines continent was rich in resources. As long as the resources could flow smoothly, the citizens of all 3 federations would never have to worry about their bellies going empty. Back at the Return from Faraway Mansion, Lin Yuan saw Lu Jie discussing the white-clothed followers with Wenyu. In the past, Wenyu felt that Lu Jie was unskilled when it came to strategy. But now, she was shocked to discover that Lu Jie's faction management skills had improved significantly. Although there were already more than 1,000 white-clothed followers, Lu Jie was still able to manage them well. He instructed the more senior white-clothed followers to lead the training of the newer white-clothed followers. After their discussion, Wenyu and Lu Jie decided that they would cap the number of white-clothed followers at 1,500. After that, they would stop accepting new members for the time being. Further decisions would only be made after the white-clothed followers became more mature. Too many white-clothed followers would become a burden to Sky City's development. Both Lu Jie and Wenyu were aware of the floating island whale's existence. The number of resources needed to build Sky City atop universe was innumerable. Only when the current white-clothed followers matured and could start contributing to Sky City would new members be recruited. This would ensure that the new white-clothed followers were properly looked after. Otherwise, the high-intensity training would cause the white-clothed followers to be in danger at all times, which could even put their lives at risk. The training that Lu Jie planned for the new white-clothed followers was not considered dangerous, and the more senior white-clothed followers led them. Nonetheless, more than 10% of them ended up dead or injured in a week. Lin Yuan felt assured when he heard Lu Jie and Wenyu speaking at the entrance of the mansion. With them around, all he needed to do was provide as many resources to Sky City as possible. He did not have to worry about anything else. After Lin Yuan joined the conversation, they started to talk about Sky City's development. In the afternoon, Lu Jie grilled seafood. Once Lin Yuan, Wenyu, and Lu Jie were done eating, they saw that Purple Love, Blood New Moon, and Blue Lotus had appeared in the mansion. When Blood New Moon spotted Lin Yuan, he immediately went to greet him and asked, "Little Yuan, are you sure that 5th Page Truth controls the Truth Association behind the Great Lush Federation?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Uncle Blood, I have never truly seen 5th Page Truth, so I can't be absolutely sure. But from the answers I got from the Truth Envoys, I think that the likelihood is 80% and above." When they heard what Lin Yuan said, Blood New Moon, Purple Love, and Blue Lotus were all filled with excitement. The Heavenly Family Cottage did not have any other major enemies in the world besides Tower Cannon. Purple Love had attacked Tower Cannon and killed First Page Fate because she had failed to find 5th Page Truth. She had no choice but to vent her murderous rage on First Page Fate. Blood New Moon, Purple Love, Blue Lotus, and the rest were this excited when they heard about 5th Page Truth because they could now exact their revenge and because Jade Sundial's Eternal Heart was with 5th Page Truth. Unless they obtained the Eternal Heart, Jade Sundial would not be able to be truly revived. At first, Purple Love was satisfied with Jade Sundial in her current soul state. But slowly, she began to hope that her sister would be able to walk the earth in her full-bodied state. Blood New Moon was about to speak when he was interrupted by Purple Love. Purple Love knew what Blood New Moon was thinking. From the moment Blood New Moon heard the news, he balled his fists and his eyes were full of hatred. Blood New Moon wanted to seek revenge for Jade Sundial personally. However, it would not be easy to take down Fifth Page Truth. Purple Love had heard of Fifth Page Truth's sacred source lifeform, the Divine Order Evil Fetus. But besides the Divine Order Evil Fetus, Fifth Page Truth also had another sacred source lifeform called the Truth Staff. The Truth Staff was very special, and it was rumored that Fifth Page Truth had almost used it to kill Eighth Page Apoptosis but was stopped by Eighth Page Apoptosis. Since they were both part of the 8 pages, they should have comparable power. After all, the 8 pages were not ranked by power. Blood New Moon's power had increased significantly, but there was no way he was a match for Fifth Page Truth. Purple Love could understand Blood New Moon's thirst for revenge, but she could now allow Blood New Moon to dive to his death. Little Yuan, I will go to the Startling Lines continent with you. Purple Love turned to look at Blood New Moon and Blue Lotus. Both of you remain in the Radiance Federation and wait for White Phoenix to return. Blood New Moon hurriedly said, Sister Purple Love, I want to go to the Startling Lines continent to get revenge for Jade Sundial. Purple Love sighed and said seriously, Blood New Moon, Jade Sundial has come back to life in the form of her soul state, and you've reunited with Little Love. If anything happens to you, both of them will be left alone. As of now, you're no match for Fifth Page Truth. Blood New Moon struggled with himself when he heard what Purple Love said, but finally lowered his fists. What Purple Love said was true, and every statement was rational. Blood New Moon had no means of rebuking her. Lin Yuan did not say anything. Frankly, he did not want Blood New Moon to endanger himself. He had Begin Lady, who had set its spirit fire alight to protect him. With Purple Love, who had already awakened her birth horoscope, they were sufficient to take on Fifth Page Truth. Lin Yuan had not returned to the Divine Wood Federation in spite of the dire situation there because he was waiting for Purple Love. But now that the matter had been settled, Lin Yuan said, Auntie Purple, I will need to trouble you, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie to remain in this item. I will let you out once you arrive in the Divine Wood Federation. Purple Love immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant. When traveling over far distances, the more powerful the person, the more spatial energy they required. Spatial equipment could perfectly counter the energy requirement. Purple Love smiled and said, It's no trouble at all. Purple Love entered the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad, followed by Lu Jie and Wen Yu. After apologizing to Blood New Moon and Blue Lotus, Lin Yuan went to the basement to transport himself to the Divine Wood Federation through the space tunnel. After communicating with Silver Corona, Lin Yuan found out that many tribe members from the Iron Hammer Federation had gathered at the border, all of them heavily armed. The armed tribe members had already made contact with the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers more than once. The Truth Association had ordered Luokai to launch an all-out invasion into the Divine Wood Federation. In order to invade the Divine Wood Federation, the Imperial Guards needed to cross the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers that was in their way. As such, many Imperial Guards had already led teams of tribe members into the Sea of Flowers. Lin Yuan could not allow the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Guards to cross the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers. Thus, Lin Yuan instructed Silver Corona to mercilessly kill the Imperial Guards and capture the tribe members who never had much will to resist to start with, just like it had done with the adventurers. As the Sea of Flowers shifted, the captured tribe members were herded to the center of the area. Soon after, Luolan entered the Sea of Flowers. Lin Yuan could not allow the tribe members that Silver Corona had captured to die and become fertilizer. From the tribe members' display, it was clear that they had been forced to enter the Sea of Flowers. None of them actually wanted to invade the Divine Wood Federation. It was currently deep in the winter season. They were already starving, and many more died in the midst of the long journey. If they truly had to invade the Divine Wood Federation, they much preferred to do so during the warmer seasons when there was no lack of food. However, the Imperial Guards represented Luokai's will and rushed the tribe members forward endlessly. Many of them took advantage of their identities as Imperial Guards to reserve most of the food. If these Imperial Guards were not comparatively stronger and these tribe members did not want to betray the Iron Hammer Federation, none of them would have followed Luo Kai's order. By strictly following Luo Kai's erroneous order to invade the Divine Wood Federation at such a time, it was clear that the Imperial Guards were fully under Luo Kai's control. Since the Imperial Guards were now Luo Kai's men and would not be loyal to Luo Lan, it was better to kill them. It was likely that Luo Kai had already heard of the Sea of Bone Lotus Flower's existence at the border between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. Once he understood the situation, Luo Kai would immediately inform the Truth Association. The Truth Association would immediately send experts to the scene when they found out that the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers was blocking the invasion's advancement and the plan. Thus, it was already decided that the battle between Lin Yuan and the Truth Association would take place within the territory that Silver Corona had created. When he arrived at the Divine Wood Federation, Lin Yuan just needed to quietly observe the situation. The location where Lin Yuan would arrive after being transported through the space tunnel was the main area of the underground palace. When Su Iren learned that Lin Yuan was about to return, she pulled Luo Lan with her to wait for him by the entrance. Su Iren could no longer handle the situation. It now concerned a battle between two federations, or rather an internal conflict in the Startling Lines continent. Thus, Lin Yuan had to be the one to make the decisions. The consequences could be irreparable if her decision went against Lin Yuan's. Luo Lan could only imagine how many people had died on the long journey in the food-scarce winter. If all the tribe members who were of age had come, it was likely that at least 1/3 of them had died. But according to what Su Iren said, even underage manpower, women, and the elderly had also been forced to join the crusade. Thus, the number of people who had made it to the border alive had to be half of the original number. Luo Lan could not understand why Luo Kai had made such a senseless order. Luo Lan could understand if Luo Kai had killed her father after being blinded by power. But now, he was disregarding the lives of the Iron Hammer Federation citizens. This was an unforgivable mistake. But no matter how much hate was bubbling within Luo Lan, there was nothing she could do to prevent all of it from happening. All she could do now was wait for Lin Yuan to arrive to change it all. When Luo Lan saw Lin Yuan, she immediately kneeled before him and looked into his eyes as she said, "Lord Lin Yuan, please provide the border area with some food." Luo Kai sent all of the tribes out, and the elderly and children should have fallen long ago. After the long journey, there can't be many of the weak elderly, women, and children left. Luo Lan, go and change into this set of clothes. You can give out the food within these diamond item-storing walnuts at that time, replied Lin Yuan. Luo Lan received the ring that Lin Yuan handed her. She saw that there was a long dress with 1,000 white gems embedded in it. There was a long shawl next to the dress. The outfit was so extravagant that even Luo Lan, the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation, was stupefied. When she looked inside the ring with almost 100 item-storing walnuts, she saw they were filled with green vines that resembled the usnea. The usnea was slightly poisonous. Some plants were immune to the poison, but human spirit chi professionals would immediately feel their tongues go numb when they consumed the usnea. The sap would infect their throats and travel down until their entire bodies went numb. The usnea could not fill a stomach well. A person had to eat 1.5 of it at least in order to feel full. Although the usnea's poison would not strongly affect B-rank spirit chi professionals, it was lethal to spirit chi professionals who were below B-rank. If C or D-rank spirit chi professionals consumed large amounts of the usnea, their bodies would also numb until their heart stopped. Most of the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members were weak and below B-rank. Even B-rank spirit chi professionals could lose their lives if they ate too much of the usnea in a weakened state of hunger. While Luo Lan was filled with doubt and sadness, Lin Yuan said, "I remember you saying that Luo Kai is hunting you because you're the first princess of the Iron Hammer Federation and because you are in possession of the crown. When you change into these clothes, don't forget to place the Iron Hammer Federation's royal crown on your head. The green vines in the diamond item-storing walnuts are not usnea. You can pluck and eat one of the leaves. Once you eat one of the leaves, you'll know if they can save the tribe members of the Iron Hammer Federation." Luo Lan pushed her concern aside, plucked one of the leaves from the green vines, and put it in her mouth. The leaf tasted fresh and juicy. Ever since Luolan learned of the situation, she had been worried. She had not eaten a proper meal in 2 days and had lost her appetite. But she was a human made of flesh and bones. It was to be expected that she lacked energy after a prolonged period of lack of food. After she ate the leaf, not only was she not numb in the slightest, but she felt full as well. Furthermore, she felt as though she had endless energy. A singular leaf was already this effective. The almost 100 diamond item-storing walnuts were enough to fill the stomachs of all the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members. When Lin Yuan sent Luolan off to make preparations, Su Yiren said to Lin Yuan, "The city that Tale built has many land imps, but the scale of the city is so large that construction is not even half done yet. Hence, I asked him to close the city gates. Luckily, the Sea of Flowers has surrounded Tale's city, and there are mountains on the other side of the moat. Otherwise, the starving tribe members from the Iron Hammer Federation will definitely attack Tale's city." Lin Yuan nodded. He had expected such a situation. When people were in a state of hunger, there was nothing they would not do. "Yiren, you don't have to worry about the battle anymore. Go and contact Li Wan to tell her to recruit more people in Oak City to support more merchant groups." Su Yiren knew that Lin Yuan was planning for the future. Once all the dust had settled, the moment Lin Yuan took control of the entire Startling Lines continent would indeed need a faction he controlled to manage the trades. Almost all merchant groups doing business in the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation were from the Great Lush Federation. Although a few of them were controlled by the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families, most of them were just trying to make a living. The Truth Association wanted the Startling Lines continent to be ravaged by war, and the biggest victims were these small merchant groups who were just trying to survive. The Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families controlled almost all of the chambers of commerce in the Divine Wood Federation. Thus, these smaller merchant groups were in an awkward position in the Divine Wood Federation. On the one hand, they were discriminated against by the locals in the Divine Wood Federation. After all, the Great Lush Federation's merchant groups had killed too many of the bandits from the Divine Wood Federation. On the other hand, the smaller merchant groups saw money as a resource. Once they lost the transfer hubs in the form of the chambers of commerce, the small merchant groups no longer had the money to travel and trade. If Li Wan started to recruit at such a time, she would receive decent resources. It was likely that all members of the Divine Wood Federation's chamber groups would end up recruited by Li Wan. With such a large number of merchant groups working together, the scale of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce would increase rapidly. Su Yiren did not think that Li Wan and Zhao Jiaji would be able to accomplish Lin Yuan's plan if they were still the ones managing the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. After all, their talents were just that. But now, the prosperous Chamber of Commerce was under Lisan's management. Su Yiren had interacted with Lisan a few times. In terms of the management of chambers of commerce, no one was more capable than Lisan. Su Yiren felt that even she could not do a better job than Lisan when it came to managing chambers of commerce. Su Yiren was curious to know how Lin Yuan managed to garner so many talented people in his orbit. At first, Su Yiren had been worried about the battle as they were going to take on one of the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. But now, Lin Yuan was even done making plans for the aftermath of the battle. This meant that he had absolute confidence in emerging victorious. Since that was the case, Su Yiren felt that she did not need to worry. After Su Yiren left, Lin Yuan let Purple Love, Lu Jie, and When You out of the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad. Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony with Purple Love and said, "Anti-Purple, if any experts break through the Sea of Flowers, I hope you can help to kill them." Purple Love already saw Lin Yuan as a savior and thus would not reject his request. Purple Love did not bring up 5th page truth again. Since she had come to the Startling Lines continent, she would eventually have to take on 5th page truth with Lin Yuan. Rather than seeking him out, waiting for him to come to them would be better. Otherwise, if he fled, it would be extremely difficult to find him again. Purple Love had been seriously injured when she killed 1st page Fate. But after years of recuperation, her power had also reached a new level. Hence, she was confident in being able to take down 5th page truth. As a heavenly family fae, Purple Love's arrogance around experts of the same level was legitimate. When Lin Yuan made his request to Purple Love, he noticed that the Imperial Guards seemed to have received an order as they started leading the tribe members in a charge toward the Sea of Flowers. Lin Yuan sighed. For the first time in his 2 lives, he was going to face a war. Although Lin Yuan had issued an order to Silver Corona to kill the Imperial Guards, there was not much that Silver Corona could do to the Spirit Chi professionals who were attacking the Sea of Flowers. If Silver Corona did nothing and allowed the Spirit Chi professionals to attack it, even the thickest of Sea of Flowers would eventually be crossed. Thus, there was no avoiding injuries and deaths. Nonetheless, given Silver Corona's intelligence, it could keep unnecessary injuries and deaths to a minimum. Luo Kai attacked the Divine Wood Federation during winter on the Truth Association's orders. It could be said that this had ruined the Iron Hammer Federation's roots. Even if Silver Corona did not cause too many injuries and deaths, the Iron Hammer Federation would definitely end up with more serious injuries than the Divine Wood Federation. But if the sacrifices could lead to peace, for the Iron Hammer Federation, Great Lush Federation, and Divine Wood Federation to become one body in which resources flowed smoothly, the losses could be recouped in a few decades. In fact, they could become even stronger and more prosperous than they had been. Just as when Yu was about to say something to Lin Yuan, Bai Qinghuan walked in and made a beeline for Lin Yuan with a stack of documents in her hands. Bai Qinghuan had voluntarily detached herself from the Bai family. If she had not interacted with Lin Yuan during the Crownwood banquet, the Yang family would have killed her for being a groomed bride for the Bai family's first grandson when the Bai and Su families joined forces to attempt to remove the Yang family. Bai Qinghuan's status in the Bai family had not been high. Thus, she had not had the opportunity to learn of the Bai family's biggest secrets. She had not heard any news of the Bai and Su families' joint attack on the Yang family before it happened. Thinking back on it now still filled her with fear. Bai Qinghuan was thankful to the past her who had been brave. Alas, in her time spent in Lin Yuan's camp, it was clear that he did not see her as sufficiently important. Lu Jie, who was always by Lin Yuan's side, had only exchanged a few words with her in the beginning, and they had not spoken since then. She came to see Lin Yuan now because she wanted to prove her worth. Master, Irin told me about the situation. This is the information I organized based on my understanding. It might be useful for the battle. Would you like to take a look? Bai Qinghuan held the information out to Lin Yuan with a slightly heavy heart. It was clear that Lin Yuan was busy. In a way, she was wasting his time by calling for his attention now. If he decided not to look through the information she collected, she would fail to prove her worth at this juncture. This was currently the best time for her to prove her worth to Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan dispatched her elsewhere in the future, she would not be able to prove her worth to Lin Yuan, no matter how hard she tried. The nervous Bai Qinghuan had no idea that Lin Yuan never thought lightly of her. If he had not seen value in her in the beginning, she would never have had the chance to stand next to him, much less be allowed to join Sky City. He had recently not paid much attention to Bai Qinghuan because he had been too busy. But when he saw the information that she was holding out, Lin Yuan knew that they contained her analysis of the battle circumstances. Lin Yuan had already calculated how the battle was going to progress. Given that he possessed the ultimate secret weapon, Lin Yuan had essentially gained a godlike view. Thus, he could make decisions based on what he saw from that viewpoint. However, Bai Qinghuan did not have such capabilities. In Su Irin's previous reports, she mentioned that Bai Qinghuan had not stopped gathering information. Frankly, Su Irin did not have much trust in Bai Qinghuan, who Lin Yuan had brought back with him from Sacred Forest City. After all, unlike Luolan, Bai Qinghuan was not a member of the Astronomical Parliament. Su Irin was willing to tell all the information she received to Luolan and not Bai Qinghuan. Nonetheless, Bai Qinghuan was someone who had been brought back by Lin Yuan. Before she ascertained Bai Qinghuan's attitude toward Lin Yuan, Su Irin had to extend basic courtesies to Bai Qinghuan. As such, Su Irin did not hide the less sensitive information from Bai Qinghuan when she asked. Lin Yuan was curious to know how far Bai Qinghuan's deductions could go with incomplete knowledge of the circumstances. He knew that the main world was about to descend into chaos. Bai Qinghuan's strategic significance surpassed that of Su Irin. When Lin Yuan looked through the information, shock spread across his face. Bai Qinghuan's deductions were very accurate. Her deductions of the deaths and injuries in the Iron Hammer Federation completely coincided with Luo Lan's own. Furthermore, she had even deduced that the Great Lush Federation would join the battle midway. Lin Yuan knew that Bai Qinghuan did not know much about the Truth Association. Yet, she had been able to produce such detailed information. The organization, analysis, and deductions in this piece of information made Lin Yuan even more impressed with Bai Qinghuan. Since he understood her gesture, it went without saying that he had to do something for her in return. However, her ambitions were too large. Lin Yuan needed to use this battle to teach her to keep her ambitions under control while still instilling some confidence in her. Bai Qinghuan, you don't need to come along to help with matters in the Startling Lines continent. During this time, reflect on yourself and build up your spirit. Once the matters in the Startling Lines continent are settled, I will assign you to be Su Iren's assistant. She used to be a dark envoy of the 7 States of Darkness before the Dark Continent fell to 7th Page War. At that time, you'll analyze how the Dark Continent can be recovered with her. No matter how capable Bai Qinghuan was, she had not read widely enough nor gained sufficient experience. Hence, she did not know who 7th Page War was. But Bai Qinghuan had heard of the 7 States of Darkness. It was a federation that had a Class 5 Creation Master and thus was much stronger than the Divine Wood Federation. She was slightly shocked that the 7 States of Darkness had fallen to 7th Page War. Just how strong was this 7th Page War? Bai Qinghuan did not know Su Iren well, and the latter had not told Bai Qinghuan about her identity. But now, Bai Qinghuan found out from Lin Yuan just what caliber of a group he had assembled. Given that Su Iren used to be a dark envoy of the 7 States of Darkness, Bai Qinghuan did not feel indignant at all about being her subordinate in spite of her arrogant character. Lin Yuan's words enabled Bai Qinghuan to know that Lin Yuan had not abandoned her. Rather, he had an even more important task for her. Bai Qinghuan forcefully suppressed her excitement and said calmly, "Don't worry. I will rest well during this time. Then, watch as I perform with flying colors." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. Before he obtained Begin Lady, Lin Yuan would have immediately fled back to the Radiance Federations to request backup if he knew that he would have to battle against 5th Page Truth. Lin Yuan always had a thorough understanding of his own power. Even if he had a 11 stars precious instrument, he would be no match for 5th Page Truth. But things were different now that he had Begin Lady. Begin Lady was fully capable of shielding Lin Yuan from the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. Lin Yuan knew what Su Iren wished for, and she had done her duty well under him. After they were done handling 5th Page Truth, it was time for Lin Yuan to throw a wrench into 7th Page War's life. Previously, he and Lu Jie had almost died as a result of 7th Page War's scheme. 7th Page War's subordinate had wanted to kill him, and Lu Jie had blocked the attack on his behalf. Although Lu Jie later benefited from such a disaster, he had almost lost his life. Thus, it could be said that there was a blood grudge between 7th Page War and Lin Yuan. Once the Startling Lines continent fell into his hands, he would continue developing the Marsh world while moving on to cause trouble for the Startling Lines continent. Lu Jie was acquainted with Bai Qinghuan, but when you did not know Bai Qinghuan well, when you was very curious about this girl, who Lin Yuan thought highly of, she reached out and took the documents from Lin Yuan and scanned through them. Later, she sighed in amazement and said, "This person is very capable of organizing information. Her deductions about the battle are also very accurate. She is an impressive talent. Young master, congratulations on gaining another impressive subordinate. If you don't have any other plans for her, send her to the Marsh world to work with me once the situation in the Startling Lines continent is handled." The Marsh world was much larger than the continents in the main world. Whitespeak had said that it would take him a month to fly around the Marsh East Circle. Thus, the Marsh East Circle was even larger than the entire Radiance Federation. It was possible that it was 3 to 4 times larger. Before, when you came to know of the Marsh world, she did not understand why the members of the Radiance Federation's royalty wanted to expend so many resources and manpower to build habitable mirror cities in the abyssal world. They had even instructed the factions to move their families there. However, after going to the Marsh world, she started to understand the efforts that the Radiance Federation's royalty was making. It could be said that the dimensional worlds were treasure troves even larger than those of the main world. Developing the marsh worlds would solve any scarce resource problem that the main world had and give Spirit Chi professionals a new training ground. When Yu had been amazed more than once by the Radiance Federation's royalty's intelligence. Now that she knew that the marsh world was a treasure trove, she put all her efforts into developing the marsh world. What she needed now was a capable assistant. When Yu saw Bai Qinghuan as a good choice, Lin Yuan did not immediately reply to Wen Yu but changed the subject and said, "Once we've defeated 7th Page War and recovered the Dark Continent, a year will have passed. Currently, the main world is in a mess. If there is no more conflict in the main world a year later, I can send Bai Qinghuan to you to be your assistant in the marsh world. If there continues to be conflict, I won't be able to let you have Bai Qinghuan. At that time, I will assign her to be an assistant general for Sky City's combat branch to aid Big Brother Lu." When Yu nodded in agreement, if there was a conflict in the main world, it would not be suitable for Bai Qinghuan to assist her in the marsh world. In order for a person to demonstrate their greatest worth, they had to be placed in the right position. Lu Jie felt pressured when he heard what Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan said that Bai Qinghuan was going to become the assistant general of Sky City's combat branch and assist him. That meant that Lin Yuan had decided that he would become the main general of Sky City's combat branch. Lu Jie had always been afraid of falling short of Lin Yuan's trust in him. He was always well aware of his abilities. But since Lin Yuan had already made his arrangement, Lu Jie would have to ensure that he was up to the job when the time came. Ever since he started following Lin Yuan, Lu Jie had been trying to increase his power. But now, he was going to shift some of his focus away from purely increasing his power to also gaining skills that a war general needed to have in faction management. Lu Jie needed to command an army of insects to fight. Thus, ever since he became a Spirit Chi professional, he had to research combat strategies. As such, it would not be difficult for him to refine his abilities as a general. Wen Yu kept her peripheral vision on Lu Jie while she spoke to Lin Yuan. When she saw his expression, she knew that he was adding more pressure on himself. Wen Yu liked the feeling of being by Lin Yuan's side. There was not only warmth and dependability, but Lin Yuan was also like a weather vane that guided her and Lu Jie constantly. If not for Lin Yuan, there was no way that she and Lu Jie could have increased their strength so quickly. This was not only because he provided them with resources but also bolstered their spirits. When you chatted with Lin Yuan back in the return from faraway mansion, she had asked him, "Young master, what is your biggest goal?" At first, she thought that he would bring up a short-term goal. Yet, his answer was, "I want to see a wider world." Wen Yu was stupefied when she heard Lin Yuan's goal. She had never dared to imagine such a goal. At first, she thought that Lin Yuan would say he wanted to become a Radiance envoy or help the Radiance Federation to attain a good ranking at the major Federation meeting. But clearly, Lin Yuan's plans were much broader than she thought. A wider world? Wen Yu did not know what Lin Yuan meant by a wider world. But since this was his goal, Wen Yu would make it hers as well so they could see this wider world together. It was likely that after Lin Yuan revealed his goal, it was also Lu Jie's goal now. Lu Jie took a deep breath and said, "Lin Yuan, before Bai Qinghuan leaves with Su Yiren to analyze the Dark Continent, so as to recover it and to take on 7th Page War, I hope she can come with me for some time. I want to learn from her." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Big Brother Lu, you are already on good terms with Bai Qinghuan. You can ask her yourself. I don't think she'll turn you down." While Lin Yuan was speaking, Luolan finished changing into the clothes that Lin Yuan had given her. The dress with 1,000 white gems embedded in it looked extremely dignified. The shawl around her shoulders that reached the ground did not look gaudy at all. Rather, it added a kind of majesty to her aura. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw Luolan. However, Luolan had been too anxious over the danger that the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members were in and worried that they would die of starvation. As such, it was clear that she had changed in a big rush. She had not even combed her hair properly but pressed it under the crown. In the end, many strands had already fallen out and were draping over her shoulders. Just as Lin Yuan was about to take a step forward, when you had already reached Luolan. When you looked over Luolan a few times before she introduced herself, "I am Libra. In the real world, my name is When You." While she spoke, When You helped Luolan to adjust her attire. She went on to say, "No matter what happens, don't lose your cool. Lin Yuan must have his reasons for telling you to change into these clothes. But now you aren't even dressed neatly, and your hair isn't properly done to fit the crown. If you appear before the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members in your current state, you will lack the authoritative aura of a ruler." Luolan had not thought much of it when she was changing into the clothes that Lin Yuan had handed her, because she knew that with every passing minute, hundreds of tribe members could be losing their lives. In order for every citizen in the Iron Hammer Federation to have full bellies, Luolan was willing to sacrifice her freedom and life to Lin Yuan. Thus, it went without saying that her mind was solely focused on the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members. Given that Wen Yu was the Astronomical Parliament's contractor, she had seen Luolan's life experiences alongside Lin Yuan. Thus, she knew why Luolan had not even worn her crown properly. Wen Yu and Lin Yuan had discussed Luolan and knew that he wanted the Iron Hammer Federation to see her as a god. It was the best idea to turn the Iron Hammer Federation's ruler into a goddess that all the citizens placed their faith in. Soon, Wen Yu was done adjusting Luolan's attire and combed all her hair under her crown. When Luolan heard Wen Yu say that she was Libra, she immediately turned formal. Both Wen Yu and Lin Yuan had been sitting on the 12 golden thrones. Compared to Lin Yuan, Wen Yu was much more foreign. It was clear that Wen Yu's tone was instructive. Luolan immediately realized that she had not properly done what Lin Yuan had instructed her to do. She cast an anxious gaze at Lin Yuan, fearing that he would change his mind and give up on saving the Iron Hammer Federation. When she learned about the Divine Wood Federation's current circumstances from Su Iran, Luolan's impression of Lin Yuan immediately changed. Lin Yuan sighed when he saw the expression on Luolan's face. However, she still needed to gain more experience in order to have an aura befitting the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court. Lin Yuan did not blame Luolan and said, "I will send you to a place. This place is where the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members who rushed into the Sea of Flowers under the Imperial Guard's command are held. There are more than 7 million of them, and the number is still growing. When you arrive, you will give out the soldier ration radishes. At that time, you will have the accompaniment of an obedient shadow." Lin Yuan gently stomped his feet on the ground, and a pool of quicksand materialized below Luolan. Luolan sank into the quicksand, and radium boards flew together to create a container for her. When you remembered Lin Yuan saying that he was going to go with Luolan, did he change his mind and was only going to send her alone? Lin Yuan, many starving tribe members of the Iron Hammer Federation have been injured and are now in a frenzied state. Even if they don't start cannibalizing their comrades, they will definitely start trampling over each other in order to obtain the soldier ration radishes that will be able to fill their bellies. They will see their comrades who are sharing the food with them as their enemies. In their frenzied state of hunger, where they're unsure when their next meal will be, they will definitely try to stock up on as many soldier ration radishes as possible. Luolan won't be able to handle such a situation on her own. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. When you spoke the truth, and the situation might be even more terrifying than she described. But in order for Luolan to grow quickly, she needed to gain experience. If Luolan appeared in the crowd with the soldier ration radishes that could save lives, those who were nearest to her would be able to obtain the soldier ration radishes first. Those who were further would be dying of starvation, but those nearer would be unwilling to move. Eventually, a fight would break out. The fight might even be more intense than the war between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. This was because the fight stemmed from the basic need for food. Once Luolan arrived, she would not only be able to grow quickly through this event, but would also allow Lin Yuan to see the extent of her abilities. More importantly, Lin Yuan would be able to see how the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members reacted when they were rescued. The Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members' reaction to being rescued represented the Iron Hammer Federation's potential. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie held a discussion. When the Startling Lines continent was conquered, the Divine Wood Federation would become the core of the three federations, but not all of the Creation Master resources produced by Yi Huailu would go into the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan intended to send Yi Huailu to Ta Lei's territory after increasing Yi Huailu's power. This way, Ta Lei's territory would become the core of the three federations. They would pick talented people from the three federations to nurture them before they were returned to the three federations. Thus, understanding how a federation handled danger would inform Lin Yuan of whether the talented people in the federation were worth being nurtured. The Divine Wood Federation had not satisfied Lin Yuan when they had been in danger. Every faction only cared about themselves, causing the entire federation to be divided. None of them thought about the Divine Wood Federation's overall welfare. Lin Yuan hoped that the Iron Hammer Federation would be able to provide him with a satisfying result. Through his interaction with Ta Lei's Horseshoe Tribe, Lin Yuan felt that the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members were honest people. At the time, every member of the Horseshoe Tribe had been ready to sacrifice themselves in order to create a chance for Ta Lei's survival. Meanwhile, none of the leaders of small factions in the Divine Wood Federation had thought about their juniors first in a state of emergency. Rather, they ensured their own safety and profits first. In this aspect, the Iron Hammer Federation was better than the Divine Wood Federation. After mulling for some time, Lin Yuan decided not to interfere in the selfish character of the Divine Wood Federation's elite. If the Iron Hammer Federation could not provide Lin Yuan with a satisfying result as well, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to turn to the Great Lush Federation. However, the Great Lush Federation had been under the Truth Association's control for the past few years. When Lin Yuan took over the Great Lush Federation, he would need to work with Jin Qianxuan to do a deep cleaning first to empty the Great Lush Federation of all traces of the Truth Association. The source sand quickly transported Luolan underground. As per Lin Yuan's instructions, Shadow followed Luolan. He had given Shadow 2 orders. The first order was to protect Luolan, and the second was to listen to her commands. Silver Corona told Lin Yuan about the current state of the Iron Hammer Federation's tribe members who were currently trapped within the Sea of Flowers. All of them were starving but dared not enter the Sea of Flowers. Thus, they were pacing at the center of the area, causing numerous bloody fights to break out. All of them had looks of despair hanging off their faces. The tribes who had occupied advantageous locations first knew that they were not dead but had been captured by the Sea of Flowers instead. As they fled to where they currently were, they got a good look at how strong the Sea of Flowers was. After capturing them, the Sea of Flowers surrounded them but did not attack them. They were like penned-up pigs waiting for the day they ended up on someone's dinner plate. There was a clear distinction in ranking between the Iron Hammer Federation's tribes. It resembled the ranking between the aristocratic families in the Divine Wood Federation. Namely, they were ranked with black iron at the bottom, going up to light bronze, white silver, yellow gold, platinum, and more. Platinum tribes usually had one or more Class 4 Creation Masters. The tribes with the highest ranking of black gold had at least one Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. There were 6 black gold tribes that had been captured by the Sea of Flowers. Normally, black iron, light bronze, white silver, and yellow gold tribes lived within the territories of black gold tribes and served the black gold tribes. They had to offer up a batch of resources to the black gold tribes annually. The repeated offerings secured the power of the black gold tribes. Although platinum tribes were not reliant on black gold tribes, they usually had collaborative relationships. The leaders of black gold tribes were not always the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. In order for Creation Masters to continuously increase their powers, they could not spend much time managing the tribes. However, the key decisions in the Black Gold tribes were always made by the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. Now, 6 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters had been captured. There was no question that they were the true big shots in the Iron Hammer Federation. Even the Iron Hammer Federation's previous king had to bow and beg in front of them. Presently, all of them had ashen faces and livid expressions. With so many of us trapped in the Sea of Flowers, even if we end up eaten by the Sea of Flowers, half of us will be gone in less than 3 days. Rather than so many of us waiting to die, why don't we try to charge out in the direction we came in? We have already sent out Fays to sense the Sea of Flowers, but they were attacked when they took flight. Moreover, this fog is much too thick. There's no way for us to properly investigate this Sea of Flowers. Going back in the direction we came from is the only way for us to escape the Sea of Flowers. The rest of the 5 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters nodded. It seemed that this was the only way to escape the Sea of Flowers. However, it was clear that there was something hidden in the Sea of Flowers that could threaten Mythbreed Phase. A Thearch-class expert from a Platinum tribe was sent to investigate the Sea of Flowers. But 5 hours had passed, and he still had not returned. Before the Thearch-class expert left, he had agreed to return 2 hours later. Given that he had not returned despite being 3 hours late, it was likely that he had died in the Sea of Flowers. Given that even a Thearch-class expert had been killed in the Sea of Flowers, the 6 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters dared not act recklessly. Even if the Sea of Flowers was ineffective against immortal experts, there might not be an immortal expert amongst the Black Gold tribes. Even if the Black Gold tribes did have immortal experts, they would want to survive alongside their other tribe members. At that moment, an enraged voice roared, "Damn it! If I'm ever able to return to the Imperial Court, I'll cut down Luokai's head even if it costs my life. What kind of order is this?" On the journey to the Divine Wood Federation, even without the Sea of Flowers, at least half of our people died. How is such scum fit to be the Iron Hammer Federation's king? With such a king, there's no way that the snow beast on the snow-capped mountain will bless the Iron Hammer Federation.